Beachcam, YouTube, and Vert Magazine, and of course the beautiful action cameras by Rolei and the refresh bodyboards, custom bodyboards from Paniche. So all our love to these guys, and thank you very much for the support here for this Sintra Portugal Pro 2015.
Well, it's been a bit of a quiet start to the first heat of the day here, and not a lot of action wave-wise. It's about as exciting as the bottom half of a mermaid. Anyways, we'll hope for a couple of waves to rock through soon. Sergio Lewis from Brazil, Ian Campbell, South Africa, Ricardo Rosmaninho from Portugal coming up in heat number 2. Then looking along through the draw there, Carlos, we got some pretty good action, mate.
Sure. On E3 of this round, we got Roberto Bruno, a pretty informed rider here at Sintra Portugal Pro. Hermano Castro, ditto, a pretty informed rider as well, a Brazilian rider. And, of course, Dave Hubbard, the man who is in the poster this year, the man who won here last year, of course. And afterwards, you got the likes of Uri Valadão and Louis Finnegan, a pretty interesting heat regarding the world title race. Jared Houston and Mike Stewart afterwards with our own Daniel Fonseca, as we're watching Alex Uranga on this right-hander, live action, going for a reverse spin and another spin, looking to take the... okay, he milked this small wave until it's maximum potential. But I was saying we're going to have some pretty interesting heats on heat number 5. We're going to have Jared Houston with Mike Stewart, the duel of generations once more, and Daniel Fonseca from Portugal. Then we're going to have Elton Loureiro, Eder Luciano, and Jeff Hubbard, Mr. Jeff Hubbard, on heat number 6. Then PLC, Pierre Liscoste, as we jump into live action, Maxime Castillo on this left-hander.
Yeah, big move on the outside section there from Maxime, and you can see him working very hard to try and get the connection through to the inside section. It's breaking a real long way out to sea. That's why the surfers look like they're just tiny on the screen. But in fact, they're probably, I reckon, a good 100, maybe 120 metres off the shoreline at the moment. So these cameras, I actually went and spoke to the webcast guys and said, we might want to zoom in on the action. They said, we're on full zoom. We can go to optical zoom, but of course, we're going to lose some resolution there. So at the moment, that's as close as we can get. As the tide comes in, the action moves a lot closer to shore. The swell is coming. We can guarantee that. At the moment, we're a little surprised to wake up here at Praia Grande today and see the waves this small, actually. But while I was up there talking with Jeff and Uga Pinheiro and Mike Stewart, I was having a bit of a chat. We're talking about sharks in Australia, which is a real hot topic. We saw a big set come through, and here's a nice little wave here for David Barbosa. And there he goes once again, the kid from Brazil, just tweaking it out big time.
How good was that? Pretty nice invert by David Barbosa. There's the thing about this kid is just he has the best of the two worlds. He has this pretty explosive projected Brazilian style, but then he plays it with a pretty but he adds up some pretty smooth style. It looks like the best of the Aussie riders. But it's a matter of globalization, and these kids have grown up watching all the clips and all the videos from international riders, and they kind of assimilated that pretty nice style. So you were talking with Mike Stewart, Jeff Hubbard about sharks in Australia. Good news here in Portugal, guys. Our biggest sharks are a bit bigger than sardines, so come in and gyro waves. You don't have anything to fear, guys. So it's all beautiful here in Portugal, Tessa.
Yeah, you got to love it. And the funny thing is that the water looks really sharky here. It's cold and it's grey, and it looks like there'd be a million sharks in there. But that's not the case at the moment. Watching just the tail end of wave number 5, that is, for Alex Uranga, the Basque Country local, getting real busy out there. At the moment, he's in third position, and he's going to need some scores. He's taking on 2 of the Inform Pro Junior guys. And when you're surfing in smaller conditions like this, Pro Junior kids have probably got the upper hand over you. So Barbosa sitting in second. Here's the replay for Alex Uranga on his last wave, and you can see him just drawing that high line. Nice little extension on the roll. Got out onto the open face, banged off another one. And you know what? That's those two rolls there netted him a 5.40 average, and it was enough to push him into second position. So Barbosa from Brazil goes back down into third position, 4.66 now required for David to go back to second. Alex in second spot, needing a 5.01 to take the lead from Maxime Castillo from France. And the Frenchman is sitting on a 5.75 and a 4.65. Once again, we might throw a little something up on the APB Facebook page and let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you think's going to win the men's and the women's event here at the 20th anniversary of Sintra, and we'll interact with you people online that way.
And all the bets are on here in Sintra, one of the top contenders here for the win in Sintra and in the world title. Amory Laverne, Moz, the Frenchman from Reunion Island, was knocked out of the comp yesterday, thanks to incredible performance by Israel Salas. And so all the bets are on here, so a pretty good chance for the likes of Uri Valadão, Louis Finnegan, and Jared Houston to gain on him on the world title race. So pretty interesting. It's going to be a pretty interesting couple of days here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. As we see, Maxime Castillo here adding a 4.65 to his 5.75 and leading the heat. Maxime, a pretty informed rider as well here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. He's not, well, as we see, David Barbosa with a nice backflip and a spin. Interesting combo from David Barbosa, and another spin. This is a highly competitive, highly amped young Brazilian rider. There he goes, looking for something more on the inside, and he gets, unfortunately, yeah, that didn't go quite well for David Barbosa, but you have to respect the technique, the style, and the enthusiasm of this young Brazilian rider. One of the promising young talents here at Sintra Portugal Pro. And there you go into a replay with David. Lots of speed, lots of style. Boom. This was definitely the money move for David. Then a couple of spins and another spin, trying to milk the full potential, the full scoring potential of this wave. Getting on full speed, trying to negotiate on that bumpy side there and trying to go into a roll. Unfortunately, the wave just crumbled underneath him and didn't provide any more scores for the young Brazilian guy.
All right, well, we've got a little answer right back here. That's more like it from the Basque Country local Escarcasco. And thank you, Mr. Alex Uranga. Good stuff there. Alex looking to try and put a little bit of mustard on the dog here right at the end. Let's see if he can get a little something. He's pushed this one right the way through, and he is just a consummate professional, isn't he? He's always goes to work in a tradesman-like manner. There's Barbosa just sniffing around on that one. So Alex was down into third spot. He needed a 5.01. There's clearly, he'll probably take the lead, I think, here with a big move on the outside section. Nice, strong finishing manoeuvre. You've got to be thinking that that's going to score pretty big. Here's the replay, folks, thanks to APB. So perfectly executed ARS on the outside section. Alex just kind of trying to read the energy. You can see that little foam ball lining up through the inside. Looked like at one point there I thought this is going to be kind of a worthless, like an unrewarded finish, but Alex got that little double suck and he just punched off a sweet roll, and there we go. We'll just wait for that score to come through for the judges. On the APB Tour Facebook page, you'll see a post that just went up. It's got the men's and women's winners. We're wondering who you guys are thinking are going to win this thing in its 20th anniversary. Where are you watching from, and who is going to be the champions of the 2015 Sintra Portugal Pro?
Yeah, that's definitely the question. As we are seeing a replay for Maxime Castillo, how wide open is this heat? After a kind of a slow start, then we had David Barbosa jumping into first, then Alex Uranga with a 7.50 jumped into first as well. They traded places, and so one wave after that exchange, one wave after the other, and Alex Uranga is obviously the man's strong as an ox, and a consummate athlete, a guy who serves pretty well on right-handers, on left-handers, but still is a little bit stronger on the left-handers. And when you give him a left-hander like the one he had previously to work with, it wasn't a gem of the wave, but the guy turned it into gold and scored the 7.50. So great performance by Alex Uranga, and a man who started kind of slow on this Sintra Portugal Pro, but we can expect some great performances from, and a paddle battle there, and David Barbosa playing with priority, spinning and shutting the door on Maxime Castillo, and capitalizing on that huge backflip that, like, at best Brazilian riding, taking advantage of that little ramp and projecting a huge backflip. And there goes David Barbosa trying to put some sugar on his donut, and whoa, nice little wave for David Barbosa, and I think he's going to attack the lead of this heat.
Wow, what a great exchange that was, folks. We're down to about a minute and a half remaining. So let's just check the replay here, the APB replay of this one here from David Barbosa. You could see Maxime Castillo had to get off that wave because Barbosa had priority. And didn't he cash in it? I tell you what, this kid has had a big old bowl of acai this morning. And you can see him he had nothing to work with there. The technique is just flawless. Just busting a little flip on that outside section. And he's just full of beans here today, and you can see how much he really wants his heat. He just gets that little inside bonus section and bangs off a sweet roll. And that there, ladies and gentlemen, looks like being a 6.35. I think that was the last wave for Bobo. So that means that Maxime Castillo, last of yellow, 6.75. So that means that Maxime Castillo, with about 30 seconds remaining, he's in trouble. He needs a 7.15.
Yeah, definitely. And how sweet was that backflip. On the replay, you could see that the guy basically didn't have no lip, didn't have no wave, but I don't know where he got the speed to pull that off. But as we see, Alex Uranga trying to go for that right-hander, but unfortunately the swell hasn't come up yet. But we're expecting some better waves during the day as the day progresses. Still, we got some clean faces. The wind's off, so that's all good news. And that's what she wrote for this heat with David Barbosa, the young Brazilian gun, taking Alex by surprise and taking the heat with Alex in second place and Maxime Castillo, unfortunately for the French colors, being knocked out of the comp.
Well, I'll tell you what, with performances like that, David Barbosa is fast becoming one of the short odd favourites here at Sintra. He is very comfortable in these conditions. Alex Uranga is moving on through, and we must say au revoir to Maxime Castillo from France, who finished in third position in this opening heat of the day. G'day to Kai Popple, back watching in Australia, and he says that Alex Uranga, he feels, has the ability to win this contest here. And mate, you're probably not wrong about that one. So heat number 2 of the day. This is round number 5. You're watching day 4 of the 2015 Sintra Portugal Pro. Sergio Lewis in the red singlet from Brazil. Ian Campbell from RSA. Of course, that is the South African in yellow. And Ricardo Rosmenino from Portugal is in the black singlet. Once again, jump on that Facebook page, folks. You'll see the question marks there surrounding who's going to be the women's champ, who's going to be the men's champ. That's all we're asking you at the moment. We'll talk about the DK throughout the day when those guys get in the water. Actually, tomorrow they won't be surfing here today. So we just want to know where you're watching from and who you think is going to win Sintra.
Yeah, and how sweet was that Portuguese pronunciation by Tessa? Ricardo Rosmaninho, perfect. And Sergio Luís from Brazil with a red singlet. Ian Campbell from South Africa. Hi, Bru from South Africa in the yellow singlet. And Ricardo Rosmaninho, the Portuguese Ricardo Rosmaninho, in the black singlet. Meanwhile, on our APB Facebook page, we got Carden Roberts saying, "Go Safas," is the South African cheerleading guys cheering for South Africa. A great big shout out for Carden Roberts and to all our South African audience. And Ian Campbell, of course, truly pretty informed rider here at the World Tour and at Sintra as well. As we see Alex Soranga leaving the water with the young David Barbosa from Brazil, the two top guys from the previous heat. As we see Sergio Luis and, no, sorry guys, Ian Campbell going for this right-hander with lots of speed. Boom! Pretty nice roll for Ian Campbell. Pretty nice way to start things off on this heat number 2 of round 5. And he's still milking it into the sand. Let's see if it still has something to offer to the South African rider. There he goes, getting some speed, going for the final move, and another roll right onto the sand. Ian Campbell from South Africa. Algumas palavras também para Ricardo Rosmaninho, de Portugal, o jovem atleta da Póvoa do Varzim, que tem feito uma exibição fantástica aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro. As we see the replay for Ian Campbell, sorry guys, I was just doing a pretty nice cylindrical roll for Ian Campbell. I was doing a small update in Portuguese for the benefit of the fans of Ricardo Rosmaninho, the young Portuguese guy from Póvoa do Varzim, a place that's produced some pretty interesting talent for the Portuguese bodyboarding, with guys like Tiago Silva Moita, former national champion, who unfortunately isn't here with us in the Sintra Portugal Pro. But a big shout out for Tiago Silva. E como estava a dizer, Ricardo Rosmaninho, que vem da Póvoa do Varzim, uma terra que já produziu grandes talentos como o Tiago Silva, o Moita, um ex-campeão nacional e internacional português, que infelizmente não está aqui connosco este ano, mas que já nos deu um abraço via Facebook e já deu o seu apoio ao Ricardo. Portanto, um grande abraço também para o Tiago Silva. But meanwhile, it's the South Africans who are leading here. It's the South Africans who are leading here this heat, heat number 2 of the round 5 at the Sintra Portugal Pro. And a big shout out for Calalo Sanchez. Sorry, Calalo Sanchez. He's rooting for Louis Finnegan. So for the men's division, Louis Finnegan, the only Aussie rider here at Sintra this year, but a pretty informed rider as well. Yesterday he went for a cracker of a performance, so we're expecting some big things from Louis this year here on the Sintra Portugal Pro. As we see Sergio Luis, the Brazilian rider, going for this left-hander with a spin, and there's nothing more out of that way for him. So Sergio Luis, obviously a guy to look after here in the Sintra Portugal Pro. He's definitely someone who can, I don't know, even win this thing.
All right, well, we are looking at around about 20 minutes remaining on the clock at the moment. So, yeah, good on all those people that jumped on the Facebook page. Kai Popple going for Oranga. We had Carden Roberts there going for the Saffers, and, well, he'd be happy about Ian Campbell leading this heat with a 7-0 on his opening wave. And Calalo Sanchez, Louis Finnegan fan. So he's a funny little character, isn't he, Louis Finnegan? I said yesterday, he reminds me a bit of Occy. He's like the Occy of bodyboarding, isn't he? He's just a loose cannon. But yeah, it's awesome, and we need a bit of colour in the sport. I don't think it's a bad thing. You know, it's like in tennis. Sometimes it can be a bit vanilla. It's nice when you get someone that's got personality. So not saying that bodyboarders don't have personality, but Louis is like, he's an extreme version, isn't he? I love it. It's very good. All right, well, David Barbosa was ripping in the first heat, and we're going to talk to him now with Vilma. He's going to do an interview. Take it away.
Circuito mundial bodyboard masculino está dentro d'água agora na segunda bateria, ronda 5, e nesta ronda 5
Hi, good morning everybody. This is the fourth day of competition of the Sintra Portugal Pro 2015. I'm Vilma Vicente and I'm here to interview your favorite riders. Right here with me is David Barbosa from Brazil, the winner of the first heat. Olá David, tudo bom? Como é que foi lá dentro?
Então, as condições não estão muito boas. A onda tá muito cheia hoje, tá menor que ontem. Mas graças a Deus, Deus mandou as ondas boas.
Tá cansada ainda, né?
Cansado, tá difícil para entrar na onda. Mas enfim, graças a Deus deu tudo certo, passei para a próxima fase. Tô amarradão. E é isso, galera, muito obrigado por estar aí na torcida por mim. Tô dando o meu máximo, como eu disse. Cheguei aí um pouco já na hora da bateria, entrei voando, mas consegui. E eu passei em primeiro e tô aí a caminho da final.
Obrigada, David. Parabéns. He's a little bit tired. He did his best, of course. He did 2 nice waves. He was just in the beginning of the heat. He was in a hurry to get in, but then everything was all right. And of course, he thanks to God and to all the friends in Brazil that are supporting him. Okay, guys, back to you, to the Heat 2. Let's see what's happening.
Okay, well, obrigado. Vilma Vicente doing a fantastic job with the interviews there, and David Barbosa, he is turning into the giant killer.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, you see Ian Campbell with an awesome wave. We're still waiting for the score to drop, but he already has a 7, so it's going to be definitely a pretty high score for Ian Campbell here at this heat number 2 of round 5 of the man, and exactly 8.5, the highest wave of the day. Well, it's heat number 2, but it's going to be difficult to top this wave by Ian Campbell, the South African rider, and we said it before, guys, he's pretty in form and definitely is showing us all how in form that is. As we see Ricardo Guzmaninho from Portugal going for his first wave, talking about in-form riders. We'll see what Ricardo has in store for us with opening RS. Such confidence from the young Portuguese rider. And another roll. Ricardo Guzmaninho looking for something more. How good is this wave from Ricardo Guzmaninho? His opening wave, lots of speed. Look at him racing on that left-hander, and unfortunately that's what she wrote for Ricardo Guzmaninho. But still, 2 pretty strong outside lip maneuvers there for Ricardo Guzmaninho, and Ian Campbell and Ricardo Guzmaninho taking Sergio Luis from Brazil into the ropes. We'll see what the judges call for this wave of Ricardo Guzmaninho. He already has a 5, so with this second wave, I'm sure he's going to at least solidify his position in second place, because it's going to be pretty difficult to take Ian Campbell out of the lead. Meanwhile, after exactly 6.5 and nice second position, at least for now, for Ricardo Guzmaninho. And Sergio Luis has a pretty tall order to fill.
Yeah, he's chasing a 9.01. You can see Sergio on screen at the moment, just kind of shaking his head, saying, what just happened there in the first 10 minutes? But or 5 minutes, I should say. So Ian Campbell, wow, the South African. I knew he was good in big waves. We saw him in Antofagasta, absolutely charging it at nil to point. But here at Sintra, I was interested to see. He's getting a lot of speed out of his board. He's really reading the energy on the waves, and he's really stamping himself as a super contender. More people on the Facebook page checking stuff out from Coffs Harbour, Australia. We got Chris Gilvier, I think it is, and he's saying, "Go Louis Finnegan and Aussies all the way." Good on you, mate. Good to see. We've got one bloke over here representing our huge country bodyboarders. So thank God for Louis Finnegan. Thank you very much to Sean Haig in Durban, South Africa. He said Ian Campbell to take the win. Well, if he's going to keep serving like this, Mr. Haig, I must agree with you. Nico De Jager is going for Jared Houston for the win. We've got Mickey Chalice also going for Houston all the way. No problemo, Houston. And looks like Alexandre Kupler, I think it is, asking if there was an interference from Barbosa. No, mate, what there is we were using the 3-man priority. So you've got to remember in that situation there, Alexandre, what happened was David Barbosa in the yellow singlet actually had priority over black. It was Maxime Castillo. So Maxime has to get off that wave, and if he interferes with the ride of Barbosa, then Castillo gets the interference. It's quite the opposite. So it stops guys from hassling. It allows competitors to get an equal share of the best waves, and we're really happy with the way the priority system's working.
Yeah, the priority system was definitely something that changed the game here for the World Bodyboarding Tour. It protects the best riders from the hassle, and it rewards them with the opportunity to surf the waves without that kind of interference. As we see Sergio Luis answering back, trying to get back into the race, that meanwhile is being led by Ian Campbell from South Africa. And how good is that South African rider? The guy who was got his first podium this year at Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival, and he's still an outside for the title. And talking of the devil, there he goes, pretty on fire, going for that small roll on the inside, struggling with the white water and coming out on top. That's obviously is not going to do anything for him. He already has a 7-point ride and an 8.5 ride, so that's definitely is not going to be on his. Whoa, as we see Ricardo Rusmaninho answering back. Ricardo Rusmaninho is actually on second place. Well, an in and out for the young for the young Portuguese guy from Povo do Varzim. It's too early in the morning, guys. Sorry about that. And I was talking about Ian Campbell, the guy who is, well, still with a mathematical chance to go into the world title. Of course, that's pretty difficult. As we have Omri Laverne, Jared Houston, Uri Valadão, Pierre-Louis Coste, and even Louis Finnegan in the lead of this world tour. So, but still mathematical chance. But we'll see what mathematics. How good is Ian Campbell with mathematics? Still, he has a pretty good chance if he keeps this up. He obviously is going to be a guy, top contender here for the Sintra Portugal Pro 2015. Let's see what he has to offer us. Meanwhile, on this heat number 2 of round 5, Ian is absolutely putting things on fire with a 7-point ride and an 8.50 ride with a pretty good head reverse there, and giving us a hell of a show here, Ian Campbell, with 11 minutes to go on this heat.
Alrighty, well said there, Miguel. And Ian Campbell, I don't know what he had for breakfast, but I want some of it. 7.0, 8.5. And sitting in second spot, Ricardo Rosmaninho is the Portuguese guy. And I tell you what, a 5 and a 6.5 puts Sergio Luis into a bit of a pressure cooker situation. But Sergio, the champion that he is, just striking back there with a 7.0 and closing the gap on the young Portuguese rider. Sergio Luis now needing a 4.51 to go into second. These three-man heats, Carlos, you've got one less guy in the water. I've always been a big fan of three-man heats for a couple of reasons. One is that nearly everywhere around the world that we have these contests, you tend to find that when the sets come through, they come through in groups of 2 or 3, but rarely 4. Maybe in Hawaii you get bigger sort of lots of sets. So everyone seems to get away when the sets comes through. And I'm a big fan also because whilst there's more waves up for grabs and everybody seems to have a better chance to fight for getting through, there's actually more pressure on that one person not to. You don't want to come third, right? You just don't want to come third. So whereas in a four-man heat, I guess you've got someone to hang out with. Walk up the beach and you can hold someone's hand, or you got 2 losers. So, but in a three-man heat, it's there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very well put. Very well put, Tessa, with Terry McKenna here, putting all his years of experience on the World Tour, and this. And now, as we see, over there. One, you were talking about riders with personality. It's Mr. Dave Hubbard in the sand. And how about that for personality? Mr. Dave Hubbard, the reigning champion here at Sintra, the reigning world champion on the DK, and he's fighting for another world title here on the DK. So one of the big names of the World Tour, preparing to go into the water, into the next seat. So lots of talent here at Sintra Portugal Pro as we go into this 4th day of competition. We're in the water with heat number 2 of round 5 with Ian Campbell, the South African talent, leading the charge with a total of 8.5 and a 7, and his third best wave is a 590, which is a pretty decent score for today. But then we have Ricardo Rusmaninho from Portugal hanging for the with a 5 and a 6.5, and then Sergio Luis with a 2.5 and a 7. So it's a pretty wide open heat regarding at least the second place spot that gives access to the next round. We'll see if Ricardo Cruzmaninho can hang by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, you're just dying for that kid to get through. I can see it in your voice. Well, a bit of a shout out to Michael Saunders and the crew at Riptide, the bodyboarding magazine. Of course, they're up there on the Gold Coast. They've got the webcast running, and they're saying, "Bring on the biggest swell." And thank you very much to Michael Saunders, who actually compiled the 2015 APB World Tour form guide, which we've been referring to, Michael, right throughout the tournament. And gee, I tell you what, the odds are going to change now, mate, aren't they? You might have to give Sportsbet a bit of a call. After we saw Amaury Laverne tumbling out of the event yesterday. And I went down and saw Amaury straight after he was eliminated. And I must say that I have never seen anybody in my life take a loss as well as that guy. And I remember my dad used to say this years ago, but, you know, you can judge a true champion not by their victories, but by how they take their losses. And he copped it on the chin and just went, "Yeah, no worries." And I said, "Are you okay about it?" And he said, "Of course. You want me to come and do some webcast commentary and stuff? You want me to help out?" He was just so good about it. And he goes, "But now, I tell you what now," and he just kind of took a big breath and his chest puffed up and he said, "I tell you what, I'm just psyched for Nazare." So I can't wait to see him out there.
Yeah, definitely. I talked to him yesterday after that loss, and you're totally right about it. He took it like a champion that he is, and it was like the guy wasn't very... Whoa, as we see Sergio Luis going for this left-hander, speeding things up. Sergio is going to... Oh my God! Unfortunately, couldn't. If he had ridden from out of that move, definitely that would have been a pretty high score for sure, and he would have jumped in at least into second. That was a huge backflip. Look at this replay. Sergio Luis putting it all on the table, gaining speed on this left-hander, and then boom! Unfortunately, couldn't complete the move. If he has Tessa, that would have been a hell of an attack to the leadership of Ian Campbell on this heat.
Well, I tell you what, Ricardo Rusmaninho would be just breathing a sigh of relief, wouldn't he? Because that was crazy stuff from Sergio Luis. He actually did all the hard work. He got that rotation going in the air. He landed perfectly, but just a tiny little M zone bounced up underneath his belly of his board and just kind of bumped him off. That was kind of a rare sort of a mishap there from someone of such high caliber. Anyway, Sergio Luis will go back out. The downside of that scenario is that he's going to go back into third place on the priority ladder. So, you know, he's going to have to wait around for another couple of sets. Big shout out to Nicholas Bambiski. He's watching from California. And great to see some of our American friends tuning into the webcast. So good on you, Nicholas. Hope you enjoy your, the whole thing. He said that they're 9 hours behind. So he's been on Struggle Street trying to stay up and, deal with the whole thing. At the moment, we've got just on 5 minutes remaining. Also got Rick Ogle is watching. He's doing a bit of research on a new bodyboarding design concept that features some pretty cool stuff there. Good on you, Ricky Ogle. Well, watch on and see the world's best riders here, and you might even be able to get some design ideas to incorporate.
Yeah, sure. there's a lot of setups you can go. It depends a lot on things like water temperature, the size of the waves, the shape of the waves. It's just, but how versatile is bodyboarding for you guys? It's just a matter of sometimes you play a bit with the design and the shape, the materials, and you get a whole different ball game there. So we were talking about Sergio Luis in that attempt, but previously to that, we were talking about Amaury Laverne. I interviewed the guy yesterday after he was knocked out of this comp, and he took it like a champ, pretty positive, pretty amped, and instead of being, he was still, of course. You are not a champion if you. I always used to say, if you don't mind losing, you will never win something. So, of course, he was a bit frustrated with himself for not being on point on that heat and surfed below par on that heat, as he admitted. And he said that he was a bit frustrated, but on the other hand, he was pretty amped for Nazaré. He said he was going to. He looked me in the eye with that glimmer of the champion, that energy of the champion, and he told me, you know what, I want to start Nazaré tomorrow. I want to surf that place so bad because I just want to get up on the horse again, so to speak, and try and get that world title back into my hands. So Amaury Laverne, you guys keep an eye on him, because in Nazaré, with a massive swell that we're expecting for Nazaré, he's going to be a hell of a threat for the win there at the first time ever the World Tour stops there in Nazaré. It's going to be one hell of a show, Tessa.
Yeah, speaking with Dino Casimiro and Pedro Pisco, all the gang who's putting the event over there, they are just such a professional outfit over there. Super, stoked and looking forward to working with them all. And they were saying to me Thursday, Saturday, they're the days that they think are going to be really outstanding conditions, and they don't often talk it up at Nazaré because, they're so blessed with good waves. And I guess, speaking of blessed and Nazaré, I just realised that there's a bit of a connection there. It's the holy city of Nazaré, where Jesus came from, and Nazaré in Portugal. I wonder if there's some kind of a link between the two cities there. I'm going to investigate that when I get on there and check that stuff out. But coming up next, we've got Roberto Bruno, Hermano Castro, and Dave Hubbard. That's going to be a pretty good heat. After that, we'll see Uri Valadao, Louis Finnegan, and Lauidi Saud from Morocco. But right now in the black singlet, that is the young Portuguese rider. Boom, just straight around there for Ricardo Rosmaninho. And let's see, he'll be looking to try and consolidate this wave by pushing it right the way through to shore. It's going to be his final wave. You can see he gets the legs working like a little Johnson outboard. And Ricardo looking for a little mini roll or something on the inside just to put the finishing touches. Yeah, good on you. That's a good effort from the Grommet from Portugal. So just on 1 minute to go, let's have a look at his scores there. Here goes Sergio Luis. Instant reply. Look at Sergio's spurts of acceleration that he gets. Oh, my goodness. That is a fundamental error that's going to cost him progressing through this heat. And you can see the head go down. He would be just so disappointed because that was the wave that he wanted.
Definitely, he needed that wave like I don't know, like water in the desert. He has done two fundamental mistakes, one after the other. The first one was that huge move he couldn't complete in the previous wave, and this one he wasted it as well. So, that translates into pretty good news for Ricardo Rosmaninho from Portugal, who keeps on giving here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. What a hell of a show he's giving us here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. As we see Ian Campbell with that beautiful reverse. It's like a victory lap for Ian Campbell on this heat as he's leaving the water with 10 seconds to go. And that's what she wrote here for this heat. We have Ian Campbell doing a hell of a performance with a 7. Sorry, guys. Yes, with a 7 and an 8.50. And as we see Ricardo Rosmaninho, the young Portuguese rider, in second, he's obviously pleased with himself because he's going to progress into the next round. He's having a bit of a difficulty there, and unfortunately, things here at the Sintra Portugal Pro didn't go quite so well to Sergio Luis. But we're obviously expecting to see him here at Sintra Portugal Pro in 2016 title.
Yeah, well, he had. It's not like he didn't have any opportunities, is it? If you go and cast your mind back, Sergio Luis, he didn't make the big move, the flip, and he didn't finish that roll. Anyway, that's heat number 2 in the bag. You are watching the 2015 Sintra Portugal Pro. Let's have a yak when we come back, right after this commercial break. Alrighty, well, welcome back, folks. It is day number 4 here at the 2015 Sintra Portugal Pro, and the action is coming at us thick and fast. Roberto Bruno is the Brazilian in the red singlet. We have Hermano Castro in the yellow, of course, from Brazil as well. That was Bruno just finishing off his opening wave. And Davey Hubbard from Hawaii is our defending champion of the tournament. Let's have a little look at the replay here, shall we, folks, of this first wave here of Hermano Castro. And Hermano, nice extension on the roll. And again, very smooth stuff there, wasn't it? Just really getting a lot of pop off those 2 manoeuvres. And then Castro just like exploring his options through the inside on this one. Gets the legs moving. You can just see him moving forward on the board there. Just some little minor adjustments. And very good, strong rolls there from Hermano. I mean, he's one of the, he really is one of the veterans of the tour at the moment. He just feels like he's still pretty young, but he feels like he has been around for a lifetime. So I hope you're enjoying the action, folks. We did have a few people on the page at the moment sending some messages. And Shane Lono is back from Oahu. G'day, Shane. He loves his webcast, mate, doesn't he? And he's going for all the Hawaiians, as you can imagine. Dave, Jeff, Mike, Tanner. And he's also a big fan of Ian Stewart's as well. And I think a lot of people are, mate, after that last display of surfing from the South African. Ian was absolutely on fire. I think he had a big old bowl of Cocoa Pops this morning. First wave scores coming through. Roberto Bruno was 7.25. We had Hermano Castro with a 5.5. So the boys from Brazil just tightening the screws on that man there on screen is the defending champion of this tournament, David Hubbard. Last year, he just, he had to pay excess on his return trip back home. He had that many trophies to carry home. He had the World Drop Knee Championship. He had the World in the Sintra Trophy and a whole bunch of other accolades that were thrown upon him. Okay, a little break in the action now, folks. Let's go over and talk to Ian Campbell with Vilma. Take it away.
And
and I'm here with Ian Campbell. He just won his heat. You were full of energy today. What did you have for breakfast?
Oh, it's a mixture of cereal and some crazy coffee from Gran at Isabel's house. Yeah, it was a good heat, really stoked, and yeah, on to the next one.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
All right, well, thank you very much. Vilma Vicente doing a top job. And speaking about top jobs, Davey Hubbard, well, he went for a little bonus section there, didn't he? He just maybe milked that one a little bit too hard, Carlos Mariano.
Yeah, he definitely tried to pull one extra move on that, but the wave just shut down on him. So, but still, Dave Hubbard obviously has the talent to go in and win this heat. Let's see how the Hawaiian does it. After all, he's the guy in the poster of this year. That means he won last year, so he's the reigning champion here in Sintra. So he definitely has the skills to do anything he wants on the wave. And Roberto Bruno from Brazil going for a small opening move on this left-hander and finish things off with a reverse, not the cleanest move. Well, now the wave is still giving, and another spin. And how long is this right here at Sintra? And a little roll to top things off. So a pretty nice wave for Roberto Bruno. It's definitely going to be an interesting backup wave for him after his 725. And it's pretty competitive, pretty wide open heat here with Roberto Bruno from Brazil, Armando Castro from Brazil as well, and the Hawaiian talent Dave Hubbard, the reigning champion here at Sintra Portugal Pro, and the reigning world champion on the DK, and obviously one of the top contenders for another title here in the DK this year, because we're going to have the honor to crown the DK champion this year here at Sintra. As we see the replay here of Roberto Bruno on this reverse here, and almost looked like he was going to finish this wave off, but it gave it kind of an extra life there with some few more meters of wave. There was spin and a roll to top things off.
All right, well, a couple more shout-outs here from our online audience. Jean-Marc JMC from Kailua in Oahu is a French bodyboarder, just checking it out. He's saying aloha, dub is in the water at the moment. And DUB, of course, is Dave Hubbard, as we see yellow streaking down the line there. Armando Castro opened up with a 5.5 for that trio of rolls that he got. And Castro looking super determined here. He had a result in Chile that he was unhappy with on a personal level, and he's come here very determined this year. So it'd be great to see Hermano get himself a good result. But have a look at the hurdles he's got to jump. In the form of Dave Hubbard from Hawaii and Roberto Bruno, of course, from Brazil. We also have Lee Blackwell watching from the Gold Coast. Hey, Lee, how are you? She's visiting from West Australia. Of course, that's Davis Blackwell's mum. And she's a mad bodyboard fan. I guess Davis is there as well. G'day, buddy. And going for the homegrown son, Louis Finnegan. And Louis is really coming to this year just mucking around, travelling around, having a bit of fun. And I tell you what, I said to him the other day, I said, mate, you don't change anything. He goes, what do you reckon I should do? I said, nothing. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Just keep doing that. So, and it was funny to have him on the webcast yesterday. He teamed up with Tanner McDaniel, and it was like Laurel and Hardy. It was a funny little comedy show. It was hilarious to watch. So keep those comments coming. As we said, the Riptide Bodyboard Magazine crew are watching from their Gold Coast office, and they're saying, bring on the swell at Sintra. So thank you very much to Michael Saunders and all the gang. They compiled an incredible 2015 APB World Tour form guide that we are referencing here throughout the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. As we see Roberto Bruno on this heat with Armando Castro from Brazil as well, and Mr. Dave Hubbard going for this right-hander. Dave's, unfortunately, in and out. Dave is kind of struggling on his heat. Unfortunately, the waves are a bit too small, and Dave is not doing the best wave selection here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. But what's bad news for Dave is pretty good news for Roberto Bruno and Armando Castro, the two Brazilian guys who are dominating this heat, especially Roberto Bruno, with a 7.25 opening wave and a backup wave of 4.10, and that could be fundamental trying to go for a win on this heat and progression into the next round for sure. But with 15 minutes to go, it's a pretty wide open show here at Sintra. And Tessa was talking about Louis Finnegan and the way that young Australian rider, the only Australian rider here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, is riding, and he's an awesome free surfer, but he's doing pretty well here at Sintra Portugal Pro and the World APB Tour as well. Always with a smile on his face, such a easygoing guy, and incredible bodyboarder as well, Tessa.
Yeah, good hair as well.
I'd love to know what brand of shampoo he uses.
yeah, exactly. Give me some. I need it big time. So we got about 14 minutes left on the clock. Roberto Bruno, well, he's dominating this heat. Dave Hubbard on the comeback trail. Davey needing get about a 6.01, and you can see Dub just exploring his options through the inside there. Good strong roll, and again, he's just forever the professional. For my liking, I think I said this a couple of times through our webcast commentary over the years, but two bodyboarders really stand out for me in the world of bodyboarding, and one of them is Dave Hubbard, and the other one is Dave Winchester. Both those guys are so good on the knee, and they're so good prone that they're just two of the most well-rounded competitors on the planet. Here's the little replay, so you can see Dub almost getting a little twisted up on that move on the outside, but he did cash in on the inside section, Carlos.
Sure, you talked about Dave Hubbard and Dave Winchester. I'd say something like it's a Dave file, I guess. Something to do with a name or something. And unfortunately, we don't have Dave Winchester here with us this year, but of course, we hope to have him back at Sintra next year. Sintra Portugal Pro 2016 would be obviously someone we would welcome with open arms. He has done pretty good stuff here through the years, of course, and through the world bodyboarding scene. But still, we have here Roberto Bruno and Armando Castro from Brazil fighting things off against Dave Hubbard from Hawaii, the man who's in the poster for this Sintra Portugal Pro 2015, the man who won here last year, and the man who's still contending for a win here at Sintra Portugal Pro, and of course, especially for another world title on the DK. That's how versatile Dave Hubbard is, a man who's absolutely dangerous when you talk about bodyboarding, even if it's prone, even if it's drop knee, or even standing up. The man does it all on the bodyboard.
All right, well, we've just, I guess we're in the shadows of halftime for this current heat in the water. It's the third heat of the day. It's day number 4. It's round number 5. You're watching the 2015 Sintra Portugal Pro. Big shout out to Nigel Brook, who's enjoying the webcast down under, and of course it's nighttime over there in Australia. They have had some horrible weather. I'm so glad that I got out of Australia when I did. For the last 10 days straight, it's been pelting down rain on the east coast of Australia, and it's been winter type conditions. In fact, it's been colder than winter. So just before I left, we had almost summer type conditions. So I've got out of there and I've caught the tail end of a European summer here in Sintra. It's just a beautiful time to be in this part of the world. Next week coming up, folks, let's highlight the athletes in that one. Former world champion Uri Valadao from Brazil. He'll be wearing the red singlet, taking on Australia's Louis Finnegan. The Joker will be in yellow, and Laudidi Saad from Morocco will be in the black singlet. So that is the next heat in the water. You can see that, just lovely little graphics today, by the way. Miguel from Refresh is on fire. He's been up all night working on this stuff. I love it. Good on you, mate. So And of course, Refresh is, one of the world leaders in their, not just their live scoring system, but also now, really fully establishing themselves as the webcasting experts. If you need to get your event webcast, whether it's a surfing event or whatever, make sure you check out Refresh. Well, that's a nice little move there for Davey Hubbard. Dave's previous wave was a 5.40. He was on the back foot. This is an elimination round, and it looks like he's got something on the inside here, Carlos.
Definitely, he goes for a spin, and he's obviously milking everything he can from this wave and another roll, and I think that's definitely going to be his best wave of the heat. Let's see if Dave Hubbard jumps into contention for this heat again. Definitely, he's got the skills for it, and with 10 minutes to go, that's the ideal point of this heat to go and try to go at the throat of Armando Castro and Roberto Bruno. And what? This is war, guys. And Dave Hubbard, for sure, jumps into second with this wave, 465. So definitely a wide open heat for the Hawaiian guy. As we see on the red singlet in the sand, Uri Valadão, he's preparing himself mentally for the next heat. That's going to put him face-to-face with Louis Finnegan and the Moroccan rider Lauri Sahad. And what a contingent of Moroccan riders here at Sintra this year. Hell of a talent coming from North Africa. These guys have awesome waves out there, and they're taking advantage of it for developing their surf, and they're in full force here at Sintra Portugal Pro for sure this year. And it's a sign of the times, a diversity of bodyboarding world scene with Moroccan riders. We got Ruben riders. We got guys from, Guadalupe, places as diverse as that on the Senegal, etc., Puerto Rico, of course. Well, all the usual suspects, and then some new additions. That's what bodyboarding is all about. It's expanding worldwide, and it's good news for the sport for sure, Teza.
Yeah, we're loving it, and it's going through another resurgence at the moment, and we're very happy with the way things are panning out at the moment at the APB, under the watchful eye of our illustrious leader, Alex Leon, who really grabbed the baton and has moved forward. We've got a great team of guys behind us, bringing back into the fold Tom Wilson, who Tom used to run the GOB back in the day. He's got a lot of foresight, real innovative kind of a guy. Has worked a long time with the WSL in West Australia to turn the Margaret River event into a CT contest. So Tom's got all the all the accolades that we need, and Tom's come in now and is working with us closely on the APB World Tour as a business development manager. So it's exciting times ahead, and we've got some big plans from 2016 to 2020, and we'll be unveiling those as time goes on. Just having a look, I'm just doing the progressions in the round number 6. Look at that first heat for round number 6. David Barbosa v. Ricardo Rosmanino. That is the Battle of the Grommets. Going to be, that's heat 1, round 6. Heat number 2 is a classic as well. Ian Campbell is going to take on Alex Uranga. So this is all yet to come, folks, throughout the day. Effectively what we've got is this round of the men, then we're going to have the women. We'll go back to the men, and then we'll go back to the drop knee. So that's the plan for day number 4 here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. 7 minutes left on the clock. At the moment, Davey Hubbard got what he needed to move himself back into second position. It was a 4.65. That's just up the top of the competitors area there at the moment. And some of the world's best riders just starting to settle in for what will be a big day of competition.
For sure. Meanwhile, on this round 5, we're still going to have on the next heat the likes of Uri Valadão and Louis Finnegan fighting it off. Uri Valadão and Louis Finnegan, they're both contending for the world title this year. Louis Finnegan on the outside of the race. Uri Valadão right on top of things in the second place of the standings, right after Amaury Laverne. Amaury Laverne, who I remind you guys was knocked out of the comp yesterday. A hell of a shocker there for Amaury Laverne. But we also talked to him, and he's pretty amped, and he wants to come back with a vengeance in Nazareth. So pretty exciting times here, and as we are here at round 5, of this Sintra Portugal Pro, with Roberto Bruno leading the heat, Dave Hubbard from Hawaii in second place, and Hermano Castro from Brazil in third. This is like a Brazilian sandwich with a slice of Hawaii in the middle, Tessa.
Yeah, I don't think I want to bite of that stuff at the moment. Yeah, it's very good there. He's been crammed in between two of Brazil's finest, Roberto Bruno and Hermano Castro. Castro, well, what does Hermano need? 456. No, that's nothing, is it? As we see Roberto Bruno just trying to maintain the speed through this little fat section there. If you can get the link up, and he's going to get it here, no doubt about that. He's going to get a chunky little inside section here for Bruno, a couple of forwards, and keeping the momentum going from one move to the other. Good, clean transitions, and the judges look for that stuff, as well as a nice exit as well. 5 minutos, competitores, 5 minutes left on the clock for this current heat in the water. Roberto Bruno was sitting on a 4.1 second best wave. I have a feeling that he's going to get rid of that thing, Carlos, and he'll probably move further ahead. And let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, he's getting speed on his left-hander. A quick, pretty nice roll on that section. Then he links it with the inside, which is paramount in these conditions. We have seen it throughout the contest, the capability of linking the outside with the inside and putting some extra fudge on that cake. So it's Roberto Bruno from Brazil in first, Dave Hubbard from Hawaii in second, Hermano Castro from Brazil as well in third place. And with this last wave, I guess Roberto Bruno has extended his lead as the last wave of Dave Hubbard goes into the scoreboard. As we see, the replay was a small attempted backflip there and a couple of spins, but the wave was kind of pretty small, and so the judges didn't give it exactly the highest of scores. So Dave Hubbard still struggling to keep fighting on this heat. As we see, Hermano Castro, he only needs a 4.56 to go into and in and out. Bad news for Hermano Castro with 3 minutes and something to go. He goes to the bottom of the priority ladder here, so it's going to be pretty uncomfortable position for Hermano Castro. But there's a lot of waves to be had here at Sintra Praia Grande. Conditions are a bit small today. It's the smallest day of the contest until the moment. But there's still some potential there to score and some scoring opportunities for all the riders. So we'll see with 3 minutes to go. It's still wide open, and we never know what we're going to get. It's like, well, as the movie said, life is a box of chocolates, and Praia Grande, my friends, it'll work. It's a hell of a chocolate box for sure.
You and your cliches, Mariano. Well, what are we down to? 2.5 minutes left on the clock. While you were doing that, I was just jumping on the Facebook page and sort of multitasking here, and we can see Davey Hubbard live and into it. Sitting in second spot, Dave Hubbard, second best wave. Let's check it out. It's a 4.65. And if he can consolidate this inside section, Dave may, in fact, raise the bar a little bit for Hermano Castro. Castro, prior to this wave, only needed a 4.56. You can see Dave just lifting up the finish. He didn't get the end that he wanted to, so interesting stuff there, Dave Hubbard. 4.65. I think if he's going to be pushing to improve on it, he might get a 4.85 or a 5 if he's super lucky, but I kind of feel that that's not going to happen. Back to the Facebook stuff. I was just jumping on Facebook because APB have the live now graphic that you'll see it pop up everywhere. And if you see it pop up, drag it. If you've got a Mac, and hopefully you have got a Mac because they're far superior machine to a Android or any kind of PC. But drag it onto the desktop and repost it because it's the power of social media and the power of the bodyboarding community that's going to take this sport to the next level. Davey Hubbard, 4.65, exactly the same score as he got last time. Here goes Hermano needing a 4.56, and that's a clean wave.
Yeah, definitely. It's going. Oh, he starts things off with a small roll on there on the whitewash. That's not going to do it for him, and he tries desperately pedaling for the inside section, try to get a little more score out of there, and he goes into a roll there. And he rides out of it. So I think it's going to be the wave Armando Castro needed. Let's see what our judges think about it with 43 seconds to go. And Dave Hubbard might be in a bit of a spot there.
Well, let's check the replay, the APB replay here of this last wave for Armando Castro. Good, clean, open face at the start. He didn't have much of a lip to work with there. He just kind of flopped it over, and you can see Dub right there. Then he started to... Well, he almost was making love to the board there at one point. He looked kind of crazy. Just working real hard there as he tries to get over that inside section. And finally, boom, nice finishing move for Castro. Can I say that? Maybe it's a fair.
After you say he was making love to the board,
Well, he loves his board. Why wouldn't you? And let's see if it's enough to get Armando Castro out of trouble. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be super, super close. And you can see Castro. Well, the body language is not going to get the score.
I guess that wasn't enough for Armando Castro. Yeah. A 385 for Armando Castro. Unfortunately, not enough. Tessa was talking about a nice finishing move. Well, it was not definitely an happy ending. And so Roberto Bruno and Dave Hubbard progress into the quarters as we see now the heat number 4 of round 5 with Uri Valadão from Brazil, former world champion Uri Valadão, and the guy who has been pretty successful here at Sintra. He already won here 3 times. The former world champion Uri Valadão. Then we have Louis Finnegan in your screens with his first wave, a roll and another roll. Louis groveling like the best of them there on that left-hander. He's looking for something more on the inside. Let's see what this wave has in store for him. He's getting speed and going for this last ramp, and a pretty nice finishing move for Louis Finnegan. We also have Ludi Saha. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, Morocco, if I'm murdering this guy's name. Ludi Saha from Morocco on this heat with the black singlet. But obviously, with all due respect for Ludi Saha, the fight between Uri Valadão and Louis Finnegan, 2 guys who are battling for the world title, is of course the highest point of the heat. Of course, Uri Valadão is in second place, and Louis Finnegan is racing on the outside of this world title race. But still, we'll see if Louis can, for instance, win here at Sintra Portugal Pro. That could be pretty important for him. Louis Finnegan, the young Aussie rider. With the yellow singlet. As we see Uri Valadão answering back on this left-hander. Lots of speed. Pretty nice roll. Uri Valadão. How good is this Brazilian rider, especially here in Praia Grande in these beach break conditions, Tessa? For sure. A guy, as we see, Lodi Saha trying to get something on the board here on this right-hander. Unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate for him. So Louis Finnegan with his opening ride of 4.50 and Uri Valadão with his 3.50 as his opening ride. And Lodi Saha finally awarded with a 2.25 on that wave. So it's the most interesting duel here. It's Louis Finnegan, of course, and Uri Valadão, 2 guys who are contending for the world title, with Lodi Saha trying to put a little bit of sand in the machine here for these 2 guys, these 2 top guys here at the world standings for here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. So it's a pretty interesting start of this heat with everyone already with a score on the board and waiting for something more here at this heat number 4 of round 5 of Sintra Portugal Pro.
All right, well, we're down to 21 minutes left on the clock. Louis opens up with a little foundation score of 4.5. Uri backed it up with a 3.5, and then Lawidi Sayad from Morocco, 2.25. So, yeah, that's the current heat in the water. You're watching heat number 4, round number 5 of the Sintra Portugal Pro. We're celebrating the 20th anniversary of this amazing competition, and thank you very much to Tiago and Arturo and all the guys from the Portuguese Surfing Federation who've been very supportive with making this happen again. Thank you very much, fellas. Really appreciate your your long-time support. Jared Houston, Mike Stewart, Daniel Fonseca, the young Portuguese guy, is coming up in the next one, but it's the generational battle between Jared Houston and Mike Stewart. It's interesting to see them because this round, of course, is reseeded after round number 4, and it just turned out that Jared and Mike ended up in the same heat together. Last time these guys met, it was Mike Stewart getting the better of the exchange, as we see Davey Hubbard there, defending champion of Sintra, just ripping off his rashi. He's a nice bloke, that beach marshal, isn't he? He's always super happy.
Yeah, he's a Brazilian guy. The first time he's working with us here at Sintra Portugal Pro, but for sure a great guy and a great help here at this organization. Meanwhile, you were talking about the next heat between Jared Houston and Mike Stewart and our own Portuguese Daniel Fonseca. You shouldn't disregard Daniel on this heat, guys, because Daniel is a pretty informed rider, one of the biggest talents to come out of Portuguese waves in the last couple of years, and he might do some damage on that heat, especially in these conditions. You are pretty equalizing regarding the talent in the water, because in these conditions the superiority of Mike Stewart and Jared Houston gets a little bit buffered here, and that's the effect of beach breaks. It's a much more democratic wave, so to speak, regarding the riders and their skills in the water. And Mike Stewart, for instance, is a guy who doesn't do very well in these conditions. So Daniel Fonseca, who is very experienced in this kind of conditions, might have a word to say on that heat, Tessa.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, wouldn't it? It would be something pretty cool if you're a grommet and you surfed against Mike Stewart and you beat him. I mean, of course, Daniel Fonseca has age on his side, but Mike Stewart has sublime talent and experience on his side. So, and Mike, back in the old days of the national NSSA circuit that they used to do back in Hawaii and stuff, when Ben and Mike used to fight it out with the boys, and Pat Caldwell and all those guys, they used to do a lot of groveling on mainland USA. So let me tell you, Mike Stewart, although his focus for the last 20 years has been on riding waves of consequence, Mike Stewart has had plenty of experience in riding tiny little waves. And you know what the funny thing about riding small stuff is, Carlos, is that there's nowhere to hide. It really highlights your technique. And when it comes down to technique, there's no one better than Mike Stewart.
Definitely. And it's just a question of motivation, I guess. But still, you have to trust on the competitive side of Mike Stewart. I talked to him a couple of days ago, and he was saying, you know what? I don't feel that much motivation to surf the small stuff anymore. I'm for the past 15 years or something, I've been focusing more on big waves, and so I don't feel that motivated to surf the small stuff. But still, Mike Stewart, 9 times world champion. The guy's a competitive machine. And if he goes, either if it's small, either if it's big, there's something he wants above all else is to win. That's for sure.
Yeah, we had almost had a conversation about this up there this morning. There was Hugo Pinheiro, Jeff Hubbard, and Mike and myself, and I was running late for work. I didn't want to leave it. I love talking to those guys. And let's just go back quickly to Louis Finnegan. No, Louis pulls out of that. We were talking about exactly that. Like we said, the swell hasn't turned up, and everyone's kind of shoulders dropped down a little bit. And then Mike kind of pepped up and said, "Hey, look at that one." And I went, "Well, that's what you got to do, don't you? You have to just put your head in the right space and as it's been said time and time again, all sport is about 70 or 80% of getting your head in the right space and about 20 or 30% of talent. That's a nice little wave there for yellow Louis Finnegan. Louis is going to push that one right the way through. We might just stick with this one and then we're going to go to an interview. So we'll just wait until this wave finishes. And there he is there, ducking out of that one as the Learn to Surf crew. Well, I don't think they should be surfing there. What's going on? Okay, so we'll just see if there's any other waves ridden here. And Miguel and the boys, I think we do have an interview lined up. We'll just wait for the cue from the... there it is there. We are going to throw to an interview and be back right after this. Stand by.
And I'm here with Roberto Bruno. He just won his heat. I'm gonna ask him. You must be pretty stoked with this win. Deve estar mesmo contente com esta vitória.
Tô super feliz. Mais uma bateria vencida. Super difícil. O Hermano Castro, David Rubens. O mar hoje, apesar de ter diminuído um pouco, parece que está mais certo. As ondas estão abrindo melhor. Acho que a leitura da onda ficou um pouco mais fácil de ser feita. E agora é descansar para a próxima bateria que deve rolar daqui a pouco.
Well, he's pretty happy for winning this heat. He's saying the waves are a little bit smaller than yesterday, but a little more regular and clean. So it's easier to read the wave and maneuver. Let me ask you about your board. Did you change the board from yesterday to today? Because the waves yesterday were more powerful and today more flat. Tell me about your equipment.
Eu acabei não trocando de prancha, estou com a mesma prancha que eu competi ontem. Essa minha prancha é mais flexível e com essa água gelada acho que ela funciona melhor. As outras pranchas que eu trouxe estão mais duras, então mesmo com o mar baixando um pouco, eu preferi continuar com a mesma prancha, que foi a prancha com a qual eu avancei as baterias ontem, né?
Okay, his option was not changing the board. It's a pretty flexible board. The other boards are more stiff, so his option was sticking with the same board because it was the board that gave them the other win. So nice choice, congratulations. Até amanhã, boa sorte e vejo-te na próxima bateria. E muito boa sorte, obrigada.
Obrigado. Valeu, obrigado. E queria mandar um beijo para minha família, para minha esposa, para meus 2 filhos, Arthur e Noah. Amor, te amo. Continua torcendo aí. Valeu.
All right, obrigado. That was once again Vilma Vicente doing a fantastic job, and that was Roberto Bruno just talking design about his board as well. There's interesting to look at the characteristics of some of these boards. These small wave boards are a little stiffer, and some of those exchangeable stringer systems. Well, there he is, the legend on screen at the moment, Mikey Stewart. That's a great sight, isn't it? At 50-something. Mike Stewart still taking on the world's best. He'll be up against Jared Houston and Daniel Fonseca from Portugal, who's a Grommet who's really been, in super high good form here. At Sintra, well, Louis Finnegan has gone into the lead. The Blackwells, I can see them now just huddled around the screen with their little cup of coffee. Probably the old man's got a beer there as well, and they're having a little laugh. Louis got, what's Louis got? He's got a 5.5 and a 4.5. Sitting in second spot is Laouidi Sayad from Morocco. And Black's had a 5.75 and a 3.25. And right now at the moment is Uri Valadeo. Uri, of course, a former world champion. And he has also won this contest multiple times. Uri Valadeo has been probably one of the most prolific winners here at Sintra. He's really, he's won it 3 times. So, when it comes to surf and Sintra, nobody knows this joint better than Uri Valadeo, and he only requires a 5.51. Let's just wait and see how this all pans out as we come down to around about 12 and a half minutes remaining. They are 25-minute heats here today for round number 5 of this men's pro tour division, and looks like it is yellow, and on the other side of this was Uri Valadeo. I wonder if Yuri got a big move on the outside. I guess he did, because he's going to stick with this wave. Take us through it, Carlos.
Yeah, sure. As he transitions onto the inside, Uri Valadeo, always a menace here at Sintra. A guy who's won here 3 times already, and he goes gaining speed into the... And that's the way to finish. That's the way to finish. I'm not sure if he did something on the outside or not. we'll see. Okay, we'll wait for this replay. There he goes, Uri Valadão on the replay, and exactly a nice big projected roll on the outside, and he linked it afterwards with the inside. As the waves are catching up here at Sintra, the swells coming in finally as forecasted, and so it's going to be a pretty good day competition-wise here at Sintra Portugal Pro. Meanwhile, I have here with us a special guest star at the webcast booth, Mr. Ian Campbell, a pretty informed rider here at Sintra Portugal Pro. Hi, Ian. Very nice heat you did today, and how are you feeling for the rest of the comp?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It was a really good heat for me. I'm just stoked, kind of going through all the motions again, and yeah, it's been a good run so far, and just keep going and see what happens in the next couple of heats, I guess.
Yeah, but tell us a bit about your performance on that heat. You opened things up with a pretty good hair reverse, and how did you feel about it? Pretty confident to try and throw a move like that on your opening wave.
Yeah, that was actually my second wave that I threw that on, and yeah, I was racing towards a section thinking I was going to do a little roll, and the section just kind of stood up for me, so I thought, it's round, I think it's round 5, and maybe I just kind of pushed the limits a little bit and just went for it, and it worked out really well, landed really smooth and felt good, so the judges rewarded it pretty good. I think if I'd kept going and completed the roll on the inside, it would have been a little bit better, but I'm happy with that.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, we're having Louis Finnegan from Australia. Louis is a very good friend of yours. He's here battling it for, perhaps as we see Ladi Sahat from Morocco going for this right-hander, gaining some speed. Unfortunately, it didn't cooperate for him in the wave. Closed out on it. But as I was saying, Louis Finnegan is a pretty good friend of yours. He's a pretty informed rider here. But the thing is, we don't exactly... he seems so laid back, and he's not exactly your competitive machine, but he's doing quite well here at Sintra. How do you explain this?
Yeah, Louis is the kind of guy that looks really laid back, but everyone knows he's really focused. I mean, he rides a lot of big waves and he rides the small stuff too. I mean, we were chatting just before the event, and he said that he was training a lot in the smaller stuff because he knew it was going to be a little bit smaller, so he wasn't charging any of the rights. And then closer to the end, I think it was a week before we came, he said that he got a big right swell, so he's been training on the bigger waves too, maybe for Nazare, or I'm sure it's not going to be that big and that hairy, but it's going to be about the same maybe. So yeah, he's been training, and he's a fit guy. He watches his diet really well, so he's the kind of guy that seems really laid back and is really focused on himself, and he really knows what he needs to do. It's just really surprising. I've just seen that Yuri's in third place at the moment, and he still needs a 3.76, so he's definitely capable of getting that, but he's our number 2 seed at the moment, and for him to get knocked out now, we'll actually see quite a big change in the title race, so let's see what happens in this heat. As you see, that's Yuri now with a nice clean invert, unfortunately just getting a little bit caught up there, and that's really surprising.
Yeah, for sure. Yuri Valadão, he only needs a 376, and he can do that, I don't know, drunk and asleep on the board. Of course, the 3.76 for Yuri Valadão is nothing. But meanwhile, Ladi Sahat from Morocco is milking this mini wave here. I right onto the sand, and Louis Finnegan with a pretty nice roll. Louis is not going to make things easy for Uri for sure. As he goes, he gets lots of speed in. How good it is to see Louis Finnegan, obviously a guy who is obviously outstanding in the big stuff, but pretty competent on the small surf as well. And a nice roll there. As we see the replay of the Moroccan rider, so it's Louis Finnegan and Ladi Sahat trying to put some... Whoa, it was a pretty good move by Lari Sahar. Pretty nice IRS. How talented are these Moroccan riders? You sometimes you don't know the guys. They came out of nowhere and they charge into this Sintra Portugal Pro with some pretty great performances. So perhaps Uri Valadão, yesterday we had quite of a shocker with Amor Laverne being knocked out of the comp. Let's see if Uri Valadão has a similar fate on this heat. I'm not sure. It's with 6 minutes and something to go. Of course, Uri is very capable of still jumping into the even the lead of this heat, but that would heat things seriously up for Nazaré. Meanwhile, it would be great for the likes of Jared Houston, Louis Finnegan, and even yourself. You're an outsider for this title, but still mathematically it's possible for Ian Campbell to have a look at this world title this year, and that would be awesome for you, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, coming into this year, I never really expected to be sitting in this position, but maybe that's the kind of attitude that I've come in with, just being a little bit more relaxed and a little bit laid back and just surfing to my abilities, and it's paid off. I mean, this contest I've had a really good run, and I'm really stoked, and yeah, it's been good. And to see Uri Omari get knocked out now it'll be a big thing for the title race, and I'm sure it'll also push the rest of the guys to kind of compete harder and to kind of get to that level where we can all be at the top, and it can be a good title race, maybe even in Puerto Rico, or let's just see what happens in Nazaré. But as we see in that last wave of the man from Morocco, he gets a 5, so that'll put him into first place by 0.25 ahead of Louis. So, and Louis also just betted his last wave with a 5. So the guy's really getting to work out there. Uri now needs a 5.26, so this will really add some entertainment to this heat for sure.
For sure, it raises the bar for Uri Valadão a little bit more. He needs a 5.26. Of course, Uri has the skills to do it. He's especially dangerous in the smaller stuff, in the beach break conditions. That doesn't mean he's not a competent rider on the big stuff. We've seen him great performance by Uri in places like Rica or Pipeline. So he's just. He has the full package. Is obviously we're talking about a former world champion, and that doesn't happen by chance, of course. So meanwhile, if Uri, for instance, with 4 minutes to go, if he was knocked out of this comp, as Amaury was on yesterday, things would be pretty interesting in the world title race for Nazaré. And you were talking about Louis Finnegan. And the way he surfed the ride and so on, and he said Nazaré probably wouldn't be as big and as hairy. Well, let me tell you, my friend, it could definitely be. What's your feeling towards Nazaré, and then what are you expecting for that for the premiere of that Portuguese big wave spot in the World Tour?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of videos from it coming into Portugal this year, and it just looks like that wave is out of control. I mean, I've never been to Mexico, like Puerto Escondido area, but I mean, a lot of the guys compare it to that. It's the cold water Porto, and it just looks like it's going to be an insane competition this year. If we judge from what happened last year and the waves that I saw and the videos that came out, if it's anything like that, we've really got a contest on our hands here. And from what I've heard from the swells and the banks that are there at the moment, it might even be better than last year. So it's a good thing for us as bodyboarders and for the sport, as well as the APB, to be able to put an event on there. And it's really all big thanks to the guys from Portugal and everyone putting it on, and thanks so much for having us. I mean, it's just so great to be back here in Portugal. I missed it last year, unfortunately, so coming here back to Sintra and then going to Nazaré, I mean, I'm sure we're going to blow minds when we go up there. So yeah, I'm so amped.
Agora em português, explicando um bocadinho aqui o que o Ian Campbell estava a dizer. Ele diz que está ansioso pela sua participação na Nazaré, onde ele diz que nunca surfou lá, mas que muita gente compara a Nazaré a Porto Escondido, é uma espécie de Porto Escondido de água fria, e ele diz que está ansioso por ir à Nazaré, surfar aquelas ondas, e diz ele que vai... he's going to blow the minds, ou seja, ele vai deslumbrar, vai deixar toda a gente de boca aberta na Nazaré, ele e o restante circo aqui do World Tour, do APB World Tour. Portanto, estamos todos também ansiosos para ver o que é que a Praia do Norte, na Nazaré, reserva para nós. Portanto, um grande abraço para a organização desse evento, que começa no próximo dia 29, e vamos ver o que é que este pessoal do circuito mundial consegue lá fazer. Meanwhile, we got Laudi Sahat from Morocco with 1 minute to go, leading the heat, and what a surprise it is. Well, in these conditions, here in Sintra Portugal Pro, it's such a tricky wave, and with some dark horses from Morocco, the guys from Morocco, we never know what to expect from these very talented, very unpredictable Moroccan riders, and so they're confirming all what we think about them, with a stellar performance by Lodi Sahar with a 575 and a 5, not the biggest scores, but well, enough score to put Louis Finnegan and Uri Valadão in second and third place. And if Uri, with 30 seconds to go, if he gets knocked out of the comp, that would be great news for the title race here, and especially for Ian Campbell, who is here with me in the booth helping me commentate, because Ian still has a mathematical chance to go and get himself his first world title. Of course, he's a bit on the outside of the race, but still... you got Amaury Laverne, who is the leader of the rankings. He was knocked out yesterday. Then you have Uri Valadão, who is the second guy on the rankings. Well, knocked out of the comp now, as we hear the sound of the final of this heat. So Uri Valadão is out of the comp. It's the news of the day, the big shocker of the day, after Amaury got knocked out yesterday. Now it's Uri Valadão, and that's good news for Jared Houston, the third guy on the rankings. Of course, to Pierre-Louis Coste, for Louis Finnegan, who got himself into the quarters here on this heat, and of course for Ian Campbell, who is here with me commentating on this heat. So what do you think about this, Ian? Uri Valadão is out of the comp.
Yeah, we've seen Uri in the past year really doing very well. I mean, the Brazilians are known for these conditions to kind of rip the waves, and yeah, it's just unfortunate to see Uri falling out. I mean, you never ever want your competition to go down. I mean, it's always everyone. I always want the best for everyone. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate that he gets knocked out of the contest now. I mean, very well done to the Moroccans, and yeah, you can see the support on the beach there. These guys are actually coming to this contest, and they are absolutely killing it. I mean, a lot of the guys I haven't heard of before, and they're just coming into this contest and really ripping, and it's so sick to see. So big up to all the Moroccans that are here that are killing it. Yeah, it's amazing, and yeah, to see Uri falling out there, it's a bit unfortunate, but this is what happens. I mean, not everyone can go through. This is why it's competition. So well done to Louis, and yeah, in this next heat we see fellow countryman Jared Houston. So hi to the Houston family. I know they're definitely going to be watching from home. So and good luck to everyone in this heat.
For sure, as we have Jared Houston, who has a big responsibility now on his shoulders. He's the third. He's third on the standings here at the APB World Tour, and as we see him charge for this left-hander, nice roll, looking for something more on the inside. Jared Houston is the third guy on the rankings, and he just saw yesterday Amaury Laverne getting knocked out. Now, on the previous heat, Uri Valadão, the shocker of the day, getting knocked out as well. So he's in a pretty good position to try and do something here at this Sintra Portugal Pro. And as we are seeing here on the replay, Jared Houston, pretty nice style, of course. Pretty good roll there on the red singlet, Jared Houston from South Africa. It's a 5.75 and he jumps into the lead in this heat where we have Daniel Fonseca from Portugal, the young gun from Peniche, and Mike Stewart from Hawaii, the master. Mike Stewart, Mr. Mike Stewart, 52 years old, the legend of the sport. I used to joke saying that if Tom Murray is the father of bodyboarding, Mike Stewart is definitely the mother of bodyboarding. Meanwhile, I have Nuno Cardoso here with us. He's going to pick up here and commentate on this heat here with the help of Mr. Ian Campbell, the South African talent here in Sintra Portugal Pro. So see you in a couple of minutes, guys.
Hello, everyone who's watching back at home and wherever you are, at work or, wherever, as long as you're watching. And things got a little bit interesting, more interesting at day 4. We still got 2 days to go. And another big upset, Uri Valadão, who was holding the current second ranking place at the APB Tour and was the first in line, I would say, after Amaury Laverne fell down yesterday, is the first in line to have a chance of getting that first place in the rankings, and he fell down in round 5. And at the same time that this happens, I have my friend here, Ian Campbell from South Africa. Yesterday, I think this guy has the mojo for sure, because yesterday he was sitting here and Amaury Laverne fell down, and now Uri Valadão fell down. We were talking about it, that you hold the 5th place in the rankings, and now if you could see at home, and if you're watching live, and if you could see it, Ian's got a smile on his face. Not a bad, evil smile, but things are looking good for you, huh, Ian?
Yeah, it's looking really good. I mean, I'm just keeping positive and just going to my strengths. I mean, in the previous heat, I was really stoked to get the scores that I did, and it's just, I just keep going on, I guess. There's nothing special that I've been doing. There's no special rituals I've been doing up here, but as you see the replay of this previous wave here from Daniel, and just a little bit of a smaller wave, a little ARS, really looking, that was a really good little ARS off the foam there, and just waiting for that inside section, linking it through, and yeah, another roll. So he'll be happy with that score, a 4.25, and yeah, that'll just push him up a little bit. But yeah, as we were saying earlier, I mean, it's just awesome to be back here, and I'm just really stoked to have everyone back home supporting me. So yeah, big thanks.
Also stoked must be the Moroccan, Mr. Sahat, who is going for an interview with Wilma outside. Take it away, Wilma.
And I'm just here with Luis Sahat from Morocco. He just won his last heat and eliminated Uri Valadão, the number 2 of the ranking. Congratulations. How do you say congratulations in Moroccan? مبروك مبروك
يلا دابا دزتي التور ديالك قصيتي اوري فالاداو بطل العالم، شنو الاحساس ديالك؟
انا فرحان بزاف هاد الكومبيت هادي اول مره جيت ليها سينترا. فرحان بزاف حيت قصيت اوري فالاداو و كنتمنى نوصل للفينال، وكنشكر الجامعه الملكيه اللي ركوب الامواج والدراري صحابي اللي عاونوني باش جيت لهنايا، وانا فرحان بزاف. داكشي اللي كاين.
He is so happy that he eliminated Uri Valadão, the world champion. He wants especially to thank the Royal Federation of Morocco of Surfer Bodyboarding, the King of Morocco as well, and he hopes to keep on till the final.
Congratulations. Tell me about the Moroccan team is huge, and you're supporting each other, and it's giving results, very good results. Everybody is afraid of going in with a Moroccan guy.
شنو الرأي ديالك في هذا العام اللي جاو مغاربه صحاح بزاف وكل شيء مخلوع منهم؟
حنا عندنا النيفو مجهد في المغرب، وان شاء الله كنتمناو نلعبوا لي زيتاب كاملين والسيركوي كامل ديال لو مون.
He says this year
وكنشكر جميع الملكيه عاوتاني وكنشكر الملك.
he says he's so happy this year the team came stronger. We have coaches like Salah Lareishi, Ahmed Aguzul, Amin Leban, and we have a big crew as well in Prawn Division and Dropney. And he also wants to thank the Royal Federation for helping young people coming doing Compass. He finally wish he could make more steps in the World Tour.
Thank you so much for make the level go up and
Can you see Eid Mubarak Saeed?
can I say
Yeah, you have to say it to Moroccan people. Eid Mubarak Saeed to all Moroccan.
read sorry again I read
Eid Mubarak
Mubarak
Saeed.
Saeed for all Moroccans.
عاش الملك عاش الملك.
Back on the live action, and you did not miss that wave from Mike Stewart, and he got a 6.5. Oh my God, that was so smooth. But meanwhile, how happy and stoked were those Moroccan guys? They have been coming here. They're like 5 or 6 friends. They're all staying together. And Mr. Sahad has been coming from round 1. He pushes on through to round 6. So every day of this competition, he has been on the water and progressing. And he kicked away the current second in the leader in the ranking at the APB. So Uri Valadon drops down, even came ahead of Louis Finnegan, which is in 4th position in the APB ranking. How amazing is this?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to see these Moroccan guys coming up. I've never really seen them before, and just to have a whole group of them coming, and they really do surf. They surf so well, and it's just, it's outstanding to see. I mean, these guys, they're not traveling far, but they're putting their effort in, and they're getting here to the events, and they're entering the events. Coming from round 1 is a big deal. I mean, we've seen only a handful of people, I guess, come from round 1 and do so well in the contest, and into round 6 after winning your round 5 heats, a pretty big deal, especially with the likes of Louis and Uri in the heat. So yeah, big ups to the Moroccans, and just keep pushing for them.
Yeah, that was a very important heat as we had on the same heat. The second at the rankings and the 4th place at the rankings, Louis, and the competitor from Morocco took the best of him. As we see Daniel Fonseca trying to milk this wave all the way to the end, but he failed these areas on the inside. This is a very important heat as well, as Jerry Houston occupies the 3rd position in the current rankings. And wants to progress as well, and remain this campaign for a title shot this year at the APB World Tour. As yourself, Ian Campbell, which when you come to Sintra, you were in 5th, and Louis that progressed was in 4th place. So ahead of you, you only have 2 guys that are right now in competition that have a world title shot.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, these guys are now in contention for the title race, and we obviously do drop a few scores, and there are going to be a few changes when at the end of the day, but it's just so sick to be here. And these guys, I mean, Jared and Louis have both been traveling with them the whole year, so it's just been unbelievable to have these guys support and to support them. I mean, I picked Jared up when he won in Arica, and that was unbelievable. And we all cruised down to the beach and picked Louis up in Antofagasta. So, it's just been unbelievable to have all the guys around, and the support that we show to each other. It's been great. So, as we see Jared on that one, just unfortunately getting a little bit caught up and not making it out of that, so maybe just pulled out. So. But yeah, going back to that, I mean, the guys we all support each other, and it's been unbelievable to have this crazy support, even from back home and on the road. It's something that really helps with your mindset and really pushes you to get further in the event. So, yeah, the squad.
Yeah, we talked about the squad yesterday, and it really does exist. It's not a myth. And there's the likes of guys that comes like Ian Campbell, that comes from South Africa, and Louis that comes from Australia, and Jared Houston is a fellow countryman, but he lives in Puerto Rico, right? Yeah. So these are guys that live all far apart from each other in different continents, and when they pack a win, all of them cheer for each other. So this is what bodyboarding is really about. We are a big family, more than a family. These are a bunch of brothers. And as soon as they get some good results, everyone is cheering for them. As we see right now, I don't know who that is, but he's going fast. Ellington Loreto, okay, this Ellington Loreto from Brazil, getting ready for his next heat. And getting ready for his second wave was Mike Stewart, but he pulled out. Talking about Mike Stewart on this heat, how good was that first wave? And he's got the top score wave so far in the heat.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, you can never really count him out. Yeah, his first wave was incredible. I mean, we were sitting here during the interview and just commenting on that. It was crazy to see that he's just the ultimate athlete, I guess. And as we see Jared on this one, just doing an outside roll and trying to connect it through to the shore rate. Looks like he's done that. So with another clean roll. So yeah, that'll be another good score for Jared. I'm sure that'll push him up into maybe a second place or maybe even first. I mean, he only needed a 1.76, so that'll definitely better his second scoring wave. So yeah, let's just see what happens with that one.
Yeah, Jared already has 5.75, and he definitely needed a backup. We still got plenty of time as we take this replay, and he goes for a roll. He gets a lot of speed on the first section, and he goes for a roll. He tries to fight something on this section, but nothing really happens there, and he pops a little reverse trying to connect this wave into the inside, and as soon as he gets to the inside, he puts on another normal forward and goes for the roll on the inside. So composed, this athlete. It's not by chance that he occupies the third position in the APB ranking, right?
No, Jared's been on the tour for a long time. He's got a lot of experience. He rides really well. He pushes himself, and it's as a result you see him sitting in third position. I mean, this year he came out of the combination situation in Arica and took the win there. So he's definitely got the mindset and he's got the abilities to get this far in the contest. So we see that last wave from Jared just coming in a 6.1. So that pushes him into first, and now Daniel needs a 7.61 and Mark only needs a 1.86. So Mark will definitely be able to get that score and move into second. So maybe Daniel can up his second scoring wave or maybe even better his top wave.
Yeah, we still have 3 Portuguese in the event. Of course, Ricardo Rosmaninho advanced already to round 6. He did a great job. And we still have Daniel Fonseca, which is now competing in this heat. And we still have Manuel Centeno going out on his heat and try to seal a place on round 6. Yeah, but talking about Jerry and about Arica, how classic of a win is that? In the first minutes, you get comboed with high-scoring waves from a man like Amaury Laverne, which is a competitive machine. And most of the people would put their head down and just say, okay, this guy has done it and is the former world champion and nothing I can do. But at the same time, we watch Mike Stewart trying to do something for himself in this wave, and he kicks out again. And we're going back to that theme that we're talking about. And how difficult it is to come out of a combination in heat against the current world champion, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Amaury's, like we said yesterday, he's just the ultimate competitor. I mean, he's super strong, super fit. His riding is just, it's everything he does, he makes, and it's really hard to come out of a combination situation, especially against him. And for Jared to do that, he's got a lot of you got a lot of mind strength and a lot of physical as well as mental ability to do that. So Jared, you can never really count him out. I mean, he's always been up there and he's always been fighting for that top position. So maybe this is his year. I mean, he's already got a first and a fifth under his belt. So this is he's more than capable of getting those scores. And as we see Mark on this one, just going for a roll there, and he's probably going to try to link it into this inside section. So just see him pushing over that little bump there and racing for this end bowl. And now another, just a little bit caught up there, but another clean roll for Mark. So I'm sure that's going to up his score from a 1.86.
Definitely. And when I'm 52 years old, if I'm able to do a wave like this, I think I will come into the sand and jump for like 3 minutes and scream out for 3 minutes because this is amazing. Like we said yesterday, and I was asking Jeff Hubbard was here with me in the booth as we take the replay. Take us a little bit in this, Ian.
Yeah, we see Mark just driving down. He just punches through that lip and gets the roll. Yeah, Mark's got so much experience. I mean, you can see him. He's looking for where that next section's going to build. A little bit of kicking, and then he's just flat boarding all the way through there, and then speed onto the inside. He's got so much speed driving into the section, and another just clean roll. So that gives him a 4.35, and I'm sure he'll be stoked with that, and he'll start building, maybe get another 6.5.
Yeah, as we see Jared Houston looking at this web, not much for him. He must have thought of that. And now in the lead, we still have in the lead Mr. Jared Houston as he packed the 6.1 that pushes him into first place. And then Mike Stewart with that 4.35 taking the second position. And now we have in third Black Daniel Fonseca, our very own Portuguese black, not black as white, sorry, but is riding the black jersey, Daniel Fonseca. He needs now a 6.61, which would be the highest scoring wave on this heat. He's capable of that, don't get me wrong, but 7 minutes still on the clock, plenty of time. Let's see if Daniel can do something for himself here, as he has some very high competition on his hands. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, Daniel, we've seen Daniel in the past definitely be capable of getting that score. I mean, a 6.61 is definitely a score that's attainable, but we'll just see. I mean, Mark's got a lot of experience. Jared's riding really well. Mark's actually killing this competition so far. I mean, we saw him win his round 3 heat and advance straight into this round. So, I mean, Mark's always capable, and Daniel can definitely get the score. I mean, all it takes is one really good wave, and he's back into the competition, and it's very possible for him right now. So I guess we can just watch as we see this swell looking at the back. I'm sure both of these guys will be looking at this one, and yeah, we got no takers, so maybe that was just a little closeout on the back and not offering much for the riders.
Yeah, for sure. I think 6 minutes, not much time, but I think maybe some of the riders can still build 2 scores for their top 2 scores, as we see the lovely small girls setting up something in the sand. As the weekend comes into the Sintra Portugal Pro here at the Praia Grande, a lot of activities will unfold, and we're looking forward for it as the action in the water with Mr. Jared Houston paddling for this left. Take it away, Mr. Ian Campbell.
Yeah, we see Jared with a nice start to that one, and just a roll kind of clean, just getting pushed out by the foam, so that was really cool. And now he'll look to go onto the inside as we see him changing direction and opting to just cut out of that one. So that's just one roll for Jared at the back. I don't know if that's going to better his 5.75, his second highest scoring wave, but then so we got 5 minutes left on the clock now, and I don't know if that's going to better Jared's first or his second highest scoring wave. As we look at this replay here, Jared really kicking hard onto this one and just driving around the bottom, and actually nice clean roll and not really getting caught up there. So let's see what the judges think about that. As you see Daniel here with the little roll and trying to link it onto the inside section, and yeah, there he goes onto the inside section over that little bump and little forward spin. This is looking like quite a nice wave for him, and he just finishes it with a nice clean roll. So I don't know, we're going to have to see if that's going to give him the score that he needs, but that was a really good wave from him, and I mean, we can maybe see him progressing, so let's just wait and see what that wave gives him.
Like I said, I think all of the riders have a chance still to do 2 waves and better their scores. So we see Daniel Fonseca in the replay on this one. He goes for a fast bottom turn. He gets a little blip there and goes for a roll. He connects to the inside with this reverse and has to push a little bit into the inside part of the wave as he connects it with a spin, and he finds this end section for a roll. And we'll just find out that he got a 5.25 with this wave. Not enough, as he needed a 5.61. But like I said, there was still plenty of time for the rider to get 2 waves at least if you're super fast paddling out. And I think that's what Daniel Fonseca will be doing right now. Huh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he'll look to get out there as fast as he can, and hopefully a little set will pop up for him, and he can get the score that he needs. I mean, he bettered that previous wave, so he's now got a 5.25 and a 4.25. So now he's only looking for a 5.61. So it's not a high score, but I'm sure it's attainable if he just puts the motors on and just rushes to the back there. So let's see what happens for the rest of this heat, as we see Mark just sitting at the back. With just under 3 minutes to go, Mark's just probably going to be waiting and keep priority for as long as he can, and see if he can maybe get around Daniel when he gets out there and see what happens.
Yeah, basically we have the priority system working now, and Mike is holding that priority. And we cannot see Jared Houston where he's at, but Mike is on the outside. I mean, just watch Daniel Fonseca at his wave. As we look at Mike paddling for this one and utilizing priority here, we'll take it down with this one as he goes for a roll on that leap. Really smooth lip, and it will try to connect it with a reverse as well to the inside. There's a lot of foam there, so the wave will connect to the inside. Let's see if he can find an inside section for this wave as he turns into the right side, goes back to the left, and goes back to a funny reverse. How good is that to watch a 52-year-old, 9-time world champion Mike Stewart compete here at Sintra?
Yeah, he's just such an athlete. I mean, we were talking with Tanner the other day and trying to figure out what it is that allows a 52-year-old man to compete at such a high level. I mean, just as we watch this replay of Mark on that previous wave, I mean, he's got so much just driving down there, so much knowledge of wave riding, and just coming nice, clean reverse spin. I mean, just to watch a 52-year-old just kind of playing games and messing around in the water here, and as we see this kind of lazy reverse spin, which is, I mean, that's just Mark just having a good time, and it's awesome to see that at 52 years old he can still come out here and compete against these guys. I mean, he's now with 1 minute 15 advancing, so at this stage it's unbelievable to see Mark kind of go through those motions, and you can just see that he's got so much experience on and wave riding skills to get to this level. I mean, as I was saying earlier, we were talking to Tanner, and we said to Tanner, like, what is it that makes this man just the ultimate athlete and just so ready for every competition? And Tanner literally couldn't tell us. He's like, I don't know. He's just that good at what he does. And I know he stretches a lot and he does a lot of physical, and he eats really well, and he does a lot of physical activity. So he's really fit, really healthy, and maybe that's the key to him being here still at the age of 52.
Oh, for sure. I've heard so many tales about this legend, and one of them is that he keeps very physical. As we watch, 20 seconds to go, last chance for Daniel Fonseca to overthrow Mike Stewart at the second place, or maybe even Jared Houston at the first place, and we see a reverse, and he tries to connect this wave to the inside. That will not work for him as we watch the heat unfold, and unfortunately for Daniel Fonseca, he is going to keep the 17th place here at Sintra Pro, which is not bad, and he collects, I think, $200 or maybe $400. So it's not bad at all. As we see Mike Stewart and Daniel Fonseca coming out, and like we were talking about Mike Stewart, and we all know he's as well a world body surfing champion. So he basically does anything in the ocean. He's like very ocean-wise, like you said, and he's fit, and he has the mind game, he has the mindset. As we go for commercials, we leave you with that. We'll be back for some action. And we were back. We were discussing as we watched that commercial how cool Sintra looks like, and we're discussing the palaces, the castles, and the botanical gardens, and all the history behind it. And Ian was telling me that you're keen to visit that. As we watched the replay from Ellington Loureiro, the Brazilian in red going for ARS, Brazilian style. It's so effective, those flips from the Brazilians. And they get the scores for this as he connects the inside with a spin. And he tries to find something on the inside. Let's see what happens while we were in commercials. Oh, this is a good inside section. What is he going to do? Oh, my God, another ARS into the inside. This is going to be high-score wave, and he got 7 points.
Yeah, I mean, Heliton, we've seen him here in the past, and he really does rip on these waves. So it's no doubt that he's just done those two moves on that wave, and we see that Ed has also dropped. He's dropped a 3 so far, and Jeff's just got 2 low scores of a 1 and a 2.85. But Heliton with a really good opener there. I mean, he's going to be really happy to open with that, and I'm sure you'll just keep pushing and try and match that score, if not better it. So this should be a really good heat. I mean, we can never count out Edda or Jeff in these conditions. I mean, they both rip, and yeah, it's definitely possible that either of them could get those scores, and so this should be a pretty entertaining heat.
Oh, for sure, we got former world champion, we got as well former ICA champion Eder Luciano 2 times, and we got Ellington Loureiro, which is a Brazilian competition machine, as all Brazilians are. They are not here to play games, I can guarantee you that. And they are a bunch of them, and they are thirsty. They want to progress. They want to take the top places. Going back to Sintra, we were talking about the commercial we were watching, and Ian was keen to go and visit all the surrounding areas.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I haven't done here before, so yeah, I'd love to go see the castle and a couple of the palaces. And you were just talking about the botanical gardens, which is something that's really sick, and I've never been able to get the chance to. So I've stayed a couple extra days here in Portugal, so maybe I'll get the chance to kind of go through, and I really hope I get the chance to see it all. So it should be quite cool.
Yeah, it's the experience of a lifetime here at Sintra as we go to interview with the winner of the last heat, and it was Jared Houston.
And I'm here with the winner of the last heat. It was a slow heat because the waves are not coming. How was it?
Yeah, it's difficult out there. Just so fat, and tide's coming in fast, so it's real difficult to find the scoring rides, the ones that line up. So I'm just happy I found 2 and went through.
Of course, you are there. With the elimination of Maurice Laverne yesterday, and today Yuri Valadão, you're a step closer to the title.
Yeah, for sure. It's good for me. Unfortunately for those guys that fell out, but I'm happy to be able to gain a little bit of ground. It definitely doesn't mean too much, but it means that I can get a little bit further ahead. So I'm happy with the opportunity.
Of course, here you want to go as far as you can to the final and win the championship. But the next contest is in Nazaré.
Yeah.
The waves we expect to be big waves.
Yeah.
What do you expect?
I'm looking so forward to that contest. I love Nazaré, I love the place, and the waves are amazing. So I can't wait to get there and just put in a show.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
And we're back. That was Jared Houston from South Africa, representing the squad, as Mr. Ian Campbell right by my side here at the booth is calling it. The squad is, if I don't get me wrong, is you, your fellow man Safa, Jared Houston, Louis, and Jacob Romero. And Tanner McDaniel, don't you draw out Tanner. So the squad is doing good. Unfortunately for Tanner, he already lost in the men's division, but still he's got the pro junior division to take on. And I think that's where he fits best, as he's leading the rankings, and he has got some job on his hands, as the Brazilian kids are doing very good. And I've been watching some of the kids, and I'm pretty impressed with the performances they've been putting here at the Sintra.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to see. I mean, Tanner really had a bit of a hard time in the last competition. He really battled. He got really sick, and it was just sad to see, because, I mean, he was surfing so good at the beginning of the contest, and we were looking to see big things from him, and unfortunately it just didn't pan out, but that's how it goes sometimes. And Tanner's definitely going to be looking to take out some of those Brazilian guys, as we see Jeff just having a little look at that and not wanting to go, but there's another one building on the outside, so let's just see if maybe he's going to have a look at this. Yeah, but as I was saying before, sorry, the pro juniors, Tanner was just unfortunate the last time, and the Brazilian kids are really looking good this contest. I mean, as I said before, these are the kind of conditions that the Brazilians love, and it's really sick to see these two kids coming from Brazil and absolutely killing it. I mean, Mateus Bastos and Socrates Santana, just to name a few, and as well as David Barbosa. These kids are absolute rippers, and we've seen David progress through to round 6, actually winning his heat, and it's just awesome to see these kids are just absolutely ripping it up and really taking to the open men's, and it's just, I mean, I love it. I love watching the younger kids come up and just advance through all these heats and get so far. So Tanner's definitely still in the running for to do very well in the open division, in the men's division. So let's just see what he has planned for the rest of the competition.
Oh my God! Talking about David Barbosa, he is in round 6. He did win his round 5 heat, and I've been watching that kid. How fast does he spin? How fast does he do those flips? And he combines all of that into a wave. And he's beginning the scores and he's progressing through. And like I said yesterday, don't get me wrong, I'm not discussing styles. I don't have a preference, but I'm for functionality and technique ways of riding the waves, and how technical and fluent that kid is on the wave.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching him the first couple of days, and his spins are just so quick, and I guess it goes back to his, I think it's Salcohara in Brazil, where his local breakers, and if you watch him ride there, you'll really understand where he gets all his style and his speed, and all he's really technical at riding that spot, and it's awesome to watch him there. I mean, I got the chance to get a little glimpse of him riding there this year while we were in Brazil. We went down there for a little clinic, and it was just unbelievable to watch him surf his home break and absolutely tear those waves apart. So he's definitely one to watch out for in the future, and I'm sure in the pro juniors he'll definitely be someone to watch out for. So big ups to him. I mean, he's come far in this competition, and I'm sure he'll keep going.
Yeah, definitely. For those ones who don't know where Sakurado is in Rio de Janeiro, right in front of a favela called Rocinha, one of the biggest slums in Rio de Janeiro. And bunch of the kids, it's their beach. That's the beach in front of the slum. They just have to walk a little street, and they're there in the beach. And if you go surf there, you'll see body surfers, bodyboarders taking a go at that wedge. It's a left-hand wedge that bounces off a natural rock next to another slum called Vidigal, and it's a pretty good bodyboarding wave.
Yeah, it's a really good wedge. Yeah, we as I said earlier, we had the chance to go there this year, and you just watch. I mean, I saw about 50 guys in the water, and every single one of them were just killing it. So, I mean, Brazil's really got a lot to offer in the way of bodyboarding, and these kids are definitely coming up. As we see Jeff just having a look at this one, he's going to go. And we just see him just punching a nice roll, kind of getting a little caught up there, but he's going to push through for sure. And he's going to look to the inside maybe to link this up with another little roll or something, and unfortunately just ducking out. So that's just a one-move wave for Jeff, and he'll definitely build on that, and he's still got just under 13 and a half minutes left in this heat, so he's definitely got the capabilities to go further in this contest. As we see Eda now looking at this one, just taking off, going and throwing a nice ARS there with a nice forward spin. So that's kind of Eda's trademark, is to do those ARSs like that, and just you can see he just loves the smaller waves, even though he's a big guy. I mean, Ed is definitely over 6 feet, and you just see him linking that wave really nicely, and that'll be a really good score for him. I'm sure that'll better his 3-point ride and maybe even his 4.25. So, yeah.
Yeah, we watched the replay of Jeff Robert going for the roll. He gets a bit stuck up on that one, but he rides out and still waiting for that score, I think. And for the score of this last of yellow, which was Eder Luciano, we're talking about that textbook ARS style for Eder Luciano. This is his trademark with those ARSs, and he combines it with a spin after, and as he takes this wave into the inside and tries to maximize his score here, as he just got a 5-5 on this wave with this roll on the end. And the last wave from Black Jeff forward was a 3-8-5. Jeff still needs to build up a score here because the Brazilians are putting up something already on the board, as Ellington Loureiro is still waiting for his second wave. He got this first wave, he got busy real early, and he's got a 7 points, and he's looking good in this heat.
Yeah, Helleton's looking really good. I mean, he comes, I'm not sure where in Brazil he comes from, but they all these guys are just they're riding so good at the moment. I mean, in these conditions, as I said before, they just really love these conditions, and they really get good projection and good spins out of this, and you can see that in Helleton's first wave. I mean, he came out and he really did well, and he got a 7, so he's just going to definitely wait, and he knows he's got a good score, and all he needs is a 2.76. So, I mean, this is very attainable for him, and he's just going to wait and see if he can get some waves towards the end of the heat. I guess we've got just over 11 minutes now left, and that's more than enough time for him to get busy. As we talk about Helleton here, he looks at this one, and he's going to go. Just doing a quick little forward spin there into another one, kind of trying to look for the section, and a nice roll out of that section. So he'll look to link through to that inside bowl, and just opting to get out of that one and maybe just paddle out and get a better score. But he only needed 2.76, so he'll definitely get that second score that he needs and go into first position at this mate.
Yeah, definitely. He was already in second place, holding second place, but he needed one backup score as he takes off with a 360 and goes for another forward spin, and he packs it up with a roll at the end. We're still waiting for the score of this wave, and he definitely jumped into first place as he needed a 2.76 here. And Jeff still needs 2 good scores. He still has time to build up on those 2 scores as we have 10 minutes to go. But the forecast said the swell is going to bring a little bit of punch here today. But we're still waiting for that to come in. As we saw early morning, the wave seemed to drop a little bit comparing to yesterday, but we see some sets pushing through. What do you think about conditions for today?
Yeah, I mean, the conditions when I got down this morning were absolutely unbelievable. I mean, it was like glass out there, but just it looked like it had dropped off a little bit, and now we see there's a couple more sets coming through. I mean, it's a little bit harder to tell on this webcast exactly how the ocean is and what's moving and everything else. So maybe when we go take a look later and just see what it's like, but I'm sure it's going to be building throughout the day. There was talk of a big period coming through, so if that doesn't hit today, hopefully it's going to hit tomorrow and make for some exciting riding out there. But yeah, I mean, as we see today, the conditions aren't bad. There's a couple waves on the outside. I got a good one in my heat, so I was pretty stoked with that. But yeah, we can just wait and hopefully the conditions pick up towards the end of the day. I mean, we've still got the women's and another round of the men's and the drop knee to come, so it's going to be a full action-packed day and it's going to be quite a long day for all of us. So yeah, let's just see what happens, I guess.
Yeah, especially for you because you're still in the DK division, so you had round 5 to deal with. You progressed, which is quite good, but at the same time now you have to deal with round 6 of men, and then after that still compete in the drop knee as we watch this Eder Luciano wave and he kicks out. How hard is to have 3 hits in a day at the international level? But we'll get to that as we watch Ellington Loureiro trying to go for his third wave. He got a 5.19. He's taking the lead right now. We're talking about how hard is to have 3 hits in the same day, but at this international level where you cannot make one single mistake.
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, you need a lot of mental focus as well as physical ability, and knowing that we were coming to Sintra, I kind of took my training very seriously just before I got here, and I was running a lot to keep the cardio up and doing a lot of gym work. So we'll get back to that now as we see Jeff taking off on this one. Just waiting for the section and unfortunately just cutting out. So Jeff not really enjoying that wave, and he's going to just go back out to the outside and look for another one. But as I was saying, yeah, coming to Sintra, you know it's going to be long paddles and we know it's going to be long paddles and a lot of heats during the day because we got a lot of sunlight here. So there's a lot of time during the day to run heats, and I just kind of trained knowing that that's what we were coming towards. And you kind of just have to prepare yourself mentally and physically for these heats. And yeah, I'm still in the drop knee, but I'm not really focused too much on that. It's more of the pro for me right now. I mean, I'm sitting in a good position, and the title race is now definitely on. So I'm going to look to just kind of get through today and then look to tomorrow, I guess, and focus more on the pros and the round 6, and then look at the drop knee as just some excitement and just some fun to have on top of whatever we're doing here. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked, and I'm feeling good in the water and feeling good mentally. So hopefully we can just keep it going.
Yeah, and there you got it for all the viewers at home. This is no joke business. You have to train hard. You have to keep up with the level. Otherwise, you're going to get knocked out in these rounds. And as we saw from this little talk with Ian, who was right here by my side at the booth, he said he trained a lot because he knows the paddles here at Sintra are hard, and there are currents, and there are all kinds of different variables that you will find in a competition. And he's looking for the pro as Amaury Laverne and Yura Valadron dropped out of this competition. So he's looking sweet for going up in the rankings as Louis Finnegan that progressed and Jared Houston as well, which are the two competitors that are up above you in the rankings right now. As we have a little bit more than 5 minutes to go on this heat, we like to remind you that you're riding as an amazing bodyboarding game. How cool is that? And you can have it on your cell phone. I do have it on my cell phone. It's addictive, and you can check it out at uriding.com. Manny and the boys over there are doing a cross promo for APB alongside the U-Riding game. You download it, put it on your cell phone, and play it as hard as you can, as I do it, and it's addictive. I have to stop sometimes. My fingers get blisters. Do you have the game on your phone, Ian?
The game, I mean, yeah, I was kind of playing a little bit in the last event and kind of just taking my mind off the water. So it was really cool for me to just have the game, and Manny V and the boys there. Big shout out to them because they're doing a fantastic job. Yeah, boom. But it's just so sick to see that we've got a bodyboarding game. I mean, I've shown so many people, and they're just blown away by how the game is and the ability that you have on there to throw some reverses or some rolls or whatever it is that we do. And it's just so sick to have it. And yeah, big ups to those guys for bringing out this game and just kind of showing the world exactly what's going on. So definitely check that out at uriding.com, and let's see what happens in the future. I mean, I know I think it's Brazil that's coming out next, and on the 28th of August, and I can't wait. I mean, every day I check it just to hope that the date's coming closer and closer. So yeah, thanks guys. I mean, it's been amazing so far, and just keep up the good work.
Yeah, I've been playing in the past in the computer, but now I can take it everywhere. Because I follow Manny V, I follow Pierre-Louis Coste, who is an ambassador for U-Riding as well, and they were always teasing, saying that the cell phone, the platform was about to launch, and I was always checking that app at my phone, and it would never pop out. And right now it is available, and you can download it. You just search for U-Riding, and you can have your game in your hands, in your phone. And I had a little bit of chat a couple of weeks ago with Manny V, and he was telling me that this might be a secret, but I'm busting it out because this is a Sintra Pro 20th anniversary year, and we're going to have Portugal on the game. Oh my God, how exciting is that? Maybe we have Sintra there.
Yeah, that's going to be all time. I mean, there's a couple locations that they put out, and and it just looks like it's going to be an amazing end to the year, I guess. They release the games every once in a while. I'm not sure exactly how long they are, but every new location comes out, and it's just so sick to see what these guys are doing. I mean, Chile was unbelievable. I don't know if you've had the chance to go there, but yeah, just it'll be so sick to have Portugal on there. I can't wait to surf waves like Sintra and Super Tubos and Nazare, and just kind of get into the local feel again. And just, I mean, I know it's just a game, but it's just so sick to have the opportunity to just travel around the world on your phone and just surf these waves, even though it's kind of digitally.
Yeah, true. It is a game, but at the same time, it's very technical. And you see the moves for those ones who bodyboard. You see that's like a real virtual platform for bodyboarding and the moves that you are able to do there. As we watch Jeff Hubbard, that's no stranger for moves here, but that wave doesn't cooperate with him. And Eder Luciano takes that left and tries to take it to the inside. I didn't know what he do on the outside, but he did a nice ARS. As we can listen in the back, all the Brazilians cheering for him, and he puts his hand up. He likes that.
Yeah, he'll definitely like that. I mean, we don't know what he did on the outside, but coming into that inside section, you can still see there's a really good bowl there. So it's a nice ARS for him on the inside, and I'm sure that's going to up his 4.25 that he needs. And as you see Jeff kind of looking in the last minutes for this N wave, and he just starts off with a little roll on the outside, and unfortunately not exactly what he wants. So Eder drops another big score. I mean, that's a 6.25. So that's going to mean that Jeff now needs a 7.91, which with a minute to go it's very possible for Jeff. I mean, we've seen him in the past to get these waves in the last couple seconds. So Jeff's going to look to paddle back to the outside and just wait and hopefully get something that links through to the inside, and he can get the score on. Otherwise, we see Heliton and Eder going through to round 6, which is awesome for the two Brazilians.
Yeah, they did. Eliton started with a great campaign on his seat. He started with a strong 7. He backed it up with a 5.9, and he's taking the lead at the moment. Eder just came out of the water, as we saw on the last wave. He got a 6.25. As we see Ellington trying to build up his score a little more, and he goes for a roll. Can he handle that explosion, that water explosion there on that right hand? That he could not, but it's 10 seconds to the end, and it looks like another upset there at Sintra. This is the year of the upsets, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these conditions are always difficult. I mean, you can never really count anyone out in these conditions, and unfortunately Jeff just not really getting the scores that he wanted and that he needed to progress. But it's just unfortunate to see these guys. I mean, these top guys are always riding so good, and they're so consistent, and to see them getting knocked out, you just know that these conditions are not easy. As Jeff goes for a little double knee, so he doesn't look too disappointed. At least he's having a good time in the water, and I'm sure everyone's just stoked to be back in Portugal. I mean, this event's very cool. We get a lot of fans on the beach and a lot of people coming to just join us here, and it's just so sick to have everyone down here and to have all the pros out, and I'm sure everyone just so stoked to see everyone here as we watch Pierre-Louis Costa from France, Brahim Idouche from Morocco, and Anas Hada from Morocco. These guys are going to get busy in the water here as we see Anas looking on this inside section, going for a lot of speed and nice clean roll in the inside. So that's going to be a good score for him to just open up his campaign for this heat, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, Anas Hadar is one of those Moroccan riders that we were talking about that is coming from round 1. And I see this competitor do some great moves. He already did 2 inverts in this competition in different heats, of course. But it's a move that we haven't seen a lot because the waves are not helping a little bit. You cannot get the speed that you need for that kind of move or the right ball to do that kind of move. But this Moroccan athlete looks like he has found those kind of waves that allows him to do nice inverts. And I'm not talking about a forced invert. It was quite fluid and quite nice. And he's progressing since round 1 alongside Brahim Idouche, who is already a Moroccan legend here at the Bodyboarding World Tour. We've been seeing Brahim for a couple of years now, and we got the likes of Pierre-Louis Coste, former world champion, and oh my God, Pierre is capable of anything, as we know. But talking about Brazil in the last heat, we have here the Ride It magazine, And as well, I think it was 18 years special. So this magazine has been around in Brazil for 18 years. I don't know if the guys here at the live webcast can show this. This is Ride It magazine. Can you just put this live, please, for us? As we show the cover of José Otávio in Itacoatiara busting this huge invert. I'm covering my face, and we got here Ian Campbell looking at the cover, at the camera, and this is huge. This is Ride It magazine, 18 years in the making. Elmo Ramos, the editor, is here at Sintra, and you can have a chat with him and buy an issue, and this is amazing. You know what's amazing about this? This magazine was issued through crowdfunding. How sick was that? Elmo had an idea to put this project of him 18 years later in crowdfunding, and people contributed, and this magazine got alive in this day and age, which is very hard to have a magazine printed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a really big cost, but the cover just blows me away. We saw José Octavio in Brazil and Chile just absolutely killing it. And he's a fellow reflex rider. I mean, he's part of the team in South America. So just a big up to Ryan Hardy and everyone at Reflex, because they're doing such a good job just putting these kind of guys on the map. And José really just kind of, as we see him here, he just took to the air and just kind of went crazy in Chile and Brazil, and it's just so sick to see riders like him and more coming through the works, just thanks to these guys, the guys from Ride It. I mean, he's even got a back page with a mental barrel, so he just rips, and it's so sick to see these guys just getting into the magazines and really doing a good job. So big ups to Elmo. I mean, I saw him at the beach. He's just got so much energy in him, so it's so sick to see these guys just absolutely killing it and getting the South Americans and everyone else on the map. So big ups to him.
If you can show this live again, it looks like Elmo is trying to, as we watch the replay from Anas Adar, before we go check this picture out in the magazine, Ride It magazine, we got Anas Adar getting busy and already packing the second wave. Let's see, he's getting so much speed. How fast does this Moroccan rider go? Look at him. And he goes for an invert again. We're talking about that. Can you take us through this? That was a nice invert.
Yeah, you just saw him getting so much speed and just kind of pushing all the way through to that inside and just throwing that invert. I mean, it was so sick. He just, he really built up and really pushed through that first and second section and went for a nice clean invert. So that's going to give him a good score of a 5.5 and definitely push him up into first place and make the other two guys, the more experienced guys, Pierre and Brahim, a little bit stressed out there. As we see Pierre on his first wave here, nice 2 rolls on the outside. Unfortunately, just getting a little bit caught up there on the second roll. So that'll give Pierre a little start, and I'm sure he's going to build on that and maybe throw a couple backflips in.
As we saw that last wave from Pierre and that invert from Anas Adar on the replay, we're going to go to the interview of the winner of the last tweet. Take it away, Vilma.
And I'm here with Ellington Loureiro, que foi o vencedor da última bateria, the winner of the last heat, with a very, very good wave, with 2 backflips, 7-point wave, uma onda de 7 pontos, foi uma onda excelente. Esta bateria.
Eu tô com uma bateria passada, né? Meu terceiro round eu tive a primeira onda muito boa, então minha escolha está sendo essa, esperar um pouco e pegar a primeira para conseguir fazer uma onda muito boa. E aí eu sou daqueles atletas que ou eu arrisco tudo e ganho a nota ou eu perco se eu errar. E graças a Deus abençoou mais uma vez ali, acertei o primeiro back, dei o normal e aí a onda armou de novo, eu falei vou dar outra e dei, super feliz. Jeff é um ídolo para mim, ter passado essa bateria junto com outro brasileiro, Éder Luciano. Agora é tentar tirar uma pedra no meu caminho aí, que é o nono. Já fiquei nono em Itacoatiara e também em Arica, agora vamos que vamos para a próxima.
Okay, his tactic was a very good tactic, going and giving everything in the first wave, and he did it. He's saying that he's an athlete that gives it all or nothing, so it was a nice bet, a good bet. Now, in the way, he wants to overcome the 9th place result that he had in the 2 competitions before Portugal. So let's see what happens. Congratulations, muitos parabéns e boa sorte.
Obrigado, vamos que vamos. Vamos, Brasil! Um abraço para todos!
And we're back in live action as we see Pierre packing a 5.25 with that 2 roller. He didn't finish the second roll, but the first roll was quite nice. And we see Anazadar getting a 5.5 on that invert. So things are looking good, at least for the Moroccan in black and Pierre so far. We still got plenty of time to go. And we're asking for the live crew to showcase this wave that we're talking about. The man on the cover is riding here Chile Mutant, and they are advertising the next issue for Ride. I hope they can make it as well. There we see Shaper Gato from Refresh Sports, one of the brands that are supporting this event here at Sintra. This is a factory in Peniche. I think there's not a lot of factories that produce bodyboards around the world, and we got one here in Portugal. That's how big the sport is here, and this is a big family. As we see a Brazilian magazine having an advertise for a Portuguese factory and what's so not. So this is like a big thing for us to have still magazines in print, although the online supports are very good, and we got a lot of online magazines, and pretty much everything is digital now. But the feel of a printed magazine is always different. Can you tell a little bit about that feeling, and how cool is this crowdfunding and all the industry all over the world getting involved?
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea behind it, and it's just so sick to see that these guys are just putting so much effort into the Ride It magazine. Just to have these guys, the printed mag is just like, it's something else. I mean, to have that in your hands and to just have a browse through and see all these guys, I mean, this is the kind of thing that in the past made the heroes, and it's just so sick to see guys like Jose Octavio and Alma really putting a lot of effort into this whole thing. So a big ups to them. I mean, the crowdfunding is always a mission, and you're always pushing it on people, but it's sick to see that these guys are just getting it done really, and getting the mag out there, and just having a printed copy is just something else. As we look at the replay here from Anasada, he just a lot of speed walking into this one, a nice roll off the foam, and he's just going to look to push through into the inside section, and unfortunately just ducking out of that one. So that's not going to be a score that's going to count on his behalf, and he's just going to look to his next waves to kind of get a little bit further ahead of these two guys.
Yeah, for sure. Brahim is starting to build his campaign here at this heat. He's still got plenty of time to go, 15 minutes. And going back to the crowdfunding, we got our own Portuguese magazine once again. Sorry for the live crew. Can you please give us a live feed right now again? This is the latest Vert magazine, and we got João André Magoito on the cover. This is a Portuguese wave. This is the kind of waves we get in winter here, and they're always dominated by bodyboarders. And if you go to the Vert magazine Facebook page, you can go as well to the Ride It Facebook page. Please link it up, rideit.com.pr, but we still have a Facebook page and Instagram account. Same for Vert magazine. Go to Vert magazine at Facebook and Vert magazine on the Instagram. Vert is as well one of the supporters here at the Sintra Pro Portugal for maybe the 20 editions that we have been having here, as this magazine is 20 years old as well. So the sport is very rooted here at Portugal. We still do it for the fun of it, and we still do it competition-wise, as we have this international event here. So my challenge is, how cool is magazines to be crowdfunded? Because we depend on the riders or everyone else that likes the sport to buy the magazines. But if you support the magazine before and buy the magazine before it even comes out, the magazine, this type of magazines get paid, because, like you said, this is our expensive times, and the digital media took over. But the feel of having printed a magazine in your hand, especially when you get a shot of you, you want to see the shot in your hand and show it to your parents, to your friends, and share it on the social networks. So go to Vert magazine right now at Facebook and Ride It right now at Facebook, and comment if you would like to see more crowdfunding magazines. What do you think about this idea? And this is the question I launched you. What do you think about this idea? And what do you think about having printed magazines still running all over the world?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's kind of fallen away. As we look at Brahim here on this one, he just does a little roll off the foam there, and he's coming around, little cut back, and he's going to set up for this inside section. I mean, we've seen this so many times today already, and another little cut back, really smooth from Brahim, and he's just going to throw into an ARS here. So that was a really good wave for him. That's definitely going to go into, or he's only had 2 waves, so that'll be his top scoring wave at the moment with a 5.3. But going back to this crowdfunding, I mean, it's just absolutely amazing to see these guys getting these magazines out. I know there was a little bit of talk about having Movement coming back in, which is one of the big Australian branded magazines, and it's going to be so sick to have those guys back. I mean, I know Ben's been working really hard to kind of get that back up and running, so it'll be sick to have Movement and Ride It, and as well as Vert and Riptide all printing magazines again. So it's kind of something that's fallen away due to the digital age, but I'm sure it'll come back. As we see Pierre with a nice ARS there, nice backflip, and he's going to look to go into this inside section. I'm sure he's going to, throw a little forward spin in there and just wait for that section to build up, and he goes for another ARS. So that's really sick from Pierre, and even links it with another roll. So that's definitely that'll probably be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. So big ups to Pierre. That was a really sick wave for him.
Yeah, for sure. This is what Pierre does. This is how he won a world title. And he keeps doing it. And he was in 3rd place. I think he's going to find himself moving up a little bit, maybe up to the 1st place. We're still waiting for that score. He also already has a 5.25, so he's going to better that, I think. I'm not a judge, but I think he's going to better that one as we take the replay here. And he gets that left. He goes for the lip, and it was like kind of a backwash that pushed him into the air. And he twisted that flip really fast as he goes to the inside. He connects it with a spin, and he tries to find another section here on the inside, and another backwash, and he does another flip and still ends it with a roll. How good was this combo? And I think the judges are now evaluating this wave, and we're still waiting for that score. And going back to the magazine issue, and yeah, it's true. All over the world, the magazines seem to have dropped a little bit, but I think the feel of all the riders and all the community in bodyboarding wanting to have the printing magazines in their hands will make the editors and the owners of magazines and the publishers have that magazines throwing out. We're talking about Movement, we're talking about La Boogie, that recently disappeared, and Riptide still keeps going on, and I think it's the long-lasting bodyboarding magazine in the world. Big ups to Riptide and all those guys doing a great job over there. We got 360 here as well. Surf used to have bodyboarding as well. I think that disappeared a little bit. And Medusa magazine as well from Spain. Big ups to Medusa. They had printed versions of their magazines, and I think it's very important for all of the industry and all of the community be able to afford this luxury. It's a luxury, but it doesn't cost too much. What's the price on this Vert magazine? It's €3.95. How ridiculous is that? And Ride It magazine, it's 20 reais, which would be like maybe €4 maximum, something like that. So it's ridiculous to get so much good stuff on a magazine in your hand and get amazing pictures from all over the world. As the digital era advances and we have to deal with that, also the quality in the magazines and the pictures gets better. So getting a printed magazine nowadays is like a work of art.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these guys have really put a lot of time and effort in, and I don't think a lot of people realize how much time and effort they really put in. So, I mean, to have the printed copy, you really need to kind of get the good images and get everything together. So these guys are putting a lot of effort in, and it's sick that a lot of the people are supporting them. So it's just nice to see, and I hope it continues. Even though it's the digital age, I hope we still have these printed magazines in a couple of years to come. And as we see Pierre's last wave, an 8.5, so that was a really good wave for him. And Asara also, he comes through with a 6.75 on his last wave, so that's a big up for him. I mean, he's going to be a little bit ahead of Brahim and only needs a 7 to actually take the lead. So this heat's really coming together, and it's going to be a good one for sure.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard for Brahim to watch his fellow countryman Azadar coming all the way from round 1, and he's trying to conceal a place in round 6. How amazing is this? We've seen one Morocco do that. I'm calling him Mr. Sahad because his first name is very hard to say. And I have to give a big shout out to all the Moroccan fans watching right now live. Your friends, your athletes, your competitors are doing a great job here at the Sintra Portugal Pro 2015. And I hope in the future they get a magazine as well, because they got the talent, they got the riders, they have the waves. I know they have the waves. I've never been to Morocco, but I do know they have the waves. Maybe it's the next country to have a bodyboarding magazine, who knows? And puxar a brasa bocadinho à minha sardinha, pulling the sardine to my coal, as we say in Portuguese, and this is the best translation. This cover, actually, if you can go live once again, please, all the crew here. This cover here, you know who shot this cover, Ian? It was myself. So this is how proud I am for this issue to come out, and this is one of the best issues ever for Vert Magazine. You can get it, so go to Facebook, Vert Magazine, and this was shot by myself, and this was a very important session for us. This is a wave that we be keeping for a secret here in Portugal, and this time the conditions came alive, and usually we have brown water and closed skies and all gray, but this day everything came into place, and it was an historical session. The guy riding here is called João André, and is a local here. He's been surfing here for 10 plus years now on the lows, and now it was revealed. So this magazine has plenty of juice inside, and if you can buy it while you are in Portugal, or you can even order online. That's it. You can order it online, and I'm gonna give this copy here to Ian so he can drool a little bit on our waves. And if you were lucky enough, I think this is the start of the season here at Portugal, and you can get waves like these in the surrounding areas. So this is how cool and how innovative the sport still is in Portugal. And all over the world, we're still pushing. We talked about Louis Finnegan's film yesterday. You see, those kind of things deserve to be printed, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, those are the kind of waves that you really want to see. I mean, that's like a 15-foot bomb at the right, and these guys are just pushing the level. So, yeah, I just hope to see more of it. It just doesn't seem like there's enough at the moment, and there's a lot of hype around the bodyboarding scene, and the guys at the APB are really pushing for everyone to get on board, and they're doing a fantastic job. I mean, we've seen unbelievable events this year. We've seen big waves in all 3 of the first stops. We're seeing good waves here in Sintra, and I'm sure Nazare is definitely going to provide us with another great stop on the World Tour. So just a big ups to the APB for getting this all together. I mean, I know these guys have put a lot of hours into it, so huge up to them as we see us on another good-looking wave here. I mean, he's got so much speed going in here. What can he do? Oh, unfortunately, just losing his board. But we can see it really generates a lot of speed there. And Brahim, unfortunately, just missed the start of this wave, but he's just really scoping to see if there was anything else there. And unfortunately, he's just going to pull out of that one. So we'll wait for the scores to drop from Brahim. I don't really know what he did on the outside. Here we go. So we got a replay of Brahim's first. Oh, nice little backflip there, and a little bit caught up in the foam, but I'm sure the judges won't mind that at all. And he's just trying to look to link this through to the inside, and unfortunately, as we saw before, he's just not getting enough out of that wave to kind of link it through, as Pierre's here on his 5th or 6th wave here, just trying to link it up into the inside, and just a nice clean roll with a big explosion there. And yeah, Pierre lands that very cleanly. So yeah, we're going to see a couple of scores getting dropped here, and hopefully the guys will be upping their scores that they have already, and this is turning out to be quite a good heat from these guys.
Yeah, while we were lost in the conversation about the magazines and whatnot, because I'm here with Ian, and it's looked like a conversation. Looks like we're not even watching heat, and the heat is unfolding, and we're waiting for the last score of Pierre with the 2 backflips, and he combined it with some spins and the roll at the end. It was an 8.5, talking about quality riding, quality handling of these waves. Look like the waves don't provide too much, and you see Pierre putting up a 8.5 and a 7.5. And you know what happens just now? You, Ian, had the best scoring total so far in the event, and Pierre just overthrown you. What do you think about that?
Yeah, damn you, Pierre. No, it's all good. There's still a lot of time in the contest, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of crazy stuff going down in the next couple of days. So we've got a good-looking swell here for tomorrow. So I'm sure there's going to be some crazy heats going down in the next couple of days. And yeah, I was happy to be up there, but unfortunately, Pierre is the kind of rider that'll definitely knock you down, and he's absolutely unbelievable at what he does. So, yeah, it's no surprise that Pierre's kind of taken that top spot, and he's got two really good scores in this heat, so an 8.5 and a 7.25 for that last wave. So it looks like he's definitely going to advance in this heat, and us looking for a 9.01 on his to get to first place, and Brahim just looking for a 6.96, which is very possible. We just got just over 4 minutes remaining, and these guys, yeah, they're definitely going to try to get to work at the end of this heat.
Yeah, definitely. Pierre is well known for his wave riding performances, and he did deliver. He has the high scoring wave total here at this Sintra Pro 2015 so far. He just overthrown Ian Campbell, who is right by my side here in the booth. So shout out to everyone in South Africa if you're watching right now. We got Ian Campbell on round 6 once again. So stay tuned, because we got you and your fellow countryman Jared Houston still on in the event. We got some more South Africans still in the event?
No, it's actually just the two of us traveling at the moment. But I know that Tristan Roberts said that he's going to be coming up to Nazaré, so I'm sure Tristan's watching at the moment. He's going to be watching his teammate there, Pierre Louis. But yeah, big ups to Tristan. I know he's put a lot of time and effort into trying to make this trip possible. So for him to be coming to Nazaré and spending some time, I think he's also staying in the same house as me. So yeah, it should be some really good times up in Nazaré, and I'm staying a little bit extra with him. So yeah, can't wait to see you, buddy. Safe travels.
Yeah, I was meaning to ask you about Tristan yesterday, because he's the current Pro Junior champion, right? So what's up with Tristan? What's he been up to since he won that title?
Yeah, well, I haven't really spent much time in South Africa, but I got to see him a little bit in April time, and we just we were chatting about the year, and he was really focused on finishing his schooling. I mean, this is his last year that he's there, so he's put a lot of energy into that. He's the head boy at his school, so apart from being an amazing competitor, amazing bodyboarder, and a really good athlete, he's also running his school, and I know he said he's put a lot of time and effort into that. So yeah, he's putting all his energy into that and trying to surf at the same time, which is not easy for the kid, but he's been doing really well, and he's stoked, and he's going to be here in Nazaré, so it's going to be sick to have him here, and sick to have the other guys around, and I'm sure he's going to be amped to be here. So
yeah, as we just saw now, I think Anas Zadar, alongside his fellow Moroccan countryman, taking a place to advance to round 6. How cool is this? All the way from round 1. And yeah, it seems like it's official. Pierre Licos taking that one alongside Anas Zadar from Morocco, and unfortunately Brahim Idouche getting stuck in round 5 and 17th place, and $400, that's not too bad. As we say goodbye to our very good friend here at the booth, Ian Campbell from South Africa, and we're pulling in another South African into the booth, the likes of Mr. Jared Houston. So welcome you, Jared Houston, to the booth, another South African. We've been having a good chat here with your fellow countryman. For all the ones that watching at South Africa, South Africa is right now dominating here the booth, and we got the likes of Jared Houston, which is currently in the third position in the APB rankings. And right now, with Amaury Laverne out of this competition, and as well Uri Valadão, it looks like you have the best odds of maybe leading the APB rankings. What do you tell us about that?
Yeah, man, I'm pretty stoked on that. It's kind of more of an opportunity for me to just gain some ground without them gaining ground at the same time. They've both got pretty solid results ahead of them. So, it's just I got to do what I can do now to play catch up. And so I'm going to take the ball with both hands and hopefully keep running with it.
Yeah, right now we still got in the mix Jared Houston. Following behind in the rankings, there's Louis Finnegan, which is a part of the squad, as I just learned here at the Sintra Pro, and it's always good to catch up with these guys and find out what they're doing, because they're inside here and looking at the camera, they're competitors. We talk about competitive and technical issues, but then outside of here, we're all friends and they all get along, as we see Mr. Jacob Romero from Hawaii flipping, doing his thing at that ride, and maybe trying to connect this wave into the inside and turning that right-hander into a left-hander, and that happens here at Sintra. The wave didn't offer him too much, but going back, so you got your fellow squad member, not countryman, Louis Finnegan on 4th place, and Ian Campbell, that's your fellow countryman in 5th place. You're still on into round 6, so the battle is still heated, but we got some upsets already with like we said, Amaury Laverne and Uri Valadão falling out early.
Yeah, exactly. It's been, with the waves like this, you can't really pick how guys are going to go, because it's a lot of luck comes into it. It's a lot depending on who gets the waves and who doesn't. And definitely think those guys got pretty unlucky in the heats, especially guys like Mars and Yuri. They are historically very strong at Sintra, the wave like Sintra, they both got a very consistent repertoire of maneuvers on them. And I think they just fell victim to the waves just not coming to the party for them. So it's pretty hard. But we definitely stoked to keep going, and happy that the squad are doing well too.
Yeah, congratulations, boys. As we go now to an interview with Pierre-Louis Coste, the winner of the previous winner. Take it away, Vilma.
And the winner of the last heat was Pierre-Louis Coste. You had the best score so far, the combined score, and the best wave of the man competition so far, 8.75. It was very, very good. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was a good heat, very difficult once again. And the tide is coming high, so it was very hard to get the good ones. I think I was lucky to be catching a bad one, and then I was in the perfect spot for that good score. So I'm happy with the score for sure.
We had some runners for the competition out already, Amaury Laverne and Uri Valadão. That gets you closer to the title this year.
Yeah, it's both Amaury and Yuri had a big advance. They had a lot of points, so it's a good thing for sure. But in my case, I really need a good result before I can be thinking about the title.
Okay, so now, heat by heat, good luck to you, Pierre, and let's go back to action. Back to you guys in the booth.
And we are back live, and we have in the booth the one and only Jared Houston. He's now currently in 3rd position in the APB rankings, and is the man in the best place to take the 1st place in the rankings here at Sintra, because he's still on competition. And we're talking about Amaury Laverne, and they're being good here at Sintra. Actually, first world title that Amaury won was with a win here at Sintra, and he won his first world title. So this is a pretty important place for him. And like you said, with the question of luck and with the waves, he just dropped down, unfortunately, and we don't have Amaury in the competition anymore. We still have him in round 4 of Dravny, so Amaury is actually still in the competition, but in the DK division. And the likes of Uri Valadão losing pretty early. Uri Valadão, which is the man that won most times here at Sintra. I don't know if you know that. He won this event 3 times in this 20 running years event, and that must be a pretty big upset for him, because he's used to competing in those kind of conditions and winning here.
For sure, yeah. I mean, Yuri is pretty much always, like I said before, it's hard to pick who does well here, but there's a couple of guys that they're just so experienced in these kinds of conditions, and their surfing style really suited. And Yuri's definitely one of those guys. So coming into this event, he was one of the guys that I really thought was going to get a lot of ground on the rest of the field here. And like you said, he's a past champion, won this event most, I think won on tour. And I've been around here for a few of his victories, and he normally shreds this place to pieces. But with that being said, he kind of leads the charge in Brazil, but there's a bunch of Brazilians at this event that are just absolutely shredding. Like Heliton Loureiro is one, he's just been dominating. I reckon he's definitely one to watch for the rest of the contest. He could, the way he's going, he could go pretty far. And Israel Salas también, as well. He's also one of the new guys coming out in Brazil that he's been absolutely ripping, the last 2 years. And he looks like he's off to a good start so far in this heat of 4.25. That's actually not a bad score for the conditions. Most guys have been getting through heats of 5s and 6s, so it's a good score to start off with. And Jacob Romero going pretty good there too, so I'm happy to see how the guys progress.
Yeah, and talking about previous Sintra winners, we got on the water our Portuguese very own Manuel Centeno, as we watched Joana Schenker she's German, but she lives in Portugal, getting ready for the round of women, round number 5, as this is the last heat of round number 5 as well for men. We got Portuguese Manuel Centeno competing. He won here in 2003, so he's no stranger to victory, especially at this event. And we got Israel Salas, like you said, a seasoned competitor already. He's been doing the World Tour for a couple of years, so he's someone to watch out, especially in this type of conditions. Don't get me wrong, he can surf other conditions, but this kind of conditions suits them. And then Jacob Romero, which is a bag of tricks always up his sleeve, and he starts dominating this heat. So let's see what unfolds there. There's still plenty of time. You talked about the question of good luck. You've been out there. Can you tell us a little bit about the conditions that you found out there during your heat?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely the hardest conditions I think we've had to face on the tour this year. It's Sintra, as with any beach break, it depends a lot on the sand arrangement, the banks, how the banks are. And I've never seen the banks like this actually. It's got a real shallow bank right there, probably about 10 meters away from where those girls are walking. And so on the hard side, there's a bit of a shore break there, but there's a really deep gap between the shore break and the outside. The outside doesn't have much sand, so at the best of times, you're looking at a pretty quick wave on the outside, comes in like a long wall, and you're kind of just looking for the place on the wall with the biggest crack in it, where you might be able to bottom turn and do a quick move on the outside. And then you got to fight your way through a bit of whitewash, or see if you can get one that links to the inside. The judges seem to be liking that, the continuity of the waves and the length of ride. But it's not easy at all, and it's a testament to the difficulty of the conditions when you see guys like Yuri Valadar getting knocked out. But here we got Jacob Romero and a pretty nice looking right-hander. He's racing on the line. I reckon he's going to try to flip this. But he does a really nice, clean, projected roll. That pink slick, really lights up when they do the rolls. I think it kind of helps to an extent as well. And he's going to try to link this one through. But, just too much whitewash in that. I think he's a little bit further down the beach, Jacob. If he's looking for the rights just happen to come maybe a little bit further down. Here we got Manuel Centeno up on a nice looking left-hander, really clean roll off the outside there. And you can see him trying to fight his way through past that little whitewash bump to see if he can connect something on the inside here. He might turn this into a right. Yeah, he's going to turn this into a right, and it's walling up pretty nicely, but we lost him there.
Yeah. How funny is it to compete here? You can start with a right on the outside, and then it turns it into a left. As we watched the ride from Jacob Romero, the previous ride, as he goes top speed on that end section, he goes with a pretty flying roll up there, and he lands smoothly. It doesn't struggle a lot with the foam. He combines it with a forward spin, and he changes to the right side, but then he didn't find much potential there and just kicked out. As we will wait as well for the score of Manuel Centeno. And the score for Jacob Romero is a 7.35 and Manuel Centeno 7. We did not know what Manuel did on the inside. He probably went for a move there. And how funny is it that we start with the left, as we see on the replay? I think this is the replay. Yeah, this is the replay. And then you got to struggle over that hole that you said between the two banks that we have here at Sintra this year, one on the outside and then one again on the inside. And he turns this into a right-hander, and we don't get to see again what he did. But probably did a roll, right? For a 7-pointer.
Yeah, I reckon he probably did a roll. You can see the judges seem to be updating their scale a bit. You know, Jacob's first ride, I thought it was pretty good. You know, he did a pretty clean backflip on the outside and backed it up with a... Actually, no, he didn't do a second roll. He did a pretty clean backflip on the outside and finished off with a spin. But a bit of a smaller way, a bit of a weaker section. And a roll is considered to be a slightly more basic move. But because of the projection and the speed that he went into it with, the judges liked it and awarded him a 7.35. And I think the same applies to Manuel Centeno. You know, with that, he did a really nice clean bottom turn, timed it pretty perfectly with the lip and just kind of let the lip throw him over, which that's what we want to see. You know, you want to see guys throwing their board around and forcing it. And he managed to link that through successfully. So pretty much, almost as good as you can do out there at the moment. And the things are looking a little bit more difficult for Israel Salas, but as Manuel's only got one wave, he only needs a 2.76, so this heat's still very much wide open.
Yeah, sure. I think those waves are a little bit bigger than the rest of the waves that we were watching. Like we said, the swell is building up for today, and it's going to stay for tomorrow and dropping for Sunday. So stay tuned for a lot of action, as this is only the round 5 that it's ending right now. After we're going to go to the women's division, and we'll be having round 5 as well. We still got a couple of Portuguese competitors there. Well, I always mention Portugal because we're in Portugal. Don't get us wrong. And right now from Portugal, we have Manuel Centeno that looks like he's doing a great job. He waited a long time for this first wave, but it seems to be working for him. What's the strategy that you think you like to get busy in these kind of conditions and work your way through? What goes through your mind on this type of conditions in competing at this level?
Yeah, it's a bit of a fine line to tread between waiting too long and getting too busy. You know, it's in these kind of conditions where there's not really a defined peak. For me personally, I prefer to stay busier. You know, put myself in as many different positions as possible to hopefully be in position when a good one comes through. But Manuel has been competing for many years now. I think maybe 10, 15 years probably. You know, he's one of the veterans of Portuguese bodyboarding. And, he knows what it takes. He knows what he needs to do. And, that clearly shows that he opened up his heat with a 7, which is a great score to get started with. He now needs a 5.86. So I reckon that he's right onto the money there with his strategy. And, you can see it with a lot of the Portuguese riders. They've been kind of somewhat of standouts this far in the competition. Some of the names are a bit hard for me to pronounce, but Ricardo Rosmaninho. Rosmaninho. He was surfing pretty well the first day. Him and I think it might have been Daniel Fonseca that they beat Diego Cabrera, and Diego is one of the best riders in the world, and they had really high scores in some really difficult conditions. So the local knowledge definitely comes into it, as well as the Portuguese are just very passionate competitors. They don't sit out there and chat. They're kind of out there to do a job, and they make things happen. And hopefully we see some more of them going further on into the event. How many are left?
So far we've got one. Ricardo Rosmaninho did qualify for round 6, and we're waiting for Manuel Centeno to do the same, as we lost our third remaining element here at round 5, which was Daniel Fonseca, and we see him unfortunately lose. But these rounds start to get pretty hard. There's no play around there, like you said, and the Portuguese are passionate competitors. And Manuel Centeno is a perfect example of that. Manuel won his first national title in 2001, if I'm not wrong, and he packed up 7 national titles and another European titles that I don't know the count about that. And I can tell you that he already is a former ISA world champion. So there's not much left in Manuel Centeno to win, as he won this event here at Sintra. I think the only thing that's missing from his rack of trophies is a world title. He can definitely do it, and he's still here competing, and looks like he's doing a great job in advancing.
Yeah, no, Manuel rips. Him and I remember when I started doing the tour back in 2010, they were, him and Hugo Pinheiro were dominating the scene. They were kind of like the 2 main riders in Portugal, and they were just killing it. They're super fierce competitors. And yeah, it seems that for Manuel at least, life kind of took a bit of a different turn. You know, he's got his family now and he's living up in Porto. And but he was actually telling me that he might come to Puerto Rico for the last event on tour, so that would be pretty cool. And I guess you guys are going to come too, so it'd probably be a pretty good Portuguese representation over there. That's in November, so looking forward to that. And yeah, like you were saying, Daniel Fonseca, he was pretty unlucky this morning. He was in my heat and he was just looking, you know, he only needed a 5 to get through, and he just couldn't, you know, he just couldn't get out of the 4-point bracket. It's just that hard to get a good wave.
Yeah,
so real unlucky for him.
Conditions are not easy, like you described. I was not out there, and you're the best person to talk about it. And as the tide is low, it looks like you said, the judges are rewarding those outside moves. And we saw that with the likes of Jacob Romero with that big roll on the outside on a bigger wave. And Minel Centeno did the same with a nice projected roll. And they got rewarded with 7-point scores there. So as the tide moves up, we'll see that inside and not the outside too much, as we see Israel Salas trying to work that inside as the tide comes up, like we were talking about. Looked like he was listening to us, and let's see if this inside gives him something. That was a big backflip, and this is what Israel Salas does, and this is how dangerous he is. And he has a 4.5. He needs a backup or a stronger wave. And how do you fancy this one?
Yeah, he'll definitely move into second with that score. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges, you know, scale that in comparison to the other two waves by Jacob and Manuel, because you see, as you can see, it's a really small one. You know, it kind of just slipped through the main peak, but he worked it in real nicely into the inside, where it kind of reformed with a lot more size. And this back was really projected. You see, he really like flings it out there. Kind of lost control a little bit on the landing, but he regained it pretty sweet. And yeah, he managed to push a little roll there. So yeah, he got a 6.10. So, you know, it's a pretty good scale. I like what the judges have done there. And he's moved into second with that. He now just needs a 6.76 to jump into first. And Manuel Centeno is now chasing a 3.36, which is a very easily attainable score for Manuel. So this heat is a pretty exciting heat, man. It's very wide open. These guys are all surfing with a great level. And yeah, excited to see how it folds out. 7 minutes to go, so Manuel needs to get busy now.
Yeah, Manuel only has one wave. He's like doing the weight game. Looks like he's playing the weight game. And as you could see on the replay, you could see Manuel on the back watching the wave from Israel Salas. And as we're talking about the tide coming in, the inside will start to light a little bit. And the power moves will be done more on the inside, as we see on the previous days. What do you think about the judging? I know you're not the judge. We don't want to judge the judges. Yeah. But what do you think about those inside moves? Do you think it's a good judging to appreciate the moves better on the outside, or those kind of moves on the inside? Because this was a big power move. You find a really nice section, and he punched it with a great flip.
Yeah. I definitely think they did a great job scaling that in. You know, they didn't award it as high as the guys who were playing the waiting game on the outside. You know, how it generally works is that if there's two peaks, one on the inside and one on the outside, you do score the outside higher. Because it is slightly more risky, you know, to paddle all the way out there to line up for a wave, and you know you have to put a bit more effort in. But as we could, okay, Jacob pulled off that one. But where the inside requires a little bit less commitment, you know, you can kind of wait there. There's a lot more waves moving through, so it's a little bit easier, so to say. But with the way the sand is currently lined up, the inside is definitely heavier. It's also probably a little more technical. You know, if you're going to do a back from the inside, you really have to make sure that you project out into the flats to get away from that breaking lip. Otherwise, you run the risk of getting caught up. So as the tide moves in a bit, I think the majority of the riders will be staying on the inside, and then you will see the scale kind of even out, where the judges will start to award those higher scores for the guys who are surfing the inside. But I mean, it's pretty clear to see that if you've got a guy doing an ARS on the outside, working it through the inside with a spin and a couple of, you know, cutbacks and whatnot, and doing a roll on the inside, it's a way more technical ride than someone who's waiting on the inside and doing one clean maneuver.
Yeah, so it's there for you, the the judging about the judging here at Sintra Pro from Jared Houston here at the booth live at the Sintra Portugal Pro day 4, and this is the last heat of round 5 of men. We're gonna have the ladies come up for some action at round 5 as well, as we see the likes of Jacob Romero in yellow leading this heat with the strength of a 5.5 and a 7.35 with that big roll on the outside. And we're talking about being rewarded with the outside moves, as we see Manuel Centeno currently in third place, trying to find a 3.36 on the outside and looking for that outside wave, as we see Israel Salas getting another middleway wave and connecting it to the inside. Didn't look like much, so he just popped off, and looks like Manuel is trying to struggle and looking for that second wave, as he's just posted one wave on his scoring table, and he just needs, like we said, a 3.36, and he must be nervous looking for that wave. If you were in this situation with only one wave, but it's a strong wave with a little bit more than 3 minutes to go, what will be on your mind?
Yeah, now with as the time's winding down, he needs to just get a wave and just make something happen on it, because 3 minutes might seem like a lot of time when you're sitting here in the booth, but out there it goes by like that, it goes by real quickly. So, it's kind of a risky game Manuel's playing right now, because if Israel got that 6.10 on the inside, he could just as easily get another one. And if he gets another 6.10 now, then, Manuel's job will become significantly more difficult, where he's going to need a high 5, which out there is it's a pretty good score. So, yeah, Manuel needs to get busy, man. He's got under 3 minutes left to go. And, Israel's staying busy on the inside. He's got to have a look at another wave. He's probably going to do another ARS there, but unfortunately coming unstuck. So that's good for Manuel. But, Israel's doing what he can. He's doing what he can to increase his lead. Manuel only needs a 3.36. So Israel's out there thinking, I've got to put him in a position where he needs a 5 or he needs a 6. And if Manuel gets put in that position with that much time on the clock, then things get complicated.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the camera following Manuel as he is struggling to find a wave, and it looks like he's going to look at this one. 2 minutes to go. He's trying to look at a lot of waves, but like we said, when the tide pushes in, that sandbank on the outside looks like it dies a little bit, and the inside comes alive. And I think that's what's happening right now. And unfortunately, it's a little bit slow out there, and the sets don't push through. And we're talking about 3 minutes being nothing as we are gibbering away in the conversation. We watched the time unfolding. It's only 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, and looked like we saw a flip from Israel Salas on the inside, and Manel is struggling to find a wave. How frustrating is this?
Yeah, man, you can kind of see Manuel's a bit, you can kind of see he's getting a bit nervous there. When the camera zoomed out, you kind of saw him coming in, and then he started to go back out. So he kind of looks like he doesn't know what to do. I reckon that what he has to do right now is just come in and just get something on the board quickly, because as we saw at a screen, Israel Salas possibly just extended his lead with that high-flying ARS there. So we're still waiting for scores to come through for that last wave of Israel. But here we got Manuel paddling. We just couldn't get onto that one. So, things are going to be, this is tense. This is real tense for Manuel now. He really needs to get something on the board now. Yeah, he's got less than a minute to go.
I'm here in the booth and I am nervous, man. It's not because it's Manuel, it's because of the situation. Those kind of things get me nervous. I used to do some competition when I was young, and that was something I could not control. I could not manage the amount of anxiety that I would feel in a situation like this. How do you manage to deal with this? As we see Jacob Romero, get to that question later. Oh my God, that was a great move from Jacob. And it looks like these Hawaiians are always reinventing bodyboarding, right? Yeah, right. As we see Manuel Centeno desperately paddling for this wave, 13 seconds, let's see what he can do. And he goes for a roll, and he does land it. It pushes through that foam. Do you think this is enough? I don't want to be the judge of this. Oh my God, I'm anxious. And we go back to that question after this. What do you think about this wave?
Wow, man, it's it's if Israel Salas didn't, if that is in fact his last wave score, the 1.60, then Manuel could have done it. That was a small wave, but he did manage to do 2 rolls. That's going to be a very nervous wait for him, man. That was literally a buzzer beater. That was in the last 10 seconds of the heat, so I think I can hear it coming through now. Yeah, he just got it. He just got the score. So Manuel Centeno has advanced ahead of Israel Salas, and that is crazy, man.
This is crazy times. I think this is what the most nervous heat I've been watching since I've been here doing the live. And this is Manuel Centeno, so we feel it a little bit more. And this is frustrating, not getting the wave. It's anxious feeling, not getting a wave, and it's frustrating as well for Israel that he loses at the end. And this is a mixed bag of feelings all the way, especially at the end part. And we're talking about that anxiety and that frustration and getting nervous. Do you have a special training to deal with those kinds of situations? Because this is like spontaneous. This just happens. We don't predict this.
Yeah, it's if I was in Israel's position, it's not really much preparation you can do for that other than, you just have to accept it. There's really nothing you could have done. He did unfortunately fall off on that back to the 10th that we saw, which is a mistake on his behalf. But other than that, I thought he served a very smart heat. The outside stopped braking, he came on the inside, he tried to make the most of the situation. And Manuel only caught 2 waves in that entire heat. And luckily for him, in the last 10 seconds, he managed to get the score that he needed. So a very impressive, big match temperament from Manuel there. And, Jacob served a great heat too. He won that convincingly. But in terms of mental preparation for a loss, not much you can do other than just accept it and just focus on the next one. Mental preparation for that kind of a nail-biting finish for Manuel, it's just experience. I imagine he's been in that position many times before, and he will be in that position many times again. So I guess it's no new feeling to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. But still, it's a position that you don't want to be. And like I said, I did some competition when I was younger, and that's the part that I hated. That's why I give it up. I'm not that strong-minded. Don't get me wrong. I'm strong-minded for other things, but that pressure of the time and have to deliver the score, for me it's mind-boggling. I tend to be more calmer nowadays, but I don't compete, and that sets my pace now, and I'm a little bit more calm. And I'm some years after I'm here commenting, which is even better than being out there. I don't know, but at least for me. And I still get nervous, like I was talking about. I was watching Manel. I was nervous for not only for Manel, for every rider that I know, because we become friends with all of you guys, and we want you to progress. But someone always has to lose, like happens to Israel Salas, unfortunately for him and for the Brazilian contingent. But this is what competition is all about. You have to be better than your opponents. You have to deal with all kinds of conditions, and that's what Jacob Romero and Manuel Centeno did.
Yeah, it's very true, man. It's very true. And now we've got a pretty big heat in the water for the girls. Got Jessica. Well, Jessica Becker is up and riding right now. She's a real strong competitor. Great, powerful reverse there from her. And she's going to work this one in. Another reverse. It looks like this one could line up pretty nicely on the inside for her. So what is she going to make of it here? And she punches a pretty sweet roll. Very clean surfing there from Jessica. She's definitely one of the stronger girls on tour. She does a lot of training. And we've also got Alexandra Rinders, the current world champion in this heat, who's looking to back it up again. And here she is on a nice looking wave too. This one, it looks like it's going to be pretty difficult for her to connect it, and fortunately it just fades out. But like I was saying before, it's a huge heat because Alexandra Rinder, current world champion, Jessica Beck, I think, finished second last year. She was in contention right till the end. And Ayaka Suzuki, which is one of the best Japanese riders. So it's a pretty stacked heat. This could easily be a final.
Yeah, definitely. I called when I saw the previous heat and we saw the black jersey girl pass, and I called her Joanna Schenker. Actually, it was Alexandra Renner. But what's funny about it is that I didn't look. The screen is very small. I didn't look at her face. I look at the board, and they have similar boards because their sponsor is Science. So sorry for that mistake. Right now in the water we have Alexandra Renner, but right now outside we have Jacob Romero, the winner of the previous heat. Take it away, Vilma.
And Jacob Romero just arrived here next to me. You're unstoppable.
I guess, but nah, just having fun and enjoying this whole vibe, and I'm just...
Side, it was a 7.35, was a very good score.
Yeah, it's real slow out there and real high tide, so whoever gets the two best waves will win, so I was stoked to get that one good one. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Aloha to all of the boys watching from Hawaii. Your boy Jacob Romero just did it and moved through to round 6 here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, as we have some women action. Round 5, Heat 1, like Jared Houston was talking about. He just left the booth. A shout out to all the South Africans. He just left the booth. This could easily be a final. We got Jessica Becker, we got Ayaka Suzuki, and we got Alexander Rinder. I mistaken Alexander for Joanna Schenker. I'm sorry for that. They ride the same board. It's the same color. I didn't look too well at the face because we are looking through a screen. And I got them confused, but Joanna Schenker already dropped out of the competition, so he could not be Joanna Schenker. A shout out to all the Sagres crew here at the booth. We're live at the Sintra Pro, and a shout out to all the Canary Islands fans watching live right now. You got the current world champion Alexander Rinder fighting for the place in round 6. And we got Jessica Becker, seasoned competitor, Brazilian seasoned competitor. She packed up already a 6.75 in this early in this heat, as we have a little less than 19 minutes to go. The girls are getting busy, although Alexander Rinder tried to catch a wave, didn't offer her much, and she packed a 1 point. Ayaka Suzuki from Japan with a 5 points. She had a good starting wave, and Ayaka has been doing very good for herself. A big shout out to all the Japan crew watching here live at Sintra, and she's been doing quite well in the previous rounds, and so she's probably trying to do an upset here and win it over Jessica Becker and Alexander Rinder. Like we said, Alexander Rinder, current world champion, and she's on a campaign to win the title once again this year. So let's see what unfolds on this first heat of round 5 of women that could easily be a final. As we see now, Jessica Becker opting to go to this ride and punching out with a big roll on that strong section, but the explosion did not allow her to come in front of that foam and finish this move, as the judges instantly awarded her a 1.9. She's still in the lead, plenty of time to go, plenty of action will unfold still here at the beginning of this round 5 of women. Don't go nowhere. We'll have round 6 of men right after this, and it's going to be a action-packed day today here at the Sintra Pro, day number 4. The conditions of the waves, the swell dropped a little bit, but we're looking for a big punch during the afternoon, so it looks like we have a nice competition day, as the wind popped up a little bit but didn't come out strong, and still got pretty clean conditions, as we see a spin from Ayaka Suzuki and a reverse spin after that one, but she did not able to manage to complete that final move and connect this wave to the inside, which is now most of the potential waves, scoring waves right now. We are starting to see a little bit of fade from the outside into the inside wave-wise, as we see Alexander Rinder going for the roll on that right hander, and she was not able to complete that move. She will need 2 strong waves to put up some fight against Jessica Becker and Ayaka Suzuki here on this Heat 1 round 5. It was cool to watch this round 5 of men as well unfold, and we got some quite big upsets for the guys who were not watching. Yesterday we had Amaury Laverne drop out of competition in the men's division. You'll see Amaury still fighting in round 4 of DK division, and today we saw Uri Valadão losing and has eat at round 5, and so now he's opening a way for guys like Jared Houston, who is currently in 3rd position in the APB rankings, and we had him here for an interview. And you can see that it was focused on getting a good score here at Sintra, because the title shot is up for grabs right now, although we still have 2 more events on the schedule here at the APB Tour for this year. We got the Sintra Pro, which is next week actually here in Portugal, and we are so proud of hosting 2 events here at Portugal for this year's APB World Tour. Looking like on the European side of things for the World Tour, especially for Portugal, we have 2 events of the World Tour here. Oh my God, it's amazing for our riders, for riders all over the world to come and compete here in Portugal, enjoy our waves, enjoy our culture, enjoy our way of life. And this is still the beginning of autumn here, and still plenty of sun days, and the swells are start to picking up, and basically wave season is about to start here in Portugal, although we have waves all year round, because we are the most furthest western point in Europe, and we got a big coast, 600 plus kilometer coast, of coast facing the Atlantic. We've got around a little bit more than 600 kilometer coast, and we got a coast that faces south, which is called Algarve, and there's plenty of good waves in Levante, which is a wind that pushes swell over there, and sometimes when the swell is big you get waves over there. So in total we'll have like 900 kilometers of coast. We're a small country, but at the same time we are facing the sea. Most of our country is facing the sea, and we've got plenty of places that are pretty up close. And talking about bodyboarding waves, oh my God, we got a wedge. I hope the locals don't get mad at me for revealing, but we got a wedge in the south just south of Lisbon, in a place called Costa de Caparica, which is a bodyboarding wave. It's a bodyboarding dominating wave. If you get an event there, it would be awesome, because it's a bodyboarding park, like we used to call it. In snowboard, you got snow parks. In skate, you got skate parks. And in bodyboard, when you got a wedge wave, it's a bodyboarding park. And we got Sintra, which is a very traditional beach for bodyboarding, and we got Nazaré. Oh my God, how good is Nazaré? As we watch the next heat, trying to reach the shores here at Praia Grande, we got the likes of Ana Vélez, who's been doing a great job from Chile, Priscila Medeiros, who's been traveling with former world champion Namara Carvalho from Brazil and progressing, and still Valentina Diaz from Chile here competing at round 5. As we got right now in the water Jessica Becker leading this heat, and it's been quite slow. So I've been talking a little bit about Portuguese coast and the waves that are dedicated to, especially dedicated to bodyboarding, and are bodyboarding related and bodyboarding dominance on those waves. We still got Sagres, which is a place of many talents in bodyboarding. I could refer a lot of names. We got Ivo Muchacho, which is a local at a wave. That's wedges as well, so it's a bodyboarding wave. You got Luís Bajolo, which was a long-time competitor here at Sintra, even in posting up some big results from South. João Pinheiro, which we saw his younger brother competing here and advancing a couple of rounds here at the Sintra Pro. Grande abraço a todo o pessoal de Sagres. And in the north, with the likes of guys from like Manuel Centeno, who is competing here, and a lot of talented riders like Luís Porquito and Ricardo Faustino, big wave riders, guys that explored Nazaré, Praia do Norte, which is the next event here at Sintra, as we watch Ayaki Suzuki trying to manage that inside with a little bit of bump and backwash, and she was not able to perform on that end section. And like I was talking about Luis Porquito and even Ricardo Fascino, some pioneers in exploring Praia do Norte's waves and turning it into a bodyboard showcase. And now it is a bodyboard venue. We got the and we pack a lot as well from the Atlantic Ocean. And like I was referring in the beginning of this conversation, this is the start of that wave season, although we have waves all year around. So basically Portugal is an excellent country, I would say, for wave sports. Surfing, longboard, we got point breaks, reef breaks, oh my God, the list goes on. And the good thing about it, let me tell you something, it's something that I don't find anywhere else in the world. Everything is so close. We can have reef breaks and beach breaks and wedges with an hour distance, 1 hour and a half distance. For example, Sintra is in 1 hour and some minutes distance here from Sintra and Nazaré, and we got a lot of good waves in short distance. Something that I learned that there's nothing, because we are a small Portugal, we're a small country here in Portugal, and if we drive like to Sagres, it's in 2-hour, 3-hour ride. We will say that's a long time and a long travel. But like maybe in Australia, I had friends telling me they were driving maybe 19 hours to get to Luna Park. So they go one day before the swell hits, and they say that's a long drive. For us, a long drive here in Portugal is 3 hours, not 19 hours for sure. With 19 hours, we could go around Portugal. So that's it. But that pretty much sums up our Portugal coast and some of our riders and some of the talent that we have here. I hope I'm not forgetting a lot of names. I mentioned a couple of names, pioneers yesterday from bodyboarding. And today I just shook the hand of Rodrigo Besson, one of the first ever national bodyboard champions here at Portugal. So much history here in the bodyboarding sport, so many titles, and it's amazing that this event is still on for 20 years in a row, and we are able to be here and broadcasting live to you all over the world and watching this heat number 1, round 5 of women, day 4 here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. And Jessica Becker just backed up 6.75 with a 3.25. The wave that didn't have much to offer, but she is still in the lead. Ayaka Suzuki just backed her 5. She started early, and now she's backed it up with a 3.5. The wave didn't offer her too much, but she did the best she could, and she's actually in second place. Struggling a lot still with the 3 waves, but not much expression on those scores, is currently world champion Alexander Rinder trying to catch a wave right now as we welcome Carlos Mariano back in the booth. Carlos is a busy man here at the Sintra. He's not only doing the live webcast, but he's doing the press releases all day. After the competition ends, he has to send the press releases all over the world, working with the photographers, working with the riders as he interviews them after their wins in their specific heats and the specific rounds, and still interviewing everyone that's been dropping out, as we see Jessica Becker going for a reverse and trying to connect this one to the inside. Let's see if she can do it. Jessica Becker is holding the lead in this heat currently, and she's trying to build up a score and trying to lose a 3.5, and I think with this wave she will drop that score. I'm not a judge, but I will wait for that score. I was talking, I'm going to pass the mic to Carlos Mariano. He is the guy responsible for the press release, for the interviews. We have been busy bees here all these days in the Sintra Pro, and this is day 4. We still have 2 more days to go, and we do not feel tired, then, Carlos?
Never, because the energy here is contagious. So as we see Jessica Becker on the replay of this last wave, and one thing, Nuno, that I noticed, I'm not sure if you noticed it before, Jessica Becker, when she was preparing to go into this heat, she was she was in a little of physical trouble with. She was limping from one of her legs, but still, she, as a warrior, she is. This pretty fit Brazilian rider, she went as a champion as she is. She went into the water, and she's doing one hell of a job over there. Meanwhile, on the as we can see, Alexander Rinder struggling in these conditions to put something on the board. Unfortunately for Alexander is leading the world rankings, the women's world rankings at the APB, guys, sorry. APB, sorry for the mix-up. From the APB World Tour, but she's struggling here in these conditions. Alexander is a very powerful, very strong rider, but she, in these kinds of conditions, that ability she lacks a bit the ability to surf these small, weaker waves, and that's damaging her chances here on this heat. Still, with the red singlet, Jessica Becker from Brazil leading this first heat of round 5 of women. Ayaka Suzuki from Japan in the yellow singlet with an 8.50. She has a 5-point ride and a 3.5 ride for a total of 8.50. And Alexander Rinder in third in quite a bit of a spot here. If Alexandra loses gets knocked out of this round, things are going to be very interesting for Isabella Souza. She's the direct competitor regarding the world title here, and boom, okay, now she shut me up with this one. Alexander Rinder, pretty nice roll on this right-hander. And how good was that last heat of men with Manuel Centeno? Such exciting riding from Manuel Centeno, saving himself in the last minute and knocking out Israel Salas. I was interviewing Manuel Centeno just after that heat, and he was pretty ecstatic, pretty amped. All the adrenaline still pumping on the veins of that Portuguese rider, because it was until the last seconds of the heat. He kind of conjured up a roll on those final seconds, and he progressed on, and he was like screaming his lungs out, "Yes, I did it!" Incredible moments from Manuel Centeno. Now, a little update in Portuguese, guys. Como estava a dizer, a Jessica Becker que está neste momento a liderar esta bateria do round 5 das mulheres. A Jéssica, olá Brasil, a Jéssica aqui a representar as cores brasileiras. Ela, não sei se foi visível nos vossos ecrãs, na preparação para este hit, ela estava em visíveis dificuldades físicas, a cochear visivelmente de uma das suas pernas, mas conseguiu mesmo, arranjou forças para ir lá para dentro e está não só a competir, mas a liderar esta bateria. Uma campeã à série, a nossa Jessica Becker, esta grande atleta aqui do Sintra Portugal Pro. Enquanto vemos a Alexandra Rinder aqui com um rolo assistido aqui no backwash, o backwash a ajudar a Alexandra Rinder, peço desculpa, a fazer aqui um rolo fantástico por parte da líder do ranking mundial. Ela está desesperadamente a tentar passar este hit, esta ronda, por forma a não se deixar ficar para trás na corrida pelo título mundial. Cá está nesta esquerda, boom, ali a beneficiar um bocadinho da maneira como aquela onda levantou com o backwash. Vamos ver como é que os juízes avaliam esta onda. A Alexandra, que tem um 5,50 e uma backup wave, uma onda de backup de 2,75, exatamente, saltar para segundo lugar com este 5 e tentar, com 1 minuto e 30 do fim desta bateria, a tentar continuar na corrida pelo título mundial. Portanto, boas notícias para a Alexandra Rinder, que tem nítidas dificuldades aqui em surfar nestas ondas um pouco mais fracas e um pouco mais pequenas do que aquilo que a Alexandra está habituada. Ela que é fisicamente uma atleta muito poderosa, muito alta, muito forte, muito musculada e que, portanto, tem algum peso e que tem alguma dificuldade em surfar estas ondas um bocadinho mais moles, passa a expressão. E a Ayaka Suzuki, aqui a olhar, ela tem menos de 1 minuto para tentar salvar-se ali do terceiro lugar e continuar a sua luta aqui neste Sintra Portugal Pro 2015, nesta bateria que está liderada pela Jéssica Becker, que foi finalista aqui em Sintra o ano passado, finalista derrotada por Isabela Souza, e que, apesar de estar em dificuldades físicas, vimos-la cochear ali na areia, não só foi lá para dentro desta bateria, como está a liderar. Um nosso aplauso para a Jéssica Becker, uma guerreira autenticamente, esta grande atleta, na verdadeira acessão da palavra. Ela é uma atleta muitíssimo bem preparada fisicamente, esta atleta do estado do Rio de Janeiro. E nos segundos finais, exatamente, e é assim esta bateria: Jéssica Becker vence a bateria, a Alexandra Rinder salva-se nos últimos momentos e passa para o segundo lugar, e vamos nos despedir da Ayaka Suzuki, a japonesa Ayaka Suzuki, ela que faz parte de um contingente japonês aqui que está aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro, e é curioso vê-las todas as manhãs. É a primeira coisa que nós vemos ali da varanda do Hotel Arribas, são estas japonesas às 7 da manhã, já na água, a surfar, a preparar a sua disciplina. Dá para acertar o relógio pela rotina destas atletas japonesas. É incrível a disciplina e o rigor. Eu creio que é um pouco parte da cultura destes japoneses, esta disciplina, este rigor das atletas japonesas. Entretanto, passamos então para o hit número 2 deste round 5, com Anaís Vélez do Chile, Priscila Medeiros do Brasil e Valentina Dias também do Chile. Isto vai ser um hit muito renhido. Nós vimos estas atletas fazer coisas muito boas nestes dias aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro, portanto estamos muito curiosos para ver o que é que estas atletas vão trazer aqui para este segundo hit do round 5 feminino. Este round 5, onde vamos também ter uma bateria muito interessante com 3 portuguesas, Marta Leitão, a Teresa Almeida e a Catarina Souza, as 3 portuguesas em prova. Infelizmente, por sortilégios do draw, acabam por ficar as 3 na mesma bateria, e portanto isso significa que uma delas será necessariamente sacrificada e vão continuar apenas 2 em prova. Infelizmente o capricho do sorteio não foi bom para as cores nacionais, e portanto vamos ter de certeza uma eliminada, 2 portuguesas que vão continuar em prova. Esta é a parte positiva, um pouco como acontece na competição masculina, em que temos também 2 portugueses. Nomeadamente o Manuel Centeno e o Ricardo Rosmaninho no Open, são os 2 sobreviventes aqui nacionais. E à medida que vemos aqui a Anaís Vélez aqui neste rolo, houve ali quase que uma pausa no lip, mas a Anaís Vélez a conseguir aquele rolo, e agora ali a não resistir ao backwash e a saltar fora da sua prancha. So, as I was saying, now we have this heat number 2 of round 5. I've been commentating a bit more in Portuguese for the benefit of our Portuguese and Brazilian audience. I'm going to switch between English and Portuguese a bit more now as the day progresses. And as I was saying, we got Anaís Vélez from Chile in this heat number 2 of round 5. On this left-hander, there was almost like a pause in that lip by the Chilean rider, but she puts for sure a nice score on her board, as we have Anaís Vélez with a 475, and Valentina Dias from Chile as well with a 175, as well as Priscila Medeiros from Brazil Priscilla. She's a pretty informed rider here at Sintra Portugal Pro, and she's showing us precisely that in this left-hander with a pretty nice reverse, and then a roll that unfortunately she can't stick on that wave. That whitewash there, that foam is pretty merciless if you don't land on the right way, and so it's still a 3-point ride for Priscilla. As you see on the replay, pretty nice reverse, lots of speed for the Brazilian rider, and she goes and boom. Meanwhile, as I was saying, for the Portuguese colors, it's going to be we're going to have a pretty interesting heat on our hands with 3 Portuguese riders, Marta Leitão, Catarina Souza, and Teresa Almeida. Unfortunately, one of them will have to be knocked out of this Sintra Portugal Pro. It's the draw. It's the draw. Unfortunately, that's how the draw was, and so things. That's the luck of the draw. Three Portuguese riders on the same heat, unfortunately for us. So we're going to have only after that heat we're going to have 2 Portuguese riders at the Women's World Tour here at Sintra, and we have 2 men as well at the Open. So with Manuel Centeno and Ricardo Rosmaninho still carrying the Portuguese flag onto the next rounds of this Sintra Portugal Pro. But now we're going for an interview with the winner of last heat. So Vilma is going to interview the winner of the last heat. So take it away, Vilma.
And I'm here with Jessica Becker once again. Congratulations, Jessica. Muitos parabéns. Como é que foi o hit?
Muito obrigada. Foi uma bateria, eu já esperava um nível técnico alto das outras atletas. A Alexandra está brigando pelo título mundial mais uma vez. E a Yaka é uma excelente competidora também, uma revelação japonesa nos últimos anos. Então eu estava esperando que fosse uma bateria, um hit bem forte. E dei sorte que achei umas ondas boas logo no começo, isso deu para tranquilizar um pouquinho.
A Jéssica até gosta das ondas aqui da Praia Grande, né? São parecidas lá com o Rio de Janeiro?
É bem parecido com a onda que eu surfo em Macaé, na Praia do Pecado. Isso me facilitou muito, acabou me ajudando. E por incrível que pareça, é um estilo de onda que eu curto surfar, que é mais tranquila, não tem muita pressão, você acaba se divertindo no surf.
Vais à Nazaré de seguida, aí vai ter mais pressão.
Ah, com certeza, é uma novidade esse campeonato em Nazaré no circuito mundial. E estou bem animada, bem ansiosa, porque são ondas que pedem mais progressão de manobra, são ondas mais fortes, que proporcionam um show de bodyboarding.
Okay, Jessica is happy, of course, for the good waves. She enjoys the wave here in Praia Grande. It's quite similar to the one she surfs back at home. She's excited as well about Nazaré, the next competition here in Portugal. Different kind of wave, but very good as well. So back to you. We have the second heat of the women competition in the water. So back to action.
Thanks a lot, Vilma. How good was that, guys? 2 blonde beauties on your screens. And now we have Anaís Vélez from Chile still leading the heat. Priscila Medeiros from Brazil in second, and Valentina Dias in third. So no changes while this interview was running. No changes on the score. 17 minutes and 40 seconds to go on this heat. Pretty interesting heat as the ocean is has dropped a bit from previous days, but it's a bit cleaner now. So with some pretty good scoring opportunities, as we see Valentina Dias struggling there on that right-hander. As I was saying, the conditions here have dropped a bit here in Praia Grande, but there's still a lot of scoring opportunities here. The riders just need to have a bit more patience and be very selective on their wave choice, so they can take the most out of these waves here at Praia Grande. Praia Grande, this year we have the 20th anniversary of the Sintra Portugal Pro here at the Sintra Portugal Pro 2015. A success history, a love story between the Sintra municipality and bodyboarding community that brings us this awesome story, 20 years in the making, and a big shout out, big thank you to Sintra municipality for this support in the last 20 years or so. In the last 20 years precisely, this is the 20th anniversary, but a big shout out for Sintra and for all of our sponsors with Tourism of Portugal, the Institute of Sports and Youth here from Portugal, and also Sumol, Meo, our media partners, Mega Hits, Radio Mega Hits, one of the biggest radios here in Portugal, beachcam.pt, the website, if you guys want to know how are the conditions, how are the beaches, how are the waves here in Portugal, you log on to beachcam.pt. YouTube, of course, Vert Magazine, our media partner, Vert Magazine, one of the institutions, the Bible, the Portuguese Bible of bodyboarding here in Portugal. Of course, Rolly action cameras and refreshed bodyboards. Some of the best custom bodyboards in the world come from Portugal, from the dynamic duo Nuno Barrella and Gato there from Peniche. So big shout out for them guys as well. Here at Sintra Portugal Pro with 15 minutes to go on this heat number 2 of round 5. We have Anaís Vélez from Chile and Valentina Diaz from Chile, the Chilean riders charging here at this heat number 2, round 5 of the Women's World Tour at Sintra. Priscila Medeiros from Brazil, trying to get back into this heat with this wave. She needed a 3.11. I'm not sure how it's going to. And we see at the back Anaís Vélez. Whoa! Trying an IRS, which is a pretty common move in the Women's World Tour. There are a couple of riders who can pull this off for sure, as women's bodyboarding is progressing every day. Anaís Vélez tried it, but unfortunately the wave wasn't perhaps big enough or powerful enough for the Chilean rider to pull this off. And another Chilean rider, Valentina Diaz, with this reverse, looking for something on the inside and a roll. There it is, guys. That's how the ocean is today. A lot of minutes without waves, and then a flurry of set waves coming in for riders, and the selection here is paramount here to get some successful rides and some good scores. Now, for a quick update in Portuguese, Anaís Vélez do Chile lidera esta bateria. A Anaís tem 4.75 e 1.2 pontos, portanto vai com certeza querer melhorar, e não me parece que seja possível, tendo em conta o talento na água, que ela consiga passar só com estas pontas. E lá vai ela exatamente a tentar fazer pela vida nesta esquerda. Um rolo mais ou menos bem conseguido e não deu para fazer mais ali, mas a Anaís Vélez vai ter que fazer pela vida se quiser. Para já está na liderança, mas com 13 minutos não sei se este 4.75 e este 2 serão suficientes, tendo em conta o talento na água da Valentina Dias e da Priscila Medeiros, que ontem também deu tão boa conta de si, infelizmente para a Joana Schenker, porque foi precisamente esta atleta brasileira que com a Alexandra Rinder colocou a nossa campeã nacional para fora da competição. Portanto, já os portugueses sabem bem o que é que esta Priscila Medeiros é capaz de conseguir aqui neste Sintra Portugal Pro. Entretanto, estive aqui também a agradecer aos nossos patrocinadores, à Câmara Municipal de Sintra, que há 20 anos contribui de forma decisiva para esta história de sucesso que é o Sintra Portugal Pro. 20 anos desta maravilhosa competição, deste festival de ondas, este que foi durante muitos anos o principal evento de ondas em Portugal. Enquanto vemos as três, isto vai ser um hito para as cores portuguesas, e aí vou ter que comentar mesmo em português, totalmente em português, porque temos a Teresa Almeida, a Marta Leitão e a Catarina Souza num hito perfeitamente fratricida entre as três portuguesas. Infelizmente, o capricho do draw colocou estas três atletas portuguesas umas contra as outras e, portanto, não há a mesma hipótese. Uma delas vai ter que ficar pelo caminho. É uma pena. Todos nós gostaríamos de ter as 3 atletas portuguesas avançar o mais possível, mas infelizmente uma delas vai ter mesmo que ficar por aqui, por este round 5. Vai ser com certeza um hit disputadíssimo, parece um hit do circuito nacional feminino, mas vamos ver então como é que elas saem nestas ondas aqui da Praia Grande. As I was saying, we're going to have a Portuguese, all Portuguese heat. The next is going to be a all Portuguese heat with Portuguese Marta Leitão, Catarina Souza, and of course Teresa Almeida, our ISA world champion. Unfortunately for the Portuguese colors, we're going to have to say goodbye to one of them, and that's. Sorry guys, that's going to be a heat that obviously I'm going to have to commentate fully in Portuguese, so with some quick updates in English of course, but fully in Portuguese for you guys. But meanwhile, we have Ana Isvelis from Chile and Valentina Diaz also from Chile here on this heat, and Priscila Medeiros from Brazil with 10 minutes to go. And how good is to see these Chilean riders coming from Chile. That is a rising power in world bodyboarding. Chile has a lot of excellent waves for bodyboarding. It's a very rugged coast, full of slabs, full of reefs, ideal for bodyboarding, and as you can see, it's paying off in terms of the quality and the quantity of riders that come into this world tour, the pinnacle of bodyboarding competition. In this case here at Sintra Portugal Pro. So, and you see in the yellow singlet Priscila Medeiros in a bit of a spot there. She needs a 326. It's not a very tall order for the Brazilian rider, but still she needs to get something pretty quickly on the board, and needs to do something if she doesn't want to get knocked out of this comp. E, portanto, como eu estava a dizer, estamos a Ana Isvelis e a Valentina Dias que estão a liderar este hit, e é fantástica a quantidade e a qualidade dos talentos chilenos que estão neste momento no circuito mundial, não só nos masculinos, mas agora também nos femininos, o que é facilmente explicável pela qualidade e pela quantidade de boas ondas especialmente vocacionadas para o bodyboard naquela costa chilena. Aquelas águas frias cheias de lajes são ótimas dão ótimas ondas de bodyboard, e de facto as chilenas estão a aparecer em força um bocadinho também, criadas, fabricadas por essas condições espetaculares que há para o bodyboard no Chile. Entretanto, a brasileira Priscila Medeiros ontem fez uma exibição notável, venceu uma bateria que colocou frente à Alexandra Rinder e à Joana Schenker, e infelizmente para as cores portuguesas, a nossa Joana Schenker, campeã nacional em título, foi eliminada nessa bateria, pelo que a Priscila mostrou nessa altura a grande qualidade que tem. Portanto, não me parece, ela precisa apenas de um 3.26 para passar para a frente. Não me parece, muito sinceramente, que consiga que Ana Isvelis e a Valentina Dias consigam segurar a atleta brasileira precisando apenas de um 3.26, mas lá está, faltam pouco menos de 8 minutos para o final desta bateria, e a atleta brasileira com certeza vai colocar qualquer coisa aqui em jogo, e vai com certeza somar aqui qualquer coisa para poder passar então à próxima ronda. Vamos ver. Entretanto, para quem se ligou agora para quem apenas ligou agora aos computadores aqui no site, no live da APB ou no sintrabodyboard.com, dizer-vos que vamos ter já de seguida um hit totalmente português, um hit fratricida entre a Catarina Souza, a Marta Leitão e a Teresa Almeida. Infelizmente uma delas vai ter que ficar pelo caminho, enquanto vemos aqui estas Anaís Vélez e a Valentina Dias aqui a espreitar esta onda. Não, infelizmente, as condições são muito complicadas aqui. À medida que a maré está a encher, esperamos a maré cheia daqui ainda mais meia hora. Ainda temos meia hora de maré a encher, portanto, mas a maré está praticamente cheia. As condições aqui estão mais difíceis, há muito backwash, a onda está muito gorda, muito mole, e torna-se difícil entrar na onda. Aqui há Anaís Vélez a conseguir entrar nesta esquerda, mas como veem não há grandes facilidades. Ela consegue fazer ali um 360, ganha velocidade para um rolo que, enfim, chamar-lhe mais um enrolado. Vamos ver que os juízes com certeza não vão ficar muito impressionados com isto. A Anaís Vélez tem um 4,75 e um 3,75, não me parece que vá acrescentar grande coisa a esta pontuação. Vamos ver. Eu também não sou juiz e não vou com certeza aqui fazer o trabalho deles. A Valentina Dias está em segundo lugar e a Priscila Medeiros em terceiro, e acaba por ser surpreendente. A Priscila Medeiros, precisando de um 3,26, estar aqui nestas dificuldades. Está essencialmente, isto tem a ver um bocadinho aqui com as dificuldades com esta caprichosa Praia Grande e com a seleção de ondas, que não é muito fácil. Aqui vemos aqui nesta repetição a Anaís Vélez com este 360 a avançar e a conseguir ali eu chamo-lhe mais um enrolado do que um rolo, e a ficar mesmo por ali. Atletas chilenas que vêm, o Chile, que foi um grande abraço para o Chile, que foi para o pessoal do Chile, que foi fustigado por um violentíssimo terremoto aqui há alguns dias, um terremoto de 8 na escala de Richter, uma coisa absolutamente tremenda, mas que infelizmente não é invulgar naquela zona do globo. Uma zona muito agreste, onde a sobrevivência das pessoas é muito difícil, mas isso também ajuda, se calhar, a explicar o caráter e a força e a personalidade aguerrida destes chilenos que estão aqui, que atravessaram meio mundo e estão aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro a dar tão boa conta de si. Enquanto temos a Priscila Medeiros a atacar esta direita, bom 360, a Priscila precisa apenas de um 3,26, e ali a onda a fechar e a Priscila a sair. A Priscila precisa de um 3,26 para sair daquela posição em que se encontra no terceiro lugar e, portanto, potencial virtualmente fora da competição. Vamos ver o que é que os juízes fazem com com esta onda da Priscila, como é que eles a vão avaliar. So, Priscila Medeiros here with a spin. She only needs a 326 to get out of that third place position and virtually out of the comp. So we'll see how the judges. Yep, and they gave her a 3.10. Obviously not enough. With 3 minutes to go. And the pressure's on for Priscila Medeiros. She obviously needs something a bit more special to progress in this Sintra Portugal Pro, the 20th anniversary edition of the Sintra Portugal Pro, in this beautiful, beautiful beach of Praia Grande. If you guys don't know it, please fly here, drive here, whatever. Come to Portugal, come to Sintra. We have one of the most beautiful places in the world here in Sintra. We got the beaches, we got the white sand beaches, we got the World Heritage Site here, the UNESCO World Heritage Site here at Sintra. We got the sun, we got beautiful landscape and lots of opportunities for you guys to have fun here at Sintra. And so with 2 minutes to go, we see Priscila Medeiros paddling out, trying for something here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. She's in quite of a pressure heater there, quite of a pressure cooker there, needing a 326. It's not a very difficult wave, and normal conditions, but the conditions here at Praia Grande are pretty tricky, and it's going to be perhaps a bit more difficult than usual to get this score. As we can see some more waves coming in, and Priscilla, I'm not sure if she has if she understands exactly the position she is with 1 minute and something to go, and needing only a 3:26 to progress. Meanwhile, Anaís Vélez and Valentina Diaz, the Chilean riders, are dominating this heat with some average scores as well. Especially Valentina Diaz, she has a 475 and a backup wave of 175 that she needs desperately to better, and there she goes. She kind of listened to me with a roll there, and I definitely is going to better that. It's definitely going to better that backup wave of 175 and perhaps putting her in a more comfortable position here at this heat number 2 of round 5 here at Sintra Portugal Pro as we enter the last minute of the heat. And sure as I was saying, Valentina Diaz bettered that 175. She added a 425 to her score, and she jumps into first with 30 seconds to go, and it's a nail-biter of a heat, this one here, as Priscila Medeiros waits for a wave that makes it possible for her to progress into the next heat. Como estava a dizer, a Valentina Diaz aqui a sacudir muito bem, porque ela precisava de melhorar um 1,75 de onda de backup e conseguiu, portanto, passar para a frente deste hit, e nos últimos segundos, e a Priscila parece que não vai, ela precisava de um 3,26 e exatamente, incrível, a Priscila Medeiros precisava apenas de um 3,26 para conseguir sair daquela posição e conseguir progredir no hit, e infelizmente não conseguiu passar para a próxima ronda. Incrível e muito surpreendente a exibição desta Priscila Medeiros, que ontem sacrificou a Joana Schenker, mas que infelizmente neste hit não conseguiu. E agora, antes do próximo hit, com um hit totalmente português, vamos ter aqui uma pequena pausazinha para anúncios. Portanto, voltamos já, pessoal. And we're back into action with all Portuguese heat, as we see Catarina Souza being demolished by that white water over there. So all Portuguese heat with Catarina Souza, Teresa Almeida and Marta Leitão. And we jump right into action. First with Catarina Souza, and then with Marta Leitão. Going for a bit of a roll there and being demolished as well by the white water. The waves here in Sintra are doing some pretty peculiar stuff since with all the tide coming in, it's getting pretty tricky. And the swell's rising, so some pretty curious stuff happening out there. As we see Marta Leitão, Catarina Souza and Teresa Almeida. So as I was saying, all Portuguese heat. And so guys, considering that, I'm going to switch into Portuguese mode and I'm going to commentate a bit more in Portuguese with some small updates in English. Ok, so let's do this. Marta Leitão, de Portugal, Catarina Souza, Portugal, Teresa Almeida, Portugal, portanto é um hito completamente português e tendo isso em consideração, vou agora também comentar isto mais em português à medida que vemos as duas chilenas do hito anterior a abandonarem a água, elas que passam para a próxima ronda, sacrificando a Priscila Medeiros do Brasil. E passamos agora então para este hito completamente português, com Marta Leitão, Catarina Souza e Teresa Almeida. O que isto significa, por capricho do draw, significa que vamos ter necessariamente, lá está a Priscila Medeiros, que sai derrotada, visivelmente triste deste hit. E, portanto, como eu estava a dizer, há duas maneiras de olhar para este hit. É a perspectiva negativa, pensar que vamos ter uma portuguesa que vai ser, obviamente, eliminada e que não vai continuar em prova, o que é, de facto, uma infelicidade. A outra é pensar que, pelo menos, desta maneira, temos garantidamente duas portuguesas que seguem. Bem, eu, muito sinceramente, não sei muito bem como é que é de analisar isto. Vamos olhar isto, obviamente, da forma mais positiva possível e pensar que, neste momento, continuamos com duas portuguesas em prova nesta prova do Circuito Mundial Feminino, dois portugueses no Open, Manuel Centeno e Ricardo Rosmaninho, e depois mais dois portugueses no Drop Knee, nomeadamente o Nuno Leitão, Nuno Batata Leitão, Batata como é conhecido, o local de Carcavelos, e uma figura carismática, histórica mesmo, sem lhe chamar velho, do bodyboard nacional, e Diogo Pimenta, também um grande valor do Drop Knee nacional e um atleta de muito valor que pode fazer aqui qualquer coisa de muito interessante neste Sintra Portugal Pro 2015. Mas agora, meus amigos, temos aqui a competição feminina, esta bateria fratricida entre a Marta Leitão, a Catarina Souza e a Teresa Almeida. Marta Leitão, uma atleta que tem tido uma evolução fantástica nos últimos anos e que tem estado sempre em crescente no circuito nacional e que tem feito também algumas provas internacionais, mas que tem tido uma ascensão muito segura, muito, muito interessante, e é uma atleta que trabalha muito bem dentro e fora d'água. Ela, que é jornalista, trabalha para uma revista de desporto, Sport Life, e que faz também um trabalho muito interessante também de apoio à modalidade nessa perspectiva. A Catarina Souza, que dispensa apresentações, a Catarina, várias vezes campeã nacional, a única atleta portuguesa a ter ganho aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro em 2009, numa final histórica com a Rita Pires, e lembro-me perfeitamente daquelas finais que ficamos contentes e tristes ao mesmo tempo, porque não havia ali havia garantia de termos uma vencedora portuguesa, mas era com o sacrifício de outra portuguesa, e foi um momento histórico, sem dúvida, para esta organização. Infelizmente para a Rita Pires foi a Catarina Souza que saiu vencedora. A Rita, que temos muitas saudades e gostaríamos que ela estivesse aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro, infelizmente não é possível, mas lá está, a infelicidade de uma é a felicidade de outra, e acabou por escrever história dourada do bodyboard português, com a Catarina Souza a ganhar então em 2009. Entretanto, passamos então para a entrevista com a Valentina Dias. A nossa Vilma Vicente vai entrevistar a Valentina Dias, a chilena vencedora do hito anterior. Portanto, vamos a isso, Vilma.
And I'm here with Valentina Diaz from Chile. Hola, Valentina. ¿Cómo fue?
Was really good. I get good waves, and well, the conditions are a little bit hard for me, and it's my first time in Sintra, and yeah, it has been a real challenge for me, like this kind of waves, and with all the competitors very, very strong, like the Japanese and the Brazilian girls, and yeah, I think it's just know how to, choose the good wave and just try to do the best maneuvers. So yeah, I'm really happy, I'm stoked, and thank you everyone that is watching in Chile, South America. You! Go Chile!
Go Chile! Back to you guys.
Thank you.
E voltamos à ação com a Teresa Almeida nesta direita, aqui com algumas dificuldades. É como eu vos digo, o swell está a subir, a maré está a encher, e está a tornar as coisas muito, muito complicadas para as atletas aqui neste Sintra Portugal Pro, neste hito complicadíssimo, com 3 portuguesas em prova, a Marta Leitão, a Catarina Sousa e a Teresa Almeida, e para já, nesta batalha fratricida entre 3 portuguesas, a Teresa Almeida passa para a frente, mas por muito pouco. Estamos a falar de scores ainda muito, muito reduzidos, um 3,5, e 1,5 para a Teresa Almeida. A Marta Leitão apenas com uma onda 3,25 e a Catarina Sousa com uma onda 2,75. Isto não são scores à altura destas magníficas atletas e, portanto, vamos ter aqui com certeza um hito renhidíssimo até ao fim. Estas condições são, por um lado, são ingratas para as atletas, mas acabam por ser uma benção do ponto de vista competitivo, porque torna a coisa muito mais renhida, muito mais aguerrida e torna a incerteza do hit até ao fim. Há a possibilidade de tudo pode acontecer. Os scores são muito aproximados, muito renhidos e, portanto, aumenta um bocadinho a emoção. O espetáculo provavelmente sai um bocadinho prejudicado. Não vamos ter, com certeza, manobras tão espetaculares, mas há aqui uma grande incerteza de resultado que acaba por acrescentar alguma emoção aqui ao resultado deste hit. E agora vou fazer uma pequena atualização em inglês. So, as I was saying, Teresa Almeida from Portugal. Well, they're all from Portugal, guys. Teresa Almeida, Marta Leitão and Catarina Sousa. Teresa Almeida, our ISA World Champion, is with a pretty meager lead here on this heat. Well, but because the scores are all pretty small right now, there are pretty tough conditions for our athletes to score here because the swell's rising, but the tide is almost full at this time. It's 1 o'clock here in Portugal. So the tide's completely full here in Praia Grande, and the conditions are very, very difficult for our bodyboarders here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, and that reflects, obviously, it reflects on the scores that you see on your boards. Meanwhile, Teresa Almeida is edging Marta Leitão and Catarina Sousa for the lead of this heat, but obviously she has a 3.50 and a 1.50. These aren't exactly pretty difficult scores to beat. It's just a question of these guys getting the best waves possible and see. But picking the waves here today, especially in these conditions, is more than half the job. Let's see. As we see Marta Leitão here going for this right-hander, waiting for it to enter that inside section with a more potential to score, and unfortunately, yeah, she got pretty bashed by that white water. Pretty difficult section to negotiate. It's a matter of luck, honestly, out there if she gets the right section to hit or not. And to score some points. But as I was saying, this is a full Portuguese heat, so I'm going to do my commentating mainly in Portuguese, guys. So hang on a bit with me, have a little patience, and I'll do some quick updates in English as well. Como estava a dizer, a Marta Leitão tentou ali naquela direita somar mais qualquer coisa ao seu 3.25. Infelizmente as ondas não estão fáceis, o swell está a subir, mas a maré está muito cheia e, portanto, torna-se complicado. Ela ainda tentou ali negociar a onda por forma a chegar ali àquela secção de inside. Tem sido uma secção mais prolífica, com mais possibilidade de dar qualquer coisa com potencial para pontuar, mas infelizmente é uma lotaria e acabou por ser engolida pela espuma e não conseguiu fazer mais nada digno de nota e, portanto, sumiu apenas um 1. Não era com certeza esse o desfecho que a Marta Leitão desejaria para aquela onda e, portanto, para já temos a Teresa Almeida também com duas ondas ligeiramente melhores, um 3,5 e um 1,5, a liderar aqui este hit. A Teresa Almeida, Nazarena Teresa Almeida, campeã do mundo da ISA. Nazarena, que está ansiosa naturalmente por uma oportunidade de representar Portugal em casa na próxima etapa do Mundial, na Nazaré, onde se esperam ondas fantásticas, e ela já me confessou que está muito entusiasmada e muito ansiosa por estar ali a jogar verdadeiramente em casa, na sua terra natal. Mas, portanto, a Teresa Almeida está a liderar este hit. A Catarina Sousa, a única portuguesa, ganhou aqui no Sintra em 2009, em segundo lugar. A Rainha Catarina, uma lenda do bodyboard nacional, uma atleta que já espalhou o nome de Portugal um pouco por todo o mundo e que tem inúmeros títulos nacionais. E a Marta Leitão, uma atleta que tem melhorado a olhos vistos ao longo destes últimos anos, tanto no circuito nacional como no circuito mundial, e que está aqui muito bem, em muito bom plano, nesta ronda 5 do Mundial de Sintra, no Sintra Portugal Pro. Exatamente, e parece que me ouviu, caiu esta segunda nota, os juízes ouviram-me, caiu esta segunda nota para a Marta Leitão, que somam 1,55 ao seu 3,25 e consegue então subir para segundo lugar. Isto são scores obviamente baixinhos. As coisas aqui na Praia Grande não estão fáceis, a maré está muito cheia, é uma altura muito ingrata do dia para as bodyboarders em prova. Não há um potencial para pontuar ondas extraordinárias, não há ondas extraordinárias com potencial para pontuar, mas isto são atletas que estão habituadas a todo tipo de condições e que conseguem fazer milagres, não fossem algumas das melhores do mundo, conseguem fazer milagres nestas ondas. Portanto, vamos ver, com 10 minutos e qualquer coisa, este hit ingrato para as cores portuguesas, em que uma delas vai ter que ficar necessariamente fora, à medida que vemos a Marta Leitão ali a espreitar aquele insider que acabou por percebeu que não tinha potencial para fazer alguma coisa de especial e deixou ir inteligentemente, até porque ela não está com prioridade, e então vamos ver o que é que o resto deste hit nos reserva. Marta Leitão muito ativa. Parece-me que ela vai apostar ali naquele inside. Já percebeu que é a melhor maneira, sobretudo quando não está com a prioridade, já percebeu que é a melhor maneira de tentar somar alguns pontos. São estratégias, tendo em conta a reduzida qualidade das ondas nesta altura, o fator competição, a inteligência competitiva destas atletas assume o comando e torna-se o fator primordial para tentarem, então, a Catarina Sousa, como eu estava a dizer, e se falamos de inteligência competitiva, falamos claramente de Catarina Sousa, uma das mais experiente das atletas aqui em competição. E que fantástico! Se ela sai deste rolo, meus amigos, infelizmente para a Catarina, era um rolo fantástico. Era claramente a melhor onda do hit. Infelizmente a Catarina não conseguiu agarrar ali naquela secção muito rasa, com muita turbulência, não conseguiu segurar a prancha e não conseguiu sair. Mesmo assim, o suficiente, 4, tendo em conta o quão baixos estão os scores aqui, a Catarina consegue então passar para a frente com um 4,25, portanto tem um 2,35 com um 4,25, um total de 7, e lidera neste momento a bateria. So, in a quick update, Catarina Sousa just jumped into the lead with this wave. Only a 4.25, but considering how low the scores are on this heat, as we see the replay with Catarina there on the reverse, then another reverse, so a couple of reverses, then going into the foam ball there, hitting the inside section with something that was a pretty cylindrical textbook roll, but unfortunately she couldn't hang on to the board and got pretty smashed. Still, she got rewarded with 4.25. That's enough for her to jump into first. So it's Catarina Sousa right now with the red singlet in first, Teresa Almeida from Portugal with a black singlet in second, and Marta Leitão, that you can watch on your screens right now, with a yellow singlet in third, as she's paddling onto this wave, and she lets it go. Obviously, she saw that it didn't have the potential. It was basically a closeout. It didn't have the potential to score something. And so, as I was saying, this is a full Portuguese heat, so I'm going to commentate this substantially in Portuguese, guys. So hang on with me for a minute. I'm going to commentate a bit more in Portuguese for the benefit of our Portuguese audience that's obviously glued to the screens here to see this that almost looks like a national tour hit. E portanto a Marta Leitão, infelizmente naquela direita não conseguiu fazer mais. A Honda não parecia que tinha algum potencial, mas acabou por não por se desfazer à frente dela e fechou completamente e não lhe deu hipótese de fazer mais nada de especial. Mas a Marta Leitão está neste momento em terceiro lugar, nesta bateria ingrata para os portugueses, tendo em conta que vamos ter sempre uma atleta portuguesa a ficar de fora. Mas como dizia há pouco aqui a Vilma Vicente, a nossa entrevistadora de serviço, isto há duas maneiras de ver a coisa: ou vemos isto pelo lado negativo e pensamos, bem, vamos perder uma portuguesa, ou então vemos a coisa pelo lado positivo e pensamos que, na pior das hipóteses, temos pelo menos sempre duas portuguesas a prosseguir em prova. É uma maneira de ver isto. É uma maneira de ver isto, meus amigos. E, portanto, não há... é sempre uma questão de ver o copo meio cheio ou o copo meio vazio. E com 6 minutos e 20, a Catarina Souza... várias vezes campeã nacional, a liderar aqui a bateria e a colocar pressão na Teresa Almeida, campeã do mundo da ISA, e a Marta Leitão. Curiosamente também dizer que estas são três atletas que são velhas conhecidas aqui do circuito nacional, velhas entre aspas, claro, mas são conhecidas do campeonato do circuito nacional, amigas de longa data, todas elas, e mais do que isso trabalham juntas no projeto Boogie Chicks, que é liderado pela Catarina Souza, mas que tem a colaboração da Teresa Almeida e da Marta Leitão. Portanto, mais do que é mesmo ingrato para as três, amigas, colegas, compatriotas aqui neste hit, a competir umas contra as outras e a terem que sacrificar uma delas aqui neste Sintra Portugal Pro. Mas pronto, é assim a competição, meus amigos, e estas coisas, a alegria de uns é a tristeza de outros, e pronto, e infelizmente alguém vai ter necessariamente que ficar a perder. Entretanto, a Catarina estava ali a espreitar aquela onda. Isto está muito complicado. Acho que dá perfeitamente para ter a noção, para vocês que têm algum conhecimento da modalidade, dá perfeitamente para ter a noção que estamos aqui perante um daqueles dias de Praia Grande muito complicados, maré muito cheia, os fundos não estão particularmente brilhantes este ano, estamos ainda com fundos de verão, não estão particularmente brilhantes e, portanto, com esta maré e com o swell a subir, as coisas estão muito, muito complicadas para as atletas. À medida que vemos a Marta Leitão ali a remar para fora, a fazer aqui um duck dive, a remar para fora, a tentar passar ali esta espuma, que é muito chata. Está muito complicado remar lá para fora aqui na Praia Grande. E atenção, Catarina Souza, que está... Catarina, para quem não sabe, convém dizer, a Catarina compete aqui há 20 anos, meus amigos, desde a primeira edição do Sintra Portugal Pro. A Catarina Souza esteve em todas, mas todas as edições a competir. Ela confessava ontem um bocadinho com alguma nostalgia e ao mesmo tempo quase surpreendida como é que o tempo passa tão depressa. Diz ela: eu entrei aqui pela primeira vez com 18 anos e tenho 37. Meu Deus, como o tempo passou depressa. São 20 edições aqui a competir. É uma alegria, mas foi tão rápido, tão rápido. E é verdade, mas a Catarina aos 18 anos competiu aqui, compete aqui aos 37 e sempre nos habituou a grandes exibições. Ganhou aqui em 2009, este ano ainda está no jogo, ainda está na luta por mais uma vitória. Quem sabe ainda o que é que se pode passar aqui neste Sintra Portugal Pro. Isto vai ser emoção até o último dia, portanto convido-vos a ficar aqui e a virem cá no sábado e sobretudo no domingo, o último dia da competição, para ver exatamente o que é que acontece e quem é que serão os vencedores. Dizer que o Sintra Portugal Pro este ano, infelizmente, ao contrário do que se passou o ano passado, em que tivemos vários campeões. Infelizmente este ano vamos apenas coroar. O ano passado tivemos 4 campeões no mundo, não é todos os dias. Este ano vamos coroar apenas, entre aspas, um campeão do mundo no drop knee. O circuito mundial feminino vai ser decidido na Nazaré, o que também é bom para Portugal, e o circuito mundial masculino, o circuito Open, vai ficar decidido apenas somente em Porto Rico, a última etapa do circuito mundial. Portanto, por um lado também é bom ter esse suspense até final, é bom para o circuito mundial, é bom para a APB, é bom para os fãs de bodyboard. So, with 2 minutes to go, as I was saying, Catarina Souza leads the charge here and leads this heat with a 7-point total score. Marta Leitão from Portugal in second, Teresa Almeida in third. As I was saying, we're not going to have the women's world champion crowned here in Sintra this year. Last year we had 4 world champions here in Sintra. This year we're going to have 1 world champion, the decade champion, of course. And the women's world tour is going to be decided in Nazaré. As we watch Teresa Almeida, no, unfortunately for her, she couldn't catch this wave. It's pretty tricky conditions here at Praia Grande. As I was saying, we're going to have the women's world champion to be crowned at Nazaré, which is good for Portugal as well. Here we're going to have the DK, and the men's world title is going to be decided in Puerto Rico, the last stage of this APB World Tour. So pretty exciting as well. Meanwhile, here in Sintra, it remind you guys that Amor Laverne was knocked out of the comp yesterday, so pretty big shocker here in Sintra, and Uri Valadão got knocked out of the comp as well today. So it's all on the grabs here at the Sintra Portugal Pro with Jared Houston, who is currently third in the world rankings, with a pretty good opportunity to catch up on Amaury at the World Tour. And of course we have other guys running on the outside like Pierre-Louis Coste, Louis Finnegan, and Ian Campbell from South Africa. So it's a pretty wide open race until the title. So that's how we like it. That's how high the level here is in this World Tour. As we see Teresa Almeida in this last wave, and that not a very clean move on this finishing wave. And unfortunately, it looks she needed 2:36. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Suspense. We're going to wait here. We have Catarina Souza winning the heat, and Marta Leitão or Teresa Almeida. We'll see who is going to progress into the next heat, the next round. Sorry. Yeah, and it wasn't enough. So it's Catarina Souza, Teresa Almeida, and we'll have to say, Catarina Souza, Marta Leitão, and we're going to say goodbye to Teresa Almeida, but I'm sure she's going to be a standout in Nazaré in her own home break. And meanwhile, we go into heat number 4, round 5, with Mayumi Tone from Japan, Sari Ohara, a fearless competitor and a very dangerous competitor here in Sintra, and Isabela Souza, the Brazilian one of the top contenders for the Women's World Tour, multiple times world champion, and the reigning champion here at Sintra. So it's going to be definitely a very exciting heat, don't you think, Tessa?
Yeah, it looks amazing on paper, that's for sure. Isabela Souza, of course, a multiple world champion. Mayumi Tone, one of Japan's finest. She's been really surfing incredibly. And Sari Ohara, who comes from a surfing family. Of course, her brother looks like being one of the Japanese riders that possibly could qualify for the World Championship Tour this year. He's really on fire. He's sponsored by Hurley, and he's a great surfer. So their mum must be so proud. They've got 2 world-class athletes in their family, and both of them into surfing. I actually met Mrs. O'Hara in Australia last year at one of the WQS events that I was commentating at, and she's a lovely lady, so I'm sure that she'll be watching on. And hello, ohayo, Mrs. O'Hara, konnichiwa.
Mr. Tessa McKenna, an encyclopedia of surfing for sure. And Sari O'Hara, she almost, if I didn't know, she almost sounds like Irish or something. O'Hara, Sari O'Hara. So, guys, Isabella Souza, obviously, I would say she's in typical conditions, she would be the favorite here, but with these conditions here in Sintra, they're quite the equalizer here in Sintra. These are very democratic conditions, and the Japanese are usually pretty successful in these conditions. And she kind of heard me, Sari O'Hara, there she is, going in her pretty clean style with that reverse. Let's see what she can get furthermore on this wave. Another reverse. Looking for the inside section, and unfortunately it didn't. It closed out on her, so nothing more for her on this wave. But for sure, the best wave of the heat, as we see Mayumi Tane answering back on this right-hander, speeding down the line, looking for a section, and no, definitely, I'm seeing too much of an orange slick there, so. Not a successful wave for Mayumi Tone. And Isabella Souza from Brazil, as I was saying, she drops into second. I think Sari O'Hara, we're still waiting for her score, which I'm almost positive is going to be the best score of the heat. As we going to get Nuno Cardoso back on the... Oh, okay. No, sorry, guys. No. Just Nuno Cardoso was just passing by. He's going for lunch. Nuno is going for lunch. And so, as I was saying, Sari O'Hara, with 21 minutes to go, Sari O'Hara puts herself into the lead of this heat with 350. 350, obviously, usually a low score, but considering the conditions and the scoring potential in these conditions, it's going to be perhaps a pretty average score on this heat of women. So the swell, Tessa, the swell is coming in, but the tide is also pretty full. So it's complicating a bit the life of our riders here, since it gives out some pretty tricky conditions.
Yeah, it's still a lot better than a lot of years that we've come here to Sintra during the summertime contest when it was half to 1 foot. We've got a good 3 to 4 feet of swell out there at the moment. It's a little tricky on the top of the tide, but I'd say as we move into the afternoon, we're going to see some very good surfing, and you can see that wind at the moment is still blowing pretty much cross offshore, so the wave face is very smooth, and it's allowing for some pretty good surfing. I guess the big problem is that there's not a lot of lips out there to bust off, so the riders aren't able to use the wave like a pole vault to get those good scores going. But at the moment, it looks like Sari O'Hara on that first wave was enough to go into the lead with a 3.5. Mayumi Tony on her first wave, 2.0, and first of Isabella Souza is a 1.75. So Isabella want to watch out in these conditions. The Japanese riders very proficient when it comes to the kind of smaller wave riding and being able to maximise their scores in difficult conditions. They get a lot of this sort of stuff in Japan until they get the typhoons that go past, and then of course they get some really good, really big waves over there when they get those typhoons going. But 19 minutes left on the clock. We are going to move into, I think it's round number 6, heat number 1 of the men's division is going to be coming up next. And we've got some really good clashes coming up. First up is going to be David Barbosa from Brazil. A young guy. He's been on fire here in Sintra. In fact, right throughout 2015. He'll be taking on Ricardo Rosmenino from Portugal. So it's the battle of the grommets. And using up priority on that one, Isabella Souza. can just see her leaning into that bottom turn. She's just got such a distinctive style, and she really just uses a lot of leverage, and her technique is just flawless. That's what's won her, those world titles. So, unfortunately, not a lot of options on that one for Isabella. I guess she's also used to surfing pretty small waves in Brazil, but she travels a lot, so she might be a little more spoiled than the Japanese girls.
Yeah, definitely. And so sometimes when we're talking about Isabella Souza's bodyboarding abilities, some guys refer to her saying that, well, Isabella, she surfs like a man. And that's really a compliment because she's definitely has this explosive style that's pretty progressive, pretty special, and you can see it on your surf. She combines that explosive style with a pretty smooth style as well. So it's a great package, a great athlete, one of the best, most exciting bodyboarders to watch, either in men's or women's competition, for sure. Meanwhile, here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, at this heat, she's leading the heat with a 225 and a 175. Guys, this is nothing. Of course, the heat is pretty wide open. Of course, in these conditions, it's going to be pretty difficult for the Isabel Souza, Sari Ohara, and Mayo Mitone to excel and put some high scores on the board. But for sure, as Tessa already mentioned, this is not one of the worst years here at Sintra, and we're expecting the swell to come up. So as the swell is coming up, obviously coming up, and when the tide starts receding a bit more, obviously we're going to have a pretty good show. As we see our own Ricardo Rusmaninho, one of the standouts here this year at Sintra. There's always, Tessa, there's always a dark horse in this competition. There's always someone who comes out from the early rounds and progresses far into the comp. Last year was our own João Barciela Joffe. This year, Ricardo Rusmaninho, who did a pretty good job last year as well, is doing that job and surprising us all with some pretty good performances. Meanwhile, we're going to interview with Vilma, interviewing the winner of last heat. Take it away, Vilma.
And in the last heat of the women's competition, we had 3 Portuguese girls, and the winner was Catarina Souza. She's here with me. We're going to talk a little bit in Portuguese. Maybe it's easier. Hi, Catarina. Estiveste na água com a tua pupila, Marta Leitão, e com outra portuguesa, a Teresa. Como é que foi competir contra... Já estás habituada a competir contra elas?
Sim, já estou habituada. De qualquer maneira, é sempre... Pronto, preferia ter outras adversárias para não estar a competir contra as minhas colegas de trabalho, as minhas atletas. Mas pronto, é sempre bom fazer um hit com elas e pronto, e nós sabíamos que uma de nós tinha que perder. Pronto.
Catarina is actually the trainer of some of the Portuguese girls, so it was tough to compete against them, but well, somebody has to lose and somebody has to win. So thank you very much, Catarina. See you in the next round. Now in the water we have the last heat of this women round competition, but stay tuned because right after that we have the round 6 of the men competition. So stay tuned, stay with us.
And there's some gold for Sari Ohara. A pretty good long right-hander for Sari Ohara. Unfortunately, I don't think she kind of quite nailed that last finishing move, but still a pretty decent wave for Sari Ohara, and I think she's going to do some damage on this heat. There she goes. Lots of speed on that reverse. Sari Ohara milking all she can out of that wave, speeding up, a little check turn, getting into the power source on that wave, and going into boom, hell of a roll. Unfortunately, she got chewed up on that white water over there. And meanwhile, going to, just for a quick update in Portuguese, estava então a dizer que a Sara O'Hara está aqui a fazer um excelente ataque aqui à liderança com este par de 3,5, a colocar a Isabela Souza em segundo lugar e a Mayumi Tone em terceiro. E quero aproveitar também para mandar um beijinho à Mariana Rosa, campeã regional de Carcavelos, que nos está aqui também a mandar um beijinho aqui no Facebook e portanto é também o futuro do circuito nacional, o futuro também quiçá do circuito mundial e o futuro deste Sintra Portugal Pro. Portanto, um grande beijinho para ela e um grande abraço para o Ricardo Rosa, o seu pai, que são com certeza dois grandes fãs aqui do bodyboard nacional e deste Sintra Portugal Pro. So, as I was saying, Sara O'Hara leading the charge here with a couple of 3.5 scores, putting Isabela Souza into second place and Mayumi Tone into third place. Here on the Heat 4, as we see, it's finding a lip on these conditions on the inside, and being able to ride out of it, since the wave only stands up there on the inside where there's on such a shallow section, it makes it pretty hard to land the moves there. You get all shook up by the white water, but as you see, Mayumi Tone on the right hand, and she tries to bust out a roll there, but unfortunately not. And Isabela Souza and boom, she kind of she tried to bust something on that section, but as I was saying, it's pretty difficult. It's so shallow there, so difficult for the riders to hang on to their boards there. As we see, Mayumi Tone giving it another try with a 360, negotiating the backwash there, speeding surf, looking for something, and trying to force the roll there. Unfortunately, not enough for sure. She needs not enough. I don't know. She needs a 241, so we'll see. As we watch the replay of Isabela Souza with 11 minutes to go, Isabela on this left-hander. Such speed, such style, and she tries to boost. I think it was a small tweak invert there, but unfortunately, that section, the roof fell on her, and she couldn't quite ride out of there, unfortunately for Isabela Souza, who is in quite a spot with 10 minutes and something to go, in third place. And the two Japanese riders dominating the heat with Sara O'Hara, and she's Japanese, guys, not Irish. Sara O'Hara leading the heat with a yellow singlet. Mayumi Tone from Japan, also from Japan, with the red. And Isabela Souza from Brazil in quite a spot. Isabela Souza, she's struggling. She's racing for the world title to get herself another world title, perhaps in Nazaré. Chasing Alexandra Rinder, the German dash Spaniard rider from the Canary Islands. And after yesterday, Neymar Carvalho from Brazil lost the opportunity to continue on that race, being knocked out here in Sintra. So with 9 minutes and something to go, things are getting pretty difficult for Isabela. Let's see what the talented Brazilian rider has in store for us. So, as I was saying in Portuguese, now, Sara O'Hara do Japão a colocar a Isabela Souza, olá Brasil, colocar a Isabela Souza aqui numa situação muito complicada. A Isabela Souza numa situação muito complicada. Ela que está na corrida pelo título mundial. Ontem viu a Neymar Carvalho ser arredada dessa corrida aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro. A Neymar, que esteve um ano afastada, dedicada a uma carreira política, ou ao princípio de uma carreira política, mas infelizmente acabou por não ser eleita, e felizmente para nós, fãs do bodyboard, pôde voltar aqui ao Sintra Portugal Pro para competir e a brilhantar aqui esta competição com a sua presença. Infelizmente ontem foi eliminada e coloca o título mundial a ser disputado entre a Isabela, a Alexandra e a própria Sari O'Hara, que está aqui portanto a Sari O'Hara com algum interesse aqui neste hit, porque a Sari O'Hara matematicamente ainda tem possibilidade de ser campeã do mundo este ano e, portanto, está aqui a jogar uma cartada importante neste Sintra Portugal Pro. E, por falar nela, Sari O'Hara, que lhe ia espreitar, e, portanto, pode ser importante para a Sari eliminar aqui a Isabela Souza. Mas faltam 8 minutos. A Isabela Souza é capaz de fazer coisas incríveis numa onda. Basta, deem-lhe uma onda, meus amigos, deem-lhe uma onda decente e vão ver o que é que a Isabela consegue fazer. So, as I was saying, this is a pretty interesting heat from the standpoint of the Women's World Tour, because Sari O'Hara, who is leading this heat, has a mathematical chance still to be a world champion. So, if she manages to knock out Isabela Souza out of the comp, things might get interesting, not only to Alexandra Rinder, but for herself, for Sari O'Hara. So, we'll see in Nazaré. Things are going to be decided in Nazaré. The premiere of Nazaré in the World Tour, after years and years of those guys in Nazaré, they were always courting the opportunity of having a stage of the World Tour there at Nazaré. And finally, this year, 2015, they're going to have that chance, and they're going to be rewarded with the opportunity of crowning the women's world champion there. So, big shout out to Nazaré, great opportunity there. As we see Isabela Souza going for that left-hander, nice reverse, speeding in, right. Good answer back with Mayumi Tone. Oh my God, and things are getting pretty complicated for Isabela Souza after this wave by Mayumi Tone. I'm not sure how the judges are going to score this wave, but definitely Isabela Souza got the worst end of the stick here on this wave exchange. So, as I was saying, now a bit in Portuguese, guys. Sari O'Hara tem hipóteses matemáticas de conseguir este título, e houve aqui uma troca de ondas muito interessante. A Isabela Souza conseguiu uma onda medíocre, e a Mayumi Tone logo de seguida consegue aqui um excelente rolo na resposta. A nota ainda não caiu e os juízes ainda estão a decidir, e portanto vai com certeza mexer aqui muito na classificação deste hit. A Isabela está agora aqui em segundo lugar, mas vai com certeza haver aqui uma alteração. Estamos só à espera desta última nota da Mayumi Tone. E pode haver aqui qualquer coisa. Vai haver com certeza aqui uma alteração neste hit. E vamos ver se a Isabela Souza não vai cair para terceiro. Vamos ver. Portanto, um hit emocionante aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro. À medida que vemos preparar para entrar no próximo hit.
5 minutes.
So, and we're entering the last 5 minutes of the heat. Exactly. And that score I was waiting for. Então, aquela nota que tardou um bocadinho a aparecer, Mayumi Tone com 5, e como eu previa, passa para a frente a Mayumi Tone, Sari O'Hara em segundo, e Isabela Souza, que estava em segundo, passa então para terceiro. A Isabela Souza está a ter grandes dificuldades nesta bateria. ela que está a lutar por um título mundial, mas que neste momento pode ter aqui em Sintra, ela que foi finalista, ela que foi vencedora aqui o ano passado, ela que é a campeã em título aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro, pode ter pode ter alguns problemas na sua corrida ao título aqui em consequência desta bateria. Vamos ver com a Mayumi Tone do Japão e a Sari Ohara, que é uma interessada direta nesta corrida, ela que também tem hipóteses matemáticas de ser ainda campeã do mundo, está aqui a jogar em causa própria e com grande sucesso. So, as I was expecting, that last wave of Mayumi Tone is the best wave of the heat, propels the Japanese rider into first place and puts the pressure on Isabella Souza. What a pressure cooker for Isabella Souza here. She needs a wave. She desperately needs a good score to get... Oh, I just got the... We didn't get the beginning of that wave. I'm not sure exactly what Isabella Souza did on that wave, so let's see how the judges... But as I was saying, Isabella Souza desperately needs a wave to get back into the heat and get back and try to survive. Exactly. Okay, 3.9, the best wave for Isabella Souza on that. The best score for Isabella Souza on that wave, and she hangs by the skin of her teeth onto the... Whoa, as Sari Ohara... Okay, guys, this is... You're kidding me. This is definitely one hell of a heat. Sari Ohara answers back with a roll, and Isabella Souza is struggling. She's going to... Obviously, she's going... If I'm not mistaken, she's going to be in third place again, as Sari Ohara is not going to make things easy for Isabella Souza on this heat. E pessoal, isto está a ser um hit fantástico, uma troca de ondas brutal, e Isabella Souza desesperadamente a lutar para continuar aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro, já que a Sari Ohara, depois daquela onda de Isabella Souza, a sua melhor onda, a Sari Ohara responde com um rolo potente para a esquerda, e estamos à espera, exatamente, e um 5.75, e Sari Ohara passa para primeiro. And so, guys, as I was saying, what a battle on this heat. Sari Ohara now with the best wave of the heat, a 5.75 on that left-hander, jumps again into the first place. Jumps again into first place, puts Isabella Souza on the spot again in third place. And what is Isabella Souza thinking right now on this heat? She has done everything she can considering the conditions, but the waves aren't just making it easier for her, and she's struggling to try and survive and try to keep her hopes alive on the Sintra Portugal Pro 2015. We're talking about Isabella Souza, multiple world champion, the reigning champion here at Praia Grande at Sintra Portugal Pro. So she's capable of turning the table around for sure. But these two Japanese daredevils, these incredible hardworking athletes, the Japanese Sari Ohara and Mayumi Tone, are not going to make it easy for Isabella Souza. So we're entering the last minute, guys. The suspense is killing us here at the booth, at the webcast booth here at Sintra Portugal Pro 2015. 30 seconds to go. Let's see what Isabella, if she still has something up her sleeve that she can take out and use to save herself here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. Portanto, como eu estava a dizer, estamos a entrar nos últimos segundos desta bateria, desta quarta bateria do round 5, e parece-me que a Isabella Souza vai ser... Pronto, é isto. Parece-me que a Isabella Souza vai ser eliminada. Ela, a campeã em título aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro, vai ser eliminada exatamente. Infelizmente para a Isabella. And so, that's how the fat lady sings, guys, and Isabella Souza is out of the comp. Another shocker. Sari Ohara and Mayumi Tone put Isabella Souza out of the comp. And this spells some pretty interesting stuff for the race of the women's world title. And now we're going for a man-to-man heat between Brazilian young gun David Barbosa and Ricardo Rosmaninho, talking about young guns, the guy from Póvoa do Varzim, from Portugal, Ricardo Rosmaninho, who has been a standout on this comp. And it's definitely going to be a pretty exciting heat. All Portuguese-speaking heat, so I'm going to switch to Portuguese again, guys, and we'll do some small updates in English, but of course, for the benefit of our Portuguese and Brazilian audience, I'm going to commentate this now in Portuguese. Então, David Barbosa e Ricardo Rosmaninho, brasileiro, o jovem brasileiro, que tem feito coisas tão boas aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro, este verdadeiramente entusiasmante bodyboarder brasileiro, frente a Ricardo Rosmaninho, o nosso jovem português da Póvoa do Varzim, que tem feito também aqui uma carreira fantástica neste Sintra Portugal Pro. Ele, que o ano passado já deu muito boa conta de si aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro, este ano está a fazer ainda melhor e chegou aqui a estes oitavos de finais, homem a homem. Vamos ver, as coisas começam a entrar na fase decisiva e vamos ver o que é que o Ricardo, ele que vem da Póvoa do Varzim, terra de campeões de bodyboarder, terra que já produziu nomes como o Tiago Silva, conhecido por Moita, aqui no panorama do bodyboard nacional. Vamos ver o que é que o nosso Ricardo Rosmaninho consegue fazer aqui nesta bateria homem a homem. And so, as I was saying, Ricardo Rosmaninho, from Póvoa do Varzim, e David Barbosa, do Brasil, aqui nesta bateria homem a homem, interessantíssima bateria. O David Barbosa, que tem nos surpreendido a todos aqui, não só no Pro Júnior, mas também aqui no Open, já chegou aos oitavos de final, homem a homem. É de facto um competidor interessantíssimo. E o Ricardo Rosmaninho, o português, que parece estar, tem estado bastante entusiasmado, bastante concentrado, focadíssimo na competição. Tenho falado com ele aqui todos os dias e tenho-o visto concentradíssimo aqui na competição. Ele está numa fase excelente de bodyboard. Ainda ontem estava a comentar com o Ricardo Faustino, também um grande nome do bodyboard nacional, não tanto na competição, mais no free surf, mas um bodyboarder talentosíssimo, um big rider. Ele detesta que lhe chamem big rider, mas é no fundo um big rider português. Estive aqui a falar com ele conhece bem o Ricardo e ele diz: o Ricardo está numa fase, eu também passei por isso quando tinha a idade dele. O Ricardo tem 19 anos, também passei por isso quando tinha a idade dele, e está naquela fase ótima em que está bem fisicamente, está bem psicologicamente, está numa idade em que não tem outras distrações, está perfeitamente focado, está na zona, está in the zone, como se diz no basquete, está on fire, está perfeitamente com as condições ótimas para fazer um campeonato de categoria. E de facto, meus amigos, não há que desmentir, o Ricardo, neste momento, nos oitavos de final homem a homem, ele e o Manuel Centeno são os sobreviventes portugueses aqui nesta competição. Hoje, que já perdemos infelizmente o Daniel Fonseca, também outro nome que promete ainda muito, ele já é uma certeza do bodyboard nacional, o Daniel Fonseca, irmão do Guilherme Fonseca, esse jovem surfista, também é uma família, e quero deixar aqui um grande abraço e um beijinho para os pais dele, que são uma família que apoia muito estes dois jovens, e uma família que tem dado muito ao surf nacional. Basta pensar nestes dois talentos que os têm apoiado incondicionalmente e que faz tudo para que estes jovens tenham sucesso, e são dois jovens extraordinários dentro e fora d'água. Mas pronto, perdemos o Daniel Fonseca, como eu estava a dizer, com grande pena nossa, mas ainda temos este Ricardo Rosmaninho e o Manuel Centeno, que são com certeza dois nomes para levar as cores portuguesas bem longe. Enquanto isso, passamos para a entrevista com a Vilma, que vai entrevistar a vencedora do hit anterior, a japonesa Sari Ohara.
And the winner of the last heat of the women competition for today is Sari Ohara from Japan. She's on fire since yesterday, and you just beat world championship and the world champion and the defending title of here of Sintra Portugal Pro. How do you feel?
It was so hard heat because there was no good waves, and I just caught the good one. So hard.
But you did very, very good. Do you want to leave a message for Japan?
応援してくれてありがとうございました。もうすごい波が難しくて最後1本決めれてよかったです。明日につなげ日本人の利根さんと一緒に明日につなげられてすごく嬉しいです。このまま優勝に向かって頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you for watching me, everyone.
Thank you, Sari. Now, in the water, we have the men pro competition. It's the first heat of the round 6. Who wins here goes directly to the quarterfinals, and who loses gets a 9th place. Okay, let's see. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As we saw, David Barbosa on his first wave. Let's wait for some scores here. Ricardo Rosmaninho. So, as I was saying, I'm going to commentate basically in Portuguese, guys. Então, Ricardo Rosmaninho a partir aqui, nesta esquerda, com grande velocidade, com certeza a procurar do RS. Não, um rolo. Encaixar um rolo. Agora a tentar ligar com o inside. Muita velocidade do Ricardo, muito inteligente, a jogar seguro e sacar ali um rolo que lhe permite. E velocidade, meu Deus, é para a velocidade deste jogo. E outro grande rolo do Ricardo Rosmaninho. Grande primeira onda do Ricardo Rosmaninho, inteligentíssimo, a somar ali 2 rolos com muita velocidade, bem projetados. Vamos ver então nesta troca de ondas quem é que tira vantagem. Enquanto vemos aqui a repetição do Ricardo acelerar. Um bom primeiro rolo, a onda um pouco cheia, mas o Ricardo a conseguir essa velocidade trazia sacar ali projeção suficiente. Depois a ligar muito bem com o inside. Muito fluido, muita velocidade por parte do Ricardo. E boom, esta sim, a manobra desta onda, muito projetada, muito potente. Vamos ver o que é que os nossos juízes decidem atribuir a esta troca de ondas do David Barbosa e do Ricardo Rosmaninho. Um duelo totalmente falado em português aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro. Exatamente, e o Ricardo Rosmaninho a tirar vantagem com 6,75 contra o 6,25 do David Barbosa. Boas notícias para os portugueses, mas isto vai ser com certeza um hit bem mexido, bem disputado. Vamos ver o que é que os nossos atletas aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro conseguem fazer. Com 16 minutos e qualquer coisa. A seguir vamos ter um hit também interessantíssimo entre o Louis Finnegan da Austrália e o Jacob Romero do Havaí. Portanto, com certeza, muitos motivos para vocês ficarem aí agarrados aos vossos ecrãs. (16 minutos). À medida que vemos o David Barbosa do Brasil a remar lá para fora, à procura de qualquer coisa que lhe permita levar a melhor sobre o nosso Ricardo Rosmaninho neste duelo, mas não está fácil, tendo em conta as condições. E meus amigos, isto é um hit interessantíssimo entre dois jovens que são com certeza nomes a ter em conta para o futuro do bodyboard mundial aqui neste Sintra Portugal Pro. Eu só espero que o Ricardo, este talento do Ricardo, tenha apoios suficientes para ir mais longe e construir uma carreira internacional interessante no bodyboard, porque é neste momento, nós temos talentos em Portugal, é só uma questão muitas vezes de ter os apoios. Eu estou-me a lembrar de nomes, por exemplo, o ano passado tivemos aqui uma excelente performance do João Barciela, que eliminou, eu lembro-me, o Jeff Hubbard, que eliminou o Jared Houston em baterias homem a homem, com um estilo impecável, esquerdas com um bom mar, grandes ARS do João Barciela, e que é de certeza um nome que poderia ter uma carreira internacional muito interessante, mas que infelizmente acaba por não conseguir porque não tem os apoios necessários. É uma pena em Portugal estarmos neste momento numa situação destas, com atletas com um grande potencial, capazes de dar projeção e fazer coisas muito interessantes no circuito mundial e que acabam por não ter os apoios necessários para o fazer. E cá está um destes nomes, nomeadamente, aliás, um destes jovens cheio de talento, neste caso do Brasil, que também uma potência mundial do bodyboard, David Barbosa. Variedade, que onda, muita variedade, muita versatilidade, um estilo lindo por parte deste atleta brasileiro que vai colocar o Ricardo Rosmaninho numa posição difícil. Vamos ver o que é que o júri, o que é que os nossos juízes ditam desta onda. Agora, o Ricardo Rosmaninho vai ficar numa situação complicada depois desta magnífica onda do David Barbosa. So, as I was saying, David Barbosa, let's look at the replay of this wave for David Barbosa for the Brazilian rider. Lots of speed. Beautiful, beautiful style from the Brazilian. Pretty good spin. Pretty fast. Lots of speed on that reverse as well. Looks for the speed. Good bottom turn. And then a tweaked invert there. Lots of variety, lots of style for the Brazilian rider. I'm not sure if the judges are going to consider it. Other judges are going to... exactly. They gave him a 5. They consider it... With 12 minutes to go, David Barbosa, Ricardo Rosmaninho. David Barbosa and Ricardo Rosmaninho. Interesting duel. David Barbosa with a 625 and a 5. That small tweak invert unfortunately wasn't enough for David for an outstanding. After all, it was a small wave and he didn't quite finish it there on the closeout section, but still a 625 and a 5 puts Ricardo Rosmaninho needing a 451, which is very attainable score for the Portuguese rider, and we'll see what he can get. Also, I'm commenting this heat a bit more in Portuguese. After all, this is a Portuguese-speaking heat with a Brazilian and a Portuguese. So, guys, just hang on with me, and I'm going to do, once in a while, I'm going to do some quick updates in English. Portanto, como eu estava a dizer, o David Barbosa do Brasil e o Ricardo Rosmaninho de Portugal é um hit completamente falado em português e, portanto, vamos também aqui comentar um pouco mais em português. O David Barbosa conseguiu ali uma onda muito boa, mas aquele inverte no final, os juízes consideraram que não foi muito limpo e foi num inside, ali numa secção de inside pequena, e portanto acabaram por premiar apenas com um 5, o que acaba por ser bom para o Ricardo Rosmaninho, que neste momento precisa de um 4,51 então para passar para a frente neste duelo. Isto estamos a falar, estamos nos oitavos de final, man on man, é o mata-mata, como diria o Luís Filipe Scolari nos seus bons tempos da Seleção Nacional de Futebol, e portanto, meus amigos, aqui é do or die, é ganhar ou então ser eliminado deste Sintra Portugal Pro 2015. E entretanto aproveito para mandar mais um grande obrigado à Câmara Municipal de Sintra, o nosso patrocinador de sempre, e ao Turismo de Portugal. Câmara Municipal de Sintra que nos tem acompanhado, esta organização nos últimos 20 anos, sempre o grande alicerce desta organização, quem torna possível esta história de sucesso que é o Sintra Portugal Pro, que este ano comemora os seus 20 anos, portanto, uma edição muito especial aqui do Sintra Portugal Pro. Um grande obrigado então à Câmara Municipal de Sintra e aos nossos patrocinadores, portanto, obviamente pelo Turismo de Portugal, mas também o apoio institucional do Instituto Português da Juventude e Desporto e Juventude, IPDJ, a Small, a Mel, os nossos media partners Mega Hits, Beachcam e YouTube, Vert Magazine e também as Action Cameras, as câmaras Rolei e as pranchas Custom Boards, as pranchas de bodyboard fabricadas em Peniche pelo Nuno Barrela e pelo Gato. Desculpa, pelo Barrela e pelo Gato, Nuno, pelo Barrela e pelo Gato em Peniche. Portanto, um grande abraço para eles e um grande obrigado, desculpa lá, Barrela, e um grande obrigado para o Barrela e para o Gato por nos fornecerem algumas pranchas, daquelas que são algumas das melhores pranchas custom do mundo.
And we are back in action here as we watch the replay of Ricardo Rosmaninho. He really needed a wave to back up his first score, which was a 6.75. I'm so sorry, 6.75, which is the highest score wave so far. And with a little more than 2 minutes remaining, Ricardo Rosmaninho took the lead out from David Barbosa, which is a technical tie, but actually Ricardo has the highest scoring wave, like I said, so he's in front right now. Although David Barbosa needs a 5.01 and he's been performing quite good this year at the Sintra Pro. And it's an easy task for David Barbosa because he's been surfing so good since the early rounds, and I'm quite impressed with the technical skills from this young bodyboarder from São Conrado in Brazil. Oh my God, he's got some fast spins with a very tight technique, and he's got some amazing flips, and he does it so fast, and he connects those moves with just such a grace that it's amazing to see as we watch Ricardo Rosmaninho getting stuck there in that ARS, a move that he did yesterday and push him through into this round. Let's see if the time helps him. Let's see if Ricardo Rosmaninho advance is only one of the two Portuguese still remaining in this event. So we're, of course, here in Portugal, we're all cheering for him. And of course, people are cheering for David back in Brazil. And in my opinion, best man wins. And if David Barbosa can perform in this last minute, the 5.01 that he needs, he takes this lead and he advances to round 7, a very important round. Ulus, the rider that comes second in this round, gets a 9th place and a $700. So a lot of stake right now, a lot of points, especially for both those guys. There are not title contenders. But at the same time, when you enter a competition, you want to win, you want to progress as far as you can go. And you can see there David Barbosa having a little bit of a stress, trying to find this last wave as he has a 6.25 and a 5 in his hand. And they are literally tied right now, 10 seconds to the end. And we see David Barbosa going on this wave, and he catches this right, and he goes for a roll. And he finishes the roll. Let's see if he can take this one into the inside. And he decides to kick out. Let's see what the judges think of that. He needs only a 5.01 on this wave. A 5.01 on this wave to move forward. Oh my God. Today has been some amazing hits and some last seconds. I will not say minutes. Last second decisions as the riders have been catching waves at the last seconds, at the last minutes, and some of the heats do have changed at the end, and the heat situation change after the heat ends, and some riders go through and progress to the next round, and he loses. Oh my God, you can see the despair in Ricardo Rosmaninho as David Barbosa gets the 5.1 that he needed and advances. Oh my God, you can see Ricardo Rosmaninho in despair there in the sand, as this is live action here at the Sintra Pro 2015, heat number 1, round 6. We told you this is man-to-man action, man-to-man heats. One of the rider advances, one of the rider loses. Too bad for Portugal and too good, I would say, for Brazil. As David Barbosa, like I said, has been performing so greatly throughout the rounds and is doing an amazing job. And there you can see David Barbosa just putting his hands up and celebrating because this was a great victory on him. He needed 5.01 and he got the 5.10 at the last seconds. You can see the despair there in Ricardo Rosmaninho. He has gone so far. He deserved to advance a little bit more, but like I said, best man wins, and in this case David Barbosa deserved it even more than Ricardo Rosmaninho, and is packing this with him and advancing to round number 7. Oh my God, congratulations to all the Brazilians, especially to David Barbosa on this very difficult win, last second win. As you could see, he caught that wave almost near the buzzer, and he took the victory home. Right now we have in red Ian Campbell and in yellow Alex Uranga from Ascari country, really close here to Portugal. Like I was saying earlier, we considered a 3-hour travel a very long way, and Alex from the Basque country we only need to travel maybe 12 hours to reach here, and it's pretty close in the sense of the word. And he's competing here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. As we see him going on this lap, oh my God, that's tons of speed that is getting there. But he didn't fight that section that he wanted to make the best of this way, so he kicks out. Meanwhile, like I was saying, Alex Uranga comes from the Basque Country, which is a region between Spain and France, south of France. Although they are not an independent country, they are an independent region between north of Spain and the south of France. And from Republic of South Africa, Ian Campbell. Oh my God, we had Ian on the booth. He's super stoked. He's been watching. He's kind of having a good mojo. Every time I have Ian Campbell here with me in the booth, a top seed will lose. So I think Ian Campbell, when Louis Finnegan and Jared Houston will be competing, he will be here, maybe turning his mojo on, as Ian is currently now sitting in 5th position. He's position number 5 in the APB ranking currently. And he wants to progress on that ranking, as he said to me in Confettes. That's his best result so far. And with the likes of Amaury Laverne and Yuri Valadão losing prematurely in the early rounds, is one of the guys that can advance and take that first ranking position alongside the Australian Louis Finnegan, who is as well present in this round number 6, and as well as fellow compatriot Jared Houston, as well in this round 6, the next heats. Meanwhile, we have heat number 2, round 6 live action to all over the world. So anywhere you're watching, I want to send a big shout out to everyone who's watching right now, and let's make this one of the best events live this World Tour. As we see Ian Campbell driving this left, he will have to connect this left into the inside. It's kind of a situation that you need to make the best of the waves that you get and try to milk these waves all the way to the end. And he pops out a nice invert. I was talking to Ian Campbell before, and we're discussing that the inverts, it's not a move that we've been seeing a lot in this event, because you cannot generate that speed and find that end section or a ramp bowl that will allow you to pull up that move, as I will talk you through this replay. And it looks like he catches a wave, an intermediate wave, halfway into the inside. He does a check turn, a little cut back, he releases some water, and then he collects himself, goes for another bottom turn here, and finds the speed for that section and just busts out a little invert. Let's see how the judges fare that. Still waiting for the scores of that last wave of Ian Campbell from South Africa. And this is round 6. This is, of course, man-to-man heat. One rider advances, other rider gets stuck here in round 6. If I'm not wrong, you get stuck with a 9th place. So that's not bad, but for some of these riders, especially Ian, who is in a position that he can attain ranking leader, he wants to, of course, advance the most he can. Meanwhile, Alex Uranga is no stranger to victories in World Tours, as he did a couple of years ago in Reunion Island with the excellent victory. I remember that event so badly because he was injured. He scraped his back on the rocks, and he was still competing heat after heat, and he took the win. What a warrior, what a hero. I bet he made all of the best country supporters very proud with that win. As we see him try and speed up for this left, and didn't offer much for him. What we're going to do, we're going to offer the live webcast to Vilma, because she is with David Barbosa, the winner of first heat of round 6, man. We'll be back with some more action.
And
take it away,
with
Vilma.
me, I have the very happy David Barbosa. Congratulations, David. It was a last-minute change for the first place. Congratulations.
Tô muito feliz. Consegui ali na última onda os 5.01, o que eu tava precisando para virar a bateria Tô cansado mais uma vez.
He's very happy and emotional. Of course, he just in the last second he got the 5.1 that he needed and eliminated the Portuguese Ricardo Rusmaninho. Congratulations. Do you want to leave a message?
Galera, muito obrigado por acreditar em mim. Como eu disse, estou dando o meu máximo aqui. Tô correndo atrás. Graças a Deus, vim focado. Treinei muito para chegar aqui e tô conseguindo. Muito obrigado, galera. Tamo junto.
Congratulations. Let's pay attention to the next heat on the water, man to man. Back to action.
And we are back live action here at the Sintra Pro 2015 20th anniversary. Oh my God, action-packed day today. As we watch the sun come out, the wind did not show up, thank God, and the waves are starting to build up on a new swell. So we have a pretty busy day still. We're round 6 of men. After that, we'll have round 4 of DK. So stay tuned with some more action like this from me in Campbell, South Africa, starting real early on this one and going for a roll there and connects it with a spin and tries to bring this wave to the inside. That's what's happening, especially on the high tide. The waves will be a little bit intermediate from the outside into the inside, and you will try to connect the waves like this one from Ian Campbell that closed this one with a roll. That's going to be a good score for Ian, as he already packs 6 points for that invert that we saw. He brought a wave from the outside, an intermediate wave from the outside, did a spin on it, tons of speed, punched an invert, got a 6. Let's see what the judges find about this one as we take you through this replay. And you can see it paddling hard to catch this wave outside is very hard to paddle and catch a wave because they're kind of a little bit of bump and they're a little bit soft. As soon as he found a lip, he applied the roll, and then after that, a nice spin, and then he just did some 2 check turns into the inside, watched and aimed for the end ball, and finish it with a roll. Let's wait for the scores on that. As we follow up, like I was saying, after this round 6 of men, we'll have the round 4 of DK, and we'll close the day with that division, the DK division, and we'll still have 2 more days of competition. So like I said, there's a lot of more action up for grabs as we have a shot at the beach. And some people here, although it's the beginning of autumn, are still sunbathing and making the most of the sun here at Praia Grande Sintra, as we still feel like a little bit like summer. Everyone was still in shorts and in t-shirts and enjoying the end of summer per se. As we saw Alex Uranga trying to catch that wave, but didn't look like much, and he is paddling back out, same as Ian Campbell after that wave, that he got a 5.5, and now taking the lead and almost leaving Alex Uranga in a combination situation, although still a little bit more than 50 minutes to go. Alex has got more than time to find 2 high-scoring waves, and he's capable of it. Like I said, he's capable of bringing the trophy back home in these international events, as we see Alex Uranga opting to go on this left and checking it with a reverse, nice reverse and a spin as he connects this wave to the inside. Let's see what he can do right now, and the wave just closes, but he punches a roll through the wave but did not manage it to come in front of it. As we see Roberto Bruno, I think I'm watching in a small screen, the Brazilian getting ready for the next heat. We do have a 10-minute paddle out, so the riders on this rounds are already getting concentrated in the beach and getting ready for the next heats as this heat number 2 unfolds. And we have Louis Finnegan in the yellow singlet, for getting ready for the next heat. A very important heat for Louis, as he is still having a title shot. He's a title shot contender. He is currently in the 4th position in the APB Tour. So he's just after Jared Houston, who is in front of him in 3rd place and is still on the competition. Right above them, there was Yuri Valadão and Amaury Laverne, but they lost already very prematurely here in this Sintra Pro 2015, and they will not increase their lead in the rankings. And the likes of Ian Campbell, who is now competing and taking the lead in this heat, and Jared Houston and Louis Finnegan can chase those top seeds at the rankings in the APB. And let's see how this event pans out. And it looks like a very nice struggle and midway of the APB Tour this year. What it seems to be almost complete year. This last three events that we have still on schedule will reveal a lot of new names wanting to rise above everyone else. And basically, we just saw Ian Campbell going for that right-hander. Didn't look like much. He tried to punch a roll in the outside, but the wave didn't allow him to complete that move. And I think he lost priority now, and you can see Alex Uranga paddling into the outside. Maybe he's got priority now, I'm not so sure. And this is where priority game pans out. As watch the replay, he tries to stall a little bit and get that roll on his way, but you could see on the landing that the board like kind of shifted away from his body, and he just crashed there and could not land that move. Like I was saying, the priority system in man-to-man heats are pretty basic, of course, a little bit more simpler than the 4-man heat priority or the 3-man heat priority. And but it definitely plays out a big role here on the man-to-man heats, as they will utilize the priority to their advantage. So far, we got still 12 minutes on the clock remaining. Still plenty of time for Alex to turn this heat over. We've seen him done this so many times, so this is nothing new for him. And but as time winds down, Ian Campbell will for sure utilize his priority once he has grabbed hold of it. And right now, Ian already has 2 good scoring waves, 2 medium-high waves, and he's taking the lead. Although Alex Uranga already is not in combination situation, he needs a very high score to overcome the South African. He needs a 8.51, which is a very high score, would be one of the highest scores of the event so far, as the highest score is now 9 points during these 4 days of competition. And so you really need to impress the judges to get a high score like that. And speaking of Ian Campbell and Alex Uranga, oh my God, already 2 standouts in the APB World Tour. And we saw Alex trying to pedal for this one, wanting to get this one. And he needs to get busy, because he needs to post a really decent score and back it up, so he can maybe give some work to Ian Campbell, who's in the outside right now. But this wave didn't make the cut for him, and is kind of frustrating for him, as he has a little bit more than 10 minutes to go. But like I was saying, Alex Uranga is no stranger to competition. He's now sitting in the 15th position in the current APB rankings, and he's done good for himself this year in the Itoquatiari event. He did 17th, and right after that he flew into Chile for the Eureka Cup, and he did very good. One of the most impressive competitions that you can be involved in is to surf El Gringo in Eureka, as we see Ian Campbell punch a roll on that left. He got some extension, but he was not able to come out in front of there he was. The camera just lost him. Oh my God, how good is Ian Campbell? Yeah. How good is Ian Campbell and grab on hold those moves, as he brings this wave to the inside, and we'll try to see what he can do. He combos it with another reverse. He goes for a roll on the inside. Oh my God, I think this is the year for Ian Campbell. He was talking to me earlier when we had him in the booth that he is this best year since he has been on the World Tour, and it looks like he's doing a great campaign and still trying to improve his score on this heat. But talking about Alex Uranga and Eureka, he did the 5th place in Eureka. What an amazing result. That's one of the waves that you'll need to put out if you want to perform and bring home a very good result. And we saw a guys throwing themselves at the rocks and literally risking their lives to get through to the rounds and advance, as we welcome Hawaii's very own Terry McDaniel back in the booth. As he's not competing, he's got a lay day because the Pro Junior division maybe will come out tomorrow. We're not so sure yet, but today you do not compete. Welcome back in the booth, Turner. What do you think about these conditions? Tell us what you thought about the first heat and you saw a win at the last second. How frustrating and how happy you get when it comes your way, and how frustrated you get when it doesn't come your way and goes the other way.
Yeah, well, I was actually in the water during the last heat. I was free surfing down the beach, so I didn't actually see what happened. I heard David Barbosa made a comeback in the last 5 seconds of the comp, in the last 5 seconds of the heat. So yeah, he'll be super stoked. That's probably one of the best feelings in competition, is when you're struggling the whole heat and you finally come back in the last dying seconds of the heat. It feels really good to do that in a comp, and yeah, he'll be really stoked with that.
Yeah, he did catch that wave in the last 5 seconds, and he needed a 5.01, and he got a 5.1. Talk about deliver in the last minute. And meanwhile, we already are in heat number 2, and we got Tanya McDaniel in the booth making things interesting as we see Alex Uranga trying to build his first score still, and a little less than 7 minutes, and he already packs a forward spin on that one and a nice extended roll on that foamy section, and we'll try to bring this one into the inside, but looks like the inside didn't give him too much, so he kicks out.
Yeah, it's slowly throughout the day has been getting more and more difficult with incoming swell and incoming tide. It's just making it just kind of pretty fat and not allowing too much for nice aerial maneuvers. So it's just been a struggle. And here's Alex Uranga's last wave. So he just sets up a nice little cut at his forward spin. So does a nice little start off to the wave and then punches a nice little roll off the whitewash section. He actually got a bit of pop off of that little whitewash, and it tries to go to the inside, but the whitewash just foams over and doesn't allow him to get another section on the inside. So he got a 5.85 he got a 4.5 for that last wave. Sorry. So that improves his last. So now he's got a 3.0 and a 4.5. He's still in second. He needs a 7.36 to overtake Ian Campbell, who has a 6.0 and a 5.85. So Ian Campbell with a pretty strong hold over this heat, but we'll see. 6 minutes left. Alex Uranga can definitely come back, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see, Daniel McDaniel, the mayor himself, is here in the booth with me. Nunito, that's the nickname that they gave me. It's a nickname, not a short name because it's a little bigger. It's a longer name for Nuno, which is my first name, for all the viewers back at home. As we've been talking to Terry McDaniel, and he's referring to Alex Uranga last wave, 4.5, and he still needs 7.36. And it's not impossible for Alex to do that wave, huh?
Yeah, definitely not impossible. It's pretty tough in these conditions right now, but definitely not impossible especially for a rider of Alex's caliber. He's more than capable of it, so it's just going to come down to whether or not he can get the wave. And that's really how almost every heat is. If you get the waves, you're going to pretty much make the heat. And here's Ian Campbell scratching into that one yesterday, nice punchy roll through the lip. Like I was saying, yesterday me and Louis Finnegan were in the booth talking about how big Ian's calves are, and that's exactly what they're used for, just scratching into those ones, and he's going to take it all the way to the inside and punch another roll through the lip. So we'll see if that improves on his 5.85. And here's Alex Uranga in yellow, just trying to make it to the inside, connects it all the way to the shore break, and goes for an ARS on the closeout and spins around. So we'll see what the judges think of those two waves.
We got an interesting battle now in the final minutes. Oh my God! As we watch the replay from Ian Campbell, and someone was talking about the good pedal that Ian Campbell has, one of the best pedals in the business, and he punches out that roll. It was extended. He made the best of that outside section. As we can see in the back, Alex Uranga catching his wave and going for a normal spin, and we see Ian Campbell aligning this one on the inside, going for another roll, and the wave just came through, and it's 8.6 as we watch the replay from Alex Uranga. And
will be super stoked with that last score, 8.6. So that'll be a great score. So he has a pretty strong hold on the lead right now. Here's a replay of Alex's arse on the inside. So he got a 5.75 for that arse. It wasn't super clean, super projected. It was kind of forced on the shore break, but it definitely helped his case. So he still needs it. Now he needs an 8.86 after Ian's last wave. So he's even in more of a deficit now. But we'll see how the heat unfolds.
Basically, if Alex didn't have this wave, he'll be in a combo situation. So that definitely, that ARS on the inside improved his situation. And now we watch Ian Campbell consolidate his lead with 8.6. And I know you guys have a little group called the Squad, and you'll be traveling together this year. And he says good things about all the members in the squad. And it looks like all the members in the squad have been doing good, especially Ian this year. How incredible this run for Ian this year.
Ian's been ripping this whole event. I guess it's Jerry was telling me, I was like, wow, man, Ian's been ripping this whole comp. He said, yeah, well, it's exactly like how it is back home in Durban. So I guess feels just like home out there. So yeah, I think he's just like surfing at home. So that's probably why he's just ripping so hard. Ian's a great competitor and a really good guy. So super stoked to see him just doing so well in this comp.
Yeah, we talked about his own place, and he says he hails from North Beach, and he says he's got some competitions there, and the waves are pretty similar, he said, because we're having fun talking about how fun it is that you catch a left on the outside, and then it turns into a right on the inside. And he says, hey, man, that's exactly what happens in my own break, in my beach, where I used to grow up and compete, and as we say, the likes of Alex Uranga trying to go for in this left, an intermediate wave between the inside and outside, connecting to the inside. Let's see what he's going to bring here. A nice ARS once again out of that foam bomb here on the inside. How heavy are those short break closeouts in the inside, Daniel?
Yeah, those short break closeouts have a lot of punch to them. Just pretty much the whole wave just unloads on the short break. And here's a replay of that last wave. Kind of foamy at the beginning. He just sets his line, stalls up in the whitewash. He definitely sees the section coming, so he just starts gunning it for the end bowl and hits it pretty nicely, spins around, and yeah, that was nice. So I don't think that will be enough. It comes in as a 6.5, so it wasn't what he needed, but now he needs an 8.11. So he still needs a pretty high score, but he needs less of one. So I guess that kind of helped him, but he still needs to get something really good in the next 55 seconds.
Yeah, if you were in this situation and you were listening to the beach announcers saying you need an 8.11, what would be on your mind? What would you project in a wave for you to get that score in this kind of conditions? What do you like to happen?
Well, in this conditions right now, if the announcer told me I needed an 8, I would preferably be on the outside with a set coming in. You definitely, right now in these conditions, you need to have to be getting into the excellent wave range on the scores. You need to be doing at least one big maneuver on the outside section and then another one on the inside. So it's really hard to get a big score on just surfing just on the inside because the judges are seeing it as you're not riding the wave to its full potential, kind of. So we're going to count down that heat. Ian Campbell taking the win. That's the end of the heat. So Ian Campbell moving on to the next round. He'll be really stoked. Unfortunately, Alex Uranga just bowing out of that one. And yeah.
And we've been talking about, of course, one of the biggest upsets, the two biggest upsets, especially in the men division. Omori dropped down, Yuri dropped down, and after them in the ranking you have Jared Houston. Jeff got knocked down, but we're talking mainly about the rankings. Yeah, but definitely Jeff was a big upset, as Jeff already won here in the past, and of course he's 3 times world champion.
And seeing a world champ get knocked out is always kind of a bit of an upset, as you think that they would obviously just be, they are always ripping, but just like a bummer seeing someone of such a good caliber just getting taken down. And like I said,
it's really hard. I was talking to some of the riders outside before my lunch break, and so some of the guys that fell down in the early rounds, we were discussing, it was something more of it didn't go your way. And basically, it really is it like that, because We see the guys, the likes of Yuri Valadan, that is the man that won most times here at Sintra and has world titles, and he just fell down. Especially, you would say, like, you look at these conditions, you say, oh, these conditions are good for Yuri, you know? This is kind of conditions that Yuri would favor. The living proof of that is that he won this event 3 times, and he gets knocked out in round 5. So either it goes your way or it does not go your way. But going back to the APB rankings, so if you got the number 1 out and the number 2 out, of course you think about number 3, which is Ray Houston. After that, you think about Louis Finnegan, which is actually here on this seat by some coincidence. Yeah, another squad member. I know that. And it's funny to notice that pressure is applying here, because now Ian, that's in 5th in the APB rankings, just went through, and Louis is in 4th. So he wants to as well to progress, and
he wants to definitely keep his current ranking, and hopefully, hopefully he can get through this heat. I'm cheering on for another fellow squad member to get through, and yeah, it's all cool. Been kind of a slow start to this heat. No waves ridden yet. In red is Roberto Bruno from Brazil, and then in yellow is Louis Finnegan. So this is probably going to be an interesting heat. Both of these guys are just so good. Pretty much everyone on the top 24 is a great competitor, great bodyboarders, and they're all like super cool guys. So they're always great heats, and everyone has conditions that they're better in, but regardless, everyone on the top 24 is very capable of doing well in every event, and everyone's capable of winning an event. So it's always great comps.
Yeah, it's like either it comes your way or it doesn't, especially in these conditions. Although we see a rise on the swell and the wind didn't show up, which is kind of good. And we're waiting for these matchups after the Amaury and Yuri got knocked out. We still have in the mix fighting for that lead in the rankings, Jared Houston, Ian Campbell that just progressed into round 7 in the previous heat, and now Louis Finnegan battling off and trying to move Roberto Bruno out of his way and advancing into round 7 and stack up those points and move up in the rankings, as we have here Tanya McDaniel, and this is the Sintra Pro 2015. As you can see up here, 20th anniversary, so 20 years on the making this event here at Sintra Praia Grande, and it's an amazing feeling to get the likes of you and your fellow Hawaiians and everyone from all around the world to come compete here in these waves. And the conditions are glassy, the waves are here. Although the sandbanks are not the best this year at Sintra, we still do got contestable waves, and riders have been posting high scores like Ian Campbell that did a...
Ian Campbell's been posting high scores.
Yeah.
He's had some of the highest total heat scores of the comp, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, and he's got a 8.6 on the previous heat, so the scoring potential is there, definitely. We just need to, I think, get the set waves, like you said, and try and catch an outside wave, at least get a good move on the outside, and then try and bring the wave to the inside. I think that's a strategy all the days here at the Sintra.
For sure. And as the competition progresses on, guys are going to be going for it more. I think as we get further into the rounds, we're definitely going to see bigger moves, more closer heats, and just a lot better action. So, yeah, it's definitely going to just keep getting better as the comp goes on. I think forecast is supposed to pick up too, so I think we'll be seeing a lot more action in the next few days.
Don't go anywhere. I'm sorry to taking the mic away from you, Tanner. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot of action still up to come, and right now we have the 4th APB ranking leader now in number 4 and competing. And meanwhile, whereas there is no sets, I think we're gonna go for an interview with the squad. Your squad.
Ian, he's getting an interview with Vilma.
Oh my God, Vilma, take it away. Ian is shredding all the waves here at Sintra. Take it away, Vilma.
And I'm here with Ian Campbell. He just won his heat, man-to-man. How was it?
Yeah, it was pretty tough out there, the high tide, kind of getting a little bit fat on the outside, but yeah, I managed to get a couple good ones, and then my last one was really good, so I'm pretty stoked on the win.
Congratulations. Ian is also competing in the drop knee competition that is next to this round. 6 heats to go still. You have some time to rest. But how it is? How can you manage all that? Aren't you tired?
Yeah, I'm pretty broken. That last paddle was pretty far, but yeah, I'm just super stoked to still be in the contest, still be in the drop knee. So got that coming up, and it's just so nice to have all the support from back home. So hey Mom, hey Dad, hey Hank, everyone else who's watching, Cameron, Nathan, everyone, it's just been unbelievable, and thanks so much for the support. You guys are getting me through this, so thanks a lot. Cheers.
And it's not just that, you have some good boards. Tell me about it. Do you change boards between competitions, drop knee and the main competition?
Yeah, I've got another drop knee board that I use. This one's a little bit wider, and I made it just for Sintra, so a little bit easier, a little bit softer in the colder water, and then my drop knee board's a little bit stiffer and a little bit narrower, so it allows me to just get those like tight moves in, but boards are going really good, so I'm really stoked.
Thank you, congratulations. Let's back to the water, see what's happening. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much.
So we're back in live action, and not much has happened in this heat. Heat number 3, round 6 here at the Sintra Pro 2015. I have by my side, my right side, the man himself, Tanny McDaniel, commentating here with me. We're talking about the squad, which is a group of bodyboarders serving together this year for the World Tour with the likes of Louis Finnegan, which is actually in the water right now. Ian Campbell, that gave an interview just then to Vilma about his previous win on the heat and is advancing. And Jared Houston and Jacob Romero.
Yeah, it's the squad is like, it kind of started off as a joke. Like all of us, we were all just like hanging out in Brazil, and we just kind of because we were all hanging out. We just started referring to us as the squad, and we all stayed together in Chile, and we've just kind of like the big group of us have just been hanging out this whole pretty much tour season. So it's been pretty fun. It just kind of started off as like we were just like making fun of like all of us, like, oh yeah, the squad and just whatever. And so that's kind of how it started off. And yeah, it's me, Jacob Romero, Jared Houston, Ian Campbell, Louis Finnegan, and like pretty much anyone else we're hanging out with. So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
So anyone can join the squad, basically. Yeah. So if you're thinking about traveling the world tour and competing, you can join the squad with the likes of guys, Terry McDonald, Jacob Romero from Hawaii, Louis Finnegan from Australia, and the 2 South Africans. That's a nice mix, huh?
It's a nice little international mix.
Yeah, each one from each continent, and that's what bodyboarding is all about. Travel, having good times, but then once you get into the water, oh my God, competition starts. And we can do something original now here at the webcast at the Sintra Pro. We're going to leave here Tanny McDaniel, and we're going to invite Mr. Omar Lee Laverne, and we're going to have a double tag team comment between 2 of the best riders in the World Tour currently right now, and I'm stepping off, giving the microphone back to Tanner, and Omar is going to come in, and you guys are going to have fun.
Okay, sounds good. All right, cool. Come on in, Omari. So it's been a pretty slow start to this heat. Neither rider yet to catch a wave. On screen you see Louis Finnegan just waiting patiently for someone to come in. And there he is, Amaury Laverne. How's it going, Amaury?
Yeah, pretty good, Tanner. Thanks. Hi, everyone. It's good to come back here. First time I can comment for this event. And had a tough day yesterday. But it's all good now. Get back on the motivation. And yeah, just come have a couple of minutes with you guys.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so we both went down early. I know it was pretty hard for me. I'm sure you're pretty mentally prepared for it, but I was pretty bummed. I don't know. Yeah. You've been ripping all year, so I was pretty shocked to see you go down, but like I know how it feels. So yeah.
Yeah, it's always hard to lose, and I guess it depends on the way you're losing. I mean, for in my case yesterday, I didn't have too much expression in the water, and kind of get frustrated didn't get any waves and didn't show your skill. And sometimes you lose after a good hit, after showing your surfing and getting a lot of waves. And they restart the hit. Okay, so they just have a restart of the hit. That's pretty rare. And yeah, just because it's a bit slow out there. Couple said the swell should pick up this afternoon. So I think it's because no one catch a wave in 10 minutes. Okay, so they just restart the heats with Roberto Bruno from Brazil and Louis Finnegan. See that? Yeah, I see that a couple times maybe, but yeah, since a long time I didn't see it. Yeah. So yeah, we were talking about losing, and we were talking about how hard it is, and yeah, it depends on the way you're losing, I guess. Sometimes you get the best wave, and the guys are just surfing better than you, and this is just great, and you just get out of the water like with a good feeling, and because you did a good battle. But in this kind of conditions, sometimes you just have no waves, and you can't really show your skill, and you get a bit of frustration, and yeah, this is tough sometimes, but no matter how many times you win, it's just matter how many times you get up after losing.
Yeah, I think it's more about how you handle the highs and the lows. Like, it's just like, if you have a big high, you're going to have to come down eventually. So it's just about how you handle it. And I think that's what makes a good competitor, is just how you handle going up, and then eventually you have to come back down. So, and we might see a wave here ridden by Louis Finnegan, and no, we will not. It just died out. And so with the restart of that heat, there is now just a little bit over 24 minutes remaining in this heat. As you can see on screen, some whitewash rolling through, and pan over to red, Roberto Bruno, who is in red from Brazil. And yeah, here's the beach setup at Praia Grande over here, and you can see the sumo. I don't know if those are towels or flags or something on the beach. Saw the small girls laying him down over there earlier, and I'm not sure what they're for. Maybe a little advertisement for the webcast or something.
Yeah, exactly. Since we came back here since the contest been moving in September, like since 15 years before, the contest used to be in August, at the end of August, and we're gonna have a wave there. Unfortunately not. But yeah, the contest moved in September now, as the conditions are better for Portugal and Europe in general. August in full summer, sometime we didn't have too much waves here, and so since a couple of years they decide to move it in September, which is good for the waves. But it's true that you can see less crowd on the beach. Like in August here, you can't even park, you can't even walk on the beach. It's just packed of people, and this is good for the sport. But yeah, at this time of the year, this is good for us, and especially because we're gonna have that Nazare camp right after. I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm so excited. It could be like the best camp of the year, if we have the right conditions.
If the conditions align, I think there's a good chance it will be. Nazare is such an amazing beach break. I've only surfed it once, but I've seen some crazy photos and footage of it, and yeah, I'm so excited to be competing there.
Oh yeah, this is one of the best beaches in Europe, and I'm pretty sure when it's on, it could be one of the best beaches in the world, and for bodyboarding, and yeah, it's gonna be a great contest. And but I guess to be a world champ, you have to be good in all kind of conditions. So this is good to have waves like Itacochara, like really powerful beachy, and then we went to Arica, which is like a perfect reef break exactly, and then we went to Antofagasta, and then now Sintra beachy, and then we go to Nazare, which is like a big wedge, and then we're gonna go to Puerto Rico, which is like a reef. And yeah, so it's good to have all kind of condition, and I think it is where you really see like a real world champ.
Yeah, it shows people's strengths, and then shows their weaknesses. Like it shows what people stand out in and what they kind of fail in. So it's good. The tour set up good so that like the best all around rider is gonna do the best on the whole tour.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's good to have best waves. I guess that everyone wants to have the best wave for bodyboarding, but many people are surfing this kind of wave all year, and this is bodyboarding for them, and this is just about having fun. And because if you get back like 15 years ago, when there was not about big slab or towing or whatever, bodyboarding was just fun. I mean, back in the days in Hawaii, people was bodyboarding just for the fun. And today, bodyboarding is like an extreme sport. It's like an extreme sport. And sometimes I think that people who look bodyboarding like, oh, this is not a sport for me. These guys are just crazy. They get nuts on like surfing the rights and just getting nuts in pipeline. And I just want to have fun in like a small beachy, So it's good for some people to watch this kind of contest. They can see that people are ripping in this kind of condition and they're just having fun. So, yeah.
Well, this is actually kind of how I started bodyboarding. Like I was just surfing the local beach break by my house, and that's just how I got into it. And like I didn't think of it like, oh, I got to go surf the biggest slab. I was just having fun on my bodyboard at the beach break next to my house. So that's how I got into it, and I'm sure that's how a lot of other kids and probably everyone got into it.
And this is really important, and what I'm telling to many young kids and Canaries, it's important to keep that any kind of condition you're going to have fun.
Keep the fun aspect part of bodyboarding, like totally like, yeah, go out on the big days and like charge and stuff, but like it doesn't have to be perfect to always have fun. Like
exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like you can have fun on the smallest days. Here's a good example of that, actually. Nope. Louis, taking a look at that one, just decided not to. And another 5 minutes goes by in this heat. And like I was saying, me and Mike Stewart, we were in the house we were staying at an hour from here. I think it's called, the town is called Costa de Caparica or something. Yeah. Oh, here's finally a wave ridden by Roberto Bruno in red. So he goes for a invert jammer and just gets blown up on the landing. Wow. So that was...
he arrived a bit late on that one. That looks like a good wave, a little bit foamy, but yeah, he arrived a bit late on the slip and could not get any projection of it. And I don't think he even tried to land because he knew that he was not really exactly not a big score. But that's something, that's a wave, and so that's mean there's not going to be any restart on this heat.
He's going to be leading the heat right now, so that's here's a replay of that last wave. Just kind of foamy face, and it's kind of blown up on the landing. I don't know, it definitely wasn't what he was looking for.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. You see that wave was really fat and then just get pretty hollow in just like a half second, it just get hollow, so you really want to have the best timing with this leap. And if you arrive just a half second later, this is what's happening. You don't get any projection, you just get straight on the flat, and you don't have time to tweak your invert. The timing with the leap, it's really important in this kind of condition, and you can see some riders are really good about it. They just always arrive at a good timing, and sometimes you think, oh, they don't have speed, or the wave looks not good, and they just fly and make a good move about it. So
Louis Finnegan taking off on his first wave of the heat, 13 minutes after the first buzzer, and he goes through a roll through a lip and comes out in the whitewash. He pops out in front, and we'll see if he tries to take it to the inside. It doesn't look like it's going to allow him to get around and get another section, and he'll just duck out and paddle back out.
Yeah, so that's going to be a good start for Louis Finnegan from Australia, the young kid that won the contest in Antofagasta a few weeks ago, and put him in the World Title race, and we have the replay there. You see his bottom turn around that section. Yeah, he did well because he had a lot of speed, and as I told you before, the wave looks fat and it just go pretty hollow in like a half second, and you arrive a bit late even if he had some speed. So he threw that roll, and it looks like Roberto Bruno had a wave. We missed the beginning, but maybe he did something outside and he made like a roll inside and made it. It's going to back out, and I'm going to wait for the scores now.
So not sure what Roberto had on the outside of that wave. Oh, here's a replay of what he did on the outside.
Had anything, or maybe that was the first move.
Yeah, just one spin and then maybe a little reverse spin, and so that'll definitely be better than his 2. So we'll see what Louis' wave comes in as. So it came in as a 7.5. So he will probably be in first, even after that last wave of Roberto. So yeah, currently the heat stands as Louis Finnegan with a total of a 7.5 with one wave. And in second is Roberto Bruno with a 2 and a 4.5. So it's been an interesting heat. We had a restart at the beginning of the heat. No one caught a wave in the first 10 minutes. So now there is 15, just a little less than 16 minutes left. So we'll see what else happens in this heat.
Yeah, let's see what's happening. The waves are a bit slow. It's really strategic. Like this kind of contests are for sure technical, but it's a lot about tactical. Where you're going to sit, how many waves going to come to you. We've got the priority there, but it's just 2 guys out. It's where the wave is breaking. It's pretty wide, so you can sit pretty much anywhere. And how you're going to study the spot before coming in the water and where you're going to sit. That's the key. And the wave you're going to choose, because every time you catch a wave or even you paddle for a wave, even if you don't catch it, you lost your priority. So that's all the small details that make the difference in this kind of condition. And we've got Roberto Bruno getting back out there. I'm pretty sure Louis Finnegan get the first priority now. And it's a 15 minutes remaining in this heat. And that's the heat number 3 of the round 6. So just before we were talking about having fun, and this is really important to keep having fun in bodyboarding. Bodyboarding have such a big evolution in the last few years with the new waves surfing, with the new moves, with the guys doing toe-in, toe-outs, like so many different aspects of the sport. But we're here to having fun, and even if the waves look not that good, all the guys are having fun here, tomorrow going to be the final day, or is going to be the contest going to finish on Sunday? Don't know really, but hopefully the wave's going to still there, and hopefully we're going to get some good condition for the Nazare contest next week.
On the aspect of having fun, I actually had a pretty cool story to share. The other day, me and Mike Stewart, we had lost our bags flying in, and so we hadn't surfed in a couple days. And when they finally arrived, the swell was really small, and we're like, oh God, we're just gonna go jump out and try to get a wave. And it was literally probably the size from my foot to my knee. So it was literally half a foot like on the face. So we're like, oh man, we're just gonna jump out. And I ended up having a really fun time just like messing around. And it was probably the smallest waves I've ever surfed. And I still had like, when I came in, I was like, oh, that was so small. But I was actually like, I had fun. And like, that just shows like you don't need to have pumping waves to have fun on a bodyboard. Just being in the ocean is just a fun experience for me. Like I was sand sliding, like doing run-ins, doing backflips off of it, and the other day I was doing stanzy and stuff, and just go have fun on a bodyboard in the ocean, whatever. Do it however you want to do it, and yeah, that's my thoughts.
But and I'm agree with you. And I know so many guys that they don't surfing when it's average, or they don't surfing when it's small. Are we gonna have a wave there? It looks like Roberto Bruno is. Oh no, that's Louis Finnegan. Sorry, going on this left, and you have an outside roll. That lip was not really clear, but catching some speed, turn around the section. But it seems that the wave just breaking pretty fast, and he's just getting out from that one. But that's gonna be second score, so that's gonna secure his first place. Exactly. Exactly. They've been waiting for like almost 5 minutes, and you take off on the wave. It looks cool. You just take some speed. You obviously lost your priority, and the wave don't offer much, and you just have to back out there and try again, and maybe not sit close to the other guy because Roberto's gonna have the first priority now. So maybe Louis is gonna try to find another option, but he's got a 3.4 on this wave, so that's gonna secure his first place. And Roberto Bruno needs now a 6.41 to get back to the first place.
Yeah, so this has been an extremely slow heat. 19 minutes they've been in the water, and there's been a total of 4 waves ridden. So that's pretty crazy. I know that like sometimes you play in the waiting game and people don't catch a lot of waves, but this heat there's been very, very little waves at all coming through, and that's probably one of the most frustrating things that can happen to someone in the heat. I know from experience that it's just like the most annoying thing when you're sitting at the back waiting, and nothing comes in, and it's just like so frustrating because you know if you just get one wave you can perform on it, and it's like just so annoying. Yeah, so Louis Finnegan still is in first place in this heat with a 7.5 for his first wave and a 3.40. And Roberto Bruno from Brazil has a 2 and a 4.5. So Roberto needs a 6.41 to move into first and advance to the next round. So, and then there's just a little under 11 minutes remaining in this heat.
The next hit, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Dave Hubbard against a Moroccan guy, Sahad. I don't know his name. Yeah, the next hit, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Dave Hubbard against a Moroccan guy. We've got a couple guys from Morocco, which is really cool. Some guys, they don't really follow the tour, the World Tour, but they saw that the Sintra Portugal has a good opportunity to come competing against the best guys. And the bodyboarding community in Morocco is so big, and the guys are really passionate about bodyboarding. And I know a couple of guys. The most famous Moroccan today, it's Brahimi Douche, which is following the tour. But there is so many great talents. I can remember that Pierre grew up in Morocco, and he catches first waves over there. And and he was already in a big bodyboarding culture, because bodyboarding in Morocco is pretty old, and yeah, so it's good to have some new guys from Morocco on the tour. And in the next heat, we've got one of them. It's Sahad. Have we got the heats around here? I'm gonna check it out. But yeah, that's gonna be a good hit. We've got the Ubbs brother, Lawihid Sahad. Okay, I don't know if it's the best pronunciation, because sometimes we can't really even pronounce their name, but it's really cool to have this kind of guys, some outsiders coming here. And yeah, Dave Hubbard is here too with Jeff. Jeff unfortunately lost before.
Yeah, that was a pretty big upset, I thought. Like, Jeff's pretty... oh, and here is the next heat. It's going to be Dave Hubbard and Laudi Sahad from Morocco.
Laudi Sahad from Morocco. Okay, so that's really good. So these two guys are not following the World Tour. They're here to compete for the Sintra Pro and hopefully the Nazare. They're here to having fun. They're here to show their skill. And Dave Hubbard is obviously here to compete on the drop knee too, because as we have just one drop knee contest this year, the guy is going to win the Sintra Pro, is going to be a world champion of drop knee. So that's going to be pretty intense. And I know Dub is chasing his title again. I don't know how many titles of drop knee he had, but 5 or 6 or something. Yeah, I will say that.
I'm pretty sure it's 6 world titles.
So yeah, so it's chasing that, but he's gonna find a couple guys on his way. Cesar Bauer is there, a couple guys, Michael Escopeta from Chile, and yeah, Jacob Romero is also already in the quarters, and so yeah, that's gonna be a good contest, and we're gonna have the round 4 today. After the round 6 of men, we're gonna have the round 4 on drop knee, where I'm competing myself. And yeah, and as I lost in Prawn yesterday, I'm really focused on that drop knee comp. And even if I didn't drop knee since a long time, I'm really keen to make a good thing on this contest.
Yeah, I know. It looks like the conditions out there are pretty fun for drop knee. I actually got up on the knee a few waves yesterday down on my free surf session. It was pretty fun.
Are you drop knee sometime? Like all the Hawaiian guys are mostly doing both. So are you doing both?
I've been trying to do a little bit more DK. I'm still definitely not of anything notable, but yeah, just having fun on it, just messing around, kind of. I think I've definitely improved since over the last year, but I'm still got a ways to go.
You've got so many people around. You've got so many people around you. Drop knee, and drop knee is such a big part of the bodyboarding community in Hawaii. And as myself in Reunion Island, since I'm really young, I see all the guys older than me doing both, and trying to be really versatile. And you see Dave Hubbard, for example, is one of the most versatile riders in the world today. Drop knee, stand up, even body surfing. And so he's fully a waterman, and so yeah, so this is good, I think, to do both. And
like we were saying earlier, just anything you're having fun on a bodyboard, in the ocean, just whatever. As long as you're having fun, then it doesn't matter what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. And if you can have fun in any condition with any support, that means you're never gonna get bored. I mean, you surf, and maybe in Hawaii, sometime in summer, the waves are not great. So if you're just thinking I'm gonna surf good wave, maybe you're not gonna surf for a few weeks.
If you're thinking you're gonna surf good pipe in the summertime in Hawaii, then you're not gonna surf.
And the same in the Canaries. In the Canaries, it's pretty average front on in the summer. It's windy, but people still surfing there, and they're just waiting for September for the first good front on to come. And that's it. And they just surf some average rate for a couple months, but they're still having fun and still like try to keep fit for the next season to start. So
we've got some good matchups coming up. In the next heat, we're going to see Laudi Sahad from Morocco going up against Dave Hubbard. And then in Heat 5, we're going to see Jared Houston from South Africa going up against Eder Luciano from Brazil.
That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, Heliton Loureiro from Brazil, and Mike Stewart in the heat after that. And then in Heat 7, we're going to see Pierre-Louis Costes from France and Manuel Centeno from Portugal. And in the last heat of the round, we're going to see Jacob Romero and Anas Hadar from Morocco. And Jacob, of course, is from Hawaii.
Okay, so that's going to be a good round 6. We've got a couple. David Barbosa. Who made that first hit? Okay, David Barbosa made it. Okay, that's really cool.
The last 5 seconds of the heat. So he had a buzzer beater in there.
I like that. I like the guys believe until the end that they can make it. And this is a great lesson of life, you know, that no matter the level of contest or no matter what run you are, just to fight until the last second and to believe it can happen. And if you need a huge score, just believe it can happen and never give up. And so if David Barbosa make it like that, I'm happy for him, and that's maybe it's going to be his best result on the main tour for this year. So really stoked for him. He's
maybe even one of his best men's result ever. So
okay, so really cool. This guy is such a freak, and he's really cool. He's humble and
really cool guy. He's from the favela in Brazil near the wedge Salcarado, and I went and surfed with him there when I was in Brazil, and it was such a pretty humbling experience. Like the favela and all that stuff is just so crazy, and it's pretty cool. He actually comes from the favela, so that's pretty cool to see him like traveling and all that stuff. Like the support he's able to get from people in Brazil is pretty nuts. Like, yeah.
It's kind of guy like a couple of years ago, he was just dreaming deeply about bodyboarding, traveling, and surf other wave. And today he's realizing his dream like fully. Like, and this is the dream of maybe mostly of this friend back in the favela. And today he's representing all his friends, and I'm sure he's proud of that. And he's actually reaping here and show his skill. And he is fully the new generation of Brazil. And yes, I'm really stoked for him. And I'm pretty sure it's Jan Campbell make that second hit against Alex Uranga. So Jan's going to be against David Barbosa in the quarterfinal. Jan is pretty much doing the best. From what I see, this is the beginning of the contest. He's the man to beat. He had like a 9 point yesterday. I saw him. That was the last wave of his hit, just before my hit. And he had like a massive flip outside with a big roll, 9 point. I saw his score this morning. He had another 8.5. I heard he had an air reverse or something.
He had an air reverse. I didn't see it, but I definitely heard about it from all the squad members cheering him on. And yeah, so that's really cool. Doing an air reverse out in these conditions is pretty crazy.
This is really cool.
I guess, like I was saying earlier, that this is just like how it is back home for him in Durban in South Africa. Like the waves are very similar to this, so he's probably just feels like he's back home.
Yeah, he told me that. He told me I didn't surf like more than 2 foot waves since Chile actually, and you can see his skill. He is also one of the guy, from what I remember, with the strongest paddle I ever seen. This is just amazing. When you see him paddle, he's like behind the wave, like literally behind the wave. He's just paddling.
I've seen him catch up to a wave before. Like if he wants a wave, he's gonna get it. Like if it's humanly possible to get it, like he's gonna get it for sure.
like I don't know, maybe 10 times I already see him paddling. I'm like, what he's doing? Like he's losing time, and he got it. And he entering the wave with so much speed, so early, and this is such a big point in this kind of waves, you know, because you just so firstly you can go whenever you want really quickly if you see a waves coming, and then you can enter in the wave really quickly and then get so much speed. And if there is a section right after the takeoff, you already have so much speed for it, so you just get some good projection. So yeah, he's such a athlete, and yeah, really healthy guys, and you can see how strong he is. And yeah, all the South African are a bit like that, and a really strong guy. When you see even like back in the days, Bota and all these guys, and today Jared and Jan is such a strong guys, eh?
Yeah, for sure. And so the current heat in the water right now, we might see a wave ridden here. Only 4 waves ridden, and there's only a minute and 30 seconds left in this heat. So Roberto Bruno taking a look at that one, didn't look like he was able to get into it. Looks like it was probably a good call. He is in need of a 6.41. I don't think that would have been enough. That wave would have allowed him to get that score. I saw Louis Finnegan in the corner of the screen paddling, so we'll see if he might have gotten into that right and see if he gets another score. Counting down the last minute of this heat, we'll see if there's anything that comes in. It's been a really slow heat, probably one of the slowest heats I've seen this comp, if not one of the slowest heats I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is pretty slow out there for sure, and you see how so lucky how Louis was to have this big set coming to him, and he was lucky, and he actually surfed good, doing that big roll at the beginning was a 7.5, and threw that big leap with a lot of speed, and so that pushed him like straight in the first position. And now we arrive in the first 30 seconds, and Roberto's still needing a 6.41, and so you need a pretty good waves to score these things, and we see Roberto there catching like inside waves, and yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough.
It looks like it might hit the inside. We'll see what happens. He's got a bit of speed, so if he gets a section, we'll see what happens. Goes for a pretty decent air ass and gets around pretty quickly, but throws a claim, so he's pretty happy with that one. We'll see what the judges think. He needs a 6.41. Throws a little roll for emphasis on the inside. Still going. Wow. Might get another move, another roll. Wow.
So yeah, that was pretty impressive. We like sincerely saw him take off on this wave, and I thought there is no way he can get the score on this wave. And yeah, so let's see what the judge giving. So we're gonna say bye bye to Tanner, and thanks to being with us, man. And yeah, hopefully see you soon for the comment for maybe the quarterfinal or the next few days.
All right, yeah, just big thanks for everyone putting up with me commentating, and just thanks everyone been supporting me, and see you guys.
See you, Tanner. And yeah, we have the replay of this wave of Roberto Bruno, and it was such a small wave, but yeah, he did well. He did that nice backflip, and he did that small roll, and that wave actually keep going until the beach, and we're gonna wait the last score that what the judge gonna give to him, but. Yeah, 6.41, that's possible, that's makeable. And so, yeah, let's see what the judges give to them.
Hi, guys, thank you. It's Carlos Mariano back on the booth. Thanks to Tanner McDaniel. And, of course, I have here with me Amber Laverne. As we see Dave Hubbard starting this heat with a bang. Pretty nice roll. The swell's been coming up all through the day, and so we're having some very large period, very slow waves coming, but sometimes the riders get rewarded with some good contestable, powerful waves. So and that was the case here with Dave Hubbard. So as I was saying, we keep going with Amber Laverne here. The world champion and the reigning champion here at Sintra. Unfortunately, you guys can't see him surf on the open division anymore because he was knocked out yesterday, and quite an upset for the event, and quite an upset especially for Amaury, who's still fighting in the lead for the World Series. But he promises he's coming back in Nazaré with a vengeance, right, Amaury?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's been a tough day for me yesterday after losing in prone, and as I said, the wave was pretty slow, and I didn't feel any expression in my head. So yeah, I was a bit frustrated, but yeah, I'm back into it. I'm really motivated for the next comp. It's true that Sintra offered me one of the best moments in my life, in my bodyboarding career, with my first title and my second title. So yeah, I was a bit disappointed, but that's the contest, and you never know what's gonna happen, and especially against the guys in my heat, Anas from Morocco and Israel. These guys are such a freaks, and so yeah, I have to learn to lose again and to get back into it. And as I said before, no matter how many times you win, it's all about how many times you're gonna wake up and get back to the fight after losing.
Have you ever surfed in Nazaré, Amaury?
Oh, I surfed one time in Nazaré for the contest for the special edition last year, and it was actually pretty solid. It was pretty big, but the most crazy thing, it was the current, because these beach breaks get really powerful, really gnarly, and I remember we had like some 45 minutes heat. We had like a jet ski to come back to the lineup. We had like a quad on the beach to pick you up on the beach because the current was so strong. So yeah, just to give you an idea how strong is this beach. And but hopefully this year we got a good condition, and I'm really motivated for this contest.
Yeah, for sure. And it's such a powerful, such a fun way for bodyboarding, for high performance bodyboarding. So it obviously suits your abilities, right?
Yeah, I think it's like especially last few weeks, I've been surfing a lot in Canaries, some good waves, and it's true when you arrive in Sintra this year, I was maybe a bit lost in these waves, and because I've been surfing some really good waves in the last few weeks, and so yeah, I think Nazaré suits a bit more on my style and on my skill, and so hopefully we're gonna get the best condition for it, and it could be one of the best contests of the year if we got the right conditions.
Definitely. Maury, perhaps you were a bit spoiled by the quality of the waves at the Canary Islands, and then you arrive here, and being the surf completely different here, you got a little, the shock perhaps was too big.
Yeah, no, it's true. Like when I was surfing a lot in the Canaries, all my friends from Canaries were telling me, well, what you doing here? What you doing in Fronton? You should surf on the beach breaks next to it. And yeah, it's true. Like when you've been surfing a lot of good waves for a long time and you arrive here, I didn't know which board to take. I didn't know really which line to take on the waves. And but as I said before, if you want to be a world champ today, you have to be good in all kind of conditions, because a real world champ is not just good in good waves. I mean, it's good on every kind of condition, on small beachy, on a big day in Arica, on a massive day in Itacochara, and you have to be a really complete rider.
Exactly. I'm just going to translate a bit of what I've been talking about here with Mauri for Portuguese, for the benefit of our Portuguese and Brazilian audience. Portanto, o Mauri estava a dizer que chegou aqui a Sintra talvez um bocadinho... não estava já habituado a surfar beach breaks. Ele tem andado a surfar ondas muito boas nas Canárias. Ele diz que estava a surfar o fronton e que os seus amigos canários lhe perguntavam: Mauri, o que é que estás aqui a fazer a surfar estas ondas? Tu devias estar no beach break ali ao lado a preparar-te para Sintra. E diz ele que quando aqui chegou estava um pouco perdido, não sabia muito bem que prancha usar, que linhas desenhar, mas ele diz que é mesmo assim e que um campeão do mundo tem que estar bem preparado e saber surfar ondas boas, seja em Arica, seja ondas boas em Arica, seja um dia grande em Itacoatiara, ou até estas ondas mais pequenas aqui no Beach Break em Sintra. Meanwhile, getting back to this heat with Dave Hubbard, the Hawaiian Dave Hubbard, one of the Hub brothers here at Sintra, he's ahead of this heat with a 675, and Lodi Sahar with a 6, fighting it off here at round 6, heat number 4 of the Man Open Division. And we're jumping into an interview with Vilma. She's going to interview the winner of the last heat of Man, Louis Finnegan. So take it away, Vilma.
And Louis Finnegan just arrived here next to me. Your heat was kind of slow. You had to have a heat restart because in the first 10 minutes there was no waves, or you were being too criterious?
Nah, there's no waves at all. It was completely silly. Yeah, I was saying to the boys, it's probably the worst heat of waves I've ever had in my life. But yeah, glad that I came out with one wave at least to get a score on.
You are a step closer to the race, to the world title. How does it feel? Do you want to think about it, or prefer not to think about it and just go with the flow?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just cruising really. Just going to see what happens. But yeah, just stoked to make a few more heats today and yeah, see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Back to you guys.
So, how good is Louis Finnegan? So, Louis, who still has a mathematical chance of attacking the leadership and a world title, and a good result in Sintra can be truly important. But still ahead of Louis, you still have Jared Houston, the South African rider, who against Amaury did a hell of a heat. Well, personally, I think it was one of the most incredible heats I ever saw a couple of months ago in Arica. Can you tell us about the final that was perfectly incredible? Because we saw Amaury dominating that heat with 2 massive scores at the beginning, and we were watching at home and saying, "Oh, that's boring, man. Look at the guy's already has the win on the wind there. It should leave the water and let the rest of the heat. I don't know. Jared Houston do a couple of waves in free surf or something, but then Jared Houston came back from behind and actually won the heat. That must have been that blew your mind, no, Amaury? Tell us about it.
Yeah, that totally blew my mind. But this is one of the best heats I ever done. Even if I lost the heat, I was really happy on this heat because. The waves we had and with Jared, Jared inspired me so much in the last few years, and I know I inspire him too. So we were in the water just waiting for every good waves coming through, and what he did, to start the heat with hearing that I had already like 18 points total in the first 5 minutes, and he still have 25 minutes to find a score. And not giving up, because I know that many guys will say, "Oh, it's done. I'm almost leaving the water," like you said. And he's believing that it's gonna happen and get back with one score, and then coming back with the best score of the heat, the big invert. And it's true. I was in the water. I could not believe it. I was like, we were talking in the water with Jared, and I was like, "Wow, that was such a big invert, man." and I had so much respect of what he did, because no matter the level of competition or no matter the hits, we are doing what he did. It's kind of a lesson of life. I mean, to believe until the last minute that it's possible that something's going to happen, and especially in Arica where the waves are really good, and you know that when the sets come, it's going to be a good waves there. That I had so much respect for it, and yeah, that was a really good hit. And even if I lost, like I said to you, I was so stuck on this hit and so proud of what Jared did, and so happy to be a part of this historical Arica Chilean Challenge.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm going to translate this a bit in Portuguese. Estava eu aqui com o Amaury a recordar aquela final fantástica que ele teve com o Jared Houston em Arica, em que o Amaury entrou e fez logo 2 novos, e estávamos em casa a ver e pensávamos, epá, que chatice, pá, o homem já ganhou isto, mais vale sair da água, deixar o coitado do Jared Houston fazer um bocado de free surf. Mas a verdade é que o Jared virou a eliminatória e acabou por vencer. E o Amaury diz que para ele foi até, apesar de ter perdido o hit, foi um dos melhores hits que ele teve, ou talvez o melhor hit que ele teve na vida, e ficou deliciado com a lição de vida. Diz ele que foi uma lição de vida que o Jared Houston acabou por dar, ao nunca desistir, não baixar os braços e acabar mesmo por vencer. Porque diz ele que ele e o Jared têm andado a puxar um pelo outro em termos competitivos desde há alguns anos, e ele agradece muito a inspiração que o Jared acabou de lhe dar. As we see, Dave Hubbard going on this left-hander, hitting a massive roll over there on this left-hander, searching for something more on the wave, riding the foam there, trying to gain some speed going into the right, and unfortunately the wave didn't give him any more opportunities. The wave's kind of tricky today, Amaury. Is it? Sometimes it's pretty painful for the riders to be able to surf here, and it's kind of frustrating sometimes. Here, Dave Hubbard throws a massive roll, but he goes out and try to look something. If he can link it with the inside, he might get another chance. If not, so it's sometimes it's a bit frustrating the way the waves change so much here in Sintra.
Yeah, it's true. The waves are, and in any beach breaks, it's like that. With the tide, it's changing a lot, and the banks are changing pretty much every day, and every year is different here in Sintra. So yeah, it's true that this year the waves are changing so fast, and now the tide was high like maybe an hour ago, so the waves are a bit fat, but you can see before there was a couple sets, we had a really slow hit in the one before with Louis Finnegan and Roberto Bruno, and in this hit it looks like there is a bit more waves, but yeah, it's really hard for the riders to find a good section, and you see the waves is pretty fat, and then in like a half second it's just getting hollow and closing out, so you really want to find some speed and to get some good projection. But Dave Hubbard did well on this last one. He had a 7.5 on this roll, and that put him in a solid first position. And Saha now from Morocco need a 8.26 to get back on the first place. So, and with 12 minutes remaining, everything is possible. And but yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
That's for sure. Amaury is helping us commentate here on the booth. Dave Hubbard is he added a 7.5 to a 6.75 on this last wave of the heat. For now, and Laudissar is in with a 6, looking for a 8.26. So a pretty tall order for the Moroccan rider here in Sintra Portugal Pro. And we have commented this a couple of times now, how good it is to see that these Moroccan riders come from North Africa, such new names, such diversity of riders here in Sintra. They bring a richness to the world bodyboarding scene, and sometimes they can surprise us a lot, Amaury, right?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they can surprise you a lot, and especially when here when you're surfing in this kind of condition in Sintra, the waves are. I mean, it's really unpredictable how the waves are breaking here. You sit on one place. You see now, for example, the Moroccan guy is sitting there waiting for his wave, and especially today when it's really slow and you don't know really where the wave is gonna break. This is really unpredictable, and if you put some unpredictable riders in unpredictable condition like that, you never know what's going to happen really, and which is good to watch. And even if the waves are pretty small today, it's really exciting to watch this kind of condition because you never know what's going to happen. It's true, for example, in Arica, it's good to watch because the waves are pumping, but as I said before, if the set is coming, you know that's going to be a good wave there. But there in Sintra, it's really stressful. You never know what's going to happen. Sometime until the last second, you don't know, and then the last second, everything is changing. So yeah, that's makes things special here, and that's it. And with the rider like Louis Lee from Morocco and Devebar, they are not following the tour, these guys, and they are here with no pressure, and they have the pressure to make this hit, but I mean not thinking about the World Tour. They're just here to make a good performance in the Sintra Pro and to represent their country, and actually Devebar is here to defend his title from last year too.
For sure. He's definitely one of the guys to watch here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. But as you said, unpredictable riders in unpredictable conditions. That's a hell of a cocktail here at Sintra Portugal Pro for sure. And from the competitive standpoint, it's also very interesting, this kind of conditions. Obviously, sometimes for the show, for the bodyboarding show. That we're watching, we often prefer waves like Arica, like Fronton, that explosive hollow waves that can give out better shows. But from a competitive standpoint, a beach break like this in Sintra is obviously a bigger challenge sometimes. Meanwhile, Amaury, talking about a bit about yourself, you hail from the Reunion Islands, but now you're living in the Canary Islands, and you're basically now a Fronton local. How is it? Tell us about that change and this new phase in your life.
Yeah, that's a big change. Actually, when the shark crisis, because that's how they call it today in the media and in Reunion, we call it the shark crisis. Since the shark crisis started in 2011, I was thinking where to go to train, not to live, just to train a couple of weeks or months. And I thought about Canaries because it was in October, November, so which is winter in Europe. And I was thinking, okay, I'm not going to go something too cold like France, Portugal. I'm going to go in an island to not change too much. I'm going to spend a couple of weeks in Canaries. And I went to the Canary Island. Then there was this contest in 2011 with the ESA Games. And then Pierre-Louis Coste get world champ in the Fronton. And that's it. And I just realized how good the waves were. And I knew about it. But when you spend a lot of times in a place, you really discover the place. And I realized how good were the waves. And how big was the bodyboarding community in Canaries, because this is one of the unique places in the world where the bodyboarding community is such a bigger thing than surfing, like it's incomparable, and I realized that it was good for me to live there and to spend more time there, and so then I spent all the winter there in Canaries, and today I'm really happy on my choice because it's a really good place for me to train. I have a really simple life over there. I'm training a lot, doing a lot of bicycle. It is really good for biking in the Canaries. It's really famous for biking. So I'm biking a lot. I'm surfing, really good for spearfishing too. And so yeah, I'm living that simple life there, and I also meet my wife. Over there, she's from, all her families, they are from the town of Fronton. Their brother, they are one of the first generation to surf Fronton like 25 years ago. And so this is why, too, today I introduce myself easier in the bodyboarding community in Galda because the family of my wife are really famous over there. And so today I'm really happy on my choice. I've been spending some really good days in Canaries. And I hope to come back in Reunion in a couple of years when hopefully the shark crisis is gonna change, gonna stop, and I could come back there in a couple of years. But at the moment, I'm feeling really happy in the Canaries, and with my wife and my kid, we've been living some really cool days.
Yeah, that's obviously a pretty unfortunate thing that you guys in the Reunion Islands are living with, that shark crisis. And it has caused some... Tessa's talking about what's happening in Australia with the sharks as well. But how do you? And there's been some fatalities, some deaths there over people who fell victim to shark attacks in the Reunion Islands. And especially in the surfing and bodyboarding community. But how did it? What's the cause? How do you analyze? And what's the cause of that so debated shark crisis? How did it come up? Because it's just it's a relatively recent phenomenon, isn't it?
Oh, actually, yeah, I could talk for a couple of days about it, so I'm going to try to be short and clear. Reunion Island always have been a shark island, a sharky island. I mean, back in like 70 years ago or 60 years ago when the first surfers came in Reunion, they used to surf a lot the west side without any troubles. And then they say, okay, let's try the north side. We saw a couple waves. They start a couple of weeks, boom, shark attack. Let's start the east side, shark attack. Let's try the south side, shark attack. So since a couple, like 50 years, people have been surfing almost just on the west side and without any troubles. But 15 years ago, or 13 years ago exactly, the government prohibited for the local fishermen to sell the meat of shark. So that means since 15 years, the local fishermen, the Creole people, they are not fishing sharks. Because these guys been fishing maybe one shark a day back in the days, which is between 300 to 500 sharks a year, which is enough to regulate the population of the sharks. But since 15 years, they're not catching sharks. So that's the main reason why there is more sharks around Reunion. And the other main reason why they are getting so close from the coast now, it's from the natural reserve that they made on the west side. Because they could make a natural reserve on any side of the island, but they choose the west side where there was all the surfing activities, all the boats activities, all the ocean activities. And today, so that was 8 years ago. And 8 years ago, all the people from the sea, like the old fishermen, the old bodyboarders, surfers, they already knew that's going to happen. They told to the people, okay, you want to make a natural reserve there on the west side, you're going to see in a couple of years, you're going to have shark attack. No. So it was a government thing, so they're nothing, they couldn't do nothing about it. And today we had like 17 attacks in 5 years. We had 7 people die, and people still thinking that it's a fatality, that is not about the natural reserve and all these things. So yeah, hopefully it's gonna change in a couple. I don't know how, because today people want to catch sharks. So I don't know how many sharks you have to kill. You have to kill 300, 3,000, or 30,000. It's a mystery. But so they are putting nets now for people can surf in like a famous break, and hopefully slowly we're gonna get back to a normal balance.
Yeah, that's unfortunate when you put the ecosystem and the ecological balance in jeopardy, like that decision. But that's politics for you guys, and I'm not going to talk that much about it. But it's obviously a pretty tragic story. But on a lighter note here, we got Dave Hubbard leading the heat here at Sintra Portugal Pro with a couple of waves, that's for sure. 2 waves, a 7.50 and a 6.75 against Ladi Sahar with a 6. And how slow is this heat today, guys? There are some waves, of course, but it's so slow, and it's psychologically, how is it for someone to be in that position out in the water and having the pressure to need to capitalize on any wave that comes your way?
Yeah, this is really hard, especially with that priority system. I mean, that last wave that Dave Hubbard had, the 7.5, Ludiwi had the priority, and he watched the wave and he decided to not go. And Dave Hubbard go, and he had the best wave of the heat. So it's true, maybe in the screen I can't really see, but maybe Ludiwi thought that was a bit of close out. So, okay, I have the first priority. I'm not going to catch this one. because with the first priority, you feel sometimes that you need a bomb. And the guys inside, you have the second priority is like, I'm going to catch anything. And because it's really slow today, Dave Abad did the best option, catching this wave and throw these rolls. And even if it was just a 5 point, it was some points. And actually, he did the best wave of the heat on this wave. So yeah, this is hard. This is sometimes really stressful to be there, and you have to calm down, to breathe, and to believe that's gonna happen. And this is where you can see the difference between a couple of riders. Some riders, when it's like less than 5 minutes remaining, they just lost the control of themselves, and some other riders just keep calm and they just believe that it's gonna happen until the last second. And that's make the difference between people competing a lot on the World Tour or not. And this is the experience, I guess.
Yes, definitely, and that's exactly what I was thinking. That's how you distinguish a pretty experienced rider like the case that Dave Hubbard with a couple of, more than a couple, multiple world titles on the DK and lots of experience on the Open World Tour as well. After all, he's the winner, he's the champion, the reigning champion here at Sintra Portugal Pro, and that doesn't happen by chance. And so that's what she wrote for this heat. Only 3 waves, man. Only 3 waves on this heat. And so Dave Hubbard with a 6.75 and a 7.50 says goodbye to Hali Sahad and goes into the next round. And meanwhile, we got Jared Houston from South Africa and Eder Lucian from Brazil. And Amaury, you're going to watch this heat with lots of interest, I bet.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it with a lot of interest. But as I was talking to my wife yesterday, actually, she was talking about me about that because I was a bit upset. I was a bit electric yesterday, had a tough day, and she told me that no matter what's going to happen, it's going to be, like, actually, for sure, in my point of view about the ranking and the World Tour and all of that, I've got a little bit of pressure, but, I mean, it's going to be good to watch, like, someone's going to win this contest and someone's going to get all the points and the ranking might change and someone's going to be really happy. Maybe Jared, maybe Liwi, maybe David Barbosa is going to win this contest, and no matter who's going to win, someone's going to be really happy, and I should take it like as an inspiration. And for sure I'm going to be upset if I lost my first place at the ranking, but I should take it as motivation and as a lesson that to see how the guy is gonna win. So yesterday I was like, oh, let's get out of here, I'm going to Nazaré to train or whatever, and she's like, no, you have to watch this contest, you have to watch the guys winning, because you have to learn how they're gonna win and take a bit of this happiness of someone and to make a lesson. So we had a big chat about it yesterday, and I realized she was right, and so I'm gonna watch this heat and just try to stay focused and stay calm.
Yeah. How good that is. You don't need a psychologist, man. You have your wife. That's the best piece of advice I ever heard. And I've been working with sports, lots of sports. I was a sports journalist for a decade, for more than a decade, for 15 years. So that's the best. I think that's the best advice, psychologically speaking, I've ever heard someone give to a sportsman. And that's it. You have to, as we see Jared Houston on this left-hander with lots of speed, nice classic roll. Nice classic roll from Jared Houston. And let's see what he can do here. If the waves got something more for him, he insists, he tries to milk it right onto the sand, but definitely. Looks like he actually didn't get any more. It was a one-move wave, so. But that's pretty good for Jared Houston to put something on the board against Eder Luciano. You can see the replay. Do you want to comment?
Yeah. So you see how much speed got Jared there. He did a nice extended roll and landing really clean. Just to let you guys know, Jared is using some really stiff board, and I realized this after the final in Arica. We're gonna watch this wave from midair first, and then I'm gonna talk about board. Yeah. So after the final of Africa, I was talking with Jared, and because I was really blowing how high was his invert he did in the final, and he told me, you know what, Amory, I'm surfing with PP double stringer, and me, I was surfing with Energy one stringer double mesh. But I mean, it's why we had such a different types of lines during this contest. I was more in the barrel, spinning the barrel. I had a lot of control in the barrel, and Jared didn't even make a barrel during this contest. He was just going really fast, doing some massive inverts and big moves, and it's why he was going so fast and he had so much projection. But because the water is really cold in Chile, this is really hard to surf with a stiff board like that. But Jared is a strong rider, and he have the style for it. And I realized that maybe I should surf with a board a little bit stiffer to get more projection on my moves. But anyway, this is done. But you can see on this wave, even if here the water is really cold, this is why Jared have so much speed, because he surfs some really stiff board, and that make him more projection and really a lot of more speed on the wave.
Yeah, but as you said, a pretty stiff board, but you need to be physically very fit and have very strong core muscles so you can support a hard landing like that, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. Jared, after a hit in Arica again against Diego Cabrera in the semi-final, Jared did a massive invert. He landed pretty much in the pits. And even from outside, we could saw the landing. I was like, oof, that's hurt. And then after he had some pain on the back for a couple of days, and he told me, I'm broken. I've got pain in my shoulders, pain in my elbow, pain in my back. And this is where you have to train, because actually you can physically train to be better on your performance, but you also train to avoid injury. That's the main thing. And so we're going to go now for an interview of the winner of the last heat, Dave Hubbard from Hawaii.
And I'm here with Dave Hubbard. He just won his heat. You won all the heats so far, I guess, no?
I've had some mixed results. I think I got a 4th place in the non-elimination and a 2nd place in my last heat, but I'm very happy to make it on to another round.
It's kind of slow out there now.
It's a little slow. There's a new swell filling in, so there's some big waves, but it's really slow. So it's tricky to get the one.
Okay, Dave is coming this is the first competition this year. Yeah. So and do you think going to Nazaré and to the other one?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Nazaré after here, and then to Puerto Rico. So even though I didn't compete in the first half, I'm gonna do the second half of the World Tour.
Have you ever surfed in Nazaré?
I have not. I'm really looking forward to it. Last year they had a great competition there. It looked amazing. So hopefully we get something similar.
Hope so. Back to you guys. Back to the water. Bye.
Okay, and we're back in the action with Jared Houston, his first wave. Well, the only wave ridden on this heat was a 775. Edward Luciano, a very dangerous competitor in this break in Sintra. He has quite a resume here in Sintra. A couple of finals. Never won here, but a couple of finals, and he's always a pretty dangerous rider here in Sintra. I have with me Amaro Laverne, the reigning world champion, a man who doesn't need any introductions in the bodyboarding world for sure, and is helping me commentate here on this heat. And of course, we were talking about a bit of his year, a bit of his rivalry this year, this healthy, friendly rivalry with Jared Houston this year. He was talking about a bit about what you need to do to be fit and to ride at this level. We were talking about the board, Jared Houston board that he's using. It's pretty stiff and it needs some pretty good core muscles to land the moves on and so on. So in talking about physical fitness, Amaury, you you are a staple in that chapter. You are often called the fittest man on tour. Tell us about a bit about your routine and the way you prepare yourself out of the water to surf at this level.
So the last few months I've not been home for a long time. I've been traveling for a long time, so it's hard sometimes when you travel to have a good routine. But mostly when I am at home, I'm doing like a program. It is really important to organize your program for a couple of weeks, at least 2 or 3 weeks program. It's really hard to make like a long program for a couple months, especially traveling. But 2 or 3 weeks program, this is really good. And I'm trying to make some because in bodyboarding you have to be strong, you have to be flexible, you have to have a good cardio, so you have to be really a complete athlete. So I'm trying to work in all those things. So flexibility, I'm doing a lot of stretching, and we just saw Jared Houston had a 9-point with a good invert on the right, and we saw the first wave of Eder Luciano was a 5.75 with a roll on the left, and Jared had a really nice right with a lot of speed, and as I said before, again, with a really good projection. So this is a 9-point invert. And so now Eder is in like a combination in a 16.76. So it's still 15 minutes remaining, but that's going to be a tough one. So yeah, about the training. So I'm trying to work like every day something different. So for my cardio, I'm mostly doing biking. I'm avoid running too much because running hurt my legs and hurt my back. So I've got a lot of friends running, and I would love to know how to run more and everything, but I don't have the legs and the body to run. I mean, I'm running 20 minutes, it's okay, but to run a bit more, it's hurt my body, and I feel some pain after surfing. So it's mostly biking. Then I'm trying to stretching every day, so 2 times a day in the morning and in the night. So that's really important to practice your flexibility and to avoid injury. And then I'm doing a lot of fitness at home. I used to train in the gym, but I'm not doing it anymore since I have my kid, because I've got all the gears at home now, and with my girl who is doing some training at home, and I'm doing some CrossFit at home with some circuit training, and every day something different, and for sure with the waves too. I wake up every morning, check the ocean, and every morning checking the ocean, I know how I'm going to organize my day with the tides, because in Canaries the tides are really important too, and especially same in the Portugal. So yeah, trying to do every day something, and but since a couple of months and years now, I'm not doing as strong as before. I just try to have a constant training, and I used to go a bit crazy before, but I realized that I got more pain and more time to recover, and that don't help that much my surfing. So yeah, the key is to find a good balance and to keep it for a couple weeks, and then you're gonna feel some big difference in your surfing and in your life in general.
Yeah, definitely. And how important is fitness and training and maintaining a healthy lifestyle for when you are, for instance, Mr. Mike Stewart that you saw on your screens a couple of moments ago, the man who's been surfing at the highest level for 30 years, more than 30 years. He's 52 years old now, and he's been a huge inspiration for everyone on the world of bodyboarding, and he's definitely the guy you look out for when you're talking about fitness and talking about having a long career in the sport at this higher level. Is that the example you look for, Amaury?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I've been back in the days, or since a couple of years, I've been starting to train. I've been training mostly for bodyboarding and focus on the World Tour. I want to be fit. I want to feel confident in the water because I'm training a lot and all these things. Today, when I watch a guy like Mike Stewart, for example, and since I have my son too, I realize that I'm training for something bigger than this, and to be there for a long time. I'm a pretty young dad, so I really want to be there with my kid and be in shape to enjoy life with him in the future. And once you see Mike today, he's 52, he's really fit, but that's a lot of sacrifice, and that's a really strict routine that Mike is living about the food, about the training, about the thing he's not doing that maybe most of his friends is doing, and so you have to be strict. I always see some sportsmen doing better than me. I saw some sportsmen doing worse than me. The most important is find your own balance with what you have in your life. And so I'm trying to find the best balance, and it's every day a challenge to find this balance. And so now I'm trying for something bigger, for something for life in general.
Yeah. Wise words, my friend. But you mentioned that you were a father recently, like 2 years ago, right? How did that change, if it changed? But I bet it did. I'm a father also, so I know how things go. But how did it change your? As we see, sorry guys, just for a second, Eder Luciano going for a big invert as well. I would say not as big as Jared Houston's, but he's obviously trying to fight back with the same weapons, trying to enter back to Jared Houston. You see Eder Luciano, obviously an awesome competitor here at Sintra, well, around the world, but especially here in Sintra. We always see him do excellent performances here in Sintra. Yes, not as big as Jared Houston, and the judges thought the same. Gave him a 7.25. Still improves a bit on his situation. He was in combo land. He needed a combination of points. Now he only needs a 9.51, which is obviously a pretty tall order, but we're talking about some of the best in the world. But I was asking Amarly Verne, who is here, giving us the honor and the pleasure of commentating this Eats with us. And I was asking him, how did fatherhood change his frame of mind and the way he looks at life in general?
Yeah, it's been a big change in my life. Firstly, how I'm organizing my life today. I always used to be an organizing person, and I think that helps a lot when you have a kid. Because today I'm not thinking about myself, thinking about my kid and my wife, and we are trying to organize this bodyboarding life all together. And so the main thing today, I would say that I don't have any more breaks in my life. I mean, I used to have breaks to watch movie, to go drink a beer, or to be on the beach or something like that. It's not happening anymore. I'm just wake up every morning with my kid at 7 o'clock and try to organize my training with him. I mean, I am in the living room stretching with him in the morning. My wife wake up and depend on the wave, and my wife and we just had like a big invert of Jared Houston, and I don't know how much that's gonna be, but if that was a 9 point, that's gonna be, I don't know, bigger than this anyway. So it looks like the waves are getting better in this heat, and Jared is doing the best of it, and he's keep going until the shore with a spin and a roll. So I don't know. I think the judge is gonna take pleasure to put the score on this one. So so about my kids in my life, that's a big change. But I'm really happy now. We've got 2 years, so the connection with me is starting now pretty much. And I'm gonna talk a bit about this replay because we see the wave was pretty small, but it got a lot of speed there, and the waves get really hollow inside, and it just flew above the wave and just make a perfect landing and chase the wave until the sand. So yeah, that was 8.4. So okay, the judge gave them a little bit less, maybe because the wave was a bit smaller and it didn't have too much lines like as the first one, but now Eder need like a combination of 17.41. So that's not impossible, but that's tough.
Yeah, for sure. Well, for me personally, that was even more impressive than his first invert, but the judges thought otherwise, and they are the guys in charge here. They're obviously the specialists here, so I'm not going to discuss it for sure. And so Eder Luciano in combo land again, even needing a even bigger combination of points, and it's going to be hell for the Brazilian rider to come out of this. But still, the swell's coming in. We're having more waves than we had on previous heats. Things seem to be getting better as the day progresses. So perhaps Eder Luciano can still fight back. And as we are speaking, he heard this, and he's getting this left-hander. See what he can do. No, unfortunately, didn't quite make it for him, and he must be in a hell of a pressure cooker here against Jared Houston. But so you were talking about the way fatherhood changed your frame of mind and the way the perspective you get on life and on surfing and so on and so on. And one of the questions I have I recall a couple of years ago, I was talking with Damien Kingy. If he's listening to us, a big shout out for Kingy. About because he had a small child as well, and he went through a massive scare, a life-threatening experience in Cloudbreak. He went to try and surf Cloudbreak. There, a huge wave at Cloudbreak, and he almost drowned. And I asked him, how was it that did you, now that you have a daughter, a young daughter, does that change the way you experience and you attack that kind of conditions, that kind of surf? And I'm going to ask you the same question. In life-threatening situations, does it cross your mind that now that you're a parent, things are a little bit different, or you just put it behind your back and go for it anyway?
Yeah, I didn't have since I have my kid, I didn't have some close death experience, but like the one of Kingy, because Kingy told me about this story in Cloudbreak, and he pretty much stayed all done for 2 waves underwater, so he have pretty much a close death experience. And so yeah, I didn't been close to that yet, but yeah, since I have my son in my life, it's true that it's not too much about surfing, it's more about life in general, that I'm trying to take care of myself, and I'm actually almost driving always with my son in my car, so I'm traveling slower. Yeah, I'm just taking care more about myself because I'm really connected with my son. So if I take care of myself, I take care of him. But I mean, in the surfing, it's why I'm training too, because I'm trying to be really confident of what I'm doing. I'm trying to calculate a lot what I'm doing, and not just. Before having my son, I was a bit like that, just to calculate what I'm doing, training for something, watch the waves, and not just jump and see what's happening after that. So yeah, I'm thinking since I have my son, I'm even more calculated what I'm doing. But about surfing big waves, I'm trying to put that on the side of my head and just keep going forward.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about King once more, his answer was I thought it was quite interesting, because he said, you know what, I am who I am, and I do what I do, and when I go and surf the big stuff, I think that if I die, at least I'm being honest with myself, and my child, when she looks back on my life, she will be able to say, well, he was doing what he felt was himself. He was true to himself, and he died doing what he loved, and what that was honest to himself. So that I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. So, but fortunately, that didn't never happen, and Kingy is alive and well until today. And so, a big shout out to Kingy and his family if he's listening to us. Meanwhile, with 3 minutes and something to go, Jared Houston from South Africa, on a quick update of this heat, is well ahead. And Eric talking about, well, Eder Luciano entering back, lots of speed, going for a huge IRS. We'll see how the judges scored that, but with 3 minutes to go, Eder is in a pretty tight spot thanks to the talent and the skill of Jared Houston, the South African rider, the guy who's fighting for a world title, with a man who's sitting here beside me, Mr. Emily Verne, Jared Houston. As you see the replay on Eder Luciano's wave, Jared Houston got himself a 9 and an 8.40 on a couple of massive inverts, and Eder Luciano is entering back the best way he can, but with a 7.25 and a 7.90, but it's not really enough to try and overtake Jared Houston, and things are are looking pretty good for Jared Houston here on this Sintra Portugal Pro. Jared Houston, I remind you guys, he was once a finalist here some years ago when again in the final with Pierre Louis Coste. Pierre won that. It was in let me see if I can remember 2012, if I'm not mistaken. When Pierre won here, it was in 2012. Sorry, guys, in 2012 when Pierre won here in the final against Jared Houston. So Jared is trying to at least progress until who knows the final here. And try to win some precious points on his race for his maiden world title. So you think Jared obviously has a potential to be a world champion one of these days. You hope not this year.
Yeah, no, he's got such a potential, man. He's just an amazing rider. I remember him. I was already not on the top, but maybe 2010, or just maybe before my first title, Jared was just coming with his first season on the North Shore. And I remember with Pierre seeing him just blasting the biggest move on backdoor, and he was really quiet, and we were thinking, wow, who is this guy? Okay, Jared Houston from South Africa, and that's it. I was just stopped there. At this stage, he was just Mark McCarthy was the famous South African of the moment, and Andre Botta for sure, but more when I was younger. So yeah, and then the improvement he had and the evolution he had in the last few years is just amazing. And he's a solid rider. He's really complete. He's a strong rider, and we have common point. We are dad together, both dad, and so it's just keep inspiring me, and he's keep doing it right now, and you see he's just surfing perfectly. It's not just about luck. It's about talent. So yeah, good on you, Jared, and good luck for the rest of the comp, mate.
Definitely, and he closed things out with this. No, sorry guys, this is a replay of Eder Luciano's wave with a roll. And obviously that's not going to do it. Another roll. It's a quite decent wave, but considering the scale of things that Jared Houston is doing here with a 9 and an 8.40, just forget it. It's a whole different ball game. As we see here, Jared on the left with a nice backflip. Jared, who is especially strong on the right-handers, but he's pretty... The guy is competent in any kind of waves, left, right, whatever. So it's what can you say about it? Meanwhile, we got Ellington Loureiro and Mike Stewart, and I've been talking about the diversity of this World Tour, and how different can two riders be? Ellington Loureiro from Brazil and Mike Stewart from Hawaii, completely different styles, completely different generations, and things are I think we're going to have a pretty interesting heat on our hands as Ellington starts things off. Lots of speed on this left-hander, and he starts things off with a roll there. So what do you think about this heat? I was talking about diversity. These are actually two very different riders, right, Tamari?
Yeah, two different riders, two different culture, two different style of bodyboarding, even if style is really subjective in bodyboarding. But which is good with in-house sport. It's like bodyboarding. It's such a subjective sport. Like it's impossible to say that you are the best of the world. It's not happening. A couple of weeks ago, when I won the Ikakochara and then I get second, and today I'm still first in the ranking. Many guys tell me, "Oh, you are the best in the world." I am at the moment, and I was the best competitors for a couple of weeks. But to be the best of the world in bodyboarding is not existing. For me, depends on the style you got, depends on the types of waves you ride. There is so many different ways to surf the same wave. And when you see a guy like, if you put Damien King, or if you put Tamega, or if you put Jeff For example, this is 3 different style, different icons that we have in the sport, and they're all riding different, but they are all amazing in bodyboarding. So yeah, this is really good to see that, and it's why we need some judge here, and everyone's going to appreciate differently their lines. And yeah, Ellington, for example, is a pretty young rider for the tour. He's here maybe since a couple of years, and he's a strong rider. He had one of the best waves I saw in Itacochara this year, and he's training hard for bodyboarding. He's really passionate about bodyboarding, and then you get the legend Mike Stewart there with his lines. And even if you think, oh, the waves are small and Mike Stewart is not doing IRSs on every waves, this is just really subjective, as I said before, and this is what I really like in bodyboarding.
That's for sure. Okay. Meanwhile, we're having Nuno Cardoso Nunito here. He's going to commentate this Amaury, this heat with Amaury Laverne. Amaury is going to say goodbye to us after this heat between Ellington Loureiro and Mike Stewart. Pretty interesting heat. So while we're going to an interview, and then Nunito is going to take the mic from me. Okay? Cheers, guys, and take it away, Vilma.
And I'm here with Jared Houston. He had an amazing heat with a 9 and a 8, the best score so far. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was a sick heat, you know. I was pretty nervous going to that heat. It is so good in conditions like this, so knew I had to come out strong, and was lucky enough to find the waves that offered up a good ramp, so I was pretty happy. Probably the best heat I've ever had at Sintra.
Good. So now riders have to stop complaining about the waves and go for it.
Yeah, there's definitely a few out there now, you know. It's gotten much better, and yeah, let's hope that it keeps getting better and tomorrow's even better.
Let's hope so. Let's see.
And we are back live after that interview with Jared Houston. Oh my God, Amaury. I've got Amaury here on my left in the booth. How good was that? And he packed up the highest score of the event so far, day 4 here at the Sintra Pro 2015. As we see Mr. Mike Stewart, the godfather of bodyboarding, going to this left. Let's see what he can do. He's generating a lot of speed on this wave. Let's see if he can find the end section. He goes for the extended roll and he lands it this time. Let's see. He struggles a little bit with the foam there, but he's able to punch through that foam and kick out. Can you comment on that one, Amaury?
Yeah, you see Mike there. Mike, he was not... I mean, in this kind of way, maybe Mike will not be the favorite. Ellington is such a freak on this kind of condition. But Mike, with his style, with his knowledge, and with the experience he have of the contest and of which wave to pick up, and that could make a big difference in this kind of wave, especially in this kind of condition when it's a bit slow and where the choice of the wave that you're gonna pick, it's really important. And you see arrive some speed on that section, and it was a bit foamy, but he did a nice extended roll, and that's gonna be his first score. And that's the second score, okay, 5.75, and we saw the first wave before of Ellington, a 6.75 was a big roll through the lip, and yeah, that's going to be an interesting hit, and we've got 2 different style of bodyboarding over there, and which is great in bodyboarding, 2 different lines, 2 different country, 2 different culture, and but the same passion, bodyboarding.
Yeah, as we watch Manuel Centeno getting ready for his heat, still the only Portuguese left in the competition, as we saw the Ricardo Rosmaninho being knocked down in the first heat of this round, and Manuel is going to be up against Pierre-Louis Coste. That's not an easy task. When you go up in a heat against Pierre, what's your strategy, Amaury? I'm laughing.
You can laugh, man, because always because for me, I was talking about that before, that it's hard to say that who is the best bodyboarder in the world today. It's just too wide and too subjective. But for me, technically, because contest, it's not about technique. It's not just about technique. It's physically, it's tactically, it's mentally, and it's technically. But today in the world, on this planet, the top 3 of the guys with the best techniques of bodyboarding, Pierre is one of them. And to be against Pierre in the heat, you know that any waves he's going to catch, he's going to do something good. So my strategy, every time I am against Pierre, it's about choosing the best wave. And every time I beat Pierre, it's because I've been choosing the best wave. And sometimes Pierre, because he's so good technically and so above than anyone, sometimes he's not waiting for the best wave because he knows that in any wave he can do something. So sometimes he's get a bit in the rush and he catch some inside ones, still doing some good thing. But if you are waiting the good one, that's the only way you can maybe beat him.
Yeah, for sure. We saw Pierre in the last round, and he was struggling. He was in last place, and out of the blue, he got this left-hander. He just punched up 2 backflips and 1 roll, and bringing the highest score at the time in this competition. But the previous heat with Jared Houston, he broke that record and busted out the highest score in a heat in this event so far. But yeah, that's the kind of athlete Pierre-Louis Coste is. If you get him in a heat, he probably will catch an inside wave like he did in that competition, put on 2 backflips and a roll, and leave you in a combo situation. And then you're worse than you started when you're starting from 0, right?
Yeah, right. I remember the heat in Puerto Rico when Pierre had been world champ. That was crazy. It was just at the end of the heat and he need like a big score and he take off like on the shittest wave inside, and all the French crew were thinking, oh, what Pierre, what you doing? What you not waiting for a good wave? And he blew like 2 and he blast 2 big backflip on the wave, and he had like a 9 point something even if the wave was shit, and this is all about techniques. And because Pierre is such a genius of bodyboarding, and I could see that since we are young, because like me, when I was young, I used to be good in bodyboarding, but not like crazy good. All my friends been good in Réunion, and I've been working a lot. But when I was seeing Pierre, and me, I was 16 years old, and Pierre was like 12 or 11, and I was watching Pierre surfing, and I was like, wow, this guy's gonna be world champ one day. And then 10 years later, he's been world champ. You know, it's just some people like him, like Jack Stone, like a couple riders that have, it's like a genius about bodyboarding.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. Once you saw him, you thought he was going to be a world champion. That happened to me with you. I have to be honest. First time I really saw you perform live in living color. There we see Pierre-Louis Coste getting ready for his heat against Manuel Centeno. He's riding red, and Manuel Centeno is riding yellow. We'll see that after this heat with Mike Stewart, the godfather of bodyboarding. But back to the conversation we were having. When I saw you first time, 2007 in Australia, it was you, your friend Charlie Chapelet, and Laurie Grenier, yeah. And I saw these 3 guys. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know where they were from. And I saw you guys in Nugget, one of the stops in the World Tour a few years back, one of the best championships I ever saw, actually, in the World Tour. Props to the people in Australia for putting that for us. And I saw these 3 guys, and they were tearing the waves apart. And I asked everyone, who were those guys? Who were those guys? And these were 3 guys from Reunion Island staying on a van, and they were traveling all over Australia. And oh my God, they were tearing Nugget apart. And as soon as I was filming there with a Portuguese rider called Gastão Intrudo, and I got some footage off of you guys, and as soon as I saw it, I saw, oh my God, I didn't even know, don't get me wrong, there was so many telling coming out from Reunion Island. It was the 3 of you, and I saw you do amazing things, and you trying to do 750 reverses and things like that, which is, I would not say easy, but it's a little bit more easy in a wave like Nugget. And I saw, oh my God, these guys are definitely aiming for being world champions. As I stayed with you and you guys, after the surf you were stretching out, and you already had that feel about bodyboarding. You took it as a sport even when you were young.
Yeah, it's in Réunion, we've got such a big bodyboarding culture. I mean, when I grew up in Réunion, there was already so many good guys in front of me, good on bodyboarding, guys like Thomas Richard, for example, David Legley, and so many riders. And because in France, we've got a really good structure about surf with the Surfing Federation. And since I'm really young, since I'm 11 years old, I start to compete in the local championship. And our goal was the French championship, and then was the UTB, and then always was about competition and get ready for this competition, you know. When I watch, for example, in Chile today, there is some really good riders, but riders of my age, they are the first generation of bodyboarding. Me, I am maybe the 5th generation of Réunion Island. Many guys before me. Like in Portugal, you guys have many generations of bodyboarders, you know, since a long time. and some place the bodyboards are really hips younger, and you can see the difference, you know, when there was so many guys to watch and to learn from. And so I'm still really proud to represent Reunion Island on the tour today, even if I'm not there anymore. And this is the island of my heart, and we're going to try to keep bodyboarding high for this island.
And one thing that I was able to know as well when I met you guys back in 2007 is how good the waves you have in Reunion Island. As we see Ellington Loureiro going for that left-hander, and he starts with a forward spin quickly, and he turns this little bit end section on the outside, foamy, into a roll, but he kicks out, and he feels like the wave didn't offer him much, but he needed a backup score. Let's see what the judges think of that, as he currently sits in second. He needs 1.01. That will get him the lead, huh?
Yeah, he's going to back to the lead. This kind of condition, it's pretty slow. On the hits before, we saw some good waves for sure, and but it's still pretty slow. So you really want to get some score pretty fast. We see the replay. He's not even on the wave. He's already making a spin, and then the wave doesn't offer much. It's a bit foamy, the section, but that's going to be a backup score, and that's a 4.25 if I'm right. That's a 4.25. So he's now first, and Mike Stewart need a 5.26 to get back. So that was a good call from Ellington to catch this wave.
Yeah, and that's I think that's an easy test for Mike Stewart. For what we have been seeing from Mike Stewart, he came up in round 3. He did a very nice heat, and he advanced straight to round 5. He did a very nice heat as well in round 5. And I noticed one thing: Mike Stewart waited 7 minutes for his first wave, and he got one of the best waves of that heat. That's how calm and collected Mike Stewart is, and he has more experience than everyone out there.
Yeah, it's all about experience in this kind of condition. You know, the way you keep calm. And sometimes I see some guys before the hit, they're not even breathing. They just with the stress, you know, and you're like not breathing. And you see Mike is really calm and he stay at the lineup thinking it's going to happen. And maybe, I don't know what he's doing, maybe talking with the ocean or something, just believe that's going to happen. And he's kind of rider that can wait 7 minutes. Many riders can do it. If some riders, they don't catch wave for 5 minutes, they just go inside because they think, I have to catch a wave, and they just get stressful, and there's sometimes they're not doing the right choice. But yeah, Mike Stewart, with the experience and the knowledge he have, is still a strong competitor even in these kind of conditions.
And I was talking to Jep yesterday, and we're putting up a challenge for everyone that's watching us online, as maybe we watch Mike Stewart catching this wave. Let's see. Now Ellington Loureiro, let's see what he does on this left-hander as he catches the wave, goes for a spin again on the top before the wave even breaks, and then another spin is trying to connect this wave into the end section. Let's see what he has at the end section. And he goes for a flip. Can he land it? He just got stuck in that foam. A little bit of bounce, he cannot make it. I don't think that wave is going to count for the top 2. But like I was talking about, we're setting a challenge to everyone who's watching live. Do you know action sports that you still have a 50-year-old competing at the top international level? Do you know any sports that has a 52-year-old man competing with the best and still winning? Hey, don't get me wrong, he's not coming and losing just for an appearance. He comes out and he puts on a show.
No, yeah. In my from what I saw, I don't know any sport where we've got a guy like 50 years old keep doing good and so healthy. Is such an example for all of us, you know, not just about his ride and all what he's doing in bodyboarding, but in life in general, you know, like with his brand, his family, how healthy it is. I mean, it's such a guy been searching the balance all his life, and today he's got it. And from his come from, like the North Shore back in the days, it was really hard to make your place, you know, and it was a tough place to grow up, you know, and yeah, where he's come from today and where he is, I've got so much respect for him. And we saw him take off on this ride there, getting a lot of speed, spin on the top, and the wave is a bit small. He's going to make a nice car reverse, but that wave's going to die. He's going to back out there. He still have like 9 minutes remaining, and he only need a 5.26, so everything is possible with Mike.
Yeah, for sure. as we take on the replay, Mike opts to go to the right. He goes for a forward spin on the top of that wave, and then he goes for a reverse. Real smooth riding and stylish riding. It throws some water there. But the wave didn't add that punch and that power that maybe he was looking for. Although he has a 2 to drop off and he got a 3 on this wave, still is not enough. As you said, Amaury, he needs a 5, 2, 6 to advance to first place, and here first place is the only place that matters. But going back to I'm a nostalgic guy, and all the travels I did, I have it in the back of my mind. It's the best memories I have in my life. And when I met you guys, and I was having a chat with Charlie Chapelet, and he showed me some waves of Reunion Islands. I had no idea. I knew about St. Lou and a couple of waves you got there, but I had no idea you had such good waves. And that explained so much to me back then, and say, okay, this is the reason why these guys at this level, they are surfing so good with so much technique. And this is why, because Reunion Island has a lot of good waves, and we saw that when the World Tour went there.
Yeah, Reunion Island's been having some really good waves, and every types of waves pretty much. We've got swell all year. It's even really big in winter most of the time, and we've got the best waves in May, October, between the two seasons. Yeah, we've been riding. You can surf pretty much every day in Reunion and find the good waves. We had World Tour contest from 95 to 2001. There was a contest there, and then it just stopped and get back 10 years after in 2011 in Les Archers, contest that Alex Uranga won. And everybody saw like how good were the waves there, and it's just that it's a bit far from everything. So yeah, to go there you pretty much have to fly through Paris, or you have to go to South Africa. So yeah, without contest we do not have too much people coming in Reunion to surf, because yeah, it's a bit far from everything. But yeah, it was so great to have the contest there. And the first contest I saw was in '96. I was 11 years old, just starting bodyboarding, and all the pro was there, and Tamega won the contest. And I remember that video that many guys will know, the Off Pro '96 with the best music and the girls drop knee prone, and it's just the best video ever. And I still have in my home my little book with all the signature from all the guys. From Ben Holland and Mike Stewart and Tamega and all the guys, from Fabio Aquino, from Paulo Costa, from Rui Ferreira, like so many guys, and I still have it at home.
It's amazing. As you see, Amaury Laverne has come from being a fan into world champion. That's the great history that you have in bodyboarding history. And we got having here Amaury Laverne in the booth doing the live. It's an honor to have you here and to talk about your own place. He's now living in Canary Islands. You must have discussed that with Carlos Mariano. You have now a little daughter, right? Little boy. And I saw your wife walking in the beach. And it's all about family, like the board itself. The guys that were signing autographs to you back then become your opponents, and now become a part of history, and now you're leading the world rankings. It's a nice story, huh?
Yeah, it's a really good story.
Yeah, we talked about your book. We had Dave Hobart talking about your book, Jeff Hobart talking about a book, and how good your book is. Can you tell us a little bit about that book project? As we see Mike Stewart punching that roll, 5 minutes remaining, can he hold on to that? Yeah, it looks like a foam bomb, and he cannot hold on to that. He really needed that wave. Maybe, do you think this would be the 5.26 that he needed?
Yeah, if he made that roll, depends on the landing, and we see Ellington there on the big left. His bottom turn there. Let's see if he can find a section then in the closeout, and he's throwing a big roll. It seems that he wanted maybe make a flip or IRS, but he just make a simple roll, and he didn't have any. He have a 6.75, but he just want to have a better score. I'm pretty sure that's going to be his second good score, and we see Mike Stewart there. That was a pretty solid section, and that could be the score if he made it. So he's going to back out there. It's 4 minutes remaining, and we see Ellington there with a nice roll. It's a set wave, so I'm pretty sure he's going to secure his first place with this second wave. And so yeah, 4 minutes remaining. It's a 6.8, so that's his best wave of the heat. So now Mike Stewart needs a 7.81 to get back to the lead, and less than 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, looks things are looking a little bit complicated for Mike Stewart as he needs a 7-8-1 now. I think that Mike Stewart landed at roll would be similar to the wave of Wellington Loureiro, maybe even a little bit better because the roll was clean, but he was not able to manage that landing with that foam explosion there on the outside, the Praia Grande, and that's what happens, you know. You don't land the moves and you get behind. We've seen it happen in so many rounds, previous rounds, and guys like yourself being knocked out. And I was talking earlier to Diego Cabrera, and we were discussing, things about the championship and you losing, him losing. And I think it's a question with these conditions, either you get them or not. And sometimes you even get the chance, but some reason you fail the moves and then you don't go through.
Yeah, exactly. It's all, it's happening really fast. I mean, 25 minutes, it seems like when you are in the water, it seems like nothing. From people outside supporting you, it seems like a long time. And it's all happening really fast, especially with this kind of condition. This year, the banks in Sintra, it's a bit weird. That means you have an outside section and an inside, and sometimes you lost a lot of time to search, to looking for an inside section, and then this is not the right wave to get back out. And there is also a good level. I mean, in my heat, I was against Israel Salas from Brazil and Ana Salah from Morocco, and these guys are freaks. And I mean, you don't have too much chance if you lose one wave. You just you don't have too much chance to lose one. So you just have to. You can't really be borderline. I mean, you have to be above the heat and you just kill it. And if you are borderline, sometimes it's really tough. But I'm learning every hit. I'm learning. Even if you are winning, you are learning, and losing, you are learning even more.
Yeah, true. That's the way a world champion talks. And this is a very special place for Amaury. As your first world championship, you won it here. You won the event, and you're taking home your first ever world championship. How special is Sintra for you?
Yeah, Sintra is really special for me. First year I've been there, it was 2004, and I was camping on the beach with a tent with a friend of mine from Réunion. And step by step, there was one of the main event. It is one of the main events in Europe since 20 years now. And since I am really young, I heard guys from France and from Réunion, we are going to Sintra, we are going to drive. And then, we had I lost a good friend from Réunion. David Legley had this car accident in 2001 with Mathieu Radbrook from Tahiti. I don't know. It's always been special for me, Sintra. And then for sure, I won my first world title in 2010, winning the event here. And then I won my second world title last year again too. I won the drop knee. So Portugal is really special for me in general, and Sintra, this beach, is really special for me. And this year it's even I'm not winning, I'm losing in the first round, but it's still special for me, and that's something special is gonna happen this year, and I'm gonna be there to watch it.
Yeah, we're telling all the guys that were watching live that Amaury got knocked out of the men's division, but you don't go anywhere. We still got Amaury on the drop knee division, and that's up next after this round number 6. This is heat number 6. We'll have still 2 more heats on round 6. Man-to-man action started right now, and we still have 2 more days in competition here at the Sintra Pro. So plenty of more of action to come, and we still got Amaury on the drop knee division as we watch Manuel and Pierre paddling outside and getting ready for the next heat as this unfolds, and we're waiting for countdown. It looks like Mike Stewart is going to end his campaign here.
Congrats to Ellington. He made it. That was a pretty slow hit, but Ellington did the best out of it. I'm going to go get ready for my drop knee. Actually, I'm going to go home, pick up my wife and my kid, and back to the beach with my gears and get ready on the beach. Watch the spot, because it's really important to watch the spot before you're going to know the bay. And you see Ellington, how happy it is, because you can see how important it is, this hit for him, and to beat Mike Stewart, even if he's 50 years old, even if he have another style of riding, this is really important for him. And Ellington is such a competitor, and congrats, buddy. And it was good to spend some time with you guys. Thanks, Nuno, for your time. And I will see you soon, and maybe commentating in the next few days. Bye-bye.
It's always a pleasure. And before you go, I just want to ask you one question. It's the feeling that Wellington Loureiro is feeling right now. Have you ever won a battle against Mike Stewart man-on-man?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if I already won, one time, which time? I think in Chile one time I beat him, and he beat me the year he won. The contest in Arica, he beat me. And yeah, it's always a pleasure because to be with Mike in the water, it's a really special vibes. I mean, these guys like Tamega, Mike, they're not talking in the water. They're not even watching you. They're just there competing, you know, and you can feel how competitors he is. And that's gonna stay forever. Since the last minute, he's gonna be there fighting to win. So that's why it's made really special for Ellington to win this heat.
Thank you so much, Amaury. It was a pleasure to have you here. I hope you do come back. And I love to see you guys when you come. Yeah, this is for you. And I love to see you guys here in Sintra and then Nazaré. I'm hoping for good waves.
In Portugal this winter, I'm gonna come.
Yeah, you stay at my house. You stay at my house. Bring the family. Take it easy, Amaury. That was Amaury Laverne, current world champion and current rankings leader. That's the kind of action you get here at the live. Either you see the riders on the water, you can see the riders here in the booth, in the live webcast. Anything goes here at Sintra because this is the 20th anniversary here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, and we're really happy and really celebrating this event. I cannot stop mentioning how important this event is for Portugal, for bodyboard in general, and it's an amazing feeling to have year after year the world champions here coming and visiting us and enjoying our waves, enjoying our hospitality. Basically, that's it. That's one of the best things that the Portuguese people are good at. It's we are very hospitable, and everyone that wants to visit, please do so, especially Sintra, which is a World Heritage site. And a lot of things to visit and see. We've got world-class waves. We got world-class castles and monuments and palaces and gardens you can visit just here in this surrounding area next to Praia Grande. And although you're a small country, if you go around, you have plenty more of culture and adventure and historical sites that you can visit. So right now in the water, very important heat. It looks like it's two Portuguese in the water, although Pierre-Louis Costa is French, of course. But as you all know, and if you don't know, Pierre lives in Portugal. And that's why I said looks like a Portuguese affair in the water, as Pierre-Louis Costa is taking the red singlet right now, and Manuel Centeno is taking the yellow singlet. Nothing has happened still with like a little bit more than 3 minutes already gone in this heat, but we're still waiting for the first wave to be ridden. The waves have been kind of slow, but when you do see the sets coming in, oh my God, there are some punch in those waves, and the swell is coming. The wave did not come in. The wind, did not come in, but the sun came up once again, and this is a beautiful day at Sintra, day number 4 of the Sintra Portugal Pro 2015, as I welcome back in the booth Danny McKenna. Oh my God, how amazing has this competition been so far?
I love Sintra, and the sun is shining. I just walked out the back there. Louis Finnegan, Ian Campbell, Tanner McDaniel, all the boys got the shirts off. Girls walking around in the bikinis. It feels like a European summer. It's finally feeling like Sintra. I love this place. And what a great performance that was from Mike Stewart. He almost got there. There was that one little opportunity where he possibly could have got on top of Hellerton, but Hellerton's just got a lot of years on Mike Stewart, but what an inspiration that guy is there. So no priority at the start of these two-person heats. Everybody just scrambling around at the moment. And, of course, in the water at the moment, we have Pierre-Louis Costes. He's in the red singlet, former world champion from France, and Manuel Centeno, one of the all-time greats from Portugal. And I remember first time I ever saw Hugo and Manuel was at an ISA World Games. They were both in the final, and they were working the crowd like the other guys, like you wouldn't believe, man. I was thinking, oh my goodness, you would not want to surf against these guys. They're such good tacticians. They're very competition savvy, and they're so hungry all the time.
Yeah, true. And there was this time for a couple of years that Hugo and Manuel were called up to represent the national colors, and they will be the dream team, man. If you get those two on a heat, oh man, you were going to lose. That was like 100% sure you were going to lose, because they are tacticians, they know how to compete, and they join forces and make it even harder for you. As we watch, that is Pierre-Louis going for a roll on that left. He extended it and make the best of it. He didn't get much extension in the wave itself, but he got some extension in the roll, and that's a good wave to start as he punches up a 5.75.
Yeah, well, what we've got is a nice little foundation score there for Pierre-Louis Costes. Manuel Centeno, he has surfed Praia Grande, Long Beach here for that many years. He would be one of the most highly decorated competitors from around this area. So he knows the place pretty good. I'm just looking at the quarterfinal matchups. Have a look at these ones, Nuno. David Barbosa will take on Ian Campbell from South Africa.
Oh my God, how amazing is this? The kid from Brazil, from San Corrado, going all the way since round 2 into the quarterfinals, and he's been doing a great job. I've been watching him. His style, his technique, he's so fast spinning, he's so fast flipping, and he combos it, and the judges have been loving his surfing.
Yeah, he's really, surfing to the criteria, and he's got a very kind of electric kind of a style. He's a very exciting rider to watch. Quarterfinal number 2 will be Louis Finnegan and Dave Hubbard. What about that one? We might just come back to your thoughts on that one, Nuno, because up and riding at the moment, it looks like Pierre... it's Manuel. Okay, Manuel. Nice extension on the roll, and you've got to be thinking that's up there with probably PLC's opening wave.
Yeah, it looks like similar, and Manuel just wants to start because his last hit, he kind of played the weight game, and that almost went against him because he needed to catch a wave in the last seconds, as I take you through the replay. And as you see, Manuel drives that left, and then when he finds the end section, just punches out that roll. And we see Pierre-Louis Coste having an answer at that, opting to go right. What's he gonna do with a extended roll on that right? And the landing was kind of flashy, but he made it through the foam, and he packed the second backup score. As I welcome once again back in the booth Carlos Mariano, that's been doing a great job in the press releases all day and interviewing all the riders, making sure all the media all over the world get the press release for this wonderful event, the 20th anniversary of the Sintra Portugal Pro, and we're celebrating 20 years of bodyboarding competition history in Portugal and all over the world. This is the longest running event in the world. I almost lost the words because we're going to go back to an interview with Vilma, and she's going to talk to the winner of the last heat, the very, very happy Mr. Ellington Loureiro beating Mike Stewart. Take it away, Vilma.
And between sets, we're going to talk with Ellington Loureiro, the winner of the last heat. He just beat Mike Stewart, a legend of the bodyboard. You probably had some posters of him in your room when you were little. Provavelmente tinhas posters do Mike Stewart no quarto quando eras pequeno, e sempre deve ter sido ídolo teu. Como é que é derrotá-lo?
Eu tenho 15 anos de bodyboard e sempre via Mike Stewart, Jeff Huber. Então são meus ídolos. Passar uma bateria assim, tendo ondas, né? Porque às vezes não há ondas no mar nessa condição, bastante difícil. Tendo ondas boas, é um orgulho para mim. Eu estava ali batendo na trave, sempre nono. E agora, se Deus quiser, vai que vai solto. E vamos com tudo para a próxima.
It's a big proud for him to beat Mike Stewart, and it's an honor to surf with him, of course. But he's very happy to go beyond the 9th place, as the last competitions was always in the 9th place. So not this time. Congratulations, muitos parabéns. Quer deixar uma mensagem?
Deixar uma mensagem para toda a minha família que sempre me apoia, meus amigos do Brasil, o Instituto Viva Vida, que meus alunos devem estar lá me assistindo. É isso aí, galera. Continue na torcida. Vamos que vamos pro próximo.
Nice job, Vilma. And how stoked was Ellington Loureiro after beating Mike Stewart? We're talking about it's kind of mixed feelings. Right before the start of the heat, Ellington went and kind of really hugged Mike Stewart like he was hugging an idol, a childhood idol. It's incredible to be able to compete with Mike Stewart, but then he had to beat him, and I guess he was heartbroken in having to beat Mike Stewart. But that's the name of the game here, guys, and that's the way it is. So it's awesome to have someone like Mike Stewart in our sport. We're very privileged to have him here at Sintra. Meanwhile, we have Pierre-Louis, back on this heat, we have Pierre-Louis Coste, the wonder from France, the wonder boy from France. well, not exactly a boy anymore, but the Wonderman from France, and our own Manuel Centeno, our very experienced and very dangerous competitor, Manuel Centeno, on this incredible heat. Pierre-Louis Coste is in the lead of the heat with a 5.75 and 6.25. Manuel answered back with a 6-point wave, and he needs just another 6-point wave. So this is going to be a pretty tight, exciting heat, don't you think, Nuno?
Yeah, like I said, looks like we have two Portuguese in this heat because Pierre lives in Portugal. He's half Portuguese already, and man, it's a brilliant contest. We're talking about two previous Sintra winners, so this is like a final. This heat, this is like a final, and we're still at round number 6. Pierre won here at 2012, and Manuel Centeno it won at 2003. So we're talking about a couple of guys that have been coming in at Sintra for many years now competing, and at round 6 we have a possible final, and one of these guys will drop out. As we see Manuel Centeno driving in this left, happened the same as Pierre-Louis. He opted to go in the back of the wave, and that didn't bring much into it as Pierre, with those two rolls, he packed up in the first roll 5.75, and in the second roll, that is standard roll on the right-hander, he packed the 6.25. Manel did the same on the left on his first wave, and he has now a 6. So it's a pretty close battle so far. I know this guy has still 13 minutes on the clock to go. The waves are still coming. The swell is still here. The wind is not coming, like I said, and we got ideal conditions for epic battle.
Yeah, the waves have picked up, and we've been having some pretty nice 4-foot waves here, perhaps even a bit bigger here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, and the guys are taking advantage of it. There were a couple of pretty slow heats on the beginning of this 6 man-to-man round, but things are picking up, and we're going for a terrific show here at Praia Grande in this very heated battle between Pierre-Louis Coste from France, well, half French, half Portuguese. He's been living here for half Moroccan. Well, he's been living here for some years now. And as we see, talking about the devil, there he goes, Pierre-Louis Coste, giving it all on this left-hander, getting speed, and he goes for exactly textbook PLC. I think they're going to rename this move from backflip to Pierre-Louis Coste's move. That's how good he is.
Yeah, definitely. We got the air roll spin, and everyone calls it ARS. And instead of backflip, we can simplify it and call it a PLC. There he goes. He did a PLC. That's how he's got this backflips into his move. But yeah, bag of tricks for sure. Thanks, Carlos. And as we watch the replay, he gets so much speed. He does the bottom turn. He saws the ball over there and just murders that ball with the PLC backflip. And let's see how the judges fare it. And he still goes on the wave, and he ends with a roll. And we can listen to Tose, which is doing the beach commentary, and it's an 8.5. Now Manel is a little bit in trouble, as he needs now 8.76 to go first. And this is not an easy job, as we see Jacob Romero in the red singlet getting ready for the last heat of round 6, and against Anas Adar. Oh my God, the Moroccan who has been battling through round 1. I tell you one thing, the Moroccans came with an all-in. If this was poker game, they did all-in since round 1, as we see Anas Adar. This rider has been impressing me. This is one of the riders that's been pushing some different moves in this contest. And he's been putting out some really nice inverts, because it's really hard to do an invert in this kind of conditions. You need speed, and you need a good handball or a good ball. And he's been able to find those and do it in style. And it seems like the judges have been liking it because he's been moving through.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about inverts, what did you think about that couple of massive inverts by Jared Houston a couple of weeks ago? That was pretty impressive by the South African. Meanwhile, we have Pierre-Louis Coste, the man with the plan. He wants to backflip his way into the final. We'll see. We were talking about the Pierre-Louis Coste and his bag of tricks, mainly his backflip, which is absolutely awesome. And it reminds me a bit the relationship that back in the day, Michael Appleseed, Eppo, had with the IRS, the guy who invented the air roll spin, the IRS, and brought it into the world bodyboarding scene. And Pierre-Louis Coste is doing it the same with the backflip. His relationship with this move is incredible, and he's been profiting from it for years now. So, and on the other side of this barricade, on the other side, we got Manuel Centeno with a yellow singlet. Manuel, awesome competitor, a guy who doesn't give up right until the last second. You can't put Manuel Centeno out of the fight. The guy is an absolute competitive machine. He's like 6 times, I think 6 times national champion here in Portugal. He's won multiple European Tour titles as well. So he's a guy, and he has one here in Sintra as well. And his best result in the World Tour was a 6th place. So he's a man. That's a man who definitely knows how to win, and he's going to put all his weapons on the table here and try to beat Pierre-Louis Coste, the Frenchman. A guy who has been impressing the bodyboarding world since he was a grommet, a 14-year-old grommet on the world scene.
Yeah, for sure. We had a conversation with Amory Laverne earlier here in the booth, and was talking about that he met PLC when he was 11, 12, and he already looked at him and said, oh my God, this is the future of the sport. And 10 years plus later, here it is. PLC is still battling for another world title and another win here at Sintra. He won previously in 2012, and it's something that he can do. And he's about to prove it with his right-hander, and he goes for an invert. Oh my God, how good was that? We're talking about inverts. We're talking about Anna Sadar. We're talking about Jared Houston. And now we have to talk about PLC in the invert kind of situation. That's how good he is. And he has a bag of tricks to show, and he can pull anything out his sleeve. This is the living proof. He just gets that right-hander as we watch on the replay. He drives through this right-hander pretty fast. He finds the bowling section. He's just punts out that invert with such style. Let's see how the judges will reward that. He has a 625 that he might replace, and he did. He increased his lead with a 6.6. And now things are even getting way more complicated for Manuel Centeno, as he now needs a 911. Talk about calling 911. Oh my God, emergency please, emergency for Manuel Centeno.
That's for sure. There's nothing Pierre-Louis Coste can't do in a wave. The guy is capable of doing anything on a wave. And he has even been experimenting with some moves like a no-hand backflip, 720s, double backflips. The guy can do anything. So he's one of the most incredible, innovative riders in the world, Pierre-Louis Coste. And so we'll see what he can do on this heat. So it's definitely going to be a pretty tough heat for Manuel Centeno. So now in a bit of Portuguese to the benefit of our Portuguese and Brazilian audience. Como estava a dizer, o Pierre-Louis Coste é de certa forma meio francês, meio português. Eu costumo brincar a dizer que é o francês mais português do bodyboard mundial. De facto, o Pierre vive aqui há vários anos, casou com a portuguesa Ruth Penedo, e já fala português fluentemente. É de facto já um dos nossos. Há anos que ele enche aqui de classe os picos nacionais e, portanto, já faz parte, do património nacional do bodyboard, e estamos gratos por essa magnífica aquisição, vamos lhe chamar assim. Por outro lado, o Manuel Centeno, falemos de património. Manuel Centeno é o bodyboard nacional. Este homem, há anos, ele e o Pinheiro, há mais de uma década, dominam o bodyboard nacional. Eles foram campeões nacionais, neste caso o Manuel, campeões nacional, campeão europeu, campeão do circuito europeu, campeão mundializa. Este homem já ganhou tudo, conseguiu no seu melhor resultado no circuito mundial e nos tempos da IBA um 6º lugar. É, portanto, um homem que dominou a cena e do bodyboard nacional e que também já escreveu o seu nome com letras de ouro na história do bodyboard mundial e que está hoje aqui a tentar bater o Pierre-Louis Coste e tentar chegar o mais longe possível, eventualmente a uma final ou até, quem sabe, repetir a sua vitória aqui no Sintra Portugal Pro, uma vitória que ele já somou nos idos de 2003. No entanto, neste momento, com 3 minutos e qualquer coisa para o final da bateria, o Pierre-Louis Coste não lhe vai facilitar a vida.
Parece que não. Mesmo assim, é sempre bom falar do Manel e recordar, se bem que a gente não vive de memórias, não é? Vivemos de resultados atuais. O Manel ainda tem uma hipótese, precisa de um 9-11 para passar para a frente. É um bocado difícil, mas não impossível, atenção. Assim vemos agora o Pierre-Louis Coste ali a tentar ir naquela esquerda, mas opta por sair por cima e não encontra nenhum potencial naquela onda. Vemos o Manel lá fora à espera de uma onda, à espera do tal 9-11. Possivelmente, e guardamos então o desenrolar desta ação neste hit, este que é o penúltimo desta ronda 6 e que onde está o último português em prova e pela vista das coisas aquilo não está a correr muito bem a equipa Portugal, parece que também vamos perder aqui a última representação portuguesa, se bem que, como tu dizias há pouco, o Pierre é quase português e continua então a levar a nossa maneira. Assim que vemos o Pierre aqui nesta direita, um reverse bonito lá em cima, cheio de estilo, completou com bastante facilidade, vai tentar trazer esta onda até aqui ao inside, não, fez o kick out. Penso que talvez não será uma onda acima do 660 que ele tem para deitar fora, mas esse é o trabalho dos juízes. Mas voltando ao Manuel Centeno, eu arrisco-me a dizer que talvez e possivelmente isto seja factual, o Manuel é o homem em Portugal que mais títulos no bodyboard tem em Portugal facilmente. Eu consigo contabilizar 7 nacionais, europeus eu penso que são 5 ou 6, 2 mundiais ISO ou 1, não sei, porque ele intercalou isso com o Pinheiro, que o Pinheiro também já foi campeão mundial ISO. E é assim, é a história do bodyboard a desenrolar aqui e ele com a idade que tem, que o Manuel tem 35 anos, continua a competir a este nível. Ele está bastante em forma, os treinos deles ainda são diários, ele ainda compete atualmente e é uma pessoa que está pronta para este tipo de batalhas. Parece que o vemos aqui a tentar trabalhar esta onda até ao fim. Eu não sei o que é que ele fez ali no outside, acho que estávamos a ver uma repetição ou a câmera não estava virada para lá. Mas é assim, e a história continua e desenrola-se. Que é engraçado, o Manuel tem 7 títulos nacionais, o homem atrás dele tem mais títulos nacionais, é o Rodrigo Besson. O Rodrigo Besson há pouco tempo estava aqui no palanque da competição a assistir a esta prova, ou seja, o conhecimento é passado de geração para geração e as gerações não desistem e continuam aqui a aparecer e a fazer parte desta grande festa que é o Mundial de Bodyboard. Vemos ali a repetição, o Manuel Centeno a furar um rolo gigante ali naquela onda, ele conseguiu um 7.5, ele precisa agora de um 7.61, a situação dele melhorou bastante e consideravelmente e ele até pode ter hipóteses de virar a bateria. O único problema é que ele está ali no inside e com 1 minuto e 10 ele já não teria tempo para chegar lá fora e fazer a segunda onda. Conseguimos ver um bocadinho e até sentir um bocadinho da frustração do Manel. No hito anterior em que o Manel quase ia perdendo, eu estava aqui completamente nervoso e estava a dizer que nem conseguia estar aqui porque apesar de ser o Manel que está dentro d'água, é um pouco nós que está dentro d'água e nós gostamos de ver os atletas portugueses avançar e parece que com isto perdemos o último atleta português em competição. Atenção, na prova masculina, porque na prova feminina temos a Catarina Souza, Marta Leitão e, se não estou em erro, o David Vedor no Pro Júnior. Interessante. E o Batata no Drop Knee e Diogo Pimenta, ou seja, não estamos nada mal representados, somente na categoria masculina Pro é que não vamos ter mais nenhuma representação portuguesa a seguir em frente, ou seja, para a ronda 7, que possivelmente se realizará amanhã. Fiquem ligados para o desenrolar dessa ação, enquanto vamos ter o último hit desta ronda 6 aqui dos homens a desenrolar e temos, parece que é Jacob Romero e Anas Adar de Marrocos. O que é que a gente pode falar sobre estes dois? Pouco há a dizer, é capaz de ser um dos melhores showmans presentes no circuito mundial, com a sua sei lá, panóplia de manobras, a sua explosividade, a quantidade de ar que ele consegue meter entre a sua prancha e a base da onda é completamente incrível. E ele é um atleta que vamos continuar a assistir de certeza, assim como o Anas Zadar, que consegue gerar bastante velocidade, tem-me impressionado com essa sua característica, gerar velocidade, e é isso que é preciso para executar manobras explosivas, é a velocidade, e ele tem bastante.
Exatamente, o Jacob Romero, que é conhecido pela sua excentricidade dentro e fora d'água, nós olhamos para ele com o seu visual, a sua barba característica e o seu cabelo completamente rapado, mas depois dentro d'água também consegue fazer coisas incríveis, tem um estilo único, um estilo muito especial e que consegue, e falávamos há pouco de inovação e falávamos da capacidade que o Pierre-Louis Coste tem em inovar no bodyboard e nas suas manobras. Bem, o Jacob Romero é nesse capítulo qualquer coisa também de especial. Ele faz coisas inacreditáveis numa prancha de bodyboard. Eu já vi este homem fazer o pino numa prancha de bodyboard em movimento, quer dizer, é qualquer coisa do outro mundo. Mas de facto ele consegue também fazer movimentos muito funcionais, muito espetaculares e perfeitamente pontuáveis em circuito mundial e perfeitamente lucrativos, chamemos-lhe assim, no que diz respeito aqui ao circuito mundial. E portanto, agora falando um pouco em inglês também para a malta do Havaí, que nesta altura, esta altura tem a qualidade de diferença horária, provavelmente estão a dormir, mas também falando um bocadinho para o nosso público de língua inglesa. Now a bit of an update in English after last heat that we saw Pierre-Louis Coste beating our own Manuel Centeno. Damn you, Pierre! Not kidding. Okay, obviously, Pierre is a very dear friend of ours. The guy lives in Portugal for some years now, and he's obviously almost as Portuguese as French at the moment. And he's obviously a joy to watch surfing any kind of waves here in Portugal. As we see Jacob Romero, the man seems made of plastic. You see the flexibility of how his body bended on the way. Even when he kicks out, this guy is a showman. Against, as I was telling you, Jacob Romero, who is going to battle it out against Anas Zadar on this round 6 of Heat 8, round 6, Anas Zadar from Morocco. And how good it is to see all these Moroccan riders here in Portugal. Such an incredible show. It's very inspiring, and it gives us a lot of confidence in the future of bodyboarding in Morocco, a bit around the world. We got lots of countries here represented here, not only European countries, North African countries, basically almost all continents are represented here in the Sintra Portugal Pro. That's why this is a world tour stage, and that's the strength of bodyboarding. It's diversity, the way it seduces people all over the world, all over the planet. The versatility of this small board invented by Tom Murray is incredible, in fact. Meanwhile, Jacob Romero, in the red singlet, only has a 1.15 for in and out. The waves are there, guys. You just need to pick and choose the best ones and take it to the other dimension, to the place where you guys can do the best scores and show us some magic. That's what we're talking about, guys. And so it's just a question with 21 minutes to go. It's just a matter of pick and choose the best waves and give us the show that everyone is hungry for. And talking about show, there he goes, Mr. Jacob Romero speeding on this right-handed. Not sure. The cameraman just kind of lost it there for a second, but it didn't complete. Jacob didn't ride out of that move, so unfortunately nothing on the scoreboard for Jacob Romero, nothing relevant on the scoreboard for Jacob Romero after that move. No.
As the event unfolds and the afternoon picks up, the sun kind of makes a backlight effect, and sometimes it's hard for the cameraman to get all of the action, even for the panel of judges, but we're all professionals here, and for sure a camera got that replay but for the looks of the score that Jacob Romero got, he didn't land whatever he did. But meanwhile, we're gonna go outside to Vilma Vicente, and she's gonna interview the winner of the last heat, Pierre Louis Coste. Take it away, Vilma.
And I'm here with PLC. He had an amazing heat against the last Portuguese in the competition, Manuel Centeno. But Pierre is also almost Portuguese. He lives in Portugal. So Pierre, how was it, the heat?
Competing against Manuel is always difficult. He's such a good competitor, and Manuel was going to be tough. We had similar score in the beginning, and then I just was lucky to be in a better position for the good score because you had priority, and sometimes in Sintra this kind of thing happen a lot.
Sintra is special to you. You won here before, and your last results were 2 9s and 1 5, 1 5th place. So you're hoping to improve for sure. What's your expectations in this championship?
Yeah, I don't have too much pressure because I don't have a good result yet, and I'm not really chasing anything. I just want to have fun and go hit by hit, and if I get a result, then that'll be pretty good. But until then, I will just try to have fun and go hit by hit.
Okay, so I hope you have a blast, have fun. In the water, we have the last heat of this round, so let's check it out. Back to you guys.
And we are live once again back here in the booth, and we are at day 4, Sintra Portugal Pro 2015 20th anniversary. Oh my god, how amazing is this? I can't stop talking. And we need to thank someone of the guys and entities that are making this possible. We're talking about FPS, Federação Portuguesa de Surf, APB, Association of Professional Bodyboarders, and we do want to thank to Sintra Municipality and Turismo de Portugal's tourism agency, and all of the sponsors that are supporting this wonderful event. We're talking about Sumol and Mayo. Then we got our media partners, Mega Hits Radio, Beachcam.pt, YouTube.com, Vert Magazine, and then Rolei Action Cameras, and then Refresh Boards. How good is it to have a Refresh Board? The guys are amazing. They are the top level professionals in board making and shaping bodyboards here in Portugal, and they ship all over the world. So if you want to go visit refreshboards.com and have a look what they have, they might blow your mind, as they always innovating. They have all different materials, different stringers, different nose bobbles, different decks, different slicks. Oh my god, it's all the works. And you got 2 professional guys. Actually, they are 2 bodyboarders. They've been bodyboarding for 20 plus years, and as we watch Jacob Romero inverting his board, we're talking about inverts, and he's putting on the strategy that Ana Zadar has been using to go through the heats, and he's putting it on Ana Zadar. As you see, Ana Zadar, he already did a roll. He got a 6.5 on it, and this wave looks like to be a little foamy, and he punches another roll. He needs a backup score, but that might help him. But that invert was huge by Jacob Romero, and he's gonna get a high score on that one. Let's see what the judges think about that. We're gonna go through a replay of that one, and there you see Jacob Romero driving this wave. He goes to the bottom, he lines up for the handball, and he just punches that invert. He does this so easy and extends his board. Not too much of an air on it, but it still was good, and he got a projection off of that wave. As we see the replay for the left and last wave of Anas Dardar, a bit kind of foamy wave, a lot smaller, but he did manage to put a roll into it, and he got a 4 point just now, and he's still in the lead. We're still waiting for the wave of red from Jacob Romero, that invert that we saw on the replay. But talking about boards, oh my god, you need to go visit Nuno Borella and Shea Pregato, because, man, they have been bodyboarding for 20 plus years. They know what they're doing. And if you want to talk about materials, those are the guys you want to discuss. They are more than willing to have you on their factory, show you what they have, what they can do, and build your dream board with the colors you want and the shape you want, everything. So do check refreshboards.com, one of the sponsors here, and we are very proud to have one of the factories that produces bodyboards, and I think there's not a lot of them in the world, and we have one here at Portugal. That's how bodyboard culture is here in Portugal. We got all the works. We got the waves, we got the riders, we got the competitions, we got the boards, we got the industry, and oh my God, we do sure have talent, as we just saw from that wave. Jacob Romero making a visit from Hawaii, all the way from Hawaii to Portugal, and he packed a 7.25 with that invert.
Definitely. So as we are with a quick update with Anna of the situation here in this heat, Anas Adar is leading with a 10.50 points, total of 10.50, while Jacob Romero is trailing with a 9.15, but thanks to that huge invert, a 7.25, Jacob Romero only is a 3.26 because his backup wave is only a 1.90, and that's 3.26 for Jacob. It's basically he can do that on his sleep, but he still needs a good wave. So we'll see how it plays out here at Sintra Portugal Pro on this sixth round, heat number 8, Morocco and Hawaii in the water, guys, with 13 minutes to go. So the conditions here are, as you can see or hardly see, because it's kind of a tradition here in Sintra. At this time of year, the sun is pretty low, and it becomes pretty difficult for us to commentate and for the judges to see. That's the serious thing about it, to see exactly what the riders are doing, because the backlight is so strong, it really plays a number on your eyes. So it makes this truly difficult for everybody to enjoy the show. But 13 minutes to go, and really, the suspense here is killing us. With Jacob Romero needs a 3.26. I think it's going to be an easy score for him. Don't you think so, Noon?
Yeah, it's an excellent score, and his first two waves were not that good, and they are definitely throwaways, but that 7.25 is a keeper, definitely. As we see the riders getting ready for the next heat, drop knee division is on hold right now, and we're going to go to drop knee division round 4, and we're going to have Diogo Pimenta and Nuno Batata Leitão still in the competition. And I asked Dave Hubbard, who else, former DK championship, to join us here at the booth, so we were waiting for him to do some comment. And meanwhile, like we were talking about, Jacob Romero is still in second place, but he just needs a 3.26 to advance to first place. Meanwhile, Anas Adar already packs up a 6.5 and a 4. So he's looking good so far. 12 minutes to go. And I think this is the last chance for a Morocco representation in round 7. I think that the other Moroccan rider here at round 6 lost for... let's see. There was no other Moroccan rider in round 6. Yeah, it was against Dave Hubbard, Ludihi Saad, Mr. Saad, like I call him, because his first name is so hard to say. I'm sorry for all the Moroccan people that are watching. I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. If I'm not, I apologize. And if I'm saying it well, I'm very good at saying Moroccan names. So it's a win-win situation right here. So like we're saying, maybe we might lose the last Moroccan. And the Moroccan athletes have been doing a great job this year at Sintra. And I was very impressed with the job they were doing since early rounds. We're talking about Anas Adar, that, no, not Anas, don't laugh. Anas Adar from oh, guys, come on. Anas Adar from Morocco, all the way from round 1. And it's been pretty impressive with the kind of speed that he can pull into these waves. And he's been doing some really great moves and impressing the judge panel, and been getting through the rounds as he lifts his hands up and wants to know the scores. He's currently leading, like I told you, with a 10.50 on a strong base of a 6.5 and 4 points. And then Jacob Romero is after him with 7.25 and just needs a 3.26 to overtake Anas Adar in this heat. Still 10 minutes to go. I think Anas can really still perform a really nice backup or even a better wave than the 650. He's capable of that, and for sure, he will better watch out Jacob Romero because he still has to release his baggage trace. As we see the pack. The squad playing some cards there. Jared Houston, Louis Finnegan, I don't know who's in the back and on the left side. But it looks like a very... That was Tanner McDaniel, the squad there playing some cards. And that's how easy life is here at Sintra. Just chilling in the sun and enjoying the good weather and the good times here at Sintra Pro Portugal.
Yeah, definitely. And meanwhile, while we have Anas Adar in round 6, heat number 8 from Morocco, still edging Jacob Romero on this heat. Jacob needs a 3:26 to go into the lead, and he's taking his sweet time waiting for a wave, Jacob. He knows that wave selection here is paramount, and he wants to pick exactly the right wave so he can do a killer of a score and guarantee a safe passage to the next round. But we'll see. Next, I remind you guys, we're going to have the fourth round of the DK competition with on the first heat, Mathis Pregoda, Ian Campbell from South Africa, and Nicolas Padois from France. But of course, for us Portuguese, the highlights of this round are going to be heat number 2 with Nuno Leitão Batata, as we know him here in Portugal. Renato Arellano and Sebastian Lacombe are the other guys on round number 2. And then Diogo Pimenta, who is going to battle it out with Edgardo Galdo Gomes from Puerto Rico. Yes, from Puerto Rico. And David Chaillot from France. And closing this round and the day of competition, we're going to have Michel Capeta from Chile, a certain Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island, you all know Maz, the reigning world champion, and Pancho Galdos from Peru. So lots of interesting heats on our way. But meanwhile, we have Jacob Romero studying the waves and waiting for a sweet, sweet ramp to go and murder this heat number 8 round 6. But meanwhile, Anas Adar from Morocco is leading by the skin of his teeth here in this awesome round 6, heat number 8, man on Sintra Portugal Pro, the 20th anniversary of this fantastic event here in Sintra. Now, and a quick update for our Portuguese audience. O Anas Adar continua aqui a liderar este hit, frente ao Jacob Romero, que está calmamente, já vimos passar algumas ondas, mas o Jacob Romero está calmamente à espera da onda ideal que lhe permita acabar de vez com as dúvidas nesta bateria e passar à frente. Não, com muita calma, a jogar um jogo de paciência de Jacob Romero, o havaiano, espetacular havaiano, um rider absolutamente excêntrico e fabuloso, que pode perfeitamente, a qualquer altura, espalhar aqui magia e fazer uma nota brutal. Ele já, de facto, fez aqui um 7.25 que, através de um grande invert, e lá vai ele, mais uma vez para a direita, o seu lado preferido, acelerando. Boom! Grande backflip do Jacob Romero, continua na sua onda e mais um rolo e outro rolo e é isto. O Jacob esperou. Estava claramente à espera desta onda para acabar com todas as dúvidas. So Jacob Romero, he was playing the waiting game, waiting for a gem of a wave, so he could do a nice little score, and I think he smashed it with this awesome backflip. Then he followed it up with a roll, pretty good extended roll, and he finished things off with another roll. So this is definitely going to be a pretty good score for Jacob Romero.
Yeah, this might be his highest scoring wave. It will depend on the judges, but their flip was very clean, and then he put on an extended roll, and after that he just completed with another roll, and he just got a 9.15. Oh my God, 9.15. I see 9.15. Yeah, this was the last wave, and he leaves Anas Adar almost in a combo situation as he need 9.11. It reminds me a little bit of Manuel Centeno on the previous heat. He needed a 9.11, and now Anas Adar is even in a worst case scenario with a 9.91, almost combination. But I tell you one thing, Anas Adar is not a loser here. He's a winner. He's been coming all the way from round one. How impressive is that? And is the last representative of Morocco's in this round. And maybe he will fall out here, but he's definitely not a loser. He's a winner as he packs up 9th place here at the Sintra Pro against all of these professionals. This is a very well done job as he packs up as well $700, and at least he pays for his entry fee and has some a little bit of pocket money to go celebrate with his Moroccan friends that are here. And I think he will join Mr. Saad, who packed up another $700. And this is it. This is professional bodyboarding. It's all not about points, not about fun. There's money involved, and this is what makes professional bodyboarding. This is a profession. If you go all the way to the finals, and if you reach the first place, you'll take home $6,000. So this is no joke, Carlos.
Definitely not, dude. No joke indeed. And Anas Adar, but still, you don't want to say goodbye to Anas Adar with 3 minutes and something to go. Anas has shown us he has the talent, he has the skills, and he has the sheer determination. When you get to this level of any sport, talking about bodyboarding specifically, but at any sport, when you get to a certain level, you only what distinguishes you is not only your technical skills, of course, but your mental fortitude and the capability of overcoming obstacles and doing and winning sometimes against all odds. So we'll see with 2 minutes and something to go what Anas Adar can do. He's practically unknown rider here at Sintra. We never saw him here before, but that's just a testament to the vitality of the sport in Morocco and in the world. As we see, Anas Adar exactly as we were expecting. He's going on this left-hander, gaining some speed, bottom turning, and unfortunately he kicked out of this wave without... Yeah, he just opted out of this wave, and he's giving the priority to Jacob Romero. So that might have been a pretty fatal mistake from Anas Adar. The wave selection here is paramount, as I've been telling you guys. There's a lot of waves to be had, but still, you have to pick and choose exactly the perfect one. That's why Jacob Romero spent so much time waiting for a perfect jam. And he took the most of it, and he scored a 9.15 wave, one of the highest of the day. I think only Jared Houston did better than that today. So that's the kind of quality we're talking about. So a 9.15 in a 7.25. He puts Anas Adar in a pretty difficult spot. Anas needs a 9.91, almost a perfect score to be able to progress. But as we enter the final minute, we'll see what this Moroccan rider can do. After all, this is sport, guys. This is bodyboarding, and there's some magic in the air. You never know how things can go. I remember a final between PLC and forget history, guys. You got a live action. We got live action with, I think it's Jacob. Yeah, Jacob Romero with an RS. then driving on this right-hander, his favorite side, I believe. Still surfing this right-hander and out of its full potential. He drives it along, and yeah, that's basically a victory lap for Jacob Romero here at this heat number 8 of round 6. Congratulations, Jacob. We're going to see a lot more of you on this Sintra Portugal Pro for sure. And for Anas Attar, as Nuno was saying, he's definitely not a loser. The guy came from round 1, practically an unknown rider here from Morocco, and he reached this point of the competition way farther than some of the biggest talents on tour. So he has our respect, and we say goodbye to Anas Attar. Meanwhile, we're jumping right into the DK competition, to the round 4 of the DK with heat number 1 of this round 4 with Mathis. I think it's Przigoda. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce his name. Sorry, Mathis from France. Ian Campbell from South Africa, a very successful rider here this year on Prone and DK as well for sure, and Nicolas Patois from France. And to help us commentate on this DK competition, who better than the reigning world champion, Mr. Dave Hubbard. Hi Dave, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to be up here in the booth with you guys, and yeah, always a pleasure to watch DK, and I think we're going to have a great round right now.
That's for sure, that's for sure. With Ian Campbell, he's been doing a hell of a job here at Sintra Portugal Pro. Does it surprise you that the performance of this young South African?
Not really. You know, Ian's very talented. I've known that for some time. He and I had a nice, I think it was a semifinal here in Sintra in the drop knee, maybe 2011. So for some time I've known that he's, got talent in both drop knee and prone, but he's been surfing a really strong event in the men's. And I think we're going to see him continue to progress in the DK as well. But wow, he's been pretty much on fire in the men's. One of the leaders in the points, and pretty much a guy to watch as far as, well, for myself, I've been watching what he's been doing. He's surfed a couple heats ahead of me, and so I would try to repeat what he did, because he'd always check all the boxes and make it all happen and make it through strong. So yeah, Ian's been doing great, and he's solid on the knee too. So I think we're going to see some good scores from him here this afternoon against Matthias and Nicholas, who can also put those scores up. It's going to be a battle for sure.
Still, yesterday I've watched, obviously, I watched the drop knee comp very closely, and I must say the guy who impressed me most yesterday was a certain Dave Hubbard. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but do you feel pressured being the world champion, the reigning world champion here in Sintra, and having been served so well, Mr. Dave Hubbard? Do you feel the pressure to perform and try to, since you only have this event to try and retain the world title, do you feel the pressure, or you just surf that good in any conditions and you kind of forget what's at stake here?
Well, I mean, there is a bit of pressure knowing that this is the only drop knee event I'll be able to compete in on the World Tour this year, and this result will stick, so there's no do-overs and there's no other opportunities per se. But at the same time, I'm just so stoked to participate that, I try not to let the pressure build. And here we're going to see one of the first rides of the heat with the Frenchman getting a nice turn off, and he just opts out of the rest of the wave. It wasn't really materializing. So we'll see a decent score drop for Nicolas Patois on the first wave.
I'm not sure if it was Nicolas Patois or Mathis Przigoda, because as I've been telling to the audience here, the light. No, it was Nicolas Patois. The lighting here in Sintra with this backlight from the sun so low, and the backlight it's in the distance the riders are at on this lineup here in Sintra, makes it pretty difficult sometimes to tell who's who on the lineup especially between the black and the red singlets. But I'm sure that's Nicolas Patois, I would say. Yes, it's Nicolas Patois, definitely. And he scored a 3.75 on this opening wave. Meanwhile, regarding the world title and talking a bit about the competition here, Dave, who do you think, and I know it's a tricky question, who do you think are your biggest rivals here at the DK comp here in Sintra?
Well, the top seeds are, historically the ones who've put a lot of pressure on me. Galdo from Puerto Rico last year had a chance at the world title after I was eliminated. Cesar Bauer is a previous world champion himself, and there's a few other guys that I think the field is quite talented. So as we're going to move through the next couple rounds, all of the riders will be capable. So, yeah, it is a tricky question, and we'll see what happens. But now we have a interview from Jacob Romero, winner of the last heat.
Saved by the bell.
Jacob Romero was the heat winner of the last heat of this round with two amazing results, two amazing scores. How was it?
Yeah, it was really, really good, actually. The conditions were nice. If you find that one wave that lines up, you can get like a really good ramp. So it was better than earlier, so I'm super stoked to advance.
Your best score was a backflip and 2 rolls. It was an amazing wave. Everybody in the beach was cheering up for you.
Yeah, I just needed one more wave. I knew I just needed a little score, and that one wave came in, and I was just stoked. I had a couple sections, so I just did what I had to do, and I was stoked to get it.
And it's it for today, or are you still gonna compete in the drop knee?
Yeah, so I won my drop knee, so I skipped this round, so I'll be tomorrow drop knee.
See you tomorrow. Good luck.
Aloha. All right.
Thank you.
That was it with Mr. Jacob Romero from Hawaii. And talking about Hawaiians, I got here in the booth the reigning world DK champion, Mr. Dave Hubbard. How many world DK titles do you have, Dave?
People tell me it's somewhere around 6 at this point. So I just got to go by their word on that. I'm not one for trophies and titles, really. They're fun, of course, but just being able to participate, I'm always over the moon because it's such a great opportunity. We got great riders, great waves, great events like the Sintra Portugal Pro. So just being a part of it is always just awesome. Here we see Matthias going up for a floater after that slide turn, and let's see if he's able to improve on his previous score, which wasn't a tall one. And meanwhile, I'm not sure when it happened, but Jan Campbell got a nice wave 5.5 score that's put him into the lead at the moment, and so leaving the other guys just needing a second ride because everybody with one except for Matthias has 2 rides in this wave so far.
Yeah, for sure. So Ian Campbell kind of showing or proving a bit what we've been talking about on this on the early minutes of this heat. We were saying that he's a pretty informed rider on the men's division and on DK as well. And Ian Campbell, for sure, showing us that he's not here to fool around, and he gets himself a 550, which is kind of an average score, but it's pretty nice to have on the board on your first wave. As you saw, the Portuguese Nuno Batata there, Nuno Leitão, aka Batata, preparing to run into the second heat of the day here at the drop knee comp. But we were talking about the glare and the way it interferes a bit with the way we watch the comp here, but. Besides the glare, what about the condition? It's every year. This is almost a commonplace. We are always talking about the wave. Hey, wait a minute. We got on the wave Yeah, Matias. Yeah, Matias Persigoda. What's up?
So he was able to put a nice series of moves there. Went for the floater at the end, which would have been a great way to finish that ride, but just came unglued. But I still think he'll be getting rewarded for that effort, as he was able to put a few turns on that. As we were talking about the glare, yesterday it was decided that the drop knee round 3 would run without priority, and thus they've done the same today. So we're not surfing with priority due to the glare. They're using the extra guy to spot the jerseys, because that's also very difficult. And here we're just seeing, a few turns as Ryder in black just tries to find a better opportunity on the inside. And out the back, we saw Ian Campbell with a huge snap, and he opts out of the inside, but he'll be rewarded for that. From what I saw, it looked huge. And here's the replay of it. Nice bottom turn, lots of spray, control through that recovery when the lip was near him, and he just cuts out comfortably. The oncoming section was probably a little overpowering for where he was coming from, so that's why he opted to cut out smoothly, leaving a nice taste in the judge's mouth, without going for a maneuver and ending up with an incomplete. He left it with that nice snap, and I'm excited to see the score for that.
Yeah, sure. He threw buckets of water, as we usually say in these kinds of situations. Buckets of water on that slash of a maneuver there, Ian Campbell. We saw a couple of months ago Nuno Leitão, aka Batata, the Portuguese rider, preparing to enter the next heat. So it's going to be an exciting heat for the Portuguese guys, and definitely the judges loved that move by Ian Campbell and gave him an 8.5.
That was great. I think that was well deserved, that 8.5, and with that puts him with a total of 14. Meanwhile, the Frenchman was able to garnish a 5.75, so pretty solid score for himself. Now he's just looking for a backup. He'll be looking for 8.26 to catch up with Ian Campbell. Also just leaving Nicolas Padois. Only a little bit less than a 5 needed for him to catch Matias at this point. So, with 13 and a half minutes left, we got some time. I think we're going to see a few more rides from all these guys, and it may even shuffle up.
Definitely, because Nicolas Padois needs a 491. That's perfectly attainable at this level of competition from these guys. And so it's obviously going to be a pretty interesting heat here at the Sintra Portugal Pro 2015. Meanwhile, we have here with us Dave Hubbard, the reigning world champion on the DK, and of course the reigning champ here at Sintra Portugal Pro, the man in the poster. It was always a pleasure to have him here with us. He's here in Portugal competing and also promoting his board brand, the brand that he's been developing with his brother, Mr. Jeff Hubbard. Of course, everyone who ever ridden the bodyboard knows who Jeff Hubbard is. And we're pretty interested in knowing if you guys are developing, what kind of stuff are you guys developing? Because I know you guys like to play around and play with some innovations, some technical innovations in your stuff.
Yes, certainly, being involved in a company and starting it up ourselves, we wanted to be at the forefront of bodyboard technology itself. And so, we've been working on a new core application called Quad Core. Jeff's been working very close with the factory manager, Nick Mesritz, and he's come up with a combination of cores that work really well. He's been using them for the last year. So here we see Ian Campbell just looking to try to improve on that 5.5. He gets a turn off the back. Really powerful snap there. And again, just decides to opt out of the wave while it kind of closes out around him. So that'll be interesting if he's going to improve on that 5.5, his second score. And I think it's totally possible because those turns were nice with control and he was able to put a lot of spray out there. Here we see one of the other riders before Ian's wave just wasn't able to get much out of that wave. And so the score just did drop for this wave. We're replaying. It was a 6-pointer. He's able to do a nice turn, kind of redirects, comes back at it, and here we'll see him throw a lot of chunks backside, a really quick flick, snap, and regains control just enough to cut out of the wave on his own power. So that was a great ride for Ian.
Yeah, not as extreme as his first move. Not his first move. The second wave he did that high score, the 8.50, but still a couple of pretty powerful snaps. And how much power does Ian Campbell put behind these moves? But you were talking about the innovations of your boards and that quad core you and your brother have been developing for the last year, you say?
Yeah, and so we've come out with it. It's been on the market now for a season or two, and it's just been working really great for Jeff because it adds more projection as we ply the different cores together, putting mesh in between them. Not only do we gain durability, which adds to the longevity of the core itself, but it's much more springy, and it's able to project him through his huge aerial maneuvers. So it's something that we're so happy to offer to the public. There we saw Nicholas with an attempt, trying to get that spray, and the wave just, again, kind of overpowered him. And Ian Campbell out the back taking a nice big drop on this set wave, turning it around with a backside slash, milking it down the line, getting another turn in. We're going to see a little bit more out of him as he spins, and then now he's body surfing. So he's having fun out there.
And that's the main thing. You need to have fun there on the surf, right? And I'm talking about a specialist about having fun in the water. A guy who surfs on prone, he surfs on DK, he surfs standing up, he surfs. Well, he body surfs. He doesn't even need a board to surf. Do you often compete in body surf, for instance?
I don't compete too often, but if there's an event either at Point Panic or Pipeline, or an event with just a great wave, great venue, I'm stoked to go out there with the guys. Even if it's just during a free surf, it's such a pleasure. Here we see Ian, the replay. That was a nice drop he took, and he brought it around. The section flattened out, so he's able to do a couple backside turns, trying to stay in the power section there. He spins, but no problem that he didn't land it. The wave pretty much just fizzled out after that. So 5.6 awarded for that. So just slightly better than his first, but not going to be his backup ride.
For sure. You were talking. You sometimes you even compete in body surf. Obviously, in Hawaii, as I in my opinion, my modest opinion, but I think it's unanimous, as the two best body surfing legends ever, Mr. Mark Cunningham and a certain Mike Stewart, who is competing here with us at 52 years old, and he just lost on the last round against Elton Laredo, but always a show and the guy a serious threat in consequence waves, not in waves like this, but in the serious stuff, in life-threatening stuff, Mr. Mike Stewart. So do you as we see I think it's Matis Psigoda on this wave, and nice. Well, just a one move, but a pretty good move. But as I was saying, do you, as we see the replay for Matis on his backhand, and whoa, nice move, and then he bails out. Do you get inspired, or do you try and take something out of the book of those two legends and what body surfing is concerned, or your approach is just to have fun and not being too worried about your performance in that specific area of surfing?
Yeah, well, since I don't train a whole lot body surfing and it's not necessarily my focus, I'm always watching what they're doing when I get the opportunity to ride with them or see them in a free surf, or even just tuning in to what the body surfers are doing, because they are incredible and they ride just slightly different space on the wave, but they're riding really good waves that I can imagine what it's like to be on them, but they're doing things that I know that I couldn't quite do. So I want to kind of read into it, see how they're doing those things, and there's a lot to be said for the amount of time that they've put in training in those waves and in those conditions on their body. And yeah, it's just so fascinating because there's so many ways to ride waves, and it's awesome if somebody like Mike Stewart's able to ride just on his body or on a bodyboard. He's got a special way of reading the waves and being in the right spot at the right time. And so I'm always just enthralled by what they're doing on the wave and how they ride it. And there's tons of other great body surfers as well. Kai Santos, who used to be a bodyboarder himself, is an incredible body surfer, and he's one of the guys I really like to watch. But there's a bunch of up and coming body surfers that it's awesome to see what those guys are doing. Sometimes they're doing even front flips, a move that we don't see very often in bodyboarding, but they're doing it body surfing.
That just blew my mind. I didn't know about that. But sure, you were talking about the absolute forefront of the sport. And what's interesting in body surfing is, can you translate what you learn in that discipline, that specific discipline? How do you translate that into bodyboarding?
Oh, that's a great question. I think if you're able to engage the wave, hold an edge, find speed, find drive on your body, then when you add a board, all those things should be easier. And so that's kind of something that I see with the sport of bodyboarding. Or body surfing translating over to bodyboarding is, training at a deficit and then going and enacting similar things with the craft or whatever it is. Sometimes I'll go and bodyboard without fins on a lot of the time, and I'll try to do all the moves and paddle around. All that's going to be a little bit more difficult without the fins. So then when I put them on, hopefully that training translates into things running a little bit more smoothly, maybe easier, maybe more explosive, and those are some of the things that you can gain from trying to do something that's more difficult.
Yeah, for sure. As we see Ian Campbell again, the South African, the guy is on fire here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, and it almost looked like he could get himself a little bit of barrel time, but it was just an illusion, and Ian didn't risk it. With 3 minutes and something to go on this he tries to transition this wave onto the inside, and he does it, and boom, there you are. Unfortunately he couldn't quite stick this move, but obviously we were talking about a variety of subjects here with Dave Howard, taking advantage of the fact we have such an authority on so many matters surfing related here in our booth, and we're seeing the Ian Campbell, the way he gains speed, he gets onto the board. Unfortunately, the wave there closed out on him, but he adapted pretty well. He regained speed and got into the inside. Unfortunately, he didn't get too much of it. And as we are seeing, unfortunately, it was Matias Presigoda, I think.
Looked kind of like that, and yeah, what a floater. If he would have pulled through with that, he would have probably improved either of his scores, maybe both, and that was really cool. And it looks like he just came unglued at the very last moment, but overall that was still a really cool thing for him to go ahead and just get up on that lip, do a nice floater. So that's the kind of thing judges want to see. It's critical. It's in the part of the wave that's not easy to ride. It's not a safe maneuver, and as you can see, it didn't end awesome, but there he's doing the setup turn. He comes back, nice bottom turn, and just gets right up on the lip, and he's almost able to come down, just comes a little bit unglued with the white water bouncing around him, and that was a good attempt. And he's in second spot right now, so that's kind of one of the reasons.
Perhaps if he managed to grab the rail, perhaps he would have sticked it.
that's a possibility, because it did look like balance was a factor at that time, and when you grab the rail, your balance is just going to be enhanced a little bit. So even though he might have sacrificed just a few tenths of a point or so on the judges' scale, he might have been able to, like you said, complete the maneuver. And so those are the kind of things. Even Ian Campbell was talking about that yesterday, just that he was getting a little lazy and not grabbing the rail. He was saying, I've been kind of forgetting I should be grabbing the rail, because he was coming unglued on a lot of the waves in our heat yesterday, and he thought that he probably could have made some of those had he remembered to grab onto that rail. And that's just kind of a reflection of the kind of rider that he is. He doesn't like to play it safe. He likes to go for it, and he's not used to grabbing rail. Kind of like myself, I'm not a huge fan of grabbing the rail, so I don't do it often. But I've been competing enough that if the situation warrants it and I kind of need to do it, I'll go ahead and touch the rail at least for a moment, just to make sure that I have that control. And that's the difference between holding onto that rail and being hands-free.
And you sacrifice a bit of points, and especially sacrifice a little bit of aesthetics. And that side of the bodyboarding is pretty important, especially on DK, where style is of such paramount importance.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people look at style as one of the distinguishing factors between riders, and it's something that people never want to really sacrifice too much of. And you come into something like competition, and you're gonna have to make those calls where you're maybe not quite as comfortable with what you're sacrificing, but hey, if you want those points, that could be the difference between advancing and not. And so luckily that wasn't the case for Matthias. He and Ian Campbell move on from that round, and now we're just beginning the heat with Batata, Renato Arellano, and Sebastian Lacombe from France. So we have a Portuguese, a Chilean, and a Frenchman here in this next heat. I think this one's going to be a great matchup as well.
Yeah, for sure, and pretty interesting for the Portuguese colors with Nuno Leitão, one of the most charismatic riders. And when you talk about drop knee, I think it's something so interesting, because there's a lot of charisma and a lot of identity with the drop knee riders. I'm not sure why is that, but do you have some kind of explanation there?
Yeah, well, I think a little bit of it lends to itself to bodyboarding already is kind of an underground sport, and then you go to the drop knee and they're less recognized. They're a little bit more underground. They're kind of the underground of the underground, so they're kind of sub-basement level, and so they're dancing to the beat of their own drum. They're not really into conforming at all, and so when they go out and ride, it's totally for themselves usually, and so that's how you get these characters that develop their own style. Especially in drop knee, style is so important, and it depends on who you're idolizing. While you're practicing or growing up, training in drop knee. For me, it was. Namely, it was Paul Roach, Kaino McGee, and Aka Lyman. I felt that those guys were powerful and had great styles, especially were able to achieve very awesome maneuvers. Aka Lyman kind of like a skater, very stylish, awesome backside. Kaino McGee with huge barrels, and Paul Roach is just very iconic and just kind of renowned for having maybe one of the best, most explosive drop knee styles. So if you get a guy who likes Keith Sasaki or somebody else, or maybe just Paul Roach and focuses just on his riding, then they're going to kind of develop a flavor like that. Here we see, looks like Renato Arellano from Chile getting a nice turn on it. He's going to try to complete the ride with another turn, kind of slides it under the lip there, and no further connection, so he's out of that wave.
You were talking about some of the historical characters in DK. Of course, you are included, I guess, on that. That's at least it's my opinion and the opinion of I think everybody in bodyboarding world. You've already conquered that kind of status, but independently of the competition, independently of the World Tour and so on. Are there any other guys you kind of look up to, or at least you respect as DK riders?
Oh, certainly, and they're spread out all over the world, but back where I'm from, Bud Miyamoto and Cassidy Sonoda, those are two guys who I feel are just like, wow, right up there, and almost, oftentimes I feel that they're better than myself and can do certain things, much better than me, and so those are guys who I still look up to this day and love to surf with them because they just rip, and every opportunity I get, I'm just so stoked because Cass especially is just so underground and, kind of started doing the no hand, no grab airs, and he kind of paved the way for Bud. Bud kind of followed that style with aerials, and we haven't really seen Dropners, really reaching into the air. Miles Kauha'a has kind of gone into the air, after seeing Bud do it. And, those are, three Hawaiians that I would, rank right up there with anybody, even at this moment, for Dropney. And, but like I said, there's guys all over the world that, maybe we don't see them often. Maybe we don't even know their names, but they're just killing it, and they're doing it in their own place. Like I said, dancing to the beat of their own drum. They don't care if anyone sees them, but they're doing their thing, and it's awesome. It's awesome to see. When I get to travel, I just love to see these guys and surf with them, and because there's always something for me to gain because they got their own style, their own approach, and I'm always impressed.
And you're talking about, obviously, bodyboarding and drop knee. It's all about individual styles. But do you, for instance, if you don't know can you identify a rider or at least associate a rider with their nationality just by looking at them and just by looking at their style? But just hang on with that. Think about a bit about that question while we go into an interview with Vilma. She's going to interview Ian Campbell, the winner of last heat.
And Ian Campbell just got out of his heat. He's a winner, of course, and he goes through to the next round. Let us through your heat, the last one of the day. Finally, you that got in the main competition and now in drop knee, so he's very, very tired. Come on.
Yeah. I'm really tired. It's a lot of paddling out there. Paddle's really far from the beach, and I was lucky to get a good couple waves out there and got scored at 8.5 on the one turn, which I'm pretty happy about. So finally getting a little bit of rhythm on the drop knee. So I think tomorrow's going to be another long, hard day. So just going to go home and rest.
And tomorrow another Isabel's breakfast.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely get some coffee in me in the morning and then come down here and just be ready for the whole day. I think it's going to be a big day of competition, and once again, just thanks for the support from back home. It's just been unbelievable, so cheers.
Cheers. Back to you guys.
Perfect, thanks so much.
So I was asking Dave if he thinks it's possible to identify a rider through his style, that is to watch the style of a specific rider and say, I think that guy's from Chile, or I think this guy's from Hawaii, or whatever, without knowing him?
It's pretty difficult. I have a better time picking out accents. If somebody's speaking a foreign language in the lineup, I might be able to say, yeah, I'm thinking he's from South America, and he speaks a little bit more. I might be able to pin out the country, but with DK, it's pretty tough. There are some similarities, so you might be able to, maybe if they're speaking and you hear the language that is speaking, and you
just through style,
but just the style, that's really difficult. And occasionally, with guys riding and pushing each other, they might develop, kind of a little bit of a school within their own, and they begin to grow similarities together. But for the most part, it's really difficult. I would say it's not an easy thing to do.
Because there's no formal schooling when we talk about bodyboarding, at least the old school, and especially regarding DK, there's not exactly traditional schooling, and of course there's a lot of specific differences that play into someone's style. Mainly, I don't know, even something it depends on the way you're built, for instance. That can affect the style of rider as well. Sure.
Oh, certainly. Body build is just a huge factor in how someone's able to approach their board and move it around. So I think your question, I think it would be easier to dictate a prone rider what country they're from rather than a drop knee rider. I think if you just saw somebody, there's a lot of glare, maybe so you could barely see them, you don't know their name, and they're just doing some moves, I think you'd be better off saying, okay, this guy's proning, okay, I can kind of tell, maybe he's from this place. If he's drop kneeing, I'd say it's anybody's guess.
That's for sure. For instance, you were talking about the styles of prone riders. For instance, for years, things are changing a bit, and people are losing a bit of that specific differences, and I think that's a shame, basically. Some years ago, you could easily identify a Brazilian rider and distinguish it from an Hawaiian rider, and then you could distinguish the Hawaiian rider from the Australian rider based on style. But nowadays, people try to copy a specific style, and you lost that kind of individuality. For instance, back in the day, you had a Brazilian style that was basically so influenced by the likes of Guilherme Tamiga, and you had the Aussie style, and then you had the Hawaiian style that was influenced by guys like your brother, for instance, and so on. So nowadays, that's kind of growing a bit indistinguished. Don't you think so?
Yeah, the lines are definitely being blurred because, you don't have to do things a certain way, and as you're saying, there's definitely a few Brazilians out there that don't ride like a traditional Brazilian, and but I don't see that quite as much in Australia. Most Australians do kind of stick to that certain style, very crispy, cross-legged kind of approach, clean lines. I've always admired the Hawaiian riders because they kind of just do their own thing anyways. You had originally, a bunch of different riders. Ben was very different than Mike, who is, then you had guys like Spencer Skipper, who has an iconic style of his own. Jeff is kind of branched out with aerials. But you had guys like Harry Antipala, and, Tony Boy Tarpley, and, just a bunch of guys who just kind of did their own thing. AJ Arechi and Fred Booth, they're just doing their own thing. They weren't copying anybody, and that's something that I still see when I'm bodyboarding around my area. Is like, hey, there's some guy and he doesn't care what he looks like. He's just doing his thing, having fun, and I think ultimately that's what bodyboarding should be. And if you like a certain style, then sure, go for it and try to replicate that. If that's how you feel is gonna look good, and you're gonna feel good doing that, go for it for sure. But I don't think it's a must. I think. Like we were talking about earlier, having fun, do whatever you're going to have fun doing. And if you don't look like the next guy, then who cares,
Exactly. But sometimes, especially in the young guys, sometimes you almost feel like there's a dictatorship of style. You have to serve that precisely the way you saw a specific guy on the clip or whatever. There seems to be like a dictatorship of style, and that's kind of wrong, I guess.
Well, and I certainly see your point being reflected in the juniors. We have a field of juniors, so talented, just awesome, but very international. Great Portuguese, French, Hawaiian, other juniors, and they look pretty similar when they ride. It'd be hard to pick them apart in this glare. And they feel, obviously, if they're the ones doing it, that they have to ride a certain way, and they have a style in mind, and it's their standard, and so they go for it. And one thing that I've seen here in Portugal and I see other places is guys doing the inverts, but their body is not inverted at all, and their board is just inverted, and it's kind of like, I don't know if they think that looks cool, but hey, I would rather you not invert your body and your board and just do it like a jam air, than doing a board invert when your body is totally horizontal with the wave face. I think compromising some style, if it's a concern to you, and actually tweaking your body, hey, that's an actual invert, and so they've all fallen into that illusion and pattern that, oh, if you do it like this is cool, So they'll spread their legs even if they're not upside down, twist their board, and that's just a way to illustrate your point that some guys, and you see it in the juniors in the international field, that they think that's a certain way to ride, so they're doing it and they're training themselves to do that. And so I also do think that's just a little unfortunate. I'd rather see them do their own thing because they're all such talented riders with very clean styles, doing awesome maneuvers, drawing good lines too, so they're certainly not at a deficit for talent, but I'd like to see them do and explore their own technique
and their own identity. That's what we're talking about here. It's a matter of identity and expressing it through bodyboarding as a media to explore your own identity and express it, right?
Exactly. Very well said. It is all about identity, and if you can't identify yourself by your own moves, one point would be, if somebody made a silhouette kind of logo of you bodyboarding, would anybody be able to tell it was you? Yeah.
Definitely. And we kind of lost that through the years. But that's me, an old school guy. I'm in my 40s, so I'm getting in that age where you get kind of nostalgic, right?
Yep. As time goes on, we yearn for those formative years, and here we see it. That was a fun ride. Let's see if he can get around, and he almost does because he was able to do a pretty cool turn at first, and then he went for it. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was Batata. That might have been his first wave. Kind of back to the action in the heat. Our Frenchman's just on the board with the 2, and we see the consistency of the Chilean. He's been competing for years on the World Tour, on his national circuit, in even representing his country in the ISA Games. Renato Arellano, and he's got 2 average scores on the board right now, and that's paying off for him. Still about 10 minutes left in this heat, so still it's anyone's game, but he's got a sound strategy at this point.
Yeah, I'll close that. And while Nuno Leitão is still Batata, as we know him, exactly scored his first wave, and he got himself a 4.5. That's a pretty it's an average score, but considering the scores the guys have been getting, especially on this heat, it puts him on the race, and that's what's important. You need to think one heat at a time. Sorry, guys, one heat at a time, and try and progress. That's what's in the game here. And with 9 minutes and something to go, you have to put it on the line, I guess. And as we see, I think it's Renato Arellano. Yes.
Looks like the Chilean with a nice turn off the top isn't able to get a second move, but I wouldn't be surprised if that betters his score. It's right in the neighborhood of where he has scored previously. So, like you said, those could be, and they were in the last heat, advancing scores. So when you get a chance to get even around the 4 or 5 point range, it could be what you move ahead with. And so there we see him getting the spray off the back, showing the judges that he had control by riding out of that smoothly, and then kicking out.
Yeah, definitely lots of kind of exactly. And this was a 4.9, so pretty good considering the scores we were getting. A pretty good score, and here in Praia Grande, with the waves pumping, really. It's unfortunate that the banks this year aren't exactly in top form, but we're having lots of swell here, and so lots of scoring opportunities, although it's making it a bit difficult right now, especially on the DK. But, well, at least we don't have sharks here. Which is a problem in Hawaii as well, isn't it? We were talking earlier here with Amor Laverne, who obviously comes from Reunion Island, which is a beautiful place, but who has been plagued with that problem, a serious problem there on the western coast. Well, it's all over the archipelago of the Reunion, all over the islands, the Reunion Islands. But they used to have a safe haven on the western coast, and Amaury was talking about the way that in the last few years, even the western coast has been plagued by sharks, with very tragic situations there. Some unfortunately, some deaths, even some tragedies with the surfing community there, severely affected by it. And Tessa was there, and he was talking, what about Australia, man? We are having serious problems with sharks there as well. And in Hawaii as well, isn't it, Dave? It's kind of a difficult problem to deal with.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing more shark activity worldwide. Of course, in Florida, South Africa, Australia, like you mentioned, and obviously Reunion's been pretty rampant recently. But yeah, even in Hawaii, we see attacks kind of increasing. We used to kind of have about an average of one a year, and that's been slowly increasing for the past few years. And it's something that we need to keep an eye on, and also something that we need to be smart about. I think technologies are improving with shark prevention and shark kind of disbursement, as you will. And so there's different technologies, whether you're using magnets, whether you're using electronic pulses or whatever. I think even different designs, people are putting different designs on their wetsuits or their boards, and I think that's important. I think, if we're going to surf in, dangerous waters, we should be smart about it. And, it's tough because it's close to a lot of people's hearts. There has been tragic incidences, and yeah, it's really horrific when it happens. And, for the amount of times that it does, not happen, all these sessions everybody has and all the people that are out, it'll happen, catch people off guard, and it's kind of like, whoa, this is real, this happens. And I think Mick really raised the awareness when that happened to him at the WSL Jeffreys Bay, and it was kind of like a little bit of more world-known thing, like, hey, this is something we have to deal with, we're riding waves. So we just heard the 5-minute buzzer go, and we're still seeing guys trying to make those points happen. They're able to trim. We're seeing some medium waves, not necessarily set waves, but not a lot of shoulders, because just the way the bank is, they're just folding over, and you really want a shoulder to do a turn on. Ian Campbell's waves in the last heat were off of nice shoulders. He's able to find places to put a nice turn. If you're gunning it down the line, you don't have the opportunity to get a turn off, and that's a little bit more of what we're seeing in this heat.
Definitely. But we were talking about the shark problem, and it's a very delicate situation because you have obviously the environmentalists and people worried about the balance between man and the ecosystem, between man and nature, and that's obviously something you have to be worried about, because sharks were there first and we are the invaders. So, but sometimes it's a question of being able to play with that very delicate balance. So it's not an easy issue to work around. But hey, Dave, if everything goes wrong in Hawaii and you start having shark problems, please come to Portugal. Our sharks are harmless as sardines, so just come over here. We've got some pretty good waves as well. The water is a bit colder, but hey, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for that invitation. And yeah, what is interesting is there are places that are renowned, and I've heard it said in several different places, including here in Portugal, where they say, oh yeah, the sharks don't bite. And hey, there's no doubt they're here and they're in the water, but for some reason they just don't bite. It's just great. Like you said, that's a big plus to go along with the beautiful coastline with some pretty epic waves that you guys have here in Portugal. And, we're here at a very famous beach at the Sintra Portugal Pro, and this is the 20th anniversary, 2015 Sintra Portugal Pro. It's been going on for 20 years. This is just an iconic place, but, we're seeing events stretch out into other places in Portugal. Just this very week, we have 3 different events happening in Portugal, in the Azores, over there in Guincho, the Cascais Pro. And, I think Portugal is getting a reputation worldwide for having some awesome waves. You guys have that CT event at Super Tubos. Garrett McNamara is catching the biggest wave on the record books in Nazaré. And it's kind of like all of a sudden, within the past several years, Portugal is totally on the map.
And well-deservedly, I guess. Talking about the fact that the sharks don't bite, well, the Portuguese guys aren't as tasty as the Australians or the Hawaiians, I guess. Our meat isn't as tasty as your guys. Sorry about that. No, it's just I'm just kidding. But of course, this is no matter to joke about. As we see, I think Nuno Leitão, I think it's Batata with pretty nice wave, and he ends up with a floater, and he simply doesn't ride out of it. But that was a pretty nice right-hander by Nuno Leitão, by Batata.
Yeah, that was great. That was awesome. That is, showing the riding that Batata's known for. He had just a short second score, so that'll certainly improve his situation. Had he landed that last move, which was really explosive and just really critical, that might have even pushed him up into first, but it's certainly going to strengthen his position as the second place rider in this heat, who will be likely advancing on. There's, less than a minute left, and I think there is our third place rider, the Frenchman, unable to create the score necessary to pass Batata at this point. But, just a few seconds going. And he actually does move ahead, like we were saying, he did awesome on that ride up until that point. And so the 6-point ride that he just received and his 4-point ride do push him ahead of Renato Arellano from Chile, who's got a 5.4 and a 4.9. So,
yeah, so definitely pretty good news for the Portuguese colors in a day where we have lost our 2 riders in the men's division, mainly Ricardo Rusmaninho and Mel Centeno, who lost their heats and were knocked out of this comp. So meanwhile, we have Nuno Leitão here doing a hell of a job at this heat number 2 of round 4. And talking about Portuguese riders, we're going to have our own Diogo Pimenta win in the yellow singlet against Eduardo Gomes, Edgardo Gallego, and David Chaillot. Meanwhile, more of this stuff coming your way right after this commercial break, guys. And we're back on this heat number 3, round 4 of the drop knee, with Edgardo Gomes from Puerto Rico, Diogo Pimenta from Portugal, and David Chaillot from France. And we have here with us the reigning world champion, DK world champion, Dave Hubbard, who was confessing to us earlier on that he really doesn't know how many world titles on the DK he had. This is the kind of guy we're talking about. He's just a professional, obviously one of the best riders in the world, But obviously, above all else, this is a guy who likes to have fun in the water. And yes, okay, I like to win some titles and so on, but that's not the most important thing. How cool is that for Dave Hubbard? Meanwhile, with 22 minutes something on this heat, a little recap of the action today. Regarding the Portuguese riders, we have lost our 2 Portuguese riders. Regarding the still in the event, 3 Portuguese riders still in the event, in the men's event, namely Daniel Fonseca, Manuel Centeno, and Ricardo Rusmaninho. Meanwhile, regarding the bigger picture in the world rankings, we on the title race, Uri Valadão was knocked out of the race. Very surprising, quite a shocker here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, because Uri has won here 3 times and he's always a pretty successful rider here in Sintra. And on the other hand, we had Jared Houston flying high here at Sintra Portugal Pro, getting the highest total of the day, and leaving here as one of the favorites, one of the guys more in form here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. So, Dave, watching the wait a minute, as we can see, I think it's David Chayo. I think it's exactly David Chayo, and unfortunately he loses control of his board out there, but it's the first wave ridden here on this heat. So as I was asking Dave, how do you obviously you are also a pretty successful and talented rider on the Pro. Unfortunately for you, you never were able to be, I guess, consistent, because you've won several events, but you haven't ever had the consistency, I guess, to go in and win a world title, because we talked with you for 10 minutes and we understand why. You're a guy who likes to have fun, and sometimes the competitive side suffers a bit with it, I guess.
Yeah, well, it takes a lot of, like you said, energy, ambition, focus to put in a campaign for a world title. I also think it's somewhat of a selfish endeavor. If you're going for it, you're going to have to really make some sacrifices, and those sacrifices could include relationships, whether at home, but especially during the event at the beach, you probably want to just isolate yourself completely from everybody so you can maintain that mental focus, not let anything distract you. And at this point, I really enjoy being around everybody here at the event and bringing positive energy to the event. Seeing people who I haven't seen in ages, that's a really important part of this experience for me. But at the same time, if the tour comes online with some just killer venues and, Hub Boards, says, hey, Dub, why don't you go for it and go for a title, it would ultimately depend on, having a good start. If I had a great start, let's say Pipeline is one of the first events, and may I be a victor at Pipeline, which is a bigger goal of mine than a world title. I would probably say, hey, I want to at least invest a little bit into the possibility here. I think also too, it's a respect for the title itself and the amount of energy that all these competitors put into it. I feel that if I was in the position to go for the title, I think it would be disrespectful for me to just say, nah, I'm not going to go for the title. What does that say to all the guys who've been fighting for that opportunity for their whole career, I think there's a time and a place for it, and if that opportunity comes my way, I will, do my best to honor that possibility. At the same time, I know that I perform better without pressure, so I'll try not to put too much on myself.
Definitely. And we're going for an interview with the winner of the previous DK heat. Is going to be interviewed by our lovely Vilma. So take it away, Vilma.
Olha, agora fiquei assim. And I'm here with Nuno Batata Leitão, the Portuguese that just won another heat. Só me segue.
In Portuguese or in English?
Whatever.
Well, this is my third heat. Yesterday I had 2 heats. They didn't run really as I expected. and even this. The conditions continue really hard. We had some sets, but they take some time to come in, so it's really hard to get a position out there. Sometimes it's really frustrating, because I used to surf rocky bottoms, like this area, and this is really hard to get in the right position. So I'm glad to go through. I have to admit, I got a little bit lucky at the end of the heat because I got that wave. It was a 5 point something.
That's part of competition.
So it's okay. I'm glad. Let's see tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Good luck for tomorrow. And let's go back to the water because 2 heats left and we go home.
Thanks a lot. So we were talking a bit about the aspirations, about the goals of Dave Hubbard. Besides his very rich DK career, but talking about his pro career and his ambitions regarding the men's world title, and that's obviously something that if it comes up, it comes up. But you were talking about Pipeline and the way winning Pipe would be even more important for you than the world title. That's because you're an Hawaiian, or that's because of the mystique, the special character of that wave, of that venue?
I think it's a combination of both. Growing up in Hawaii, Pipeline's right there. That's where everybody, makes their careers for the most part. And, this is going to be a great score. This is some great riding. I'm not totally sure. It could be our Portuguese rider, Diogo. And I think we're going to see a great score. That could be his first wave of the heat. And just in time because there's only 16 minutes left. So let's see what he gets. With one wave, that might even put him up in the lead. We'll see. But, yeah, back to Pipeline, some of the greatest riders that there ever has been have won that event. It's just such a prestigious event. I feel that Pipeline could be the best wave in the world, whether it's on your bodyboard, surfboard, or whatever. And so I think that that's another thing, that the prestige of that event is just like, it's way up there for me. And, I've looked to it, with Drop Knee, been able to get some pipe titles over there, but I felt always that the men's was a longer running event with a more difficult field usually, and it's an event I've been competing in since I was 15. So maybe about 15 years of going for that goal at Pipeline, and that's somewhere where I was able to first showcase my riding to the world, and results that I've gotten there have gotten me, sponsors or got me on trips, and it's very close to my heart, and I think that would be wonderful if I would be able to get a pipe title one day. But hey, I'm already just over the moon with what I've got so far in my career. If it doesn't happen, it won't be the end of the world.
Yeah, but it's curious when you were talking about that, because I was reminded of the way when your brother won there, and I remember that he was saying precisely that winning at Pipe was even. I think he almost said it was even better than winning his world titles. That's how special it is for you guys, right?
Yeah, certainly is. And seeing my brother get the title over there, seeing just great icons of the sport get the title, that's an event that I've watched since I was very, very young. So it's really awesome to have that in my backyard and hopefully go for that one day.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, as we are seeing here on this heat, on heat number 3, round 4, Diogo Pimenta scored the highest scoring wave of the heat with that pretty good wave there, 5.50. And he's only looking for a backup score so he can overtake David Chaillot from France on this heat. And then we have Edgardo Gomes from Puerto Rico. This after we saw Nuno Leitão Batata win the previous heat. So things are getting pretty interesting for the Portuguese colors here in the drop knee. And talking about Portuguese and interesting, we're always glad to get Mr. Nuno Cardoso, Nunito, here on the webcast seat for some more interesting dialogue here with our friend Dave Hubbard. So I'll leave you guys with Nunito for some time now. Okay.
This is a pretty cool heat that we get to watch right now. It's the third heat of drop knee, round number 4. We've seen the consistency of David Chaillot. He's gotten several scores on the board, and Diogo Pimento with the best score of the heat, but just a single ride at this point. But don't count out Edgardo Gomez, Galdo as they call him, from Puerto Rico. He's the top-seeded rider in this round, and he's going to be one to watch in the next 12 minutes. If he's able to get a score, I could see him shake it all up.
Yeah, definitely. And you were one of the most experienced riders in the DK division. What can you tell us a little bit about your experience competing against Eduardo from Peru?
From Puerto Rico.
Oh, Puerto Rico. I'm so sorry. I've been saying that he's from Peru. He's from Puerto Rico. Shout out to everyone in Puerto Rico. I'm so sorry. Your very own Eduardo Gomez here at the Sintra Portugal Pro.
Yeah, he's just such a passionate rider for drop knee. He's always trying to organize drop knee wars wherever he goes, even in his home in Puerto Rico. And he is just totally committed to DK, just a 100% DK rider. If I'm not mistaken, that could have been him. Hard to see in the glare, but that looked like his flare getting a short ride. I'm not sure what happened really on that wave, but yeah, like we're talking about Galdo, he's just got such a passion for DK. He's one of those guys that's pushing the sport of DK. He'll do aerials. He's one of the guys that's jumping into the air. He's got a solid carve game, and like I said, that passion and commitment is where people know him. He's always got a smile on, just such a friendly, positive guy. So wherever he goes, he's earning quite a reputation for being that really cool DK guy.
Yeah, shout outs to Ricardo and his crew back at Peru. Once again, I'm Puerto Rico. I keep seeing the PRU and I never know what that's come from. But if it was for us from Peru, it would be a PER. So I'm kind of mixed up right now. My eyes are failing me at this day 4 here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, especially with this backlight at the end of the day. It's hard to see in the screen. It's hard to look out, so we're just like struggling. But that was a good call. That was Eduardo Gomez from Puerto Rico catching that wave, and he rounded up a 1.25. So that's not an interesting score. Not either the 3 points, but it makes something out as we see Diogo Pimenta with only one ride, 5.5. And then leading this battle, we got David Chaillot from France with a 4 and a 3.65. So still plenty of time, 10 minutes remaining, and the sets are coming. What do you think of this cell? It's pretty solid, huh?
The swell is pretty solid. It started showing up like right around midday with a couple nice long period sets, and it's been catching people off guard because these sets aren't coming in too often, 1 or 2 per heat. And so it's a gamble to sit way out the back in position for the set, and thus we have seen a few people get totally cleaned up because they're sitting inside trying to catch these smaller waves. Boom, set just rocks into town. So we've got glassy conditions. It's been glassy all day. So as far as the water conditions, just beautiful today. And it's great that this swell started arriving because the other swell was starting to diminish. And as it is an arriving kind of still on its way up, this swell, it has been a little inconsistent, so that's making it tricky for the competitors. They really have to pick their strategy. They really have to know the location of where they're going to try to select their waves, and thus wave selection's playing a huge role in the advancers of all the rounds today. We've seen major upsets in every division thus far, and let's see if we see an upset with Galdo. we got 8.5 minutes left. So at this point, he's in third place. He doesn't need much, though. He only needs a 2.5 to get above Diogo, but Diogo only has one wave. So as soon as Diogo catches another wave, it's going to be a taller order for Galdo, sitting in the lead with a 7.65 cumulative, the Frenchman, David Chaillot.
Yeah, true that. 8 minutes to the end of this heat, and still more action to come. And now a personal question: how does it feel to be back on the World Tour this year, and how do you feel physically, because you've been competing in the DK and the prone? Today you skipped the prone round because you moved through to the round number 5, but tomorrow you got a busy day, huh?
Yeah, pretty excited. Oh, here we see Galdo with a killer backside snap. If he puts another one, this is going to be the highest score of the heat for sure. We got 2 solid snaps. He's not done yet. He's going to tuck in for just the style, kind of a victory lap, actually. And David Chaillot at the back, getting a couple turns in. Nice bottom turn, but he just exits on the end of that. So I'm excited to see what Galdo gets for that. I think it could put him all the way up into first. I think it'll certainly move him up into second, at least. And, that's the kind of action that we can see from Galdo, Don't count him out, Let's see a replay of this, because... Oh, this is a replay of David Chaillot getting a couple turns and swizzles in and just gets out of there after a nice bottom turn. So this is pretty cool. But, yeah, back to being on the World Tour. Yeah, I'm stoked, wasn't able to compete in the first half of the year. And, let's get this replay going. On his backhand, he's really solid. He's got a solid stance. And that was very stylish, through a lot of water. And that one was a little more critical. The wave was a little bit steeper. And he almost threw more chunks, As he continues, he just gets a speed line, just tucks it into that closeout shore break, and it's a 6.25. So it does move him all the way up into first place, leaving David Chaillot needing a 4.51 to catch Galdo, the Puerto Rican, now in the lead. We got Diogo Pimento, don't count him out. He's the Portuguese. He only needs a 3.26 to catch the Frenchman. So we totally got a heat on our hands with 6 minutes remaining.
True that once again. And the last wave of black from David Chaillot from France was a 4.75. So that counts into his top 2. And he moves down to second place, but he consolidates his 2 top score wing waves. And he's sitting comfortable in second place. But like you said, Diogo Pimenta is still up to have a backup score on the board, as he has a 5 and a 0.75. He must have come in and out on one wave that we didn't saw, but that's not enough, as he needs 3.26 to move him at least into second place and advance to round 5 here at the drop knee, and maybe join you in the heat. This is so interesting to have you here, Dave Albert, because you're an expert in drop knee, and you're probably one of the best commentators that we can have here at the live webcast.
Oh, wow, awesome. What tremendous compliments that I've just received. Thank you so much. But it is my treat, to be here, not only in the booth, but here competing at this event. Just 5 minutes left in this heat. And, I was stoked to be able to skip this round. Yesterday I felt there was just a little bit better conditions. Had a great time out there with the boys. It was a non-elimination heat and only something to gain. So, I was able to gain some webcast time because I skipped this round and said, hey, guys, if you want me in, drop knee. I know a little bit about it. I can talk about it. And, you guys are kind enough to invite me in. So thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you here. And as this unfolds with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go, it's looking sweet for the crew at Puerto Rico, with Eduardo Gomez leading this one with a breeze. That second snap, throw buckets of water, like you're saying. That second snap was amazing on that wave.
Yeah, that was really cool. I was stoked to see that because, that's the kind of stuff that Galdo can produce. And if you look at his other wave, it's only a 3-point. So that's totally something that he can improve on. That's not something that he would like to finish a heat as his scoring wave. So I feel that he could easily increase his lead. But at the same time, look at Diogo. He's got a 5.5. And his other wave's a 0.75. So if he just gets on the board with another wave, he could totally challenge first place, if not move up into second. So I don't think we've seen the last of these guys. It is no priority right now in this heat because of the glare. So let's hope they don't get wound up in each other's business and have any interferences. But we're probably going to see a couple more rides before the heat's over. Here we got somebody kicking aggressively to enter the wave, and he's just able to do it. Hard to say. Kind of looks like Diogo. He's able to do a couple turns. Like I said, don't quote me on who that was, but that did look like kind of a cool score. It could, better either rider's position at this point.
Cool. I hope that was Diogo because he needs a backup score, and we're cheering out for Portugal right now as we lost all the riders in the pro division, and now we have some riders in the junior, female, and now DK division. But that was Diogo with a nice snap, combining it with a reverse right after, and then another reverse. Unfortunately, he fell down on that one, but he was fast on that, huh?
Yeah, and I think had he ridden out of that last maneuver, he would have gotten just a quarter of a point more. He ended up getting a 3-point for that. He needed a 3.26 to move up in a second. And with the glare, I originally thought that he made that last maneuver. In the replay, we noticed that he didn't, and it's just going to be one more paddle back out for Diogo. One more go. We're getting down to about 2 minutes left, and this is a tight heat. This is exciting.
Yeah, true. And Diogo Pimenta only needed a 3. We say only, but it's a hard thing to do. 3.26, and he got a 3. He was almost there, but that was not enough. 2 minutes remaining. He still can pedal out and get one wave if a big set doesn't come washing through, because those sets have been happening today.
They certainly have been. They started marching on in and catching people off guard, but at the same time, some people have been capitalizing on the set waves. At the same time, you don't need a set wave to get a good score. We've seen guys take off on the inside, get 5s and 6s, so I think this is the Puerto Rican. Beautiful bottom turn, turns it off the top, scoots forward on the rest of the wave, gets a slash, grabs the rail to make sure he completes that. It's probably going to improve his 3. He's going to ride it in and make sure everybody knows that he's got a solid stance. He's fighting through the whitewater pretty strong. He's doing a few little paddles. He's gonna try to get to the beach on this one. I have a feeling that he's riding it in. He's got a minute left, but he probably feels that this is going to be enough for him. He's got the reform, and he's back up on his backside. And he does a little turn while the wave just crumbles right up onto that very shallow sandbar. The tide's been dropping for the last several hours, and it's getting pretty low. So that was his last ride. Now we're going to see a quick up and down. That's not going to be a scoring wave for any of these riders, but yeah, Galdo milking it, coming all the way in with a 5.4. The judges are able to drop that score probably before he ended it because he ran out of scoring potential as he milked it all the way in. This is where all the points came from, was that first turn and that second one right there. He slides it right in front of the closeout, and he's pretty stoked, you know. We got about 15 seconds left. He's stretched out his lead. You know, the other guys need higher scores now, but Diogo still only needs, but like you said, it's not totally easy, a 3.26 to move ahead. There's the countdown. If it didn't get logged in yet, we're going to have to say goodbye to the Portuguese, and the Frenchman and the Puerto Rican move on to round 5.
True, that last wave from Eduardo was, Galdo, as you call him, was a 5.4, so increases his lead and takes over the Vichalo and Diogo Pimenta. And Diogo Pimenta is going home on this one as we start the last heat of the day and last heat of round 4, heat number 4 here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, day 4, and we got Michel Capeta from Chile, Amaury Laverne still in competition, but DK division, and Pancho Galdos. This one is from Peru, not from Puerto Rico. And we're gonna have a battle on our hands, but let's pay a few bills in return after this break with more high-octane action right here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. And we're back, and keeping it natural is Mr. Dave over here at the booth, and he's bought his own thermos, and he's drinking water. Is that Portuguese water or Hawaiian water?
Yeah, it's Portuguese. I got it out of the shower. I just filled it up down there at the spigot. You know, we got beautiful water, crisp water here in Portugal. I take advantage of it. It's probably coming from a spring right up the hill. Beautiful country you guys got here in Portugal. Love it.
Thank you so much. I bet your island in Kauai I never visit is even more beautiful than this.
It's pretty cool for sure. And, you know, we got awesome places all around the world. You know, every guy you talk to who's competing here comes from just a beautiful place at some corner of the world. And this is why it's just such a great medley to have here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. Just such an international field from all countries that have been on the bodyboarding map, and even some that are trying to stamp their flag on the bodyboarding map. Morocco, Aruba. You know, we got countries like Guadeloupe coming over here, and they're really putting it to them. This is awesome.
In the drop knee division, we had a guy from Senegal. How about that?
Senegal, there's plenty of guys here from Cape Verde. I'm not sure if they entered the event, but this is just so radical. I think, you know, back to the action, this is, for me, going to be one of the most exciting heats of this round, if not thus far in the competition. High scoring Moz, Emery Laverne, yesterday unable to achieve first place, although the points that he had surely would have got him there, but he had an interference. So that's leaving him to surf it out in round 4 with Michel Capetta and Pancho Galdos, the Peruvian and Chilean respectively. That's a battle in and of itself. But then you add in the Reunion Islander, Emery Laverne. Here he goes. He's speeding down the line. Huge top turn. This is a set wave. Total control. I think this is going to be a great way to open up his account. Michel Capetta with a short score of a 2.25 on a wave that we missed during the commercials. And we got Galdo. He's going to be doing the interview pretty soon, but he's joining us in the booth.
Can you please put the live action camera here? We got here Eduardo Gomez from Puerto Rico, also known as Galdo, live. He just came out of his heat with a victory, and he's here with us, still wet. What can you say? Send a shout out to Puerto Rico, please.
Un saludo allá, mi gente de Puerto Rico, la isla del encanto. Orgulloso de representarlos aquí y compartir con todos los DK. Es para mí un privilegio estar aquí y que estar compartiendo con los mejores del mundo. La organización muy buena. Tercera vez que ya vengo aquí y apoyamos el bodyboarding 100%. Así que latinos que me escuchan, apoyen esto siempre, que esto va hacia adelante.
Sí, muy fuerte, y especialmente me dijeron que tú eres un adepto muy grande de drop knee y representas drop knee totalmente, ¿no?
Sí, yo soy 100% drop knee. Admiro mucho a David, somos muy amigos, César, y tenemos un buen equipo de amistad acá. Representamos también la nueva era, estamos inventando nuevas maniobras, nuevas cosas, porque el drop knee no se puede quedar como siempre. Estamos haciendo innovaciones nuevas.
Y me dijeron que tú eres un experto en aéreos, en drop knee, ¿verdad?
Sí, lo que pasa es que para los contests no uso esa fórmula. Esa fórmula la dejo guardada para free surf.
¿Y qué tal? ¿Estás innovando mucho en el área?
Sí, los invitamos también a que aporten ideas nuevas, como está haciendo David, como estoy haciendo yo, para que el drop knee en el futuro, no esperemos el futuro está en el presente. Así que bienvenidos sean todos.
Sí, ¿y qué dice? ¿Has visto el último vídeo de Dave haciendo los rolos en drop knee?
Sí, muy bueno, ideas innovadoras. Él creó Rolo Drop Knee, yo tengo el backflip NDK, y esa es la idea, cada cual hace sus propias innovaciones, y esa es la idea también, hacerle un upgrade al Drop Knee.
Otra vez más una vez, a toda la gente que te está mirando ahorita, ¿dice algo?
Saludos allá, muy deseoso de poder estar allá con ustedes, pero aquí representándolos dignamente. Boricua 100%, latino, y orgulloso de ser parte del APB, así que únanse, que no les cuenten, estén siempre sintonizados a APB World Tour, Gracias a los auspiciadores que han podido hacer todo esto posible. Los míos son Empire. Discúlpenme que estoy un poco...
Todavía. You have here Galdo. He just came out of his heat. He's still dripping water in his face and is the inventor of the backflip and drop knee. How cool is that? And we are live here, and we still have the round heat 4 and round 4 heat, the last heat of today. And he was in heat number 3, and he is here all happy and sending shout outs to all the Latinos and telling them to support bodyboard through the APB Tour. So one last shout out, please. Más una vez un saludo a toda la gente.
Claro, sumamente contento, latinos, todos unidos, y esto es de todos. El drop knee es un lenguaje que no tiene idioma. Nosotros hablamos con las piernas, así que únete y que no te cuenten. Sé parte de la historia y del nuevo comienzo y de las nuevas innovaciones que se están presentando en el drop knee hoy día. También tenemos el evento de DK Wars, que va a ser partícipe aquí el día lunes 28. Sí, conmemorado a mi hermano, que era el que lo iba a hacer, pero él se me fue con papá Dios el pasado noviembre. Tavo, esto va a tu nombre, papá. Nunca va a ser olvidado. Gracias en Puerto Rico por todo el apoyo. Y estoy llorando de la alegría que se dé todo esto. Próximo año espero que hayan varias etapas de drop knee y poder participar en ellas y ser parte del apoyo a eso.
Y felicitaciones, quieres mandar un saludo a tus patrocinadores y todo más. Aprovecha esa oportunidad, por favor.
Okay. Tengo los sponsors aquí, Empire, Vector, tenemos a Okinao, Bomber Sunglass, Tomico Designs, Guillermín, aquí de acá, autosegurado.com, y todos los que me apoyan son parte de mi éxito. Y la gente siempre de Puerto Rico que andan pendientes a todas las cosas que estamos haciendo y la representación digna que estamos aquí. Gracias por todo su apoyo y haber hecho todo esto posible para Galdo y todos los latinos.
Y mira aquí, DK Wars Sintra 2015 Made in Portugal.
Sí, va a ser el primer evento en la historia en Europa. Se llama DK Wars, lo inventó Wonton, Chris Won. Y mi hermano era el que iba a celebrarlo aquí, pero como te expliqué antes, se me fue con papá Dios y no pudo haberlo hecho. Lo estoy haciendo en su memoria para tenerlo siempre recordado, como se merece.
Una cosa muy bonita, gracias por tu testimonio y felicitaciones por tu victoria y que sigue saliendo ganando.
Gracias, gracias. Son muy buenos atletas, muy buen evento, que gane el mejor y que viva el drop knee.
Muchas gracias, Galdo. Felicitaciones. The winner of the last heat, and he gets a round of applause here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. This is only the day 4, and tomorrow we'll see more of Mr. Eduardo Gomez, known as Galdo in Puerto Rico. All the Puerto Ricans watching, this was an amazing performance and an amazing testimony as he is representing his brother here and representing DK Wars here in Portugal for the first time. And this is what bodyboarding is all about. We're a family, and we're here at Dave Hubbard, and we're making this party, this fiesta that is Sintra Portugal Pro 2015, and we're going back live to action as we got some scores on the board, eh, Dave?
Yeah, we certainly do. Lots been happening during this heat. You know, we did see a great ride from Emery Laverne. 7 points. That's one of the better waves we've seen thus far in drop knee round 4. And he's followed it up with a 4.6. He's got a decent lead, putting 7.11 on Michel Copeta, and Pancho Galdos yet to catch a ride. 15 seconds left in this heat. Pancho's searching. He needs 6.76 to catch his South American buddy, Michel Copeta, in the lead. Emery Laverne from Reunion Island with 11.61 cumulative.
Yeah, so Amaury Laverne got that 7 on that first wave, and we know already that was a high score, like you said. And he's got a 7. He's already backed it up with a 4.6. So he's in the lead right now, and after him is Mikel Copeta. And he packed up 2.25 at the first wave, and then the second wave 4.5. And he sums up 6.75. And like you said, still to catch a wave, Pancho Galdos from Peru. His experience, he still has a lot of time, 13 minutes. And now that we arrive nearly half of this heat, because it's a 25-minute heat. And talking about innovation, talking about airs on drop knee, how is Bud Miyamoto, man?
Yeah, Bud Miyamoto is just unreal. You know, as far as aerials, he's taken it to that next level. He had a great mentor, Cassidy Sonoda, who's still really pushing limits himself in his own right. But Cassidy Sonoda, I've still yet to see guys do no hand, no grab, drop knee airs like Cass has. Bud was able to, you know, reach into that bag of tricks, and now he's pulling out his own stuff. You know, occasionally he'll grab the rail, but he can do no grab, air 360s, drop knee. He's just an insane rider. You know, he can even prone, but drop knee, yeah, he's unreal.
Yeah, we saw the likes of Bud Miyamoto a couple of years ago doing the World Tour, especially when the event went to Hawaii. Do you know if it's in his plans to go back on the tour and do some events? Maybe if the events go back to Hawaii?
Boy, I sure would love to see him competing, you know, nationally, even just in the state tour. You know, he is a committed father, and so he does have work commitments, but I would love to see him gain enough support that he could take the time off of work, make it happen. You know, competing at Pipe is always high on his list of things to do when there's an event there, but you know, I've encouraged him several times, you know, if possible, to get onto the World Tour. Here we see, not sure if this is Copetta, but you know, he's got a nice turn, gets a floater, tags a 360 cutout on the end of that. So he's going to be kind of strengthening his second place position there. I don't think it's going to be enough to catch Emery Laverne, but boy, we got a heat on our hands, and Pancho is still yet to get on the board. He's taking his sweet time. He's known for his patience, especially with his roommates. They're all sharing a room together, but you know, sometimes patience in the water, you know, sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. He's waited over half of the heat to catch a wave, and sometimes you just get stuck. If you don't get the ball rolling within the first 5 or 10 minutes, you start waiting even for a higher standard of a wave, and hopefully he doesn't get trapped into that box, but that is a psychological mishap that happens to competitors quite often. So let's hope he gets the ball rolling. We got 11 minutes remaining, but you know, he is going to need probably 2 rides unless he goes berserk on that single ride. But hey, anything's possible. You know, this is, like I said, this is an incredibly talented, stacked heat, possibly, you know, one of the better ones that we're going to see today, if not thus far in the drop knee. And you know, that wave was a set wave that Ma's got that 7 on, you know, and Copetta's got a 6 on his hands. You know, I think that was one of his last waves, and it's just like, these guys are pushing it.
And there you have it. This is the last heat of the day and the last heat of round 4, heat number 4 here at the day 4 of the Sintra Portugal Pro. And we still have lots of action until the end, until we close shop. We still have lots of action. And like David Rubber said, this is one of the most exciting heats in the DK division. And going back to the moment that we had here early, how stoked was Mr. Galdo from Puerto Rico. This was an amazing testimony.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Galdo's just so pumped. It was great to get him up here, and you know, he puts in so much hard work. I think he appreciates the hard work Vilma puts in, and just said, you know, take this one off. I'm going to head straight into the booth with the boys. And he was able to just give us the rundown, you know, start to finish. I don't think that was water from the ocean. I think that was sweat, you know. He was just chanting it down for us. And, you know, he has such positive things to say, such passion, as I mentioned during his heat. So that was awesome to have him up here, and just really gave us the boost of energy we needed to close out this amazing day 4 of the Sintra Portugal Pro.
I couldn't say it better. You look like you're taking my job tomorrow. And I don't mind, because you're way cooler than me, so no problem. But I think this was a first. I never saw live webcast, and the minute after he ran out of the water, he was in the booth doing a live interview and saying thank you to his brother that, I from what I understood, died, unfortunately, and wanted to do that DK event here in Europe and could not make it. And he's representing his brother here. He's almost in tears. How amazing is that, man?
Yeah, like I said, passion and commitment is pretty much unrivaled. As he said, 100%, several times during the interview, 100%. Galdo brings it all from his heart, 100% commitment to DK, 100% commitment to the island of Puerto Rico, La Isla Encanta, and 100% commitment to, our fallen Dropney brethren, Tavo, who unfortunately passed away. But, he's here representing all three of those things to his maximum fullest. Like I said, bringing 100%, and it's all coming from the heart. As you could tell, that was just pure passion, nothing fake there, just bringing it all only for the love of those three things, and just trying to push everybody. He never dogs anybody. He never puts anybody down. He's all about building up and building things higher, building them better, and that's why, he got right in here for the amazing, rundown that he gave us. And that was awesome to be a part of, for sure.
If you go right now to the APB Tour Facebook page, you'll see the picture that Teza just took from us while Galdo was giving that amazing testimony. And I think that he is a good example for everyone that wants to be on the World Tour and wants to join in the APB and be part of this big family that we all are. As you told us, he didn't want to do the interview outside. He wanted to do the interview here. And that's what happens here at the 20th anniversary of the Sintra Portugal Pro. As we see, I think...
Poncho getting his first wave.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great. I can't wait to see the replay of both of these waves. Right now, live action is Pancho Galdos on his first wave. Third turn, doesn't quite pull it, but I don't think he's going to need that third turn to get a solid score. Those first two turns were great. He showed great control. And hopefully this is the replay of Moz. This, I feel, is going to be the best wave of the heat. Great snap opening up. Again, coming right off the bottom into another turn. Now he's going to scream down the line all the way to the end of the wave, get another turn off before it's done, and even a floater, I think. Right there you have it, and he's excited about that. He shows a little bit of elation and jumps right off the wave. Here's Pancho's first wave, solid bottom turn right off the top, good amount of spray. Now he comes down the line, and another chunking snap. So as he continues, he's going to try to get another turn off. As we saw live, he didn't quite complete that, but I think the scoring potential had been maximized by that point anyways. I'm really excited to see what both of those scores are going to be, because that was really cool. Here's a replay of Copetta while we were playing the other replays. We didn't get to see it live. He's got a lot of speed, and let's see if he's going to get a big move. If he can land this one, it'll be in the excellent range. But as we can see from the replay, he just came slightly unglued, wasn't able to complete that finishing maneuver.
Yeah, and got a 2.5 for that one, and Pancho got a 6 on that one. How sick was that? And Amori a 6.75. The heat situation still remains. Amori now consolidates his lead. Michael Copetta still in second with the same heat wave total. And now Pancho just needs a 4.51 to add to his 6. And he still has 5 minutes. Unlike you said, looks like you have a mirror ball. This is one of the most exciting heats of the Dropney division so far this day in this round.
Yeah, certainly. We're seeing a lot of shake-ups here in the heat. We got 5 minutes left. I think that could be just enough time for Pancho to get out the back. And, 4.51, as we know, that's not necessarily an easy score, but I would say it's totally achievable for Pancho. As we saw in his last wave, Michel Copetta is surfing really strong. Can he hold on to some of those big moves that he's, been going for? He's going to, start challenging the first place, which is held by Moz. As we saw, his last wave came in at a 6.75, was solid. He's surfing with vengeance because he doesn't have the men's to surf. This is his last opportunity at the podium here at the Sintra Portugal Pro 2015, and he's not going to let up for anybody. He's such a, competent but just an aggressive competitor. Not necessarily in the way that, he doesn't necessarily hassle, but he's such a smart and such a powerful rider that, having him in a heat or just watching him in a heat, that he's not leaving anything to chance. It's like I forget the ratio of like what's opportunity and training and all that, but it's like he trains 100%, and when he goes out there, he brings 100%. You know, as Galdo kept saying, you know, 100%. You know, that's what also Maz brings to the table when it comes to preparation. He is such an athlete. He prepares night and day, mentally, physically. He is totally prepared to take this all the way to the final. Last year, he won this thing. He's the reigning champion here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. So, I mean, Maz wants this, you know, especially since he doesn't have the men's. He's going to be fighting tooth and nail every heat he's in to get that first place.
Yes, that dedicated. I have the same opinion about Amori, and he still has a chance to win something, and he will go for it for sure, because that's the type of competitor Amori is, and I think that's the mindset that he brings right now into the APB World Tour as a defending world champion in the Pro Division, and once he has lost on the Pro Division, he wants to take that win in the DK for sure and take some trophy. What the less it is, nevertheless, you know, he wants to take some trophy back home, and he has the shot to take this one, and he's doing a great job because this is one of the high-scoring heats in the drop knee division so far in this event.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we're seeing great scores being dropped by all riders, you know, reaching into the above average, into the good range, as they would say in the judging scale. And 2 minutes remaining, I would say that we're probably going to see another strike or two by some of these guys. You know, if we can see another strike by Pancho, he's going to challenge second place. But, you know, also Michel Copetta, he could challenge first place, you know, if he lands one of those big floaters that he's been going for. So this really is an awesome heat. This is a great way to finish out the day.
Yeah, definitely, and you guessed it, bro. You guessed it, because this is really one of the heats to watch out for as the scores are stacking up and piling up. And Pancho still needs a backup wave, but he took a lot of time to catch the first wave. He still had a little bit more than 6 minutes to find a second wave, but now time is running out. I hope he finds a second wave and at least has a chance to fight for his money, huh?
Oh, totally. You know, anything's possible. We're seeing some mid-sized waves roll in now. I would not be surprised if a set snuck in just to close out this day 4 of the Sintra Portugal Pro. But we're, you know, left hoping that this 1 minute remaining is going to bring us some more action. Because, you know, to be honest, I'm not ready to stop. You know, this is live bodyboarding here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. Such an exciting day. We got a great day ahead of us tomorrow, but hey, does it have to end so soon?
You're the best, man. You're the best in the business. That's why I always invite you to be here. Yeah, it's going to happen pretty soon because we have already 4 days stacked up here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, and we have 2 more final days here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. But don't worry, the APB Tour is not going anywhere. At least they're moving out to Sintra, to Nazaré, and still we're going to be in Portugal. How do you fare the Nazaré event?
I think it's going to be awesome. You know, I think having a second event here in Portugal is such a great idea, especially a wave like Nazaré. You know, if you look at the Portuguese National Tours event there last year, man, the waves are smoking. Guys are shredding. That's exactly something that the World Tour needs. And it's also pretty convenient for everybody to be here and just go right on into a second leg in the Portuguese part of this World Tour. As the heat closes out, it will be official. Third place goes to Pancho Galdos. Only had 1 wave. Was hoping to get that second wave. It just never quite came in. Oh, we got 1 more heat.
No.
We got 1 more heat.
It looks like it, but now it's...
This is tomorrow.
Yeah, probably this will tomorrow. This is the round you're going to be in. If you were about to run the 5th round of drop knee, it would be on the second heat, so you wouldn't have time to be here and commentating. Now, we're going to take action tomorrow. It's always a laugh with Dave here. It's like a regular conversation. We're in front of a screen here in the booth, and it's so fun to have Dave here and comment on drop knee, because like I said, he's an expert, and who better to comment drop knee than a former world champion and as well title contender this year for the drop knee world tour, Mr. Dave Weber. As we have the schedule for tomorrow, day 5, and we're starting with the Pro Junior round 3. Sorry, we have 4 heats, and then we've got already the women quarterfinals. How exciting is that? We saw some really crazy heats on the women, and we're already on the quarterfinals. Now I'm sharing your feelings. Why this has to end so soon? As we follow after the women's quarterfinals, the men's quarterfinals. Oh my God, this is ending. I'm about to cry. And then after that, the DK round 5, which will you be on? And before that, you have the men quarterfinals. You have a fun-filled day tomorrow, eh, Dave? And then after that, there's the Pro Junior quarterfinals. And then after that, the DK quarterfinals. So if you advance on your DK heat, you will have 3 heats tomorrow. Are you ready? Are you going to take a rest? Are you going to do a special thing tonight so you are composed for tomorrow?
Well, I'll just try to keep status quo, getting into a routine is important, and if it's been working thus far, don't change it. And so hopefully, with the couple heats I've been surfing each day, it's been getting me ready. I'll be able to surf an extra heat tomorrow if I make it, so we'll see. But this is great. We got an 8:15 a.m. start, and we're going to run through all the quarters. By the end of the day, we'll have gotten through all the quarters, leaving us Sunday with the semifinals and on. So those of you who will be joining us internationally on the webcast, catch your schedule. Here it is, Pro Junior, then the women's quarters, men's quarters, DK round 5, junior quarters, then DK quarters. So if you know who you're rooting for, come back, tune in tomorrow. Sintra Portugal Pro 2015, Nuno. Thanks so much for joining.
Don't leave just now. We still have the interview of Amaury Laverne on that amazing win. I hope that it doesn't invade the booth like Galdo did, but if he does, we're waiting for him still here, huh?
Well, I think Vilma was a little anxious to get another beautiful interview in because she's been doing awesome, So let her interview one of the most professional guys in the sport, Amaury Laverne, once he gets up to the beach. But until then, we just got to keep talking about this awesome day of competition we just had. Day 4 is closing out. We see a beautiful Portuguese sunset here at Praia Grande.
Hey, what about Uri Valadao? Out?
Yeah, we talked about that. Uri Valadao is out, and there's a tight...
Yes, it's just Jared. I guess Jared's in the hunt for the title.
Yeah.
Louis going to move closer.
True. Terry wants to talk still at the end of day 4. We're going to give him the...
I was just kind of coming in to say a couple of our little points here, but one of the big stories of the day, I guess, was Uri Valadao, because he's won this contest a few times, and he's just 3 times, so he's the most proficient winner here, and that was a bit of a shock result, really, for Uri.
Oh, it certainly was. It was a dark horse that took him out, that Moroccan, I believe it was, and that can totally happen here, but it was a shock. It was a surprise to a lot of people, and we did see other upsets. I think Isabella Sousa's out. She's one of the strongest female competitors that we've seen around. Has been successful here at Sintra, and she's no longer with us. And leaving both those title hunts wide open.
I was saying today that I thought that Sari O'Hara was kind of the Louis Finnegan of the women's division. She's coming up the outside. No one's keeping an eye on her. So this is going to be a really exciting contest as we go into Nazare.
Oh, it certainly is. And it sets the stage wonderfully for Nazare because the race tightens up. It also, shakes it up a little bit. Then we go into Nazare, and people really got to start scooting for the women's. I think they're going to be finishing up there, so they got to make their final push there. And for the men's, it's you want to stage yourself in a great place as we go into the close in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, that's right. I was speaking to the guys, Dino Casimiro and the guys from Nazare today, and they were saying probably Thursday, Saturday, the two look like being the 2 premium days. So we'll probably kick off with the girls there on Tuesday, I'd say, and maybe do the first round of the men's, and then look out for the webcast as we go into the next couple of days because we've got Swell coming up there.
Oh, it's so exciting. Like I said, Nazare has been one of the events that everybody's been excited to see burgeon on to this APB World Tour, and I think we're going to be blessed with, a great inaugural event.
Yeah, and to sum up today's day 4 here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, we did lose the last year winner, Isabella Souza. She was won in 2013 and 2014. So she's the reigning champion of this event for the last 2 years, and she's just dropped off. That opens up the way for girls like Sari Ohara that won the last event in Japan. And unfortunately, Yura Volidão dropped off today and is the most proficient rider here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. He won this event 3 times. No other rider in the world has won this event so many times. As we go outside to Vilma for the last interview of the day with Mr. Omari Laverne. Take it away, Vilma.
And I'm here with Amaury Laverne, the world champion, and he's here finally talking to me. Finally, how was your heat?
Yeah, it was good. Some good waves there. It's really physical now because the waves are getting bigger and with the tides they're getting lower. And I finally won a heat, and I had a tough day yesterday. And but yeah, I'm really focused for the drop knee because it's the only comp in the year, so I want to do good here. And I'm stuck on my heat.
Praia Grande is a special beach for you, not because you won here before, but you were world champion here two times for the two times.
Yeah, it's a really special place. The first time I came here was like 11 years ago, and I was camping on the beach, and then I had 2 world titles here, and yes, so it's a special place for my heart.
So let's finish the day. Let's say goodbye to the people at home, and see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, see you guys tomorrow, and un gros bisou à toute ma famille en métropole, tous les gars qui me suivent, à tout mon bande La Réunion et à toda la gente de Canarias.
Okay, we are finished for today. It was a big day with good scores, high scores today. The waves are getting better and probably tomorrow too. So I hope to see you tomorrow. Come back with me and with the best riders in the world. See you tomorrow. Até amanhã.
And we're back once again here live at the booth.
Hey, that was great. Great to see Maz advancing into that next round of competition. Great to see, that hard work put in by Vilma. The whole webcast crew here is doing an awesome job, as well as the whole event here at the structure, judges, staff, everybody. Roman's been putting this event on for 20 years. He knows what he's doing. But we want to thank you guys so much for watching. That was a solid day. 24 heats. We got 24 heats again tomorrow, so please join us back here, same place, same time. You know where to find us, and you know where the action's going to be, because tomorrow's going to be insane.
Yeah, join us tomorrow for some live action. It's the finals day, and it's the weekend here at Sintra. The beach is going to be packed, and if you're not coming, you're the only one missing. So see you tomorrow for some live action here at the Sintra Pro 20th anniversary. This is the great celebration of bodyboarding all over the world, right here at Sintra Praia Grande. See you tomorrow.